Chapter 241 The Results of 2 Years. It's winter again. But this year's winter in the northern plains is a little different from last year. There is no overwhelming blizzard like last year that turned the entire plain into a snowfield. It is just cold. The dry and cold climate coupled with the strong wind blowing non-stop gave people the feeling that they were being cut by razor blades. When the people of Snowfield Castle were asked to move all to Winter Town, they were still worried about whether Winter Town could provide them with warm enough accommodation. After all, with so many people relocated at once, no town would prepare so many vacant residences under normal circumstances. Right? They don't want to freeze to death. This worry became more and more serious as the cold wind kept blowing on them, until they arrived at Winter Town, with its clean streets and houses that are solid and warm as summer. These newcomers fell in love with this city in less than a day. They suddenly felt very lucky that they could become the citizens of Winter Town, although this house is currently only rented to them. When winter passes, these new residents must find a way to repay the rent. However, the excellent living environment of Winter Town and the large tracts of uncultivated wasteland around it made these newcomers look forward to the future again. The changes here are so big. Fording has been a little free recently, so when he came to Winter Town on a regular basis, he was not in a hurry to return to Azeroth, but expressed that he wanted to take a good tour of the current Winter Town. In his own words, if he doesn't take a stroll around, he might not be able to find David anywhere next time he comes. Fording has this idea, and David is of course willing to accompany him. It just so happened that he could also take the opportunity to get familiar with his territory. Speaking of which, I haven't had a good tour of my territory for a while. The Decepticons and Autobots are still migrating steadily, and the basic framework of the military camps and living quarters provided for the Cybertronians has been completed. The subsequent internal construction and modifications can be completed by themselves. The Decepticons, who had just arrived in Winter Town, had already begun to make contributions to Winter Town, although the orcs outside the Snowfield Castle were defeated. The orcs had no intention of retreating directly. During RC's investigation, she found that the orcs were in the Snowfield. A sentry castle was built on the east side of the fort, seemingly ready for a long-term confrontation with them. Seeing this situation, the Decepticons, who had just arrived in Winter Town, used lightning and smashing to directly blow the fortress that the orcs had just built into ruins. These two Decepticons are both very rare triple transformers and possess extremely strong combat effectiveness. The arrival of the two Decepticons also relieved RC's work pressure. She no longer had to fly patrols multiple times every day, and was responsible for a lot of tasks such as patrolling, supporting, and ground strikes all by herself. Correspondingly, David has also lost a lot of work pressure. Now he is waiting for Elias' return in Winter Town, and is ready to welcome Earl Sutton Stewart, the kingdom's envoy, and Princess Sophia. Speaking of that princess, Fording glanced at David, and then at Laura, who accompanied him to visit the current environment of Winter Town. How are you going to deal with it? Just like replying to the Forrester family. I don't think it's that simple. The king wants to marry his daughter to you, and he sent her directly to the envoys to reward you. Is that something you can refuse if you want to? Maybe I don't need to take the initiative to refuse at all. David felt inexplicably confident about this. When Princess Sophia comes to Winter Town and sees the situation here, she probably won't want to marry me. Fording didn't react at first. What did David mean by this? After thinking for a few seconds, he realized that David might have planned to show his worst side to make the princess dislike him and not want to marry to Winter Town. Thinking about it, this method seems to have a good chance of success. But it's just a bit dumbfounding. Aren't you afraid of angering King Tylan because of this? And then being retaliated by the king? Not afraid. As the open jeep driven by David drove to the winter military camp, Fording also understood why David had such confidence. The military camp that has been expanded numerous times is in full swing. Not only some of the Winter Ninth soldiers who stayed in Winter Town are undergoing routine training, but also the soldiers of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment are also undergoing training. The first batch of Spartan soldiers who have received Devil training for a period of time have begun to learn to operate the Blizzard-powered armor. And there are more Spartan soldiers on the training ground undergoing recruit training. That's the Spartan 3 that just came to Winter Town. The first phase of Sparta had 100 people, and the second phase of Sparta finally reached the target of 200 people. This time the king of Sparta spent a lot of money and sent 1,000 young men, of which there will be 500, stayed in Winter Town and was incorporated into the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. The remaining people will return to the Kingdom of Sparta and become the main army of the Kingdom of Sparta. In addition, David also saw Crossbones, Rumlow, and Helen's two brothers Castor and Pollux in the recruit queue. Castor and Pollux are the Geminis in Greek legends. And Helen's twin sister was the wife of Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek coalition forces in the Trojan War. Oh, David's knowledge of Greek legends was not detailed. And of course, he could not compare to Laura, a professional. When he heard the names of Helen's brothers, he had no idea who these two people were. Now after Laura introduced them, he realized that none of Helen's brothers and sisters were ordinary people. I wonder if Helen's brothers and sisters will show some special talents. Although Helen, who came to her own world, was an ordinary human from the ordinary world, this kind of special talent with a name existence. More or less, there will be some halo around you. Now that we have come to Winter Town, maybe these halos will be strengthened in some way? Thinking of this, he thought again of Helen's world, where there were quite a few famous heroes. I wonder if he could draw them into his hands later. In addition to the Greek heroes, Winter Town's most powerful combat force is currently the Cybertronians who have just settled here, especially the Decepticons. These Decepticons seem to like the life in the winter military camp. There are a lot of them. The Decepticons gathered together to watch the fun. In addition to being shocking, the scene was also inexplicably a little silly. I suddenly thought that when the entire kingdom of Lordaeron is restored to its original state, and the Alliance launches an attack on Northrend, you should invite your Winter Legion to join. Fording looked at the Decepticons watching the excitement not far away, and felt that if the Alliance army could get help from these Cybertronians, they might be able to destroy the Lich King Nazul faster. This shouldn't be a problem. Although the Decepticons can be obedient and avoid causing trouble under the suppression of Megatron, always holding back like this can easily lead to conflicts. The best solution is to let them out to have fun. There are orcs on the Bryan continent that you can fight. If it's not satisfying enough, you can send them to Azeroth. After walking around the military camp, Fording also personally experienced the newly manufactured Blizzard Power armor. Judging from the old Paladin's expression after using it, he probably wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't prepare a set for him. Then I went to the Navy recruit camp to have a look. But James Norrington and the new sailors he taught were not in the camp. According to the camp guard, Commander Norrington took the recruits to practice ship operation. Just in time. Let's go to the Winter River next. After leaving the winter military camp, I took a general look outside the Cybertron living area. This area is still very empty, and David doesn't know what this area will look like in the future. Then it was transferred to the garbage and wastewater treatment plant, power plant, water plant, and Stark Manor. Fording focused on visiting the automated production factory underground in Lower Stark Manor. He was very interested in this place, and even asked Tony Stark if the Kingdom of Lordaeron wanted to build such an automated weapons factory. Could Tony go over and help build it? There is also a power plant. Fording, who has actually used modern electronic equipment, also knows how convenient electronic equipment is. He feels that the Kingdom of Lordaeron should also embark on the path of modernization after eliminating the natural disaster and plague. When he was about to return, he suggested to Her Highness Kalia Menethil that when the royal city of Lordaeron was being repaired, it should be directly modernized to usher in a new era for the Kingdom of Lordaeron. After getting the answer of there should be no problem from Tony, Fording left with satisfaction. The next step was to visit the Winter Pier. Here, in addition to seeing the civilian dock, Fording also saw the newly built military dock. The cruiser transformed from Skyfire was also moored at the military dock. And on the river not far away, a wooden sailboat was sailing in a shaky circle. Is that your Navy? After all, they are all inexperienced rookies. James thinks that using a sail training ship to familiarize them with life on board and cultivate team chemistry is a more appropriate training plan at present. The wind and waves on the river in the cold winter were relatively strong these days. It was probably after Norrington discovered this that he took the new recruits on board for training. No matter what, it's a good start. Fording followed David around and gained a new understanding of the current winter town, or what can be called Winter City. Compared with the small village where I once lived, there is nothing the same. In addition to having a smaller population, Winter City has developed into a more advanced and beautiful city than the royal city of Lordaeron. It's unbelievable that it's only been 2 years. After all, I did it. The most important thing that enables construction to develop so fast is the Digging Tiger. Without this group of Cybertronian construction madmen, it would be impossible to build so many various facilities in such a short period of time. Maybe you'll have to visit again after a while. Chapter 242 What Bad Intentions Can Laura Have? After walking around in Winter Town for a long time, the last stop was the dungeon where I was left in the training room on the 2nd floor underground. After simple renovation, this practice room has become a dedicated dungeon entrance. In addition to moving some of the original tools, some special facilities, tables and chairs were also arranged. For example, there is a display board hung on the wall next to the gate of the dungeon, on which 5 signs can be hung. If anyone enters the dungeon, they must hang a sign with their name on it. In addition, there is a special reservation board where you can leave your time and name to avoid conflicts when you want to use the dungeon for exercise. Currently, a maximum of 5 people can enter this dungeon, and everyone has made a tacit decision that only a maximum of 3 people can use it. The 2 places specially reserved are reserved for David, as the Lord of Winter, and because these magical things appeared because of him, he naturally has the power to use them whenever he wants. At the same time, because the situation in this dungeon was a bit special, it seemed that someone needed to be specially taken care of here, so Aiden took the initiative to take over this task. In other words, Aiden's official identity in Wintertown is as the dungeon gatekeeper, and at the same time, he keeps an eye on the servants of Fort Glamorgan when they come to clean up. He has no objection to this identity. In addition, he often goes into the dungeon to spawn monsters, especially when he finds that he is constantly brushing monsters to improve his quality. He can feel a certain pressure on himself. It lightened up and became more motivated for something that was originally a bit boring. How are you feeling lately? I feel like my situation is getting better and better. The most obvious difference between Aiden and other visitors from other worlds who came to Wintertown is that he can return to his own world. But he doesn't want to go back, especially now that he has seen the hope of solving his own hidden dangers. He now regrets his original decision. The act of inserting the soul stone into his head now seems really stupid. I think if you continue to work hard, maybe you will completely get rid of Diablo's big trouble. Hope so. Aiden touched his forehead. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the soul stone seemed to have become smaller. No matter what, he found hope here in Wintertown, and there was no trouble in his life. Lord David takes good care of him, and he doesn't need to do any heavy work. Even if he serves as a guard here, he does it voluntarily. No one went into the dungeon today. Leon and Jack just left not long ago. Oh. After a brief chat, Fording also said low to Aiden. Fording admired this hero, who once saved his world from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that Aiden's current situation is quite special. Otherwise Fording would really like to drag him to Lordaeron. This seems to be a prince, and he can pair up with Queen Kalia to cultivate good enough people for Lordaeron. Descendants. When Fording expressed his thoughts, David, who was torturing mobs in the Blood Wasteland, felt that Fording had great ideas. If Aiden married Kalia Menethil, he would eventually give birth to Leah Pineapple. Or is Leah already in her mother's belly now? In addition, Aiden is a human from the world of Sanctuary, and the humans in that world are not ordinary existences. They have only had their true power suppressed by the World Stone. They are essentially the descendants of angels and demons. Well, David, who was wielding the golden spear and killing zombies with the water flow from the spear blade, suddenly thought of something that he had ignored. Aiden has now left the world of Sanctuary. Then, there is no World Stone in the continent of Brunia that can suppress the power of the Nephilim. Instead of shooting arrows, Laura brought the 2 giant northern wolves she had conquered into the dungeon. Summons and pets were not counted, and commanded her 2 pets to destroy these monsters to see if the pets could improve your own quality here. After just killing a few zombies, the 2 giant northern wolves realized the benefits of killing monsters here, and immediately howled and rushed towards the distance. At this moment, Laura heard David's question and glanced at him in surprise. Did you actually just think of this? Whenever a new person appears in Winter City, Laura will look up the person's corresponding information. She is an archaeologist, not a game or animation expert. Therefore, she learned about Aiden's information and some settings of the Dark World after making inquiries, and learned about the existence of the Nephilim. She thought David had already thought of these things, but he didn't think of them as anything important, so he didn't even mention them. Unexpectedly, David didn't think about it at all. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to have any impact on us. The Nephilim just awakened the suppressed power and did not suddenly become another person. If Aiden could become stronger and deal with the threat from Diavolo, wouldn't it be a bad thing for Wintertown? Not a bad thing for the Shelter World either. They chatted about Aiden, and then talked about the dungeon world they were currently in. After Fording personally experienced it for a while, he felt that the dungeon world was a good training ground, which could make an ordinary person become stronger relatively stably. Ordinary people who came to Winter City in the future would be blessed. Even if they are unable to perceive the mysterious energy themselves and cannot master extraordinary power through study and practice, they can still become stronger through this dungeon. As long as various qualities are improved, it will become easier to master a certain mysterious power. In other words, as long as you can come to Winter Town, and will not arouse David's dislike, and treat you as a friend, then this person's life will completely change. From what you just introduced, does this dungeon have a higher level of difficulty? Yes. In other words, after unlocking higher difficulty, can stronger people also improve their strength through dungeons? To be honest, I don't know. This is true in theory, but David doesn't know what will happen after the 2 difficulties are unlocked. I don't know how strong it is, and it won't have much improvement effect. But I think as long as there is an effect, even if it is very weak, then it is good. Certainly, as long as there is an improvement effect, it means that the strength can be continuously improved regardless of bottlenecks. This thing is simply an artifact for beings like them. Just like David, even in the current normal difficulty dungeon world, he can actually improve himself by killing these weak monsters. As long as he doesn't find it boring and keeps working here, his strength will reach a new level sooner or later. What's on your mind? Seeing Fording suddenly fall into silence, David thought that the old paladin thought of something bad. But when the other party opened his mouth, David realized that he had thought wrong. I'm wondering if I should let my boy come to your place to stay for a while. Such a good opportunity cannot be exclusive to the Mograine family. David wanted to complain about Fording. Wasn't it your idea to throw Renaud to Winter Town? Why do you feel that Renaud Mograine is taking advantage now? After complaining deeply in his heart, David said that Tylon could come to Winter Town at any time. It just so happened that Winter Town was starting to cultivate and train paladins. Renaud alone was indeed a bit busy. That's good. I'll let Tylon bring some paladin instructors to Winter Town. There are many outstanding paladins in the Knights of Silver Hand. These paladins were seriously injured in the battle with the Scourge Legion. There are also many people who need training and can no longer set foot on the battlefield. Currently, they have all retreated to the second line to do auxiliary work, just enough to be sent to Winter Town to help David train the paladins. Of course, these people are just borrowed from Winter Town, and it is impossible to give them away. The Kingdom of Lordaeron is in dire straits, including the Knights of the Silver Hand, who have been seriously injured after experiencing continuous wars. These veterans are the Silver Hand who have restored their strength. The important cornerstone cannot be let go in vain. After discussing the matter, Fording did not continue to stay in the dungeon. Maybe he will come to Winter Town in the future and use the dungeon to improve his strength. But the prerequisite is to unlock a higher difficulty. He is really not interested in this kind of difficulty now. I just wish that difficulty unlock was universal. If the difficulty of this dungeon is tied to the individual, and he still has to spend time to clear the normal difficulty, it will be too torturous. After finishing this matter, Fording, who spent a whole day touring Winter Town, went to Stark Manor again and returned to Azeroth carrying a brand new set of blizzard-powered armor. David was thinking about the question raised by Fording. The difficulty of this dungeon should not be tied to an individual. Right? Speaking of which, this dungeon has been here for a while, and no one has cleared it yet. David thought for a while, and it seemed that everyone was usually very busy. So he, Laura, and Helen were relatively free. He said, "How about calling Helen? Let's work together and clear the dungeon on normal difficulty." Laura originally wanted to refuse, but she suddenly thought of something and felt that going to the dungeon to improve the strength of her pet would be a good choice. Apart from that, it seems there is other fun to watch. Just take Helen and me? Who else do you want to call? Where are Eva and Gwen? Their strength also needs to be improved. Right. Indeed. David nodded. Although Eva has been recognized by the Holy Light, she does need to continue to improve her own quality and accumulate some combat experience, not to mention Gwen. She is relatively healthy now. Ordinary girl. However, he always felt that there was some conspiracy hidden in Laura's suggestion. Why do I feel that you are plotting something? How is that possible? Laura waved her hands, shook her head, and denied loudly. What bad intentions can I have? Yeah. Chapter 243 The daily routine begins. Although Laura repeatedly emphasized that she was just thinking about her friends, David didn't believe it. But I have to admit that there is some truth in what Laura said. Gwen and Eva really need to improve their strength, even if it is based on some selfish thoughts. Gwen cannot always remain an ordinary person. I'm going to find Eva and see if Gwen is here. Laura first took Helen to do some preparation work. He originally wanted to take Helen into the dungeon world, with himself and Laura as the main force. And Helen would just follow and watch the excitement. Kill some lone monsters. Or replenish her sword or something. I don't expect Helen to show any fighting talent. As long as she can improve her own quality. She can rely on her quality to crush low-level monsters in the future. Although the speed of improvement may be much slower. The victory is steady. Now that David has changed his mind. Maybe he can let a few people practice it. Apart from anything else. You have to be able to use your own weapons and equipment. Right? We don't expect everyone to become a war goddess like Laura. But we must have the basic ability to protect ourselves. After all, if the insurance is not complete, when will an accident occur? Many similar plots have appeared in countless movies, TV shows, novels and animations. The friends, relatives, and lovers around the protagonist are always under the focus of the enemy. Laura is not worried. This archaeologist is lucky if he doesn't go to other people's homes or ancestral graves for archaeology. Anyone who dares to provoke her will simply encounter a catastrophe in life. Although Eva stays in Winter Town all year round, there might be opponents coming to assassinate her, just like what happened to me back then. As Tony continued to analyze the data sent back by Pretender Number 1, the continent of Brunia was probably much more dangerous than he had previously speculated. After various analyses and tests, the Golden Light came to an astonishing conclusion. That looks like a spear. The Golden Light wrapped around it is some kind of energy that is somewhat similar to the Holy Light. When David heard this information, he thought of the temple, and the so-called light god Lumiere. The temple, the Eternal Night Empire, and the orcs all seem to have no connection with each other. But they all have the shadow of gods manipulating them behind the scenes. There were also the god of war, and the goddess of harvest that humans believed in when they were able to defeat the Dark Elves. Through the information Van Cleef received from Wilcox, we learned that these two were not among the gods enshrined in the temple. The assassin who thought he was a temple priest had suspected that he had defected to the remnants of the old gods. Could it be that the various wars on the continent of Brunia were the battles between the old and new gods? Is it really that simple? After thinking about it for a while, I found that the information was still too little and one-sided. If I want to know the truth, I need more information. And if you want more information, the easiest way is to become a force that cannot be ignored on the Brinian continent. Even if David doesn't go to those gods at that time, those gods will definitely pay attention to him. By that time, the truth will be getting closer and closer to me. The prerequisite is not to be played to death by these gods. David was originally quite satisfied with his own strength. The various talents he received from his partners made his strength grow very quickly. With his current strength, if he ran to the world of Azeroth, even if he didn't borrow that special authority, he would still be a very powerful Holy Light user. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you can be a superhero and join the first-line cast. Originally, he thought that his current strength should be enough to protect himself in this world. But now it seems that he is still too optimistic. Sure enough, in this mysterious world, there will always be a lot of weird gods, demons and the like. After sighing that the water in this world is quite deep, David found Eva, who was sorting out documents. As the Lord's secretary, Eva has to deal with some documents every day, mainly the daily changes in Winter Town, intelligence consultation from internal and surrounding forces, and changes in various information such as military training and equipment. It is convenient for David to check it at any time when he needs it. However, as everything gets on track, apart from having to deal with it every day, this job no longer feels as complicated and confusing as it did before, because there is a person in charge of each matter. The information summarized to Eva has been sorted out, and she only needs to file it. So when David found Eva, Eva had already finished her work for the day and was relaxing with a cup of hot tea. When she saw David coming to her, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. No matter what reason David comes to see him for, as long as he comes to see him, Eva will be happy. What's matter? David told Eva his plans, and planned to take advantage of this relatively free time to take Eva, Gwen, Helen and others to improve his own strength. Eva originally didn't care much about this kind of thing. She felt that she had obtained the magical power of the Holy Light, and she could slowly improve through step-by-step practice. But after David whispered a few words in her ear, Eva blushed and nodded firmly, immediately changing her words, and wanting to further improve her strength. Have you seen Gwen? Gwen is here. I'll contact her directly. Not just Gwen. Many people will come to Eva when they want to find David. Generally speaking, even if David is not in the office, Eva knows where he is. The reason for not contacting him directly was to avoid disturbing David and delaying the business.
It's good to be here, so you don't have to wait for her.
The most troublesome thing is that Gwen is not in Wintertown, so he doesn't know how long it will take for her to come over. Young Gwen was the one who couldn't bear to be separated from David the most, and would come over whenever she had free time. But after all, she has her own things to do, and she may not be able to come one day if she is delayed by something. Currently, David does not have the ability or equipment to communicate across dimensions. Sometimes it is a bit troublesome to find a specific person. He took Eva with him to meet Gwen. Then, instead of going directly to the dungeon, he went to get some weapons and equipment and fully armed the two women. Originally, David wanted the two of them to put on the Blizzard armor. But although this set of power armor has been upgraded again, there are still some barriers to use. At present, Eva's physical fitness may be barely up to standard, but Gwen will definitely not be able to use it. I simply changed the two of them into relatively normal armors. Eva had better physical fitness and wore full body armor directly, while Gwen could only wear relatively lighter light armor. That is, chest armor, arm armor, and greaves. Several parts are made of metal, while others are made of leather. In addition, there are piano pistols, Garand rifles and other equipment. At the same time, David also added some holy light into Gwen's body to ensure her safety.
Didn't I say that the dungeon is a game world? Will there be dangers?
Gwen was a little curious about the dungeon, and it happened to be possible to go in and see it today. She was inexplicably nervous when she saw David replenishing the holy light into her body.
I don't know, because no one has been injured in it so far.
Not to mention being severely injured or even killed by monsters. Whether Akala's healing ability would be tested would be determined by David and the others taking the initiative to inflict some wounds on their own initiative.
Don't worry. Laura and I will follow you. You won't be in any danger.
By the way, Gwen and Eva's storage bracelets were also expanded to 5 cubic meters. David asked them to bring enough ammunition and replacement weapons. And then, they were fully armed. The two girls joined Laura and Helen.
Helen only carries so many weapons?
Compared to Eva and Gwen, Helen wore simpler light armor than Gwen, and only had a long sword and a pistol as weapons. But she didn't seem to care.
Aren't there merchants in the dungeon?
There are merchants in the dungeon who can buy weapons and equipment, and the currency used can be obtained from monsters. In addition, monsters will also explode equipment like in the game. But these equipment are just ordinary armors and weapons, which are not comparable to what is currently available in Wintertown. As for whether I can get better equipment in the future, this is not known yet.
Let's go!
Anyway, if Helen feels that the equipment is not enough, they can come back to get it at any time, and it won't waste much time. Entering the dungeon, compared to Laura and David who had been in several times, Helen, Gwen and Eva all looked around with curiosity on their faces, especially those lifelike NPCs. If you don't have a dialogue, you can't tell that these NPCs are dummy people.
So amazing!
Although it is already amazing to be able to travel between different worlds and go to Wintertown from the world where you live. But this time you enter a world similar to a game, which is a completely different feeling. Thinking that I could improve my physical fitness here just like playing a game. I had the illusion that I was not actually a real person. Helen's thoughts are not that complicated. She has always regarded David as a god. It is not surprising that gods have such magical abilities. She was just excited. Excited that she could get more and more benefits through David.
What are we going to do next?
Laura will take you to kill a few zombies and other monsters at the entrance of the camp, so that you can learn and adapt to how to fight first. And I will take over the task. He has come in several times, but has never completed a single task. This time he plans to clear the normal difficulty level directly, and he doesn't know how long it will take.
It shouldn't be long. Right.
After wandering around, David found Akira, and David bought a few town returning scrolls and a few bottles of potions. He had brought out several of these things before and gave them to Medivh, Jaina and Cordell for research. He didn't know if he could get any results from the research. If it can be researched and mass-produced, these medicines can also be carried in the standard equipment of soldiers in the future, or even directly integrated into the Blizzard armor, and automatically injected when the soldier's health status is not good.
Speaking of which, there are a lot of good things in this world, so you can take the opportunity to collect them.
Chapter 244. Unite more closely around David. Boom. Bang bang bang. Boom.
Yeah.
David leaned against the stone wall of the cave, and used holy light to create a protective shield over his ears to prevent himself from being affected by various terrifying noises. and quietly watched the performances of several women. Speaking of which, it was not surprising to David that Eva performed well. Even though she was a civilian officer, Eva was still a soldier and had received military training. After a period of adaptation, she quickly found the right rhythm. The Garand rifle and piano pistol were switched freely in her hands, ensuring that the target could be eliminated at a safe distance. So far, Eva has not used melee weapons, even if something happens occasionally. Eva, who has begun to learn the Holy Light spell, can also use punishment to kill enemies that pose a threat to herself. From Eva's fighting style, David can be sure, although Eva has a good physique and can move freely wearing a heavy armor, she probably cannot become a paladin. Becoming a Holy Light priest should be Eva's best choice, and most of her usual jobs involve staying at the rear. As long as she masters the various skills of a Holy Light priest, she can protect herself well. But it was Helen. David felt that he might have underestimated this woman. In the legend, Helen is like a beautiful ornament that is snatched away by others. Apart from her amazing beauty, she does not show any special talents. But she is the princess of Sparta after all. You can tell what kind of character she is from the moment she sets her goal and rushes forward firmly without thinking about the consequences. Therefore, when Helen holds a sword in her right hand and a gun in her left hand, fighting in and out of the monsters in the evil cave, it is actually not something that should be surprising. In comparison, Gwen's performance was very much in line with her status as an ordinary female high school student when she was outside the camp. Because the terrain was open and there were not many monsters, she could still shoot relatively calmly. But after arriving at the evil cave, her performance was completely unremarkable. The best thing she could do was to watch the excitement with her gun raised, because if she panicked and fired randomly, she might accidentally injure Helen, who was rushing in front.
I originally thought that Gwen had the most potential among them, but now it seems that this is not the case at all.
Because Spider-Gwen has appeared in many parallel worlds of Marvel, David always felt that Gwen should have great potential and be worth cultivating. Now it seems that she has gone wrong. Gwen seems to have no fighting talent. It can only be said that her mind is still clear, and she knows that she cannot cause trouble in this situation. But this won't work. Apart from learning and understanding, dungeons are already the simplest, brainless way for people to improve their quality. If Gwen can't improve here, she can only hope that David will get some other unique props in the future to make her a supernatural being. Just when David was about to give personal guidance and encourage Gwen, Laura had already taken action.
Be confident. Don't worry about accidentally injuring Helen. Helen is wearing armor.
Those who knew were telling the truth. But those who didn't know thought that Laura wanted to take the opportunity to use Gwen's hand to eliminate Helen.
You can aim at those monsters on the periphery that are far enough away from Helen. Especially those fallen wizards who like to throw fireballs with their wands. That's that guy.
Boom. The gunfire rang out, and the sinking demon wizard was still alive and kicking, throwing fireballs and resurrecting the killed sinking demons. Gwen's shot didn't know where it hit, but Laura still gave encouragement.
You did a good job. Don't be nervous. They can't threaten you. So take aim. Hold your breath. Lock the target and fire.
Boom. The fallen wizard fell down, and Gwen, who accurately killed the target, also laughed. He glanced at Laura next to him, and then felt that this scene was weird. If he had just hugged him and taught him in a low voice, "It's David," so it doesn't seem surprising.
Uh-huh.
David coughed hard, appeared next to Gwen at the right time, and praised her performance. Looking at this ordinary female high school student, her nervousness and unfamiliarity gradually faded away, and she gradually began to find this game when Gwen continued to feel the improvement of her own quality. She also became addicted to this kind of monster spawning game. Coupled with the continuous successful kills, she gained some confidence and was no longer as timid as before. Seeing that several people gradually found the correct fighting rhythm, David no longer simply watched the excitement, and drew out his golden spear to join the battle. As David and Laura started to take action, the monsters in the evil cave were quickly cleared away. The originally gloomy and dark cave was no longer as dark as when they first entered. Everyone could clearly feel that their field of vision had expanded. His physical fitness has been greatly improved. But the dark power in the cave is gradually dissipating. After the battle in the evil cave, not to mention Helen and Eva, Gwen finally showed some fighting talent, even in extremely chaotic situations. She was able to maintain a relatively calm mind and carefully observe the surrounding environment to avoid making wrong choices. In addition, Gwen's reaction is very good among ordinary people. Occasionally, she can respond to emergencies in a timely manner, without the need for David and Laura to act as nannies for her to come to the rescue. In this case, the efficiency of everyone's leveling and clearance will naturally increase greatly. After completing the first task, they quickly completed the second task to eliminate the Blood Crow, and the third task to rescue Deckard Cain. During this period, Helen, Gwen, and Eva were still responsible for clearing out the mobs. Bosses like Blood Crow and Griswold were all solved by David himself. It was said that he had to solve it with his own hands, but it was just a shot to the head by the Holy Light Hunter, and a shot through the chest with the Golden Spear. David did not expend any effort at all. What made him very unhappy was that after 3 consecutive missions, he only produced some junk equipment. Apart from selling it and exchanging it for coins for use in this world, it had no other purpose.
Is there something wrong with the explosion rate of this equipment? Not to mention gold equipment and blue equipment with attributes.
After returning to Rog Camp again and selling all kinds of bits and pieces, David was a little doubtful that this dungeon would not be able to explode high-end equipment at all.
Perhaps high-end equipment is particularly rare?
Laura looked at the longbow in her hand. It was still a piece of blank equipment with no magic properties. It was completely incomparable with the bow she was using.
Or maybe it's not available on normal difficulty. Can you explode high-end equipment? It doesn't seem impossible.
Although at present, this world is basically the same as the Diablo game. It is not surprising that there are some differences. After all, there is no requirement to completely copy the game settings.
In that case, are the Horadric cubes also divided into 3 levels, high, middle and low? It's not impossible.
David grinned speechlessly. When he decided to clear the normal difficulty, he wanted to get the Horadric cube quickly. He felt that this thing would be of great help to him in using and practicing alchemy. Now it seems that if you want to get the real Horadric cube, you may have to wait until Hell difficulty. While the two were chatting, Helen, Gwen and Eva gathered together and didn't know what they said. Then David noticed a few women walking into the corner. When they appeared again, several people's costumes appeared. Obvious changes. Eva had taken off her full body armor and put on lighter clothing. Helen had put on her full body armor, but her weapons had not changed at all. Gwen surprised David the most. Although she did not change her armor, she inserted a pair of short blades into her waist. Could it be that she wanted to try to engage in close combat?
Continuous fighting will change people's mentality.
Laura took a look and was not surprised by Gwen's choice. She had experienced these things personally.
Gwen is a very strong girl. She will always be content hiding behind everyone.
This is a good thing for Gwen. As long as she works hard, she can get more from Wintertown and David. Not just a simple relationship with David.
This is also a good thing for you.
Laura glanced at David beside her. The more good things Gwen could get from Wintertown, the more she couldn't live without David. After all, by that time, it's no longer as simple as breaking up.
Is this all part of your plan?
Laura looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. David saw that she was unwilling to say anything, so he didn't continue to ask. The temporary team composed of several people continued to set off to the next mission target. According to David's plan, he does not necessarily have to defeat an Ariel today. His biggest goal today is to retrieve Blacksmith Chasai's hammer. He remembered that finding the blacksmith's hammer would give him a chance to enchant and strengthen his equipment. He wanted to see if this opportunity could be used on his own equipment. If successful, what attributes can be obtained? David quickly got the answers to these questions. He used his hunting bow to conduct a test under Chioshi's enchantment. His hunting bow became a magical equipment and gained stronger attack power. But that's all.
On normal difficulty, it's really hard to get anything good.
Unwilling to be reconciled, David finally went to kill an Ariel. This time David specifically let Gwen complete the final blow, hoping that Gwen would gain more experience. Unexpectedly, an Ariel, who was killed by Gwen, flashed a golden light when he fell down. And then a piece of black leather that looked ordinary but exuded golden light lay quietly on the ground. The girls glanced at David in unison. They suddenly felt that nothing had been dropped after killing for a long time today. The real reason was not that the equipment drop rate in this dungeon world was low. Chapter 245 Winter Education Plan. David was a little embarrassed, and vaguely seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by the fishmen in Menethil Harbor. However, he is now much thicker skinned than before. He walked straight to the piece of black leather, and picked it up, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't tell what this thing was. It didn't seem to be equipment, but more like raw materials.
It seems that this is the biggest difference from the original game.
The dropped items did not follow the settings in the game. This piece of black leather was full of energy fluctuations. and it vaguely revealed the aura of H.L. similar to an Ariel. At the same time, David couldn't see what properties this thing had, but he was sure that it should be a very rare and good thing.
Is this the first attributed item we've seen?
With these guys, David almost cleared the first map. All the equipment dropped were ordinary equipment. The only magic equipment was obtained by Charcy using a hammer to enchant it.
What's the use of this thing?
Several people came over to look at it. Helen looked up and down. It looked like just a piece of leather, but the quality was good.
Maybe it can be made into clothes or shoes? Well, that's a good suggestion. Let Gwen decide what to do.
David handed the leather to Gwen. This thing was typed by Gwen, and no one would have any objection to giving it to Gwen.
Give me one person?
Gwen doesn't think she killed Anariel alone. Without the help of David and Laura, she should still be in the previous mission areas, working hard to improve herself. In this case, she felt a little embarrassed to let her have the spoils all to herself.
Put it away. Anyway,
we will be going to the dungeon a lot these days, and there should be a lot of good things in the future.
As for this piece of leather, maybe it can be made into some equipment for Gwen to use first. Hearing what David said, Gwen was not polite and began to think about what this piece of leather could be used for. Leather armor? Waistcoat? Jacket? Leather boots? Or leather jacket? Leather pants? Leather skirt? Gwen could think about it slowly. After killing Anariel and completing the first map, David did not take a few people to look at Gwen, but left the dungeon with a few people. They were clearing dungeons for exercise, not really saving the world. So there is no need to rush to the next map. After fighting continuously for a period of time, rookies like Gwen, Eva, and Helen all need a period of rest.
Have a good rest. The next time you clear the dungeon, it will be at least a few days later.
In the past few days, several people were allowed to digest their improved strength, and David came out to see if there was anything he had missed. In this way, after a few days of rest, David took the women into the dungeon again, led them to quickly complete the plot, and used the opportunity of cleaning up the demons to let the women practice. Helen and Eva are still steadily improving their strength, while Gwen's progress is very obvious. In addition to being able to skillfully use firearms and other weapons, Gwen also learned how to fight with daggers, one-handed swords, and other weapons, and even showed some talent in unarmed combat. As long as they continue to fight like this, after David clears the normal difficulty, these guys should be able to gain good strength, which should be enough to at least protect themselves. By this time, even without the escort of David and Laura, the few of them had enough strength to clear the dungeon on their own. As long as they go back and clear their personal tasks again, their strength can be improved further. By then, with their own strength, it will not be difficult to clear the normal difficulty. After things got on track, David began to focus on other things. For example, the education issue that I thought about at the beginning. Wintertown has absorbed a large number of people from Snowfield Fort, and will also get more people from Iron Tree Fort. With this round of harvest, Wintertown's population has doubled. The effect of the forced population relocation in the Thailand Kingdom is still unclear. But David feels that after this series of operations, it should not be out of reach for the population of Wintertown to exceed 10,000. The population has increased, infrastructure has been built, and military strength has steadily increased. It's time for him to consider more things. David thought about how to solve the problem of education for a while, but still had no reliable solution. In the end, he could only call everyone over for a meeting and discuss it together.
Education.
Tony was making the first test model of the new rifle. He was originally unhappy when David called him over, but when he heard that it was such an important thing, he swallowed his dissatisfaction. Everyone was here today. Not only Steve was present, but even Leon happened to be in Wintertown. When he heard the question raised by David, the elite agent was speechless. He couldn't bring up anything reliable about this kind of thing. Good advice.
Perhaps there is no need to pursue an overly detailed education system at the beginning.
Everyone was silent for a long time. The person who broke the silence was Casillas, the Kamar-Taj master who came to study in Wintertown.
I think Lin what Dongjin is currently pursuing is not to cultivate top intellectuals, but to eliminate illiteracy. You're right. You really shouldn't set your goals too high at once.
Originally, the illiteracy rate of residents in Wintertown was not high. That was because the majority of the residents of Wintertown were craftsmen from Azeroth. These craftsmen themselves had some
cultural knowledge
and came to Wintertown. Later, in order to live in this world, he had to learn the common language of Brenia, which was a forced cultural lesson. However, With the influx of more and more local civilians, the illiteracy rate has skyrocketed. Only a few people can read, and not many people know it.
Then the next question is, how should the teacher solve this problem?
A group of people looked at me, and I looked at you. Seeing that no one had any suggestions,
Edwin Van Cleef spoke up.
After your excellency distributed houses and land to the craftsmen. Some craftsmen are relatively free at ordinary times. They can be a teacher.
Too complex knowledge cannot be taught. But there is nothing wrong with just simple literacy. Moreover, these better learned craftsmen are all senior craftsmen, and they themselves know how to teach others.
That should be enough.
The discussion continued, and after half a day of deliberation, a rough plan was made, taking advantage of the slack period in winter. Winter Town will provide compulsory education to all residents in the territory. This education is divided into two parts. The first is that all young people over the age of 7 and under the age of 18 in the territory of Winter Town must enter school. This is mandatory, and it is not allowed to deny admission to a child. During the school study period, the school will provide students with sufficient clothing and food, which can also be regarded as relieving the pressure on parents in the territory to raise their children. At present, it is tentatively scheduled to be a 6-year study program, and only basic liberal arts, basic mathematics, and physical education courses are currently confirmed. Among them, basic literature courses include Brenian lingua franca, history, ideology and morality, etc. It should not be difficult to gather knowledge points that can be studied for 6 years. Physical education courses are more like basic military training. David even considered the school has a permanent staff of holy light priests. As for whether to add new courses in the future, it will be decided based on the situation. The goal set by David is that graduates after 6 years of compulsory education must be able to speak, read, and write proficiently in Brenian Common Language, be able to add, subtract, multiply, and divide normally, and be physically able to reach the level of the Knights of Winter. Standards for recruiting new recruits. Taking into account the current situation in the territory, after the opening of this basic academy, all young people of school age will be recruited into the school, and then divided into classes according to age groups. There is no need for grading for the time being. Everyone will be in the first grade. In the future, each grade will probably only be one class in size. If we cannot recruit students or only recruit 1 or 2 students in a certain year, we will decide what to do based on the situation. The second part is for adults in the territory. Winter Town will set up literacy classes specifically for all civilians in the territory. Anyone who is a citizen of Winter Town can sign up to participate. This literacy course also does not charge money, and basic supplies including textbooks are distributed directly after registration. Compared with students in primary schools, it only lacks benefits such as food supply. Literacy classes will be held in several time slots, allowing people to choose a suitable time to study. The curriculum is the same as the primary school curriculum, and the requirements are similar. Graduation methods are relatively flexible. As long as you complete the course, and complete the corresponding assessment test with sufficient scores, you can obtain a diploma.
What if no one signs up?
Gareth has been silent today. There seems to be little room for him to speak in education work. Only then did he ask, if civilians have no enthusiasm for signing up to study, what will happen to this class? Can it still be driven?
Even if no one signs up, this class will continue to be held until the day when there are no more illiterates in Winter Town.
David feels that when that day comes, the literacy class may turn into an adult night school, a cram school, or the like institution. What should we do if civilians don't want to study? Sooner or later, they will be eliminated by their own children or other people's children, taking away the resources that originally belonged to them. As a lord, although David has to be responsible for all the people in his territory, he will definitely not take care of those who are stagnant too much. Instead, he will pay more attention and provide more high-quality services. Invest resources in those who are more worthy of investment, because these people will bring him more returns. This kind of differential treatment is bound to exist.
That's roughly it. Let's implement it like this. As for the person in charge,
David found that he had to appoint an education officer. Otherwise, there would be no real person responsible for so many things, and it would be easy for things to go wrong. After looking at everyone present, David looked back and forth for a long time, but found no one suitable to be responsible for the education work in Winter Town. In the end, he could only leave the burden to his trusted old hunter Addis.
Addis will serve as the education officer of Winter Town.
Chapter 246 The Mission from the Royal Capital. Addis didn't want to be an education officer. But he also saw that David really didn't have any suitable people at hand. So he had to take over the position. At the end of the meeting, when everyone dispersed, Addis stayed alone and went to the lounge with David. Although they were talking about business, David did not go to the office to chat with Addis. Instead, he sat in the lounge and let Helen pour him and Addis a cup of hot tea respectively. Suck. Taking a sip of the hot tea, the fragrant and bitter taste filled his nose and mouth. In the past 2 years, Addis had been influenced by David and began to like this kind of tea without adding anything. It's so unpredictable. Looking back on the past, Addis just wanted to adopt a child. This child did not need to have any great potential, as long as he could learn how to be a qualified hunter under his own upbringing and guidance. He would be a little bit grateful. He is very satisfied if he cares for himself and helps him to take care of himself until the end of his life. I never expected that it would turn into this situation. Earl, when he heard that David had become the village chief, it was already unbelievable to him. Later, David became a baron and was promoted to a real nobleman. Addis even suspected that he had died long ago and that everything he was experiencing was just a dream and would disappear completely at any time. Unexpectedly, how long did it take to become a baron? About to become an earl again. In addition, he lived in Winter Town and watched closely how Winter Village turned into Winter Town and was about to turn into Winter City again. All kinds of magical changes and all kinds of magical things happening in this city, which made him feel unreal. However, after slowly getting used to it, Addis also hopes that David will get better and better in the future and make the city more prosperous, because he has fallen in love with it and does not want everything here to disappear. Therefore, he was under great pressure to accept David's appointment. I can only help you for a while. You'd better find a professional official to come back as soon as possible. Addis didn't want to affect the development of David's territory because of his lack of ability, whether it's from the royal capital or some strange find-a place. This kind of talent is not that easy to find. And if you find it, it may not be suitable for Winter Town. Their understanding of this place is not as good as yours. Addis has lived here since the days of Winter Village, and he has seen all the changes here. Besides, being an education officer is not that difficult. As long as you follow the plan step by step, there will be no problems. David told Addis what things must be completed in the plan and how to use intimidation and violence appropriately in order to complete it. Once again, let this old hunter feel at ease and act. Even if you say so, I'm afraid my old arms and legs won't last a few more years. Haven't you already eaten the golden apple? What's more, without the holy light, your health will not get worse for decades. With the protection of extraordinary power, or the power of the holy light, as long as you don't die in the battle, there is no need to worry about your physical health. Moreover, David doesn't know how far his territory will develop in a few decades. What weird abilities will he possess? Maybe by that time, in addition to various mysterious powers, he has also mastered various scientific enhancement technologies. By then, everyone in the territory will be strengthened, and everyone's life level will be improved by 1 or even several levels. It's not something impossible. By then, children who are hundreds of years old may no longer be a joke or a joke. This is not a very ambitious goal. In fact, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has relevant technologies. Advanced civilizations in the universe, including the Kree Empire, all have similar technologies. The Kree Empire is not easy to deal with. You can also go to Xander or other planets to find similar technologies. Addis was silent. He knew that his body was getting better and better, and he also knew that as his strength improved, his lifespan would also increase. But he always felt that he was not too young when he learned these things. Even if he increased his life, he would only live an extra 10 or 8 years. He never thought that he would live dozens or hundreds of years more. After looking at David, he realized that this boy was probably not joking with him. And he sighed again. As I get older, I like to express my feelings. And at the same time, I also like to worry about trivial matters of the younger generations. Such as, Princess Sophia, how are you going to arrange it? Let nature take its course. Seeing the worry on Addis's face, David explained a few more words to let him not worry. Judging from the current situation, even if he explicitly rejects the marriage, His Majesty the King will not blame him. Not to mention a direct falling out. Even if it does happen, Winter Town still has enough strength to deal with the anger of the Thailand Kingdom. At most, the subsequent development plan will have to be reformulated. As long as you know what's going on. Don't worry. Addis drank the last sip of tea left Fort Glamorgan and began to work on winter education, while David continued to do his own thing. Pay attention to the changes in the territory every day, the progress of various tasks. Have any problems been encountered in a certain plan? Take a few girls with you to clear dungeons. It was not until half a month later that David came to Snowfield Castle with Jack Krause and several winter knights as escorts to welcome the arrival of the royal capital's delegation. Under normal circumstances, as the Lord of Winter, David did not need to go all the way to Snowfield Castle to greet the envoys, even though Snowfield Castle had been officially placed under David's rule. But this time the royal capital mission also shouldered the responsibility of investigating the threat of orcs. And Princess Sophia was also among the mission. Out of respect for the mission and the Tiran royal family, David specially brought people to Snowfield Castle. This current, the border city under the lordship of Glamorgan, was specially designed to welcome the kingdom's envoys led by the Earl of Sutton Stewart. Congratulations! After going through some fixed procedures, Earl Sutton Stewart handed the letter of appointment to David's hand. After completing the relatively simple promotion ceremony on behalf of the king, Sutton returned to his irregular appearance. Although I knew that you would never stop at the position of Baron, I didn't expect that you would be promoted to Earl so quickly. If you continue at this rate, it won't be long before I have to be the first to salute you. With the Earl of Sutton Stewart's title and special status, he must at least be a powerful duke if he wants to take the initiative to meet and greet him. This kind of thing. David made an expression that said you were exaggerating. But Sutton Stewart could feel the confidence from David's expression and tone. It was obvious that David himself believed that there would be such a day sooner or later. Sutton, who was originally just joking and giving a slight compliment, didn't know how to respond after realizing this. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he remembered the real thing. This is Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia. Nice to meet you. Your Highness. I'm also very happy to see you again. The Earl of Glamorgan is still on the northern plains. Princess Sophia's appearance is a little more mature than when I saw her last year. There is still a bright smile on her fleshy face. And she is still full of children. The innocent atmosphere. And it's still winter. So it doesn't feel that cold. David smiled and said nothing. He would not say anything to Her Royal Highness. If you can, take off the necklace around your neck and see if it's cold or not. He and Her Royal Highness the Princess are not familiar with each other to that extent yet. It is impossible for Earl Sutton Stewart to let David and Princess Sophia stand at the gate of Snowfield Castle, blowing the cold wind, like a knife, to cultivate their relationship. It's not that he takes care of the guards following him, but that this behavior is unsightly and undermines the majesty of the royal family. Before chatting, maybe we can ask the Earl of Glamorgan to take us on a tour of this fortress. Sure. The team turned around and headed into Snowfield Castle. At this time, Earl Sutton Stewart had time to look around and look at the few heavily armored knights who came with David. The winter knights wearing blizzard-powered armor looked tall, powerful and oppressive. From the moment they appeared, the knights from the royal capital kept sizing them up. When these people turned around and walked, the sound of heavy footsteps made everyone feel shocked. From the sound, they could tell that this set of armor was very heavy, and these knights could move freely in such a heavy armor. Either they were incredibly powerful, or the armor itself was enchanted. No matter which one it is, it means that Winter Town will be officially renamed Winter City in the future, which means that these Knights of Winter City have good combat power. Originally, these guards didn't take it seriously about the possibility of encountering orcs in the northern plains, because the guards accompanying the envoy to the northern plains and responsible for protecting the Earl of Sutton Stewart and Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia were all from the kingdom's elite Tiran Knights and Guards Knights. They felt that a foreign race that could be defeated by the soldiers of a remote lord in the countryside in Winter City was really not an enemy worth worrying about. In addition, there are members of the Guards Knights who have been to Winter Town before. That is, the knights who escorted David back. From this knight's description, everyone knew how remote and backward the Winter City was. As a result, those orcs couldn't even defeat the soldiers in such a place. How could they still be taken seriously by these kingdom elites? Until this moment, after meeting the real Winter Knight, they had doubts about their own judgment. At the same time, they were also wondering that such a powerful knight order actually existed in Winter City. As everyone moved forward, the people in the mission also saw more and more magical things. The snowy castle looks ordinary from the outside, but there are so many amazing things inside. Just the flat, spacious and clean road, as well as the beautiful buildings with very clear functions around it, made them doubt that they were really in the remote northern plains, rather than a bustling southern trading town. Also, are those tall metal giants waving?
Are these puppets so flexible? Chapter 247 Earl Stewart's Mission. After Snowfield Castle became David's territory, the residents and the original garrison were transferred to Winter Town by David. Then the diggers moved into Snowfield Castle and renovated the border post in the current Winter City territory. The focus of the reconstruction was placed on the city, such as the construction of a relatively small power plant using crystal ore as energy, a small garbage and sewage treatment plant, and infrastructure such as power supply, water supply, and sewage treatment. Then came the paving of roads to ensure that the Transformers from Cybertron could move relatively freely in Snow Castle. And then the construction of various buildings. The buildings currently built are mainly military camps, because the current situation of Snowfield Castle is special. No civilians live here, and all facilities are for military service. Therefore, the interior style of the renovated Snowfield Castle is very cold and hard, which is revealed everywhere. A chilling atmosphere. After Earl Sutton Stewart took a general look, he found that there were no ordinary residents in Snowfield Castle. The few people who were not wearing armor seemed to be soldiers. Aren't there ordinary people and craftsmen in Snowfield Castle? No. David didn't think there was any need to hide these things. When Sutton Stewart brought a large group of people to Winter City, he knew that the wonders of Winter City would be known to the Kingdom of Tilan. Snowfield Castle is currently the outermost defense line of Winter City, and it is very close to the orcs. So it has been converted into a pure military facility. In a way, he also wants to show off his territory. In that case, His Majesty King Abelson may raise many questions, but until some questions are answered, he is even less likely to do anything to Winter City. David can develop quietly for a while again. After listening to David's various introductions, Sutton realized that Winter City had completely transformed Snowfield Castle. It can be said that except for the ring of city walls and the name Snowfield Castle that remained unchanged, there was nothing here that was different from the original Snowfield Castle. It's related. Even the building they entered was a new house that had just been built not long ago. The original fortress that had just been erected had been demolished. Now this building is closer to the winter style. It does not look defensive, but it is inhabited. It will be more comfortable to get up. The Earl of Sutton Stewart and Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia arranged to rest here, while the escorts of the mission were led to the military camp. The army barracks in Snowfield Castle are large and comfortable, because there are currently not many soldiers in Winter City. There are enough empty rooms to accommodate these guards. After entering the barracks, the guards felt a burst of heat on their faces, and suddenly realized that they might not have to worry about freezing in this land of ice and snow. The living conditions of these soldiers in Winter City are actually better than the barracks where the Tilan Knights are stationed. The members of the Tilan Knights are all from good backgrounds, and they will definitely be dissatisfied if their living conditions are too poor. As the strongest military force in the Kingdom of Tiran, the Tiran Knights receive top-notch treatment. Even the accommodation assigned to ordinary knights is no worse than a standard room in an ordinary hotel. But only the Tilan Knights can receive this kind of treatment. No other troops in the Tilan Kingdom can enjoy such good benefits. Unexpectedly, today at the cold frontier of the Kingdom of Tiran, the Knights of the Tiran Knights saw troops whose accommodation conditions were no worse than those of the Tiran Knights. Look at the heavy armor on those guys. The Earl of Glamorgan is very willing to spend money on soldiers. It would cost a lot of money to support a powerful army, and many lords were reluctant to spend large sums of money on soldiers, especially the seemingly unnecessary expense. Considering that the Earl of Winter City repelled the orcs not long ago, it seems that the Earl made a very right choice. Speaking of orcs, I'm starting to wonder what those so-called orcs look like. The guards were discussing orcs, and Sutton Stewart was discussing orcs with David. When he came to the Northern Plains this time, he was also tasked with investigating the military situation. He had to determine how much of a threat the orcs posed to the Kingdom of Tilan, and he had to report in detail to His Majesty the King when he returned. Orcs? David told him all the information he had about the orcs. Sutton didn't pay much attention to it at first. He had the same idea as most people in the kingdom. How could a group of backward races defeated by the Winter Lord a threat to the powerful Tiran Kingdom? Winter City is just a small border town, with a small population. Its military strength obviously cannot be that strong. How weak must the orcs be to be defeated by the Winter Lord? They were wondering just how useless the soldiers of Iron Tree Fort were. Can't even resist a bunch of weak chickens? He actually asked the royal capital for help. Now I personally came to Snowfield Castle and saw David's heavily armored knights, winter knights wearing power armor, and saw those tall metal puppets, as well as those who could quickly transform Snowfield Castle into a pure military facility. Strong infrastructure capabilities.
Sutton Stewart has realized that those orcs may not be as weak as they initially thought. Iron Tree Fort cannot withstand the orcs' attack. And it is not because of its own lack of strength. But the strength of Winter City is beyond everyone's imagination. After listening to David's description at this time, the specific situation of the orcs proved the judgment Sutton had just made.
Able to fight against elite knights, with a tall and sturdy body, and an amazing number.
The combat effectiveness of a single orc is not weak anymore, and one-on-one can fight against rigorously trained elite soldiers. But what is even more terrifying is the number of orcs. Snowfield Castle was previously attacked by 5,000 orcs, and this was not the full strength of the orcs.
There are currently a large number of orcs scattered in the eastern part of the northern plains. The specific number is difficult to estimate,
because these orcs came to the northern plains from more distant places, and they seem to be continuing to migrate to this land.
David once considered going to the east to investigate in person to see where these orcs came from. However, after confirming that there was a powerful god behind the scenes, and that the Pretender Number 1 was neatly destroyed, he temporarily gave up this investigation plan. If he flies over directly, will he be killed by the gods like Pretender Number 1? Even if it's just receiving inexplicable attention, it's not a good thing for him. Why not maintain the current state first? Improve the strength and observe whether there will be any strange changes on the orc side? According to the Dark Elf priest whom I met at the beginning, when the Dark Elves invaded the continent of Brenia, the goddess of the night helped a lot. Later, when humans entered the continent of Brenia, they were also protected by the god of war and the goddess of harvest. It makes no sense that the orcs don't have any power here, which means that the orcs obviously have a bigger trump card that they haven't used yet. He did not tell Sutton Stewart this unconfirmed news, but even if he only told the Earl the information he currently had, it had already made the Earl Sutton Stewart realize the seriousness of the matter. The large number of orcs with good combat effectiveness is indeed a huge threat. After silently thinking about the northern plains and the surrounding terrain, Earl Sutton Stewart wanted to determine whether the orcs might threaten the interior of the Tilland Kingdom from other routes. Fortunately, unless these orcs can cross the Tiran Mountains, only by continuously breaking through Winter City and Iron Tree Fort can they threaten the core territory of the Tiran Kingdom. He suddenly remembered that the Sotorama Empire had sent out some information some time ago. Their eastern region had not been peaceful in the past 2 years and had been attacked frequently. When the Tilland Kingdom received this news, it regarded it as excitement and fun. Looking at it now, is it possible that those who have been harassing the shores of the Siduramar Empire in the past 2 years are actually orcs? After sorting out all kinds of information in his mind, Sutton recorded the information first, then asked about the situation of Snowfield Castle, and expressed his desire to visit the current defense status of Snowfield Castle.
If there is a need in Winter City, the king will send the Tyrant Knights to station in Snowfield Castle. It's not necessary for the time being.
David didn't want the fortress he finally captured to be occupied by the Tyrant Knights for no apparent reason. The Tyrant Knights have entered Snowfield Castle. Will Snowfield Castle still be considered their own territory? Do these knights listen to themselves or directly to the king? The answer is obvious. After all, even David himself is loyal to His Majesty the King. It is impossible for the Tiran Knights to ignore the king's orders and follow the orders of his count. After coming out of the room, Sutton followed David up the city wall. At this time, he noticed that there were always huge metal puppets hanging out near the city wall. It seemed that these puppets were on guard and patrolling.
I've been meaning to ask since just now. What? Are these metal golems made using alchemy?
No. David greeted lightning not far away.
They are Cybertronians. A very special race. Forehead.
Sutton never expected that the metal puppet he had always thought of was actually a special kind of life form. And it was also a tribe. So, these giant metal giants called Cybertronians have become the residents of Winter City? Could it be that these Cybertronians are the real reason why Winter City is so powerful? Sutton felt that he might have guessed the truth. And in a sense, his guess couldn't be wrong. At the same time, the Earl was keenly aware that David seemed to have told him this information on purpose. It seemed that he wanted to explain the powerful secret of Winter City to His Majesty the King through his report. Why do this? Maybe to show loyalty? To reduce suspicion and caution from the king? No matter what the idea was, Sutton Stewart felt that his mission should be easier to complete this time. In addition to investigating the situation of the orcs, he also had to find out the secrets of Winter City. Condition. Including what happened to the so-called Flying Dragon. We have to check everything.
Chapter 248 Winter City. Before Sutton set off, he felt that he might need to use some means to find out enough information. Unexpectedly, David had no intention of hiding it, and quickly introduced him to the Flying Dragon of Winter City.
Cybertronians generally possess the ability to shapeshift.
Either turn into a giant metal bird, or turn into some kind of vehicle that does not need to be dragged by livestock, and can run quickly. These Cybertronians are also known as Transformers. Sutton and Princess Sophia experienced the vehicles transformed from Transformers on their way from Snowfield Castle to Winterfell. Considering the road conditions, several people rode in the large truck that Optimus Prime turned into, while the escort of the mission rode in the transport truck used by the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. After taking the transportation provided by Winter City, the delegation arrived at Winter City in a shorter time.
This is your territory. Winter City? Yes.
Sitting in Optimus Prime's cab, Sophia has a high enough height and a clear perspective to see the beautiful city in front of her.
No walls. No. The city is developing very fast, so no city walls have been built.
Sutton hasn't spoken much since he sat in Optimus Prime's cockpit, and just silently looked at the situation inside the car. He saw a lot of things from here. This so-called truck should be driven by a person. That is to say, there seems to be a prototype of the vehicles that these Transformers can turn into. He doesn't know yet that the truck behind is not a Transformer. This seems to mean that this thing called a truck can be made through methods such as alchemy, even if it doesn't turn into a huge metal giant. This thing is very convenient, and can bring about earth-shaking changes to the entire kingdom. Extending the idea. Is it similar to what is called an airplane? Sutton regretted not adding experts in alchemy, magic, and engineering technology to the mission. Perhaps they could make a more accurate judgment. She was thinking about various things in her mind, and did not disturb the chat between Sophia and David. It was not until Winter City appeared in sight that Sophia asked David about the fact that Winter City had no walls, which attracted his attention from the truck to the city. Looking at the city in the distance made up of countless beautiful houses, Sutton took advantage of the situation and observed the surrounding environment of Winter City. In terms of scenery and geographical location, the location where Winter City was established is very good, with forests to the north, rivers to the west, and plains to the southeast. It is a good place to live no matter how you look at it. The only disadvantage is that there are no dangerous points that are conducive to defense. In this case, the role of the city wall is much greater than that of some towns built based on dangerous terrain. But David didn't build the wall. Could it be that David, a country lord with a commoner background, didn't know the importance of the city wall? He might have thought so before, but it's impossible for him to think so now. From the fact that David was able to build such an advanced and beautiful town and form the powerful Winter Knights in just 1 year, we can know that David is a very powerful lord. Such a powerful lord didn't build a city wall. The only explanation is that he didn't think it was necessary. He is confident that his Winter City cannot be attacked. Looking at more cars in the city, and the Cybertronians passing by from time to time, as the team actually drove into Winter City, Sutton also noticed something being built in an open space, and the person responsible for the construction was several Cybertronians in purple and green.
What's being built there? The first school in Winter City.
There was still a large area of open space in the northeastern area of Winter City, so David chose this area as the site for the school. After Digging Tiger completed the renovation of Snowfield Castle, he returned to Winter Town to build the school. When the overall construction is completed, craftsmen who have not had much work recently will move in to complete the interior decoration. In addition, the carpenters in Winter City are building tables, chairs, and other equipment for school use. Leonard and Howard took the time to renovate a batch of printing equipment. In the future, various printing equipment, including textbooks, will be used in Winter City. Books can be printed directly locally, and there is no need for Laura to make them in her world and then transport them. Speaking of this, David realized that in the future, he could collect books from all over the world, translate them into Brinian Common Language, print them into books, and store them in the Winter Public Library. Deciding to take some time to mention this matter to Weatherby, David continued to introduce Winter Academy to Sutton and Sophia.
So, this is an academy for all citizens of Winter City? Whether they are nobles or commoners?
Sutton's first reaction was not that David, the Lord, had noble sentiments, but that it seemed inappropriate to do so. As an out-and-out aristocrat with a privileged background, he does not believe that it is necessary for civilians to receive education. Is that any good? Ordinary people only need to be able to work, farm, and occasionally support the knights with weapons. Will civilians who have learned more knowledge and learned more be willing to live a hard life? If the common people are unwilling to do hard work, who will plant the land in the future? Who does the dirty work? Various thoughts flashed through Sutton's mind.
But he did not speak out to remind David. He did not believe that David could not think of these things. But he did it anyway, which proved that David and his ideas were not on the same path. In other words, is there any greater benefit that makes David have to do this? For what reason? Sutton previously thought that his task could be completed easily. But now it seems that more problems have arisen. As the motorcade stopped at the entrance of the Winter Hotel, Princess Sophia and her guards were all arranged to stay in this hotel. Sufficiently comfortable and high-end rooms have been prepared in advance, in order to prevent these country bumpkins from the royal city from making any jokes because they don't know how to use the modern facilities inside. A group of maids and servants have also been specially arranged. Princess Sophia and Earl Sutton Stuart have their own servants. The maids and servants of Winter City will teach these people how to use various facilities, and they can also call them for help when necessary. Her Royal Highness the Princess and Earl Stuart can have a good rest today. Various visits and welcome activities are scheduled for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Leave the Earl of Glamorgan to worry. After saying goodbye to each other with perfect etiquette, David left the high-end accommodation area of the Winter Hotel, then walked directly across the wide road and walked back to his Glamorgan castle. Some important figures in Winter City were gathered in the conference room waiting for his arrival. After David put down the appointment letter and officially announced that Winter Town would become Winter City from today on, and the entire Northern Plains would become his legal territory, everyone in the office smiled. Even though there was accurate information before, it was not confirmed until now. With the improvement of David's status, everyone's status has actually been improved accordingly. After all, there is no comparison between the managers of a town and the officials who govern the entire Northern Plain. Congratulations! Congratulations! Tony Stark applauded David vigorously several times, and then asked the question he was most concerned about. Has there been any change in your ability? Everyone present is our own. Even Gareth and Floyd have now integrated into the inner circle, and have some understanding of the mysterious power possessed by the Lord. It's no good even if you don't understand them. Some strange people pop up here every 3 days in winter. Ordinary people don't care where these people come from. As the top commander and deputy commander of Winter's military, how could they not care? Especially as the contact with Renault, Lydron and others becomes more frequent. More or less information can be heard. As long as the brain is normal, the truth can be discovered. Therefore, some things are no longer avoided by these people. Looking at Tony's expression, David knew that what he cared about most was whether he could travel between the two worlds relatively freely. He didn't want to have to find Steve all the time, as if he and Steve had some strange relationship. What specific changes will there be? I need some time to slowly test them. My golden finger is not good at this. I can only rely on myself to explore what abilities I have. Even if new functions are upgraded, there is no prompt, and I still have to rely on them. He figured it out on his own. Let's explore. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now. After chatting with everyone for a while, and asking everyone to go back and keep an eye on their own work, Leonard and the others conducted some more tests on the crystal mine to see if there would be any changes in the crystal mine recently. Any more? It seems like there's nothing left. After giving instructions, he just asked everyone to focus on the work at hand. In other cases, he might have to test it himself. For example, can he freely travel to other worlds? After staring at Tony beside him for a while, David thought about the Marvel Cinematic Universe in his mind, and then wandered back and forth on the road near Fort Glamorgan. As a result, he wandered for a long time without crossing. Tony watched for a while, and knew what David was testing. And then, he started wandering around. The two of them wandered around like idiots for a long time, but ended up staying on the wide road in front of Fort Glamorgan, with no sign of crossing at all. Stop wandering around. I'm a little dizzy. Tony stopped and called David to stop quickly. His physical fitness was not as good as David's, although he wouldn't be exhausted after walking for a while. There was no need to torture himself like this. David stopped and sighed helplessly. It seems that if I want to play in other worlds as I please, I still need to work harder to upgrade. Just as he was thinking this, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed like a new person was coming. However, what surprised David was that the sudden appearance was not a newcomer, but Jaina Proudmoore. Huh? What's going on? Chapter 249 New Functions of Goldfinger. The Jaina Proudmoore in front of them was not the new Jaina. It was the Jaina they knew, and was currently serving as Dalaran's diplomat in Winterfell. Diplomats such as Jaina and Sylvanas would return to their own worlds from time to time to report on the situation here. Winter Town has been upgraded to Winter City. Baron Glamorgan has been promoted to Earl of Glamorgan. and the territory under his name has expanded countless times. These things must be reported. However, Sylvanas will return directly to Winter City after reporting the situation. She figured it out. She didn't want to be the queen of the High Elf Kingdom. There was no need to get involved in those things. She could hide in Winter City and work as a diplomat. When Kael'thas became king, her status and reputation would be improved. After stabilizing, she can continue to be her ranger general. Anyway, High Elves have a long lifespan, so there is no need for her to dwell on this short period of 10 years. Jaina's situation is different. She is a disciple of the Archmage Antonidas. Due to various changes, Dalaran has not been invaded by the Scourge, and the entire city still exists intact at its original location. Many mages in Dalaran are still alive and well, and are still a major force in the world of Azeroth. Jaina is still the princess of Kul Tiras, so she has to travel to a lot of places every time she goes back. Even with the teleportation spell, she still has to spend a lot of time dealing with various things. Occasionally when she is free, she will also think about the differences between the two worlds and how to freely travel back and forth between the two worlds with her own abilities. This was the case this time. After handling various matters, Jaina was preparing to go to Lordaeron to find Fording. When she was thinking about how to use her magic to go to Winter City, she suddenly came to Winter City. After listening to Gianna's description, David was very speechless. Jaina said a lot, but it was equivalent to not saying anything. She herself didn't know how she did it, but judging from her description, it seemed that she had gained abilities similar to those of Fording and others. Test a few more times to see if you can really travel back and forth freely? Jaina is also very concerned about this matter, although she still doesn't understand the principle. As long as she has this ability, it will be much easier for her to study it. Gianna tried several times in front of David, proving that she could really travel freely between the two worlds. Seeing this situation, Tony also started to try. But just like before, there was no way to return to his own world at will. How is this going? Tony thought quietly for a few seconds, and when Gianna came back again, he asked her a few questions, such as whether there were any energy fluctuations when she completed the time travel, or magic loss or something like that. After getting a negative answer, Tony began to sort out various information about the two people and find the differences. His mind was spinning quickly, and he quickly thought of a key difference, and it was related to Winter City. Identity! Not only Tony thought about it, but David and Jaina also thought about it. Compared to Jaina, the diplomat stationed in Winter City, Tony does not have any official status in Winter City. In order to verify this guess, the three people immediately went to find Renaud, Sylvanas, Medivh, and others to conduct a test. This was soon confirmed. People with diplomat status such as Renaud and Sylvanas have gained the ability to travel between the two worlds freely, but people like Medivh, who are purely guests, cannot travel back and forth at will. Then several people went to find Jack Clauza, Sheldon, and others. Jack Clauza had the official status of firearms instructor and Knight of the Knights of Winter, and also gained the ability to travel freely. Howard, Sheldon, and others have official status as alchemists, engineers, and scientific consultants of Winter Alchemy Workshop. Sheldon also immediately joined Winter's household registration, and at this time also gained the ability to travel back and forth at will. On the other hand, it was Penny. Although she had a property in Winter City, she did not have a Winter household registration or any official position, so she still needed Leonard to take her back and forth. So I'm just a gangster in Winter City? Penny originally didn't care much about whether she had a household registration in Winter City. After all, whether she had a household registration or not in this world didn't seem to have any impact on her. It's different now. People with status and household registration have gained superpowers, which makes her seem like an outsider. From the perspective of household registration, etc., she can only be regarded as an outsider now. I want to apply for naturalization. Penny said on the spot that she wanted to become a Winter citizen. From now on, she would be an out-and-out Winter City citizen. She would die in Winter City, be buried in Winter City, and become a female ghost in Winter City. Naturalization was not a big deal. So David went directly to Weatherby Swan, applied for Petunia's household registration on the spot, and filed Petunia's personal information on file. After doing these things, David asked Penny to test immediately whether she had gained the ability to travel freely between the two worlds. The result was a bit surprising. After Petunia obtained the Winter household registration, she still did not gain the ability to travel between the two worlds at will. This made Petunia very depressed. David didn't think about it for too long and immediately gave Penny the identity of an assistant to the etiquette officer. Penny immediately had the ability to travel between the two worlds. It seems like it's not just the household registration in Winter City. Through a series of tests, he already knew the official position in Winter City, which could give these aliens the ability to travel between the two worlds. Although there are still some restrictions, it will become more convenient for Winter City to communicate with many worlds. Through this change, David wondered if he could recruit more talents across dimensions if he issued something like visas. Has it become easier and faster to recruit people? With the issuance of visas or certificates of permission to enter Winter City, these people can come directly to Winter City, which is definitely much more efficient than having to contact specific people to go back and forth. If this method works, maybe we can build a facility similar to the entry-exit customs to have the effect of an interdimensional teleportation array? David was about to test everything. But when he turned his head, he saw Tony staring at him eagerly. How? Ahem. Tony cleared his throat. What do you think of me serving as the chief scientific advisor of Winter City? Sure. Tony originally didn't want to hold any title in Winter City. He felt that it would give him more freedom. He could come and go as he pleased, and his involvement with Winter City would not be so close. But under the current situation, Tony felt that it was not okay for him not to have any title, and he even had to apply for naturalization to become a real resident of Winter City. Or, can you give me a knighthood or something? What? You want to swear allegiance to me? When Tony heard this, he was completely embarrassed. So he decisively ignored the topic and only asked David for a chief scientific advisor and a residence permit in Winter City. Afterwards, David returned to his office and asked Eva to find the information and household registration information of some important people in Winter City. This information is usually kept close at hand for David to review at any time. Almost as soon as David gave the order, Eva walked in holding the document. Opening the document, the household registration information in Winter City was divided into several parts. There are corresponding folders for locals, non-locals, officials and civilians. People like Eva, Helen, and Tony and Sylvanus are in different categories. Putting aside the documents recording the information affording Eva and others, these people have the ability to travel back and forth at will, and their household registration and position will not give them any additional bonuses. What David mainly wants to check is the information of people like Tony Stark, who come to Winter City indirectly, and are of great value to Winter City at this time. Tony has been officially naturalized, and will become the chief scientific advisor of Winter City. In addition to Tony, Jack Clausa has long been a member of the Knights of Winter, and has already sworn allegiance to David and became a knight. Who else? Sheldon and others all have formal identities, and Sheldon has also applied for a formal household registration. In fact, the household registration forms currently used in Winter City are all based on Sheldon's work. Apart from these people, it seems that it is not very important whether the rest have the ability to travel freely. That's right. I almost forgot about Optimus Prime. David was going to find a time to ask Optimus Prime what position he was going to take. As for Megatron, he will become the commander of the Cybertronian Legion. By the way, what has Optimus Prime been busy with recently? Although he had taken Optimus Prime back to Winter City from Snowfield Castle, the situation at that time was not suitable for the two of them to chat. At this time, he wanted to ask about Optimus Prime's recent situation. And you have to ask Eva. It seems like I'm learning about the Holy Light with Liadrin and Ratchet. What? He wants to be the first Cybertronian paladin? With Optimus Prime's character, he should be able to learn the Holy Light soon. But I don't know if he should give this Cybertronian paladin an extra set armor and weapons. While chatting casually with Eva, he took out an ordinary iron block and used alchemy to make an iron sign. The iron plate is very simple, with a wolf head emblem symbolizing Winter City on the front, and the words permitted to enter engraved in Brinian common language on the back. He is going to try it with this token. As for who will give it to him to test the effect of this item? Helen! Give this to your father! After telling Helen about the possible effects, Helen immediately returned to the kingdom of Sparta to find her father Tindarios, and quickly came to the accurate conclusion that token did have the ability to make people come to the functions of Winter City. After Helen's father Tindarios took this token, he gained the ability to come to Winterfell freely. But after giving the token to others, he lost this ability. Leave this token to your father for safekeeping. If you stay here for a long time, if something happens over there, I can use the token to come and notify you. Chapter 250 Princess Sophia. As Winter City officially formed the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, even Helen's two brothers Castor
and Pollux came to Winter City for training. The relationship between the Kingdom of Sparta and Winterfell is becoming closer and closer. Under this situation, David extremely hopes that the Kingdom of Sparta can develop stably and preferably become the most powerful country in the world, which can continuously provide Winter City with population resources and high-quality soldiers in the future. As for growing tea in Sparta, that's all incidental. After confirming that the token he made could allow ordinary people to come to Winter City, David briefly tested the token made by others. Do the same tokens have the same effect? I also tested the tokens made with my own authorization and made without authorization. Will they have the same effect? After testing, it was found that only the tokens made by David himself qualified people to come to Winter City. No one else in Winter City, even those made with David's permission, had this qualification kind of effect.
Well, that means only I can issue this kind of token.
David didn't rush out and make a bunch of tokens and then give a few to each person. He needed time to collect his thoughts. And he couldn't think about these things while Helen was spreading olive oil everywhere and performing ancient Greek Olympic culture for herself.
Who gave you this idea?
Although David didn't know much about ancient European history, he happened to know that there was a saying about the birth of the Olympic Games that it was held to commemorate the sacrifice of Achilles. In other words, the Olympic Games only came about after Achilles died. Helen is very young now, not yet married, and has not eloped to Troy with Paris. Achilles doesn't know which palace he is as his crossdresser, so there should be no Olympic Games in her world at this time.
Laura!
Looking at the hair soaked with sweat and olive oil, David stretched out his hand to help Helen sort out the hair stuck to her forehead, and felt dumbfounded by Helen's answer. This woman was so anxious that she actually went to ask her love rival Laura for advice on how to quickly capture her.
Her approach works.
Helen lay in David's arms, feeling like her whole body was falling apart. It was difficult to move a finger, but she was very satisfied in her heart, and her physical fatigue and discomfort turned into spiritual satisfaction. David resisted and didn't say anything. With Helen's figure and appearance, even if she didn't play those fancy tricks, a normal person wouldn't be able to resist it. He just expressed his feelings to Laura in his heart. As for why Helen was suddenly so anxious, in the final analysis, it was caused by Sophia's arrival. Although the connection between Sparta and Winterfell is getting closer and closer, Helen is not satisfied with this. She dreams of becoming David's wife. Before, she could manage things slowly, and even felt that she had a slight advantage, because she could stay with David for a long time. As a result, the king of the Tiran kingdom in this world suddenly wanted to marry his daughter to David, which made her feel in crisis. She was so anxious that she didn't care about anything, and ran directly to Laura for advice. Take down David first. At first, she was a little doubtful about Laura's suggestion, but after confirming the effect, she suddenly understood why Laura was willing to give her advice. She remembered the book she had read not long ago. In the book, the demigod Hercules once pushed down 49 girls in one night and made all of the 49 girls give birth to sons. In Helen's view, David was also like this, but he didn't know if he was pregnant with a son. If so, does he have the upper hand? After thinking wildly, the tired Helen fell into sleep. David looked at Helen, who was sleeping sweetly with a smile on her lips, and acted like a human pillow motionless. When the sky became bright, David gently got rid of Helen's entanglement, got up to wash and dress, and after getting dressed, he went to meet Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia and the Earl of Sutton Stuart. The welcome ceremony and visiting activities prepared for Her Royal Highness the Princess are scheduled from noon to evening today, and all day tomorrow. As the Lord of Winter City, David, of course, cannot be absent. Not only David cannot be absent, but all the high-level people in Winter City will be present at this welcome party. The welcome party will be held in Glamorgan Castle, but David must first go to the Winter Hotel to personally pick up the princess and the earl. Even if it is just a short distance across the road, there should be no lack of etiquette. Elias Parker, who went to the royal capital specifically to resolve personal matters and returned with the envoy this time, had already been guarding the door of David's bedroom. As soon as David finished tidying up and walked out of the bedroom door, he saw his etiquette officer waiting quietly here.
Have you settled everything? Yes, my lord. You will always live in Winter City from now on. That's my luck. My lord. How are the preparations for the welcome party? Everything is ready.
These are the jobs of the etiquette officer, and Elias got up early to check all the details. The venue, layout, and food were all checked, and some hot dishes had to wait until the right time to prepare them. However, Elias knew Jonah's craftsmanship and was not worried about any problems with the food. A large group of people, including political officer Weatherby Swan, Sheriff Elizabeth Swan, Floyd and Jack Clausa of the Winter Knights, Navy Commander James Norrington, etc., had already arrived at this time. Waiting over there in the banquet hall, David will take Elias, Gareth Stanton, and some Winter Knights to pick up Princess Sophia and Earl Sutton Stewart.
The car is arranged. It's Dino.
Elias had not seen Dino before, because Dino had only recently come to Winter City, and he happened to go to the royal capital. However, this does not affect his choice of the most suitable car after fully understanding all the information.
Oh, but as for Dino
transformed into a Ferrari sports car. It could only seat 2 people.
Right? The Earl will ride in the second car with Gareth.
Although Sutton Stewart is the leader of the mission, the real protagonist of this mission is Princess Sophia, and everyone knows this. While talking, he walked out of Glamorgan Castle. The car was already parked here, and David got directly into the red sports car that Dino transformed into.
It's such a boring job.
As soon as David came in, Dino started to complain about this job. He was really unhappy that he had to make a special trip to cross the street and back.
No way. Who made you handsome enough? That's true.
As the convoy set off, David noticed that the ones ahead were Winter Knights riding heavy motorcycles. Looking at these gorgeous ceremonial armors, David thought of the kind of motorcycle that could transform into a battle armor. Right? Can you make a batch of similar equipment? Because the distance was too close. He didn't have time to think about anything more. The team had already arrived at the door of the hotel. Go and greet Princess Sophia. Pick up Her Royal Highness and get into the sports car together. And then drive back to Glamorgan Castle. The whole process highlighted one cumbersome aspect. David felt that if he really married the princess and had to go to such trouble to meet her every day, he might go crazy. Now he could behave as normal and perfectly display the etiquette that a count should have. The most important thing is that he does not need to maintain this state every day. All the way to the banquet hall, David personally introduced the main officials in Winter City to Her Royal Highness the Princess. This was a normal procedure. There was nothing special about the entire welcome party. What was a little bit special was that Sophia was a little surprised that there were female senior officials in Winter City. But she didn't say anything during the banquet, and showed her most perfect side as the princess of the kingdom in front of everyone. It wasn't until everyone dispersed one after another that Her Royal Highness expressed that she wanted to take a good stroll around Winter City. When David was the only one around, the princess breathed a sigh of relief.
Very tired? Yes.
Sophia glanced at David and winked playfully.
You are pretending to be working hard too.
When the 2 people came out this time, they were no longer sitting in a Ferrari transformed from Dino. In order to give Sophia a better view of Winter City, they were riding in a pickup truck transformed from iron.
Fine. Are you worried?
Sophia looked at David with her big round eyes, as if she had already seen through everything.
Are you worried that you will have to live this kind of life every day in the future? Yes.
David looked at the princess next to him, who still had a childish face. He suddenly realized that this young princess might not be as childish as she seemed.
Don't worry. In fact, my father and mother don't have so many messy etiquettes when they are together.
Sophia looked at David and realized that these words seemed inappropriate to say.
Well, I want to say, you wouldn't be like this when you're with someone close to you.
Right? Won't. That's right.
Sophia said. I'm right. But his face was obviously a little disappointed. David's answer clearly revealed a message. There is already someone close to him around him. David's straightforward statement actually meant that he hoped that Princess Sophia would
give up on the difficulties.
Although His Majesty the King has announced that he is planning to marry the princess to the Earl of Glamorgan, if Princess Sophia expresses her resistance to the marriage, then it will not be a problem for His Majesty the King to retract his previous words. It was Her Royal Highness the Princess who actively refused this marriage, which would not have any impact on the majesty of the royal family. At most, Earl David would be ridiculed by other nobles for a while. What troubles David is that Sophia is not prepared to refuse the marriage.
Chapter 251 Sophia's Choice. Standing on the winter pier, looking at several fishing boats parked next to the pier, Sophia watched with interest for a while as the wind and waves rose and fell, and then turned her gaze to the military pier some distance away. Compared with the fishing boats next to it, the cruiser transformed by Skyfire is undoubtedly more conspicuous.
The Winter River is actually so vast.
What I was looking at was the boat, but what I was talking about was the river.
Where does this river lead? Follow the river west, and eventually it will reach the sea. See? This leads to the sea?
The Kingdom of Thailand is considered a landlocked country. There is no coastline in the entire kingdom. After the establishment of Winter City, it sails to the sea to the west through the Winter River, which is considered the only outlet for the Kingdom of Thailand. David did not report this information, and even His Majesty the King did not know that his country now had an outlet to the sea. Now tell Sophia about this. Maybe His Majesty King Abelson will also know the news soon. Right? Just as David was thinking this, Sophia suddenly turned to look at him.
How? Do you need me to keep it a secret for you? Are you talking about Haikau?
Yeah. Sophia nodded fiercely.
I don't need to tell anyone.
David looked at the young princess and suddenly wanted to know what she was thinking. Why didn't she refuse the marriage? And from the looks of it, is he determined to marry himself? Asking the question directly, I thought Sophia would be a little embarrassed. But Her Royal Highness was just stunned for 2 seconds, and then gave an irrefutable answer.
If I don't marry you, I will marry someone else. At that time, I won't even marry you.
Do you know if you can still stay in Tehran?
As the Princess of Thailand Kingdom, this is a fate that Sophia cannot escape. Her marriage is not just a marriage. It will be mixed with many additional factors. Comparing various situations, you will find that marrying David is a pretty good choice for Sophia herself. She has met David and has a certain liking for him. David, who is young, handsome, powerful, and has great abilities, is definitely better than a stranger she has never seen before and has no idea what his personality is. What's more, she can stay in Thailand if she marries David. If for some reasons she is married abroad, she may never be able to return to her hometown again in her lifetime. What's even more frightening is that if she really marries to another country, she may have to maintain the dignity of Princess Thailand at all times and will never be able to do what she wants or likes. That kind of life was too terrible. Even if she knew her destiny and mission, she would not choose that kind of future. Listening to Sophia's description, David found that the other party's reasons were indeed very good. If he were faced with a similar situation, he would make the same choice. I took Sophia for a walk around the military dock, and even boarded the deck of the cruiser transformed from Skyfire. I stood on the deck and felt the strong north wind on the river. After closing her eyes and feeling it for a while, Sophia suddenly took off the necklace around her neck. And then she really felt what it was like in the winter in Winter City, especially on windy days.
It's so cold.
David moved quickly, raised his hand, and released a ray of holy light to protect the princess, then took the necklace from Sophia's hand and put it back on Sophia's neck. At this time, Sophia was still looking down at the golden light lingering on her body.
What is this? Holy light. Holy light. Well, it's a magical power.
After putting the temperature-maintaining necklace on Sophia again, David briefly introduced the holy light to Sophia. By the way, he also introduced the Holy Light Cathedral and the Holy Light Church.
Sounds a bit like the temple? The difference is still very obvious.
The gods enshrined in the temple are named gods. This is not the case in the teachings of the Holy Light Church. The so-called Holy Light is not a clear individual. As they chatted, the sun gradually set and night gradually enveloped Winter City. Because it was winter, the sun set relatively early, and it was already dark, but it wasn't actually dinner time yet. But the princess, even if she was dating her fiancé, couldn't stay home under the pitch-black sky. So even though she still had many things she was curious about,
she still took the iron plate back to the Winter Hotel, in a high-end accommodation area.
There are a lot of interesting things here, and I'm really looking forward to visiting tomorrow. There will be more interesting things tomorrow. Your Royal Highness, please take a good rest and recuperate.
Tomorrow's visit will not only entertain Princess Sophia, but the Earl of Sutton Stuart is also an important guest. At the same time, the main place to visit tomorrow is the Winter Military Camp. Although a lot of information will be exposed, it is also an opportunity to show strength. After bidding farewell to Princess Sophia, David returned to his office in Fort Glamorgan and was discussing with Etiquette Officer Elias, Commander Gareth Stanton of the Winter Knights, Deputy Commander Floyd, and others, things about tomorrow. In addition, there is also a laser bird standing on David's desk. The laser bird appears here to represent the Decepticons. The now renamed Cybertronian Legion laser bird will simultaneously broadcast the meeting for Soundwave and Megatron. Megatron, you can also discuss things with David through the laser bird. There is no way. Although the Decepticons have joined Winter City, when Fort Glamorgan was built, the internal buildings were built based on human standards, and the meeting with the Cybertronians was not considered. However, It is said that Megatron and Optimus Prime have decided to establish a Cybertron Technology Research Center in the Cybertron living area. The first key research topic is the deeper application of Cybertron compression technology. The goal of the research is to allow Cybertronians to maintain a similar size to humans for a long time without affecting combat and transformation efficiency. Cybertronian compression technology can compress them to the size of ordinary humans. But this compression will cause various side effects, such as longer deformation time, etc. As for the fact that they didn't study this technology in the past, it was because there was no need. Now Megatron feels that he needs to further strengthen his compression technology. He does not want to have laser birds to help broadcast every meeting. Tomorrow's tour route has been basically determined, starting with farmland and residential areas, followed by garbage, wastewater treatment plants, power plants, water plants, and finally military camps. The tour routes are all drawn up by Elias, and the order takes into account route, time, lunch, etc. If everything goes well, we will arrive at the military camp at noon. After having a simple lunch in the military camp, we will start visiting various areas of the military camp, various weapons and equipment, and some combat power displays. After Elias finished explaining the entire process, the next step was the work of the two commanders. My lord, when you show the strength of the Knights of Winter, do you have to be appropriately reserved? Although Gareth Stanton was appointed by His Majesty King Abelson to become David's personal knight, he firmly regards Earl David Glamorgan as his object of allegiance. Earl of Glamorgan is his true monarch. So at this time, he would only consider David's interests, not the interests of the king or the kingdom of Tehran. No, there's no need. David waved his hand and said that he could just conduct the demonstration as normal. Even if Earl Stewart knows the actual combat power of the Winter Knights, the information will be revealed when he returns to the capital. By the time it was reported, the information was already outdated. The Knights of Winter have already been on the fast track, especially after Tony Stark, a bastard who likes to tinker with black technology, officially settled in Winter City. The equipment of the Knights of Winter has been constantly updated. At present, the common equipment of the Winter Knights is still the test-type Blizzard Power Armor, which is also the equipment that will be used in the display tomorrow. In fact, the official version of the Blizzard Power Armor has been finalized, and several sets have been produced for testing. In the future, the Winter Knights will slowly switch to the official model of Blizzard Power Armor. In addition to the more complete internal system facilities, the official model of Blizzard Power Armor also has significantly improved combat effectiveness, Cybertron Energy Shield, greater mobility and strength increase, more powerful shock absorption system, etc. In addition, a new generation rifle tentatively codenamed Flute is still being tested. As for why it's called a flute, it was because David had previously named Winter City's standard pistol piano. So Tony randomly chose a musical instrument as the code name for the new rifle. A lot of new weapons are waiting to be installed, and the soldiers of the Winter Knights have begun to receive paladin training. Their combat power will be greatly improved soon, so there is no need to hide the things they currently have. As for things that really need to be hidden, such as fighting methods and new tactics, there is no need to hide these things. In the previous battle at Snowfield Castle, many soldiers from Iron Tree Castle saw how the battle was fought here in Winter City. He didn't believe that the information was not available in the capital. What's more, if I show off the Winter City army tomorrow and deliberately make it very different from the battle with Snowfield Castle, it will arouse more suspicion. At this time when the Kingdom of Thailand is preparing to forcibly migrate its population to the north, it is possible to arouse suspicion. Not a smart move. After David briefly stated his thoughts, the people in front of him knew what they should do tomorrow: train as usual and show off how they want. Thinking about it, after Winter City has demonstrated sufficient combat effectiveness, the royal capital will no longer insist on sending troops to the northern plains. What should we do? The laser bird that had never spoken spoke Megatron's voice. The Cybertron army is also a member of the Winter Army. But how should they show their abilities tomorrow? Let Nitrogen Zeus perform a flight demonstration and show the effect of its ground attack. Chapter 252 Thailand Shadow Guard. My name is Ulysses, and I am a knight of the Guards Knights of the Kingdom of Tyran. But this is just my superficial identity. My real identity is a member of Thailand Shadow Guard. The Thailand Shadow Guard is an organization that is completely loyal to His Majesty the King and completely hidden in the shadows. It is the key to the stability and strength of the Thailand Kingdom. It is not an accident that I can become a Thailand Shadow Guard, because I have been raised and educated by Thailand Shadow Guard since I was sensible.
It is my destiny to become a Thailand Shadow Guard. And I am very happy about it. After years of study and training, I became an official Shadow Guard, and at the same time obtained the superficial status of a Guard's Knight. My main job is to ensure that if any bad tendencies arise within the Guard's Knights, His Majesty the King will be able to stop him. Know it instantly. This task is very boring. I feel that my many years of study and training have no chance to be used. However, I still work hard to complete the tasks assigned to me by my superiors until I receive a more important task. That day, I reported as usual. Everything is fine with the Guard's Knight. What awaits me this time is not the usual simple response, but a new task. Very good. The important task I have been waiting for many years is finally here. I was looking forward to it, and couldn't wait to get the mission content and related information that I had placed in a secret place in advance based on the password I had mastered. And then I couldn't wait to get home. During this period, I had to find reasons to decline the invitations from my colleagues and the Knights of the Guards, as well as the warm greetings from my neighbors. After taking precautions, I entered the secret room and opened the information that had been enchanted and protected. After reading the mission content first, I found that this mission didn't seem too difficult. I just used my identity as a Knight of the Guards to join the mission led by the Earl of Sutton Stewart. Of course, I know Earl Sutton Stewart. He is a very famous figure in the capital. It is said that the beautiful women he has slept with can be lined up from the capital of Thailand to the coast of the Sotaruma Empire. It is really a person in the sky. However, as the younger brother of Her Royal Highness the Queen, Earl Stewart will not have any trouble finding him as long as he does not do anything harmful to the Thailand kingdom and just sleeps with ordinary women. My mission is not to investigate this Earl, but to follow the mission to Winter City in the Northern Plains and conduct a detailed investigation of all intelligence information about Winter City. Winterfell. Baron Glamorgan O. Now an Earl. That was a super lucky guy. Some even called him the luckiest man since the birth of Thailand Kingdom. Now, this lucky Earl has been favored by the goddess of luck again. And His Majesty the King is actually planning to marry the beautiful Princess Sophia to that guy. Hateful. How jealous. For a moment, I wished I was the Earl of Glamorgan. But I'd better look at other information first. Along with the mission requirements, I also received information collected through various channels by the Kingdom and the Thailand Shadow Guards. These information were designed to give me a basic understanding of Winter City. Having received relevant training, I know very well that when this information is handed over to me, it comes with another task, verification. Is the actual situation in Winter City as recorded in the data? How accurate is it? What are the differences? How big is the difference? I need to investigate this. It looks like a very challenging task. I'm starting to look forward to it. Joining the mission is not a hassle for me. My superiors have already made the corresponding preparations for me. I don't need to be special in the mission. I just need to complete the work of the Guard's Knight step by step. Serve as a guard beside the princess or the earl. There was nothing to worry about along the way. But as we gradually approached the northern plains, the weather was getting colder and colder. Even if I wore a heavy shirt and cloak, the knife-like cold wind still made me uncomfortable. I also want the kind of warm accessories that Her Royal Highness wears. We have arrived at the northern plains. What the H.L. is this place? The wind here is even more unbearable than before. In addition to cutting like a knife, these winds seem to penetrate from all directions. Even though I have covered all the gaps in the armor with cotton cloth, it's blocked. But I still feel the wind blowing into the armor. Is this Snowfield Castle? It's really a simple fortress. The orcs can't even defeat such a fortress, so it doesn't seem worthy of much attention. I was wrong. The inside of Snowfield Castle is so beautiful? So clean? I feel that the main road in Snowfield Castle is cleaner than Thailand's palace. Could it be that the Earl of Glamorgan specially had it cleaned in order to welcome Her Royal Highness the Princess? Those winter knights in heavy armor and those huge metal puppets. The Winter Knights, a unit that was thought to be just a joke, seems not to be what everyone thought. Just a product of the country lord's own entertainment. No matter what, the house in Snowfield Castle is very warm. It is said that it is because of the installation of heating. I feel as if I have come to life again. It is so comfortable here. I have rarely had a good sleep since joining the mission. This vehicle called a truck is not very comfortable to ride on, but it runs really fast. Looking at the other guards knights in the car, everyone was amazed at the speed of this car. Everyone felt that if soldiers could take this kind of vehicle when going on an expedition, they could reach the battlefield faster and more easily, and they could stay more strength to deal with the enemy. I also expressed my agreement.
and also realized that Winter City can control a wider area of land with fewer troops if it has this kind of vehicle. Arriving at Winter City, I finally saw the so-called Winter City. Recall the record seen in the data. Winter Town is just a small town still under construction, with imperfect infrastructure and only a few wooden houses. Although Baron Glamorgan is building his own town. Within a few years, Winter Town is difficult to actually build. After looking at this city with countless beautiful houses in front of me, I think the Shadow Guard responsible for investigating Winter City should be fired. Could it be that all the beautiful houses in front of you were built in this year? There are not so many craftsmen in Winter City who can complete such a large project in such a short time. Just when I was thinking about how to report my colleague's dereliction of duty, the team had already arrived at the accommodation arranged for us by Winter City. Winter Hotel? It sounds like a very cliched name. But the environment here is very good. The Earl of Glamorgan of Winter City even arranged comfortable rooms for all the entourage including me. Even an ordinary guard knight like me only lives in a double room with another guard knight, instead of a lot of people crowded into a barracks. To be honest, if the barracks in Winter City are similar to the barracks in Snowfield Castle, I thought living in a barracks was a very good treatment for the environment. But I didn't expect to be treated so well. The Earl of Glamorgan is really a generous and friendly lord. And only such an outstanding lord is worthy of marrying Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia. After sitting on the comfortable bed for a while, it was the first time for me to sit on such a comfortable bed, and my whole body seemed to sink into it. After sitting quietly for a while, I got up and looked at the bathroom. When the waiter introduced me to the use of these things and how to use them before, it was a bit hard for me to accept that the toilet was actually in the room. But now, kick Mike out. This guy has been in the bathroom for a long time, and he doesn't know what's so interesting about it. After solving some necessary problems, I quietly observed for a while that the filth was really washed away by the water, and no smell came out. What a magical facility. And that sink. Where does all this water come from? There is also that shiny thing called an electric light, which is really convenient. I wonder if I can buy some electric lights and install them in the secret room. After a good night's rest, the comfortable bed made me a little reluctant to get up. But there was still a lot of work to do today, so I still sat up with my strong will, glancing at the bed next to him. Mike was also awake, lying there with eyes wide open, showing no intention of getting up. TSK. What an embarrassment to the guard's knight. After getting up and washing up, I have to say that the bathroom is really convenient. I can solve all kinds of problems without even leaving the door. Moreover, those dirty things were also cleaned up, and I don't know where they were sent. Is it underground? Won't it be full? Maybe someone specializes in cleaning these things? After tidying up my equipment and appearance, I pulled Mike up from the bed, followed closely behind the car carrying Her Royal Highness the Princess and the Earl on the horse that had also been well rested, and carefully looked at everything in Winter City. Winter City is really clean. Even though I had arrived near the farmland where civilians live, I didn't see garbage or roads full of mud. I found that even some inconspicuous alleys were paved with beautiful stone pavements. This is simply unbelievable. Even if Winter City is just a small town, laying stone pavements throughout the town is not a small project. Not to mention that the actual area of Winter City is not small, especially those main roads. They are so wide and scary. Keep all this in mind and continue to visit Winter City with the team, because I was right next to Her Royal Highness. I was lucky enough to hear a lot of information, including how much farmland Winter City currently has, and how much food these farmlands can produce each year. What is the role of garbage and wastewater treatment plants? What happened to the water system? What is a power plant used for? These introductions solved my doubts, and there seemed to be more and more things to report. I also learned that Winter City is so clean because of the request of the Lord, Earl of Glamorgan. This lord even formed a security team to catch residents who litter and defecate in the open. It's really an exaggeration. Those guys who were caught were so unlucky to meet a lord with mysophobia. After visiting the Winter Army camp, I realized that living in Iron Tree Fort was the worst. Chapter 253 Religion in Winter City. Nitrogen Zeus is a Decepticon who loves to express himself, and David gave him a chance to express himself. Maybe this will allow the Decepticons to better integrate into Winter City, because this performance is a show of strength of the Winter Army. The appearance of Nitrogen Zeus will give the Decepticons a signal. We have become a member of the Winter Army. Nitrogen Zeus did not disappoint David. He made various maneuvers in the air. Although Sutton Stewart and Princess Sophia did not know what these maneuvers meant, they knew about the metal flying rapidly in the sky. Big bird. Very flexible. It is almost impossible for soldiers standing on the ground to attack these giant metal birds. Nitrogen Zeus's next ground attack performance also made Sutton understand why the people on the northern plains were so afraid of the flying dragon possessed by Winter City. When ordinary soldiers faced these flying dragons, they had no power to fight back and could only be passively beaten. Not to mention, the destructive power of these flying dragons was quite astonishing. If this round of attack continued, a full elite infantry brigade would be completely destroyed. The army was destroyed. Even if someone survives, they may have lost their fighting ability. Sutton Stewart, who originally showed very little care about many things, showed a rare serious expression. He began to think seriously. If Lord David Glamorgan of Winter City is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to become an independent kingdom, then does the Kingdom of Thailand have the ability to stop him?
It seems that the new equipment cannot be limited to a small number of knights of the Tiran Knights. All members must change their equipment.
Sutton, who was thinking about important things in his mind, paid a little attention to look at David beside him. He had never thought that the young man who he didn't take too seriously at the beginning actually had such a powerful power. David, who was being looked at by Sutton, noticed the attention from his side. He turned to Earl Sutton Stewart, smiled and nodded, and then continued to introduce the current situation of the Winter Legion to Princess Sophia.
Although the Knights of Winter were just established not long ago, there are currently only 50 soldiers. However, these soldiers have received very strict training. In addition to having good combat abilities and being proficient in the use of hot and cold weapons, they can also skillfully drive various weapons.
Ground vehicle.
Earl Sutton Stewart kept all this information in mind. When he first visited, he already knew what ground vehicles were and those vehicles. At the same time, I also know what thermal weapons are. Nitrogen Zeus just demonstrated the power of thermal weapons very well. At this time, David also introduced the standard equipment of the Knights of the Winter Knights to the two Blizzard Power Armor. Of course, it's useless to talk about system parameters and the like. David didn't memorize those data. He just introduced this heavy armor in the simplest and plainest language. A Winter Knight wearing a Blizzard-powered armor will know how to gain greater defense, greater strength, and greater speed. At the same time, they also have the ability to airborne from high altitudes. Following David's introduction, a Quinjet appeared in everyone's sight. And then the Quinjet hovering in the air opened its hatch. And then two Winter Knights jumped out. Princess Sophia saw the two knights suddenly jumping down from such a high place, and she let out a soft cry in surprise. But then she noticed that the figures of the two heavily armored knights paused slightly in the air, and their falling momentum slowed down significantly, and finally landed firmly on the ground. Although there was a dull sound and a cloud of smoke and dust, the two heavily armored knights immediately rushed towards the target and jumped a few tens of meters away.
Wow!
Princess Sophia looked at this scene and seemed to remember something. But after rolling her eyes, she swallowed back the words she was about to blurt out. Seeing Princess Sophia's performance, Sutton Stewart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then his expression became more serious. He felt that just replacing it with new equipment might not be enough. He had to let Thailand Royal Alchemy Workshop continue to work hard to put the new equipment into use. The equipment needs to be upgraded again. After visiting the winter military camp, today's visit is basically over. Earl Stewart and Princess Sophia, who have been running for a day, go back to rest. Of course, they can also do other things to kill time. The members of the mission who followed the two men also got free time to visit Winter City, a city they were still unfamiliar with. In fact, many people want to take a good look at this city, whether they are Knights of the Thailand Knights or members of the Guards Knights. They are all curious about this magical city. With the increase in population, the shops in Winter City have begun to operate normally, and most of those who later come to Winter City will work in a certain store to make money. After all, these people no longer have the free benefits that those people enjoyed in the past, and they now have to pay rent for their residences.
Even if they don't consider housing, they still need to make money to eat. The arrival of this group of people has completely activated the economy of Winter City. Now the interior of Winter City finally has the appearance of a normal city. Because of this, after the people in the mission got free time, they also had more places to hang out. They could also buy some rare things in Winter City that were not seen in the capital and take them back as souvenirs or gifts. Sutton Stewart did not run around. He went directly back to the hotel to rest. He probably wanted to sort out the various intelligence information he saw today and think carefully about how to report what he saw and heard when he got back. Sophia didn't suggest visiting again. She was thinking about her future.
She has identified David as her marriage partner. And this will not change, but engagement and marriage are different. And she does not seem to need to rush to complete the wedding with David. Perhaps she could live in Winter City for a while, and get in touch with David for a while, so that she could get to know him up close and figure out the interpersonal relationships around David. She can also determine whether she can accept those situations. If she really can't accept it, she still has some room for maneuver, which is much better than directly condemning her to death. Moreover, Sophia was keenly aware that if she forced David to marry her immediately, I am afraid things would not develop in the direction she expected. Her guess was correct. David would definitely not be able to accept getting married to Sophia right away. But as long as he stayed, David didn't think it mattered. If Sophia can't accept her private life, she can leave at any time. If she can accept it, then David doesn't mind having another princess by his side. As for whether staying will reveal more information about Winter City, he really didn't care about that. Hiding quietly at the border has many disadvantages, but it also has many advantages. For example, he can develop with peace of mind in a relatively undisturbed environment. At this time, he has stabilized various basics, and subsequent development is a matter of course. Even if the Thailand kingdom does not like him, it cannot stop him. The continued development of his territory. David has always believed that as long as he is strong enough, he can still win even if he plays openly. If you can't win, it will only prove that you are not strong enough. Are those mission guards wandering around the city? Yes. Van Cleef has been so busy these 2 days that no one can be seen. He is mainly doing various preparations, targeting these members of the mission. Most of them are just wandering around, and only a few are collecting intelligence. In the eyes of Edwin Van Cleef, the small number of people who collect intelligence are also very conspicuous. They are probably ordinary knights or soldiers. They do not hide or cover up their actions. They just observe everywhere straightforwardly. Various situations in Winter City. Van Cleef estimated that these were knights from the Tehran Knights and the Knights of the Guards. It was their professional habit to collect intelligence information from various places. Professional intelligence personnel have only found 3 of them so far, including 1 knight from the Tehran Knights and 2 knights from the Knights of the Guards. These few people behave more professionally. In a seemingly ordinary activity, they quietly walked around the important areas of Winter City, such as industrial areas, military camps, docks, etc., and even visited the Cathedral of the Holy Light. And almost all asked similar questions. Is there any relationship between the Cathedral of the Holy Light and the temple? In addition, they all also went to the chapel of the temple, which was an inconspicuous small chapel built by missionary Rains in the north of the residential area. They only learned this information through the trainee priest in the Holy Light Cathedral. Then we went to the chapel for a walk. From the reactions of these people, we can know that the various actions of the temple have long attracted the attention of Thailand's senior officials, especially the intelligence department. It can be seen that Thailand's senior officials are very wary of the temple. Speaking of which, what are the results of missionary Rain's work here? Speaking of this matter, even Van Cleef, who had always maintained a cold and serious expression, couldn't help but laugh out loud. That Rain's missionary, after a period of hard work in Winter City, successfully developed 4 believers. Only 4? And these 4 believers, including Wilcox, are our people. David did not expect that the work of missionary Rains from the temple in Winter City would not go so smoothly. At the same time, he was also happy. It seemed that it was not easy for the temple to take root in Winter City. Where is the Cathedral of Holy Light? Then he thought of the Cathedral of Holy Light established by Lydron. Many trainee priests have been recruited there, but he doesn't know how long it will take for them to bear fruit. Archbishop Lydron has recruited 10 trainee priests. These priests ensure the normal operation of the church, but they have not yet truly realized the Holy Light. As for believers, even the new residents of Winter City, under the influence of the old residents, have become accustomed to going to the Holy Light Cathedral. The Holy Light has become the main religion and belief in Winter City. Chapter 254 Gwen's Father's Invitation. The Holy Light becomes the main belief in Winter City, which is what David hopes for most. If the locals of Brunia Continent do not believe in the Holy Light, but believe in the gods in the temple, he will feel a headache, and even a little confused about how to deal with it. Fortunately, things did not develop in that direction. Rain's missionary work in Winter City was very unsuccessful. The people in Winter City had no interest in the gods in the temple. The reason is simple. Holy Light can effectively help people solve problems such as injuries and diseases. The pastors of Holy Light Church help everyone do everything they can without asking for anything in return. What about the temple? I didn't see that the missionary was really helpful. Because of the philosophy of life of the Holy Light Church. Holy Light believers are always recognized by people in the shortest possible time. Holy Light believers who do good deeds everywhere without asking for anything in return will also be regarded by many people as messengers of justice. In addition, David, who uses the Holy Light, also has a good reputation in Winter City. Maybe the new residents don't know what the Holy Light is about? But the old people in Winter City don't think it's a troublesome thing to popularize this information for these latecomers. They even enjoy it, and add some fuel to the fire. They say to these latecomers, "You are the right one to come to Winter City. It should have come a long time ago. Let me tell you blah 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 blah." Newcomers may be a little skeptical at first, but when they encounter trouble and ask the pastors of the Holy Light Church for help, those young pastors will indeed do their best to help until the problem is solved or someone who can help is found. Problem solver. Under such circumstances, it can be said that the temple missionaries are unable to move forward in Winter City. Rains is now completely at a loss as to what to do. He keeps thinking about what is the situation in Winter City that is special. Or is it because my abilities are not good enough? Is it really that difficult to bring the blessings of the gods to the north? Under this situation, his mental state has not been very good. And as a result, Wilcox and others were able to obtain more information, including the so-called old god. Listening to Van Cleef's report, David was surprised to find that the old gods named by the temple were actually the harvest goddess Reludi and the war god Sea. The goddess of harvest and the god of war are old gods, according to the information Wilcox has obtained. This is indeed the case. David touched his chin. The temple called the gods, who helped humans overthrow the Dark Elf Kingdom and established humans on the Brinian continent as old gods. And they had obvious hostility. In other words, the gods were the old gods. The many gods enshrined in the temple are not from the same faction as those two. It seems that the situation behind the scenes on the human side is much more complicated than that on the Dark Elves side. Of course, it is also possible that these behind-the-scenes masterminds are originally fighting each other. And all races, including humans, are just pawns of the gods. And the ownership of these pawns does not necessarily belong to a specific god? This situation is getting messy. David chuckled lightly, and did not dwell too much on these situations. With his current strength, it seems that there is no need to get entangled in the factions and struggles between the gods. And he is not prepared to lure these chess players out early. At present, his target is still the various races on the Brinian continent. He will continue to accumulate strength in the process of fighting against these chess pieces, and prepare for possible higher-level battles, gently waving his hand, indicating that Van Cleef could continue to do his own thing. David turned his chair and looked out the window. Thick clouds had appeared in the sky outside, causing the northern land that originally had a little light to fall into darkness early. Among the lights in the office had already been turned on, and when Van Cleef left, Helen walked in and invited David to eat. "Didn't you continue to rest today? Don't underestimate my physical fitness. I have recovered." Helen looked rosy and energetic, and her voice was slightly higher than usual when she spoke. Everyone could tell that she was in a good mood, especially the corners of her mouth that were raised, as if they were hooked. Especially after going to the dungeon. After training and baptism in the dungeon, Helen's physical fitness has indeed improved a lot, and her temperament has also undergone some changes. The original Helen was beautiful, delicate, and seemed to be a fragile piece of porcelain that needed good care. Helen is still beautiful now, but her fragility is much weaker. As for her caring and loving temperament, she will only show it in front of David. "Wait until the mission led by Sutton Stewart leaves, and then I will take you to continue to clear the dungeon." David originally wanted to clear the normal difficulty level in one go, but he happened to catch up with the mission and arrived at Winter City. And there was Princess Sophia. However, he had no choice but to put this plan aside for the time being. Following Helen to the restaurant, she found Laura, Eva, and Gwen all sitting at the dining table. The servants of Glamorgan Castle had already placed the food, waiting for David, the master of the house, to take a seat. "There are so many people here today. What can I do?" "It's nothing. It's just that everyone happened to be here to have dinner together." Laura saw David sitting down, directly picked up the knife and fork, and started to enjoy the food in front of her. "The number of times we sit together to have dinner like this. Actually, not much. Right. The main thing is that Gwen can't stay here often." David glanced at Gwen, and suddenly remembered the piece of leather from before. He didn't know what Gwen had done with it. "You're talking about that thing? I asked Pierre to help make it into equipment, but it will take a few days to get it.
Someone started talking. The atmosphere at Gwen was a bit strange at the moment. But they still started chatting.
In the past 2 days, after learning something new with Vanessa, I suddenly discovered that I seem to have the talent to become an assassin. Are you learning to sneak? Yes.
Gwen performed directly for everyone on the spot. When everyone saw Gwen sitting on the chair, she suddenly gradually disappeared. Although some outlines could be seen vaguely. If you didn't look carefully, it seemed that it was really there. Nothing at all. After a moment, Gwen's figure reappeared, looking at everyone with a smile, as if she was waiting for everyone's praise.
Awesome.
Learning to stealth is accompanied by huge risks. It is said that when MI7 in Stormwind City trains intelligence personnel to learn stealth, a large number of trainees will have accidents every year, such as entering the gap between shadow and reality and never coming out, or falling directly into another plane, and so on. However, learning any mysterious knowledge involves considerable risks. In addition, Gwen is learning very smoothly now, so there is no need to pour cold water on this situation. In private, David was going to remind Gwen to pay attention. On this occasion, just praise her loudly, and that would be all. Moreover, the topic that Gwen started made the originally a bit strange atmosphere disappear completely. After all, it was not the first time for the girls at the dinner table to meet. They had worked together in the dungeon to spawn monsters before.
That's great. I can only learn the priest's holy light magic.
Eva said that after leaving the dungeon, she tried to learn something new. Unfortunately, only the priest's holy light magic was learned quickly, and other knowledge was learned by herself. Can't learn it at all. Helen said that she had not even started with the holy light. She was now having a headache. What kind of power should she learn? Hearing Helen's problem, Eva gave her own advice.
Holy light. If you really can't learn it, you can ask David to help you.
Laura gave another option. If Helen is not interested in the holy light,
arcane magic is also available. I heard that Sharon has been learning from the high elf spellbreakers brought by Sylvanas during this period. Fighting skills.
For people in Winter City, holy light and arcane energy are currently the 2 easiest energies to master. As the number of holy light users in Winter City increases, those who come after can not only learn and understand by themselves, but also find people they know well to help instill the holy light. As for the latter, since Pierre Newton came to Winter Town, obtaining arcane energy has become very simple. The real difficulty has become whether this energy can be mobilized. As long as Helen can mobilize arcane energy, obtaining arcane energy is very simple. In this case, as the Lord of Winter City, the woman can make a choice based on her preference. In addition to Helen being hesitant about which strength to choose, Gwen was also discussing similar topics with David. But what she wanted to learn was not strength, but more combat skills. After fighting in the dungeon, she discovered that what she lacked now was not some mysterious power, but a systematic learning of how to fight.
It's true that I was negligent.
David also ignored this. Gwen was just an ordinary high school student. How could she know how to fight? In addition, Helen was in a similar situation. The 2 of them had performed well in the dungeon before, mainly because David and Laura were looking after them, and because the difficulty of the dungeon was relatively low at this time.
What skills do you want to learn? Firearms? Daggers? Short blades? Long swords? I want to learn to fight hand-to-hand.
Gwen's reason is very good. In her own world, she can't just take out a weapon. It is better to resolve some small conflicts with bare hands. As for the use of weapons, she will of course learn how to use them.
No problem at all. By the way, there's one more thing.
What? Gwen originally wanted to talk to David privately, but looking around, Helen was discussing various powers with Eva and Laura, so she probably didn't notice her. So she approached David and invited him in a low voice.
Father noticed that I had a boyfriend, so he wanted to invite you to my house.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had become very quiet. He turned his head slightly, and saw that the other women had stopped discussing, and were all staring at him and David.
Let me see if I have any free time recently.
Chapter 255 The Increasingly Lively Wolfsburg. Laura and Helen are very smart, and Eva seems to be a fool a lot of the time, especially when she laughs. But whoever really thinks of her as a fool is the real fool. Gwen is the only one present who is a real beat, regardless of age, experience or personality. She is the sweetest silly sweet one. In order to ease Gwen's embarrassment, David directly turned the topic to the most noteworthy person in Gwen's world.
Spider-Man has been active in your place for some time. Right. Yes.
Gwen nodded immediately, seeming to hope that everyone would ignore what just happened.
I did a little research on the Peter Parker of my world.
Because she had come into contact with another Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. The Gwen in front of her didn't find it strange that there was another Peter Parker in her world. She just wanted to know who the Peter Parker in her world was. Isn't it also Spider-Man? It's a pity that although Spider-Man's activities are mainly in New York, he always comes and goes, and it is difficult to meet each other. Gwen can only find out information about Peter Parker through some small means. But she is still not sure whether the two are the same people. Through Gwen's description, David also knew that the Spider-Man in her world had appeared for about a year, and the turmoil caused by the Green Goblin had long ended. If there were no accidents, Peter Parker would meet Gwen in a while. If you enter the same university, you will also become the assistant of Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius.
Dr. Octopus is also a talent.
Gwen's Spider-Man world actually has a lot of talents. If the old Green Goblin hadn't suffered from schizophrenia due to the side effects of the strengthening potion, he would still be a candidate worth recruiting. Osborn Technology is also a very strong technology group. Pity. David suddenly thought that although the Osborn group here had missed it, the Osborn group in another world might still be recruited to Winter City by him. The extraordinary Norman Osborn was critically ill as soon as he appeared and had no chance to do evil. There is a great chance to recruit the little Green Goblin Harry Osborn. It's not difficult to win over the little Green Goblin. Just help him cure his genetic disease. After eating and chatting, David prepared to go to the study to kill some time. The amazing thing is that these girls, who are usually busy with various things, actually wanted to act in unison with David today. When they came to the study room, Helen and Laura both chose a book to read. The books here were all brought by Laura. They were of various types and languages, and some of them were translated into Brinian Common Language. Okay, reprint. Several people found a place to read a book. David looked around, finally selected a book, fell down on the recliner, and started reading. Instead of looking for a book, Gwen transformed into a sloth and hummed on David. Then she looked at the book David pulled out.
Is this in Chinese? Yes. A Chinese novel. What is your name? The Romance of Three Kingdoms.
David opened the book casually and started reading. As he moved, the study became quiet, leaving only the occasional sound of turning the book. After watching for a long time, David felt that it was already late. Although everyone's physical fitness was no longer that of ordinary people, he himself had become an extraordinary being. But he still maintained a normal lifestyle, and did not give up eating or sleeping. After reading and relaxing for a while, he suddenly understood why these people were behaving like this today. It seemed that Sophia's appearance stimulated not only Helen, but also Laura, who felt a sense of crisis. Glancing at Laura, she received a blank look from Laura and a warning of "I won't be with you today." Eva and Helen looked at Gwen, who was still hanging on David, and did not talk to the little one. The sisters fought over each other. After saying good night to David, they went back to their rooms to rest. As the relationship stabilized, several people had their own rooms in Glamorgan Castle, including Gwen, who also had a room that was completely exclusive to her.
Is Princess Sophia moving in soon? I don't know yet. Maybe she doesn't want to live here.
After giving Gwen some brief instruction on some fighting techniques, David and Gwen looked out the dark window and chatted about Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia.
If she doesn't live here, where will she live? Has she been living in a hotel? There is enough open space in Winter City, and it is not too much trouble to build a manor for her alone.
If Princess Sophia decides to stay in Winter City, it will definitely not be as simple as just a princess staying. Servants, maids, and guards will all stay. As a princess, she must have her own confidants. In fact, David, the Lord of Winter City, is responsible for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of these people, even if he has not yet become the husband of the princess.
Sounds a bit troublesome.
Gwen then asked, what will Princess Sophia do in Winter City in the next period of time? Are the welcome party and tour activities over?
You can do whatever you want, if there are no accidents. Sutton Stewart will leave Winter City with the envoy in a few days and return to the capital.
The main mission of the envoy led by Earl Sutton Stewart is to convey His Majesty the King's reward, check the situation in the Northern Plains, and safely send Princess Sophia to Winter City. After completing these tasks, he also inquired about many situations in Winter City. After completing these things, he would not be able to stay here for a long time, or even wait until winter is completely over. The winter in the Northern Plains is extremely long. Do you want him to live in Winter City for half a year? That's unrealistic. His Majesty the King is still waiting for his report. Therefore, after the delegation arrived in Winter City, completed the necessary work, and took a short rest for a few days. The delegation regrouped and prepared to return to the capital, even if it happened to coincide with the first heavy snowfall of the year in the northern plains.
Uncle, you are so unlucky.
Princess Sophia did not wear the jewelry used to keep warm today. Instead, she wore a warm cotton coat produced here in Winter City. This kind of wrap herself is extremely thick, making her whole body a little round. The feeling made her feel very novel, even though Rura's face was red from the cold. She had no intention of wearing those enchanted jewelry. Looking at the thick white snow on the ground, and the white snowflakes still falling slowly in the sky, Princess Sophia finally saw the scene she wanted to see most: the vast white snowfield, and the falling snow that almost connected the sky and the earth. As for the mission that is gradually getting further and further away, and its tracks are gradually covered by the wind and snow, what is there to see?
They shouldn't have any accidents. Right. The members of the mission have changed into thicker cotton-padded clothes and cloaks. And they have also brought enough supplies. There should be no problem.
As long as the mission leaves the northern plains, there will be no danger after passing the Bayuan sentry post. As for the elves in the Iron Tree Forest, if those elves dare to attack the mission, they are really seeking death.
Speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to that group of elves for a long time.
David suddenly remembered that this group of elves had also established a sentry fortress in the south of Winter City, at the southern end of the original Iron Water Village, and in the north of the Iron Tree Forest. For more than half a year, I have only focused on the surrounding human forces and orcs, completely ignoring this old neighbor. Now that there are no other human forces on the northern plains, and the orcs cannot pose a threat to themselves for the time being, should they arrange this old neighbor first? David just thought about it for a few seconds, then turned around and saw Sophia squatting there playing in the snow. What made him even more speechless was that Gwen was also squatting there playing with Sophia. Speaking of which, the two of them are indeed relatively close in age, so it's not surprising that they can play together. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about Princess Sophia's lack of playmates after staying in Winter City. Sophia has decided to stay in Winterfell, and will move directly into Glamorgan Castle, in order to ensure Princess Sophia's daily life. The accompanying maids and servants also stayed in Winter City. At the same time, there was also a knight from the Tylan Knights, who served as the personal guard knight of Her Royal Highness, and a small team of 10. The Knights of the Guard obey the command of the Knight of the Guard. The person who serves as the personal knight of Her Royal Highness, the princess, is a female knight named Magnolia. This is the first time David has seen a female knight in this world. I wonder how strong they are. In addition, according to Edwin Van Cleef's report, among the 10 Knights of the Guard who were left in Winter City, there was one named Ulysses, who was a professional intelligence officer. For this person, David asked Van Cleef to keep constant attention. Unless this person poses a life threat to the people in Winter City, there is no need to worry about it.
Your Royal Highness, let's go back to Castle Glamorgan.
In order to see off Earl Sutton Stewart, a large group of people were sent outside Winter City. Although Winter City does not have a city gate, the boundaries are still very clear. At this time, everyone turned around and headed towards Winter City, and David specifically greeted Sophia to get in the car. After loading Sophia and Gwen, David didn't call anyone else and took the iron plate directly back to Fort Glamorgan. In fact, it was the best choice for everyone if he left everyone behind and came back quickly. If he takes the princess directly and leaves, they can disperse and go about their own business. As the car drove to the gate of Fort Glamorgan, David noticed a man on the roadside waving, as if he was blocking the car. David looked at the man. He was wearing very little and was huddled up, with a look of confusion on his face. Coupled with the familiar Tom's face, David immediately realized that this was a new person. He asked Yeppy to stop in front of the man and lower the window.
Do you need help?
The young man was stunned for a moment, but he thanked him immediately.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me where this place is?
Chapter 256. Refresh the book to save the world.
This is Winter City.
David looked at the Tom's face, and was very curious about which Tom was standing in front of him.
Get in the car first. Your outfit is not suitable for standing still. Talk here.
The pickup truck transformed from the Iron Sheet is a 4-door pickup truck with 2 rows of seats at the front and rear. There is enough space in the car to carry one more person. The Tang-faced man also knew that if he continued to stay outside in such a cold climate with wind and snow, wearing only a few clothes, he would soon turn into a corpse. Damn it. I was obviously on vacation. Why did I suddenly come to such a cold place? Where is Winter City? After carefully recalling the memories in my mind, I realized that I had no idea which country this so-called Winter City was from. No matter what. He thought it was better to get in the car first. Opening the car door, he saw that in addition to the young man in the driver's seat, there were two young girls sitting in the car. This combination made him lower his guard a little. He suddenly came to an unknown place out of nowhere, and his professional habits made him wary of the people around him and everyone who appeared in front of him. But the combination of a young man and two young girls does not seem to be a threat.
Hello!
After greeting the two young girls, he thanked the young man in the front seat and introduced himself.
My name is Ethan. Thank you for your help. My name is David. You're welcome.
Hearing the name coming from behind, David also knew which Tom was sitting in the car. Although there were no eyes on the back of his head, David could feel that the tone of his answer seemed to arouse Ethan's suspicion. But this was not a big deal, since he was about to explain various situations to this elite agent. Driving into Fort Glamorgan, Ethan could not see clearly due to the wind and snow just now. When the car stopped in front of the door, he noticed the shape of the house. This, if it weren't for the different colors, he doubted whether he had arrived in Washington, and the surrounding environment is not like this. Where exactly have you arrived? There were more and more question marks in his head. And then he noticed that after a few people got out of the car, the black pickup truck automatically closed the door and drove away without anyone driving it. He began to wonder if he was dreaming? Maybe he was hallucinating? When he wanted to ask something, he was directly interrupted by the young man named David.
Come in first and talk about it later. You need to drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself now.
Ethan retracted his question and continued to follow David, observing the internal structure of the building. After coming in, he found that although there were many differences in details, the general layout was really the same as that building. Could it be a deliberate imitation? Who has such a bad taste? When they arrived at the reception room, only David and Ethan were seated, while Sophia was taken away by Gwen on the pretext of taking her to visit Fort Glamorgan. Ethan noticed that the two young girls were speaking an unfamiliar language. Ethan, who had received various trainings and was proficient in multiple languages, found that this was a language he had never been exposed to. When I heard David's standard British English, I thought I was in the UK. But now it seems that I might be in the north of Europe? Judging from the weather outside. Maybe somewhere in northern Europe? Soon a maid brought hot tea, fruits and snacks. Looking at the exquisite refreshments in front of him, Ethan just held the hot tea in his hands to warm himself up. Without even taking a sip of it, David didn't care about the other party's behavior. From the moment he heard the other party's name and knew the other party's identity, he knew that the Ethan in front of him would definitely behave similarly.
What I am going to say next may make you feel unbelievable. But please understand one thing. I am not joking with you.
Looking at David's serious expression, Ethan nodded, indicating that he would listen carefully and not miss any details. But when David actually spoke out and told him what he was going through, Ethan still felt unbelievable.
Is this a joke?
He resisted not interrupting the other party until David finished telling the situation. Ethan finally couldn't help it anymore.
Actually, this is all a prank. Who planned this? Sarah? Hannah? No. This kind of thing is more like Jack.
The hot tea in his hand has become less hot, and the room is warm enough. Ethan feels that his the slightly frozen body gradually returned to normal.
But that guy shouldn't be able to use so many resources. Is it Jim? Although it's hard to believe. What I said before is the truth.
David took another sip of hot tea. Although more and more people came to Winter City, he had seen similar scenes countless times. But no matter, he found this scene very interesting no matter how many times he saw it. Especially the moment when a person finds that his inherent three views have been shattered. He told Ethan how to travel freely and told Ethan that if he didn't believe it, he could go out and test it himself.
By the way, if you want to test multiple times, it's best to change your clothes first. Thanks for your reminder.
Ethan didn't ask David to provide him with clothes. He wanted to rush out and test what David said. Although it sounded incredible, the other party's confident tone, and the fact that this was indeed the easiest way to verify it. It doesn't matter if he was deceived. Maybe if he runs back and forth stupidly a few times, Jack's gang will jump out and laugh at him. Whether it's true or a hoax. As long as you go out and test it yourself, you will get a clear answer. Watching Ethan leave in a hurry, David thought for a while and called Eva directly.
If that Ethan comes back later, take him around to understand the basic situation.
Eva can help introduce the basic situation of Winter City. David does not need to keep an eye on this elite agent. After determining the situation, How will Ethan choose? David didn't know either. And at the same time, he didn't think about how he should entertain this elite agent. For me, the greatest value of this agent is that through Ethan, he can recruit more agents or intelligence personnel from his world to work for Winter City. As for Ethan himself, he is not sure whether he is willing to stay in Winter City.
What do Gwen and Sophia do now? They are both in the study now.
After David told Eva, he did not go to Gwen and Sophia. Instead, he went to the entrance of the dungeon and found Aiden. Due to the arrival of the mission during this period, David was unable to frequently enter the dungeon to spawn monsters, and his original plan to quickly clear the normal difficulty level was interrupted. But Aiden was given plenty of uninterrupted time. While everyone was busy dealing with the mission, Aiden cleared the normal difficulty level in one go and unlocked the higher level of Nightmare difficulty.
How about it? Dungeon difficulty and personal binding.
After David adjusted the difficulty to Nightmare, the door seemed to be locked and could not be opened at all. Aiden can easily open the door. As for the situation after opening, it is no different from the normal difficulty.
It seems that if Tyrion wants to go to the HL difficulty dungeon to clear monsters, he can only clear both the normal and Nightmare difficulties first.
Of course, after David and Aiden's test, there is no other way. That is to let Aiden, who has the difficulty of entering the Nightmare, be responsible for opening the door, and then enter the same dungeon world with Aiden. In this way, even if he has not cleared the ordinary difficulty, you can also enter a higher difficulty copy.
Anyway, I usually don't have anything to do, so I just stay here and open the door, and it won't have any impact.
When Aiden spoke, he gently touched his forehead.
Besides, I think this kind of thing is good, for I have huge benefits.
As he cleared the normal difficulty level, he could clearly feel that the soul stone on his forehead was being absorbed by him. After beating both Nightmare and Hell difficulties, the soul stone will probably be completely absorbed by him, and the power in it will become his own. By this time, even Aiden understood that the energy that maintained the existence of this dungeon world should be the power of the dread Lord Diablo in the soul stone. This power was transformed by a special force that he could not understand, and turned into a special form of existence in the dungeon, which could be absorbed by everyone who entered the dungeon without any side effects. In other words, everyone repeatedly spawns monsters in the dungeon and absorbs energy. In a sense, they are dealing with Diavolo. After Diavolo's energy is absorbed by everyone, this fear demon may be completely eliminated, and his world will no longer be threatened by this HL demon. Every time he thinks of this, he will burst out with huge power and enter the dungeon to repeatedly kill various demons in the dungeon world. At the same time, he doesn't mind being a doorman responsible for opening the door, because the more people enter the dungeon to spawn monsters, it means that the day of Diavolo's complete destruction will come sooner.
There is no need for you to stay here all the time. Not to mention, it is not a troublesome thing to clear the normal difficulty level.
David also guessed that the source of the dungeon world that maintains the dungeon and the energy obtained from killing monsters is the shelter world. But unlike Aiden's guess, David felt that the words of Diavolo, a demon king, were not enough. Maybe the dungeon connection absorbed the HL plane of that world.
Furthermore, clearing the level on normal difficulty will allow everyone to have a clearer understanding of various situations in the dungeon and avoid possible accidents.
He hopes to use the dungeon to cultivate and improve everyone's strength. He doesn't want everyone to have trouble in the dungeon. Speaking of which, will people die in the game world? This is a problem. Chapter 257, Gwen's Black Poison Queen Armor. David really wanted to test it, but it was not easy to test. Could he commit suicide by running to the dungeon? The most reasonable way is to find a death row prisoner to conduct the test. But there are really no death row prisoners in Winter City. Sheriff Elizabeth currently arrests people for casual urination and defecation. Warnings, fines, or forced street cleaning are currently the most common methods in Winter City. A severe punishment. Even the newly built detention center has not been actually used. It is said that Sean, who joined the Winter City security team, often looked at the empty detention center in a daze. From time to time, he lamented that it was the first time in his life that he had seen a city with such good security. The entire northern plain has now officially become his territory, and the people on this land are his subjects. As a righteous, kind, generous and handsome lord of the new era, it is impossible for him to just catch someone and kill him. Just to test whether there are real dead people in the dungeon?
Test on animals like chickens and ducks?
Laura had brought her pets, 2 giant northern wolves, into the dungeon before.
Even the two giant northern wolves had become stronger and smarter after a period of leveling up. In other words, animals can be brought in. So, it should be possible to test the death situation. Right? After thinking for a few seconds, he used the communicator to ask Eva to send a chicken over. And David used the live chicken for the OK test. The test process was not smooth and some time was wasted. But thankfully, they got an accurate conclusion. They don't seem to be afraid of death in the dungeon. Because the players who come in from the outside, will be killed by monsters even if you die. You can be resurrected in the camp. Just like in the game. The difference is that you don't need to explode equipment and don't need to pick up corpses. As for whether there is any punishment, Brother G couldn't speak and couldn't describe the specific feelings for David. David felt that if Chicken Brother could really speak, what he wanted to say would not be about what he saw and heard after his death, but rather a cordial greeting to David and Aiden's ancestors. Anyway, it's good to know that you won't really die in the dungeon, even if there is any punishment. Even if you lose part of your experience after resurrection, it is acceptable. In this way, you can be more confident and bold in upgrading monsters in the dungeon. Even Gwen and Helen no longer have to be protected by David and Laura before they can enter the dungeon. During this time, they can learn how to fight. And then, they can enter the dungeon to exercise in their free time. After they clear the normal difficulty level, they will be able to grow up. Just as he was thinking this, Gwen suddenly contacted him. What happened? No. Pierre contacted me and said that the equipment I want has been prepared. He asked me to pick it up myself. Do you want to come with me? Oh. We just happened to go together. I also want to see what kind of equipment is made. Gwen's contact with David actually had another meaning. She was going to pick up something special like this. Could she continue to take Sophia with her? This princess is inherently different from Gwen and the others. She is a local. Even the princess of the kingdom of Thailand. What is David thinking? Everyone around him knows that David has no loyalty to the kingdom of Tilan. He is just using the name and resources of the kingdom of Tilan to enrich himself. When the Thailand kingdom can no longer help him, it is foreseeable that he will be kicked away by David. It is not that there are no locals among his men. People like Gareth Stanton and Floyd are all people from this world. But they have all sworn allegiance to David and have proven their loyalty, and loyalty through practical actions. Ability. Even so, when these two people first came to Winter City, there were many things they didn't know at all. Elias, the etiquette officer, followed David around all day long. He was confused at first. A lot of incomprehensible things appeared in front of him, but no one explained them to him, so he could only figure them out on his own. Until now, some of the secrets of Winter City and its lords have been completely open to these people who have withstood the test. Princess Sophia had just arrived, and her identity was so sensitive that many things in Winter City seemed to have to be kept hidden from her. But David didn't care about it at all. Is it really okay? It doesn't matter. She has already settled in Glamorgan Castle. She will definitely see a lot of things. If you deliberately hide it from her, you won't be able to hide it for long. He never thought that Princess Sophia was a fool. Although the princess was not very old, she could tell from what she had said before that she was a very smart girl. It doesn't matter even if the Thailand kingdom knows about it. Bringing Gwen and Sophia with him, Helen also came over after learning the news and prepared to go and have a look together. Only Eva stayed in the office and continued her work. Several people drove to the Winter Alchemy Workshop. As the most important research and rare material production department in Winter City, there was no busy scene inside. There are currently only a few alchemists in Winter City. Unless there is an emergency, these few cannot stay busy in the alchemy workshop every day and will usually go about their own business. Leonard and the others have to work at the university most of the time. So Pierre Newton and Will Turner stay here every day. Where's the stuff? David looked at Pierre. The old alchemist was sitting on a recliner, holding a book in his hand and reading with gusto. There was a platter of cut fruit and hot tea beside the recliner, which looked very comfortable. Pierre looked away from the book for a second. When he saw David coming, he stood up and showed enough respect for David. The Lord. That's it. Pierre pointed to a black tights on the table next to him. In addition to the piece of leather that Gwen brought, some other materials were also added. But the main thing is the piece of leather. The black tights on the table looked nothing special, and they were dark in color without any decoration. What are the functions of these clothes? Oh, that's a lot. Speaking of this, Pierre suddenly became energetic, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with this piece of work. This piece of clothing has good defensive power, and its resistance to magic is also extremely high. After using the crystal or powder, Its own defense power is even higher than that of ordinary heavy armor.
David had already reached out and touched the tights. He felt that the overall body suit was not very thick. He didn't expect it to have such strong defensive power.
Is the defense really that strong? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Try? You mean let me wear it? Yes. Forget it.
David looked at the one-piece tights. He had no interest in this kind of outfit. If it were worn by Gwen, Helen, and Laura, then he would be sexually interested.
Also let Gwen wear it.
Pierre did not force himself and continued to introduce the functions of this equipment to everyone. In addition to its defense and good magic resistance, this suit made of unknown leather actually has the ability to release cobwebs and toxins.
In addition, after wearing this suit, you can also walk on walls or even roofs.
In order to let a few people understand better, Pierre directly gave a familiar example.
Just like Peter liked that boy Parker. You mean, if you put on this suit, you can get the same abilities as Spider-Man?
Gwen looked at this ordinary black tights in surprise. She just wanted to make an armor that is easy to move. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. David was wondering why the suit turned into a spider suit. When did Pierre become a fan of Spider-Man? After asking in detail, I found out that it was not specially made like this. But when making it into equipment, Pierre discovered that the material itself had those abilities. Even the functions he has introduced so far, except for the stronger defense obtained by adding crystal or powder. Other abilities are inherent in the material itself.
Is it because of Anariel?
That piece of leather was exploded from Andariel's body. And Anariel looks like a mixture of human and spider. She can indeed release toxins. So it seems that this piece of equipment has this function. Not too strange. In order to make the wearer more comfortable, a large number of additional enchanting effects such as breathability, dryness, sweat absorption, and stability have been added to ensure that people wearing this suit will not feel uncomfortable at all.
Sounds good.
Overall, this tights does not increase the user's strength or speed, but the physical and magical defenses are good. And there are some convenient abilities, such as shooting spider silk and releasing toxins, which are very practical. Ability. After Gwen puts on this tights, it doesn't affect her wearing other protective gear, and she can even wear another set of blizzard power armor. In addition, in order to facilitate Gwen to carry other items when she only wears this suit, the entire suit is also a storage prop. She can collect and take out various items at will when using this suit.
This function is very practical.
David blinked and suddenly understood how some game characters could take out various things from the back or other places at will. Those people use this kind of storage clothes.
Right. This is the appearance. Isn't it too plain? This is why I asked Gwen to come here in person. If she has any preferences, she can mention them, and I can help her change them immediately. So that's it.
Otherwise, Pierre could just pack up the suit and find any assistant to help deliver the things to Glamorgan Castle. There was no need for Gwen to make a special trip. The suit of love still has the final steps to complete. David looked at the black tights, thought about Anariel, and then looked at Gwen. An image with exactly these elements flashed in his mind, the Black Poison Queen. Chapter 258 Piccolo Assault Rifle. Although the setting of the Black Poison Queen is a combination of Venom and Gwen, this is not an important thing. Not to mention Anariel. The Demon King from H.L. is even more powerful. The equipment made from the props exploded by Anariel, the Queen of Pain and Torment, is more appropriately named the Black Poison Queen. David briefly described his thoughts. And in order for Pierre to understand easily, he directly used alchemy to show Pierre a general image. Pierre Newton then used alchemy to modify the appearance of the suit on the table. And soon the Black Poison Queen suit that David wanted appeared in front of several people. The pure black suit has a white spider pattern on the chest, different from the Black Poison Queen in David's memory. This suit does not have those sinews that would make it look ferocious and evil. Instead, it has a slightly purple glow. The white pattern is also smoother, and the hands do not turn into claws. There is not much difference in other aspects, including the hood, high heels, and 6 spider legs that are usually stowed away but can be deployed from behind when necessary. After completing the appearance modification, Gwen put on this suit, which perfectly showed off her increasingly better figure, slim waist, long legs, high heels, and huge legs spread out behind her. David looked at this look and suddenly felt that it was a bit like StarCraft.
How about it?
Gwen couldn't see her current appearance, so she could only carefully feel the feeling of wearing this tights. She felt very comfortable, and there was no feeling of suffocation or oppression after wearing it. Moreover, Although her feet were in high heels, they felt as sporty as wearing them. The shoes make no difference, and she won't have any problem sprinting at high speeds.
Very handsome.
Helen and David were still looking at her, and Sophia had already started to praise her. But her face was red. This suit was a bit too tight, and she didn't dare wear it like this.
Now that I've put it on, it's time to test the specific functions and effects. It's here. Follow me.
Winter Alchemy Workshop usually has many research tasks, often conducts various experiments, and has a dedicated place for testing. Pierre took Gwen to a testing room. Others could appreciate Gwen or the various functions of this suit through the special reinforced glass windows in the observation room next door. David, Helen, and Sophia soon saw the various features Pierre had previously spoken of demonstrated in action, walking freely on the walls and roof. Gwen endured the weird hanging feeling while walking around on the roof. She could clearly feel that as long as she didn't want to, she would not be pulled back by gravity. On the ground, with a thought, her feet separated from the roof, and she flipped lightly in the air and landed firmly on the ground.
I feel that after putting on the suit, my sense of balance has become much stronger.
Gwen's reaction ability was originally better than that of ordinary people. After playing dungeons for a while and improving her physical fitness again, she became even better. At this time, with the balance bonus of the suit, she felt that she could also do the magical things that Peter Parker did. He reached out and tested the spider silk spray again. This suit does not necessarily spray spider silk from the wrist position. Instead, it can shoot spider silk from any position or even directly shoot spider webs. The purpose of using your hands is to facilitate aiming and follow-up actions. Also, she discovered that she could release the toxin alone or attach the toxin to spider silk or other items. The method of use was very flexible. It all depended on what she thought. In addition to testing all the functions that Pierre talked about, Gwen also discovered something unexpected. When wearing this suit, it became easier to use stealth, and there were no traces of it that were already inconspicuous. All disappeared completely. Originally, David could easily find Gwen in stealth state, but now David found that even he had to spend some time and energy to find Gwen in stealth state.
This suit is great.
After completing the test, Gwen took off the suit and changed back into his original clothes.
It's just not very convenient to carry.
Because the suit is made into a space equipment that can store items. Ordinary storage props cannot store the suit. Pierre had already considered this issue and handed a ring to Gwen.
This is a prop specially used to store the suit. It has no other functions.
Pierre also said that if he is not satisfied with the shape of the ring, he can ask David to help modify it. David can completely handle such a small matter.
Correct.
After explaining everything, and watching Gwen put away the suit happily and put the ring on her hand, Pierre specially said low to David.
You'd better tell everyone, and we won't talk to you again in the future.
This special material should be sent to the alchemy workshop first, instead of processing it yourself.
Pierre knew the dungeon and knew that this thing was produced in the dungeon. He was curious whether more weird materials would be revealed in that dungeon. He even considered going to the dungeon to brush it up himself when he had time. As for combat effectiveness, back then, he was traveling around the continent, and he was able to live stably to this age only because of his ability to conjure gold and jewelry.
I'll say hi to Aiden.
After telling Aiden, basically everyone who frequented the dungeon knew this. Pierre also knew this. So after nodding, he was ready to send David and the others away. Tony's voice suddenly came from David's communicator.
Dear Earl of Glamorgan, if you have time, come to Stark Manor. There are good things.
He replied, I know. Let's get over it. Finally, David looked at the people around him.
There is new fun to watch. Do you want to join us?
Certainly. Not only was Sophia very interested, but even Pierre put down the book he just picked up. He also wanted to see what new tricks Tony Stark had come up with. So the group of people drove from the alchemy workshop to Stark Manor. And Tony was not surprised that Pierre also came with him. He asked Eva before contacting David. He knew that David had taken Gwen to the alchemy workshop to pick up things, and he was relatively free now. So he called David over specifically.
What do you want me to come over and see? This.
Tony didn't go out to greet them. Everyone was so familiar with each other. And it wasn't like David couldn't find a place. After telling David to come directly to the testing ground, Tony was here waiting for David's arrival.
Winter City's latest general-purpose assault rifle. Codenamed Piccolo. Piccolo? Not a flute? I decided to use the name flute on the sniper model of the rifle. The official name of this assault rifle is Piccolo.
David doesn't care. Just a Piccolo. This name sounds stronger. Looking down, what was in front of him was a long black firearm that looked like a long black box. The positions of the grip, butt, trigger, muzzle, etc. are still easy to see, so no one will really think of this thing as a box. Reaching out to lift the Piccolo assault rifle, David felt the weight. Compared with ordinary assault rifles, the weight of this rifle was a bit surprising. Also, the overall size seemed slightly larger, but if you think about it carefully, there are no ordinary soldiers in Winter City. This weight is nothing to those who have received devil training and constantly improve their own qualities. The size issue may be due to consideration of the blizzard-powered armor. Lifting up the Piccolo assault rifle, Tony pointed at the target not far away at the right time. Boo! 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 It's not a big blue light. The sound is not quiet, but it doesn't feel deafening. After David simply fired a few shots, he found that the recoil of this rifle was not particularly strong. For the Winter Knights with power armor, they basically have none. As for power, this assault rifle can easily tear a main battle tank into pieces. Combining an energy core propelled by a variety of black technologies and firing special caseless bullets, this new gun has very powerful destructive power. The existence of space technology allows the new gun to hold an astonishing amount of ammunition. The standard magazine currently in use can hold 500 rounds. It's not that magazines that can hold more ammunition can't be made, but that it's not necessary for the time being. The entire Piccolo assault rifle will be like a long box, which mainly wraps the cooling system of the entire gun body. It is also powered by a special energy core, making this assault rifle almost impossible to overheat the barrel. Listening to Tony's introduction, David felt that this thing was a bit outrageous, and it simply broke all common sense. What exactly is the special energy core you are talking about? That's it. Tony picked up a small part casually, and the most eye-catching thing was the crystal that was wrapped in this part and exuded a faint brilliance. The crystal mine has more internal energy. David didn't even expect that the real core of this new rifle was crystal ore. Not only that, the barrel has also been specially treated, and crystal or powder was incorporated during manufacturing. After Tony mentioned this incident, he couldn't help but sigh. The crystal ore is really amazing, and it broke many of my perceptions. Even if it was just because of Winter City's specialty crystal mine, Tony couldn't bear to leave here. The more he studied this thing, the more magical it seemed to him. He felt that he had not really developed all the potential of the crystal mine. If it could develop its full potential, Winter City would definitely be able to colonize alien planets. After sighing for a while, Tony continued to introduce the new gun. Let's not talk about the crystal mine first. Let's continue talking about this new rifle. He pointed at the sunglasses on the desk and asked David to try them on. What is this? David put on his sunglasses and found a series of prompts on the sunglasses. Adapted equipment detected. Connecting and completed. Then, David's sunglasses had a crosshair that is common in shooting games. Each Piccolo assault rifle can be connected to the operating system of the Blizzard power armor, allowing the user to aim at the target more easily. Chapter 259. Winter City no longer distinguishes houses. David tried a few more times. With the crosshair on his glasses to assist in aiming, it became extremely easy to hit the target. Even easier than when he was playing games. Do you want to try it? The women looked at each other and eventually fired a few shots. Although this rifle is a bit heavy for them, it is not impossible to use. After firing a few rounds, there is no problem. What surprised David was that Princess Sophia's physical fitness was actually better than that of Gwen and Helen, who had gone through the dungeon. This girl who looked delicate used the rifle with ease and did not show any difficulty. When Pierre also raised his rifle and was ready to experience it, David turned to talk to Tony about business. Is this rifle finalized? Yes. The Piccolo assault rifle has been completely finalized. The one in front of David is the official product, and it will be officially produced based on this design as the standard. What? What do you think? No. This gun is already very powerful and more powerful than I expected. He originally thought that Tony could make a rifle that was slightly more powerful than the dwarf Garand he used before, which would be great, but he didn't expect it. Directly tinkering with such a big killer. This rifle should be used for a long time. After all, the forces you have to face are very complex. Of course, the weapons and equipment must be made as powerful as possible. Tony didn't think there was anything strange about this. After all, David's current target is no longer simply the continent of Brenia. These forces, moreover, considering that there are gods behind these forces,
No one knows what kind of power those guys have in their hands.
Would it be troublesome to make this weapon?
Can such a powerful weapon be made quickly? But Tony didn't think this was a problem at all. And a few words made David realize that he was simply overthinking. How many soldiers are there in Winter City now? There are only 50 members of the Knights of Winter. And even if all the recruits from the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment are included, they are only over 1,000. Even if they are completely handicapped, they will not be unable to supply. Underneath Tony's Stark Manor is a fully automated production workshop. As long as there are sufficient raw materials, it only takes a short time to assemble an Iron Soldier. And the complexity of this rifle is not higher than that of the Iron Soldier. In other words, for now, what limits the output of this new weapon is the supply speed of raw materials. But the core material of this gun is crystal ore. After several upgrades of the crystal ore, the output is no longer a problem in the cold winter. Urban development issues.
So production speed and output are not a problem at all. As long as it takes a short time, I can have all the soldiers in Winter City equipped with this new rifle.
Not only the current Winter Knights and Spartan Heavy Infantry, but even the new recruits can receive new guns in advance and learn how to use the new weapons as soon as possible.
Speaking of this, are the Spartan Heavy Infantry also going to start to equip blizzard-powered armor? There is no rush yet. Their physical fitness needs to continue to improve.
It has been a long time since the first phase of Spartan was accepted. In terms of quality, although they are still weaker than the Knights of Winter, they barely meet the standards for using power armor. In other words, some of the elite members of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment can indeed begin to learn how to use power armor. The training time for the subsequent second and third phases is not long enough. They still need to receive training for a period of time.
But power armor still needs to be prepared in advance. Right. Indeed. Have you ever considered building a special arsenal?
With the expansion of Winter City in all aspects, the growth in the number of troops also means that the demand for various weapons and ammunition is constantly increasing. Tony knew that his automated workshop could not always monopolize Winter City's weapons supply. He reminded David that he also wanted David to prepare in advance.
Of course, I have thought about it.
In fact, David not only thought about it, but even had a rough plan in mind. At the beginning, he will build an ammunition factory so that Tony does not have to grab all the power armor, weapons and ammunition. Although the automated factory in Stark Manor is very efficient. As the demand for weapon types and quantities increases, supply will appear sooner or later. Not available. Rather than waiting until a situation arises and then rushing to find a solution, it is better to make arrangements early.
First the ammunition factory, then the gun factory and power armor. As for what factories will be built in the future, it depends on the specific needs.
He did not build the ammunition factory immediately, but was waiting for Tony's new gun. According to Tony's previous statement, the ammunition used in the new rifle was completely different from the previous ones, so he could not build it in advance.
Just make arrangements.
According to David's plan, the new ammunition factory will mainly produce new rifle ammunition and various functional missiles used in power armor. In addition, a small part of the production line will be retained to produce pistol ammunition currently common in Winter City. The piano pistol is still the main standard pistol used in Winter City, apart from a small amount of use by the military. The most important users are the security team in charge of Elizabeth Swan. Tony did not manufacture a pistol using new ammunition, so traditional ammunition using gunpowder still has to be produced in small batches. As for traditional rifle ammunition, there should be no need to manufacture these. The current inventory is sufficient to cope with the Army's daily training and possible emergencies. After all this batch of ammunition is used up, most of the Dwarven Garen rifles in Winter City can be disposed of. As for whether to sell them to the Kingdom of Lordaeron or the Kingdom of Stormwind at a discount, this can be discussed later. After coming out of Stark Manor, David just chatted casually with Tony for a long time and almost finalized Winter City's future military development plan. It seems a bit playful, but this is the power of the Lord. As long as the territory develops well, no one will question David's way of doing things. What's more, under David's leadership, Winter City is developing better and better at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this case, no one will question it. I think what David did was inappropriate. After returning to Fort Glamorgan, David originally wanted to take Sophia around his new home himself to make her more familiar with it. But as soon as he came back, he was reminded by Eva, Mr. Ethan Hunt was waiting for him.
He is back? Yes. Have you introduced some basic information to him? Already introduced.
David nodded, and then went directly to the reception room. where Ethan was sitting there looking around curiously. He had drank most of the coffee in front of him, and it seemed that he had let down most of his wariness. Seeing this situation, David knew that Ethan had believed what he had said before.
It seems you have understood the entire situation.
Ethan stood up when David came in, and briefly greeted David before sitting down again. After hearing what the other person said, there was still a bit of disbelief on his face and words.
I still feel like this. It's incredible that I would encounter something like this that only exists in science fiction stories. Things in science fiction stories may not necessarily happen. Many things or objects described in science fiction stories have become a reality soon.
After the two briefly chatted for a few words, Ethan obviously relaxed a lot. Ethan was in complete disbelief at the very beginning about the magical event he encountered. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Did you reach another world while walking? I don't believe it. Even if David told him that he could try it himself, he still didn't believe it. He thought more of it, that these were all pranks from his colleagues. It wasn't until he tried it over and over again several times that he was sure that he seemed, probably, maybe really traveled through time. After returning to Winter City again, he did not see David, but a woman named Eva. He felt the aura of a soldier from this woman's body. And with the introduction, Ethan realized how magical this place called Winter City was. It turns out that there are many people like him in this city who have come from other worlds, including Eva, who is popularizing basic science knowledge for herself. Everyone from different worlds likes this place very much, and they have all contributed more or less to the development and construction of Winter City. It's hard to believe that just 2 years ago, this place was a wasteland with only a few wooden houses. Now, a city with complete infrastructure has emerged. When Ethan heard this, he felt it was outrageous. But after learning that people like him who came here from other worlds also included Spider-Man, Captain America, Transformers, etc., he felt that what he had heard before, the ones that arrived, are nothing at all. That's what's called outrageous. After Eva finished introducing the general situation, Ethan expressed that he wanted to meet David. At this time, he already knew David's identity, the lord of this city, and the northern plane of the kingdom of Tilan, David Earl of Glamorgan. After chatting for a while, Ethan asked a lot about Winter City and learned a little more about this magical city. At the same time, he also knew that David was very welcoming to people like him. If he wanted to, he could choose to settle in Winter City or build a vacation home of his own here.
So, what do I have to give?
It would definitely be impossible for him to spend money to buy land and a house. He didn't have any money in this world. He felt that since David welcomed him, it should be useful for him. Right?
Pay it!
David didn't say anything. It depends on what you have. Ethan Hunter's situation meant that he couldn't think of how this elite agent could help. In this case, just make an ordinary transaction.
If you don't have money, you can find some work in Winter City. Of course, you can also buy some special products and sell them in Winter City.
David suddenly felt that maybe future visitors from other worlds could be arranged in this way. Chapter 260: The Shortcomings of the Winter Legion. The current situation in Winter City is that its reliance on latecomers is gradually decreasing. So David can no longer share everything he has in his hands, like he did at the beginning. Although a house is nothing to David, it is just a small matter of a word. But he felt it would be better to set some standards for people like Rick, who directly expressed their willingness to work for Winter City and serve David. It is normal for David to provide him with a house, salary, and other benefits. But Ethan Hunter obviously doesn't have this idea. Currently, the ace agent only regards Winter City as an interesting vacation spot. He has no idea of working for David, and he has no ability to contribute to Winter City at the moment. In this case, does David have to rush to give him benefits? If you do that, what will other people think when they see it? For example, Rick works hard in a world full of zombies, looking for survivors and increasing the population of Winter City, but is treated the same as a person who does nothing? Why? Others such as Leonard, Steve, Fording, Laura, Helen, and others have made many contributions to Winter City. The Transformers have collectively joined Winter City and become residents of Winter City. Even now Leon, who contributed the least to Winter City, also introduced David to the talent of Jack Clausa. Therefore, newcomers who come to Winter City in the future will definitely be treated differently based on their thoughts, wishes, and actual actions. Those who are willing to stay in Winter City are the residents of Winter City. Such people will live and work in this city, and David will provide corresponding treatment according to the abilities of these people. If he is not willing to live in Winter City permanently, but can be helpful, David will also give some preferential treatment.
Finally, Ethan is in his current state. There is nothing that can be done to help for the time being, and he has no desire to do so. So he can only greet him as an ordinary person. Work? Selling goods? Ethan didn't feel that he had to get preferential treatment. David's suggestion was actually normal, and he didn't feel that he had been humiliated or contempt. He was just thinking that it was not realistic for him to find a stable job here, but he should be able to make some money quickly as a small vendor. He doesn't have to think about what is easy to sell in Winter City. He can go to various shops to find out what they need and what he can easily buy, and then return to his own world to buy it. This kind of business, similar to overseas purchasing, should be able to quickly help you save some wealth, and then buy or build a new house of your choice in this city. In the future, this place can become his best vacation spot. He will not be disturbed in any way, and the people here will not have anything to do with his work. He can truly relax in Winter City. In addition, there are so many magical things in this place, and it can also satisfy your sense of adventure. After chatting for a while, Ethan decided to go out for a walk by himself. But before leaving, he remembered to solve an important question. Are there any teaching materials for the language you use here? When you go out, Eva will give you a tool specially used to learn Braidian Common Language, and she will tell you how to use it. Thanks! Ethan thanked him and left the reception room. As expected, as soon as he went out, he saw Eva, who had introduced the situation to him earlier, and got the special language learning prop from her. Is it okay to wear it on your forehead while sleeping? Yes. It sounds amazing. As long as you sleep with this thing on, you can learn a new language in a few days. If you can take this thing back to your own world, it will immediately become a hot-selling product around the world. After putting away his things, Ethan walked out of Glamorgan Castle and stood on the street. He thought it would be better to go back and learn Braidian Common Language first, and then come over and take a good look around Winter City to find out what the people here need. Something is good. He's back. David nodded to Eva and said he understood. It will definitely take more time for Ethan to integrate into Winter City than others. If he is unlucky, he may have to wait until he marries his wife before he can truly integrate into Winter City. At that time, Ethan, who did not want his wife to be threatened, would most likely send her to live in Winter City. Only then would he have a closer connection with Winter City. Of course, if Ethan is willing to take the initiative to integrate into Winter City and make many friends, then he can enter the inner circle of Winter City earlier. David feels that Ethan has great abilities and amazing destructive power. If possible, he hopes that Ethan can personally form and lead a special operations team to perform some more difficult tasks, including but not limited to infiltration, assassination, sabotage, kidnapping, etc. As for whether this special team will belong to the intelligence department in charge of Edwin Van Cleef, or whether it will belong to the military, he has not decided yet. Perhaps you can take orders directly from me? In that case, he can throw people like Clauza and Leon into this team, or ask Leon to dig people like Chris, Claire, and Jill to Winter City? Suddenly feeling that the destructive power of this team was enough to destroy the world, David withdrew his thoughts and started to deal with the next task. New weapons will be finalized. A new ammunition factory will be built, and then factory workers will need to be recruited. Regulations for these matters need to be set now, and then implemented gradually. At the same time, the Knights of Winter seem to need to expand appropriately. The establishment of 50 people is still a bit too small. The previous 20 recruits haven't completed all their training. Right. David has very high requirements for the Knights of Winter. In addition to the various training plans originally set, the Knights of Winter have also added training courses for Paladin. He hopes that all members of the Knights of Winter will be trained to become Saints. Knight. But now the entire Winter Knights. Only Garrett Stanton and Floyd have become real Paladins. It will take a lot of time for other soldiers to become Paladins. But compared to the expansion speed of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, the number of members of the Winter Knights has grown too slowly. The first phase of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment only had 100 people, and the second phase later only had 200 people. There didn't seem to be many more people than the Knights of Winter. However, 1,000 people were sent directly in the third phase, even if half of them were eventually eliminated. The final number of official soldiers of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment would be 800. In such a comparison, the Winter Knights only have 50 people, which seems too pitiful. Think about it. At the beginning, Garrett Stanton thought it was very difficult for Winter City to support dozens of knights. But now he feels that dozens of knights are simply not enough.
This huge change in thinking sometimes makes it difficult for him to support dozens of knights. He thought it was interesting when he thought about it, and laughed at himself for being too naive.
How many people do you want to increase to? First, increase it to 100 people. Recruit 50 recruits directly.
100 people is not too many. And even if these 100 Winter Knights are equipped with the most advanced equipment, it will not put any pressure on Winter City's current logistics.
No. I am going to select the best soldiers from the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment and add them to the Winter Knights.
David was stunned for a moment before he realized what Gareth had in mind. But thinking about it, it doesn't seem to do any harm. For the soldiers of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, entering the Winter Knights seems to be a kind of promotion.
Instead of doing this, for example, directly releasing the news, the Knights of Winter will be expanded to an organization of 100 people, and the quota will be competed by all the people in Winter City.
David thought it would be better to just release the news. A small stimulation, and maybe dig out some recruits with more potential.
The requirements should be set higher. Even if the quota cannot be filled immediately, it doesn't matter. You can observe it for a while.
Gareth Stanton immediately understood what the Lord meant. He wanted to tap talents, and at the same time stimulate the soldiers of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment to work harder in training. They were definitely not willing to lose to those who came here. The civilian recruits, who signed up indirectly stimulated the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment's combat effectiveness.
I understand how to do it.
Perhaps when the expansion of the Winter Knights is completed, the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment can be reborn and become one of the main forces of Winter City.
Well, you and Floyd and Jack Krause decide the specific details.
Later, David mentioned another thing.
In addition to the expansion of the Winter Knights, it is best to recruit people with driving and logistics talents among the new recruits.
Winter City's army now has a serious problem, which is the lack of auxiliary troops. In addition to various vehicle drivers, there is also a lack of maintenance soldiers. These are the shortcomings of the Winter Legion,
especially for Quinjet pilots. In addition to tapping potential internally, they also try to tap potential from recruits and ordinary people.
The vehicles are okay, but the Quinjet pilots are really in short supply. Now every time the Winter Knights sorties out, they need Peggy, Sharon and others to act as pilots, which is not a good thing.
Floyd has been looking for talents in this area and has recruited a group of people for relevant training.
As the commander-in-chief of the military, Gareth is naturally aware of this problem. But the aircraft pilots, there was still no progress in training, and he didn't know how to solve this problem. After hearing this, David could only sigh. There are not many solutions at present. Even recruiting from other worlds is not an easy task. Later, David paid attention to the construction progress of the school and learned that the basic framework of the school had been completed, and the diggers had gone back to paving the roads from Winter City to Frostbite Post and Snowfield Castle. Weatherby Swan brought a new question. With the construction and expansion of Winter City, the city's area is slowly becoming larger. Is it necessary to consider public transportation within Winter City? Chapter 261 Winter City's General Representative in the Biochemical World.
Public transportation? Do you have to consider this now?
If it was Weatherby Swan, the original governor of Port Royal, he would definitely not care about public transportation or anything like that. Do a bunch of bastards need to think about how to get from one side of the city to the other? The living area of most civilians is limited to a small area, and walking on 2 feet is enough. That is to say, nobles and officials need to travel everywhere, and Winter City officials can ask the Cybertronians to transform their vehicles to help at any time. It is very convenient to go anywhere. It seems that public transportation is not necessary. However, Weatherby Swan gained a lot of knowledge before becoming the administrative officer of Winterfell. He has a good receptive ability and understands that Lord David Glamorgan does not want a backward city, but a backward city. It is an advanced modern city.
There is already a demand for this. It is now relatively simple to establish a public transportation system, and it is also enough for everyone to better accept this new thing.
The area of Winter City is constantly expanding. It does take some time to get from the northernmost to the southernmost, and this time will continue to lengthen in the future, considering that many people now work in various shops in the city, and will work in various factories in the future. More and more people will have to travel back and forth within the city every day. After listening to Weatherby's report, David also realized that a public transportation system must be established.
Do you have any ideas? First, establish a few basic bus lines to connect the southernmost and northernmost, as well as the easternmost and westernmost parts of Winter City, and then consider adding more lines later. Yeah.
David felt that Weatherby's plan was very reliable, and as long as the round-trip routes of the 2 lines were well planned, It could basically ensure that it could radiate to all areas of Winter City.
There is no need for big buses at the beginning. Ordinary minibuses can meet the demand.
Currently, Winter City has certain manufacturing capabilities. For example, the transport trucks used by the Winter Legion are manufactured by Winter City itself. Although the manufacturing speed is not fast, it can already meet the needs of Winter City itself. Therefore, these public buses do not need to be imported from a certain world, or a car manufacturing plant needs to be built first.
Let's implement it like this. As for how many buses are needed, you can directly communicate with the Alchemy Workshop.
The vehicles currently used in Winter City are nominally manufactured by the Alchemy Workshop.
But the driver may be needed, you figure it out yourself. The people Rick recruited knew how to drive.
Rick has been working very hard to search for survivors in his original world during this time. In order to ensure Rick's safety, or to solve trouble as soon as possible, Rick now often works with a certain Transformer action. This not only ensures Rick's own safety, but also greatly improves his work efficiency. After all, there are no villains in that world who can fight against the Transformers. The area where Rick operates is the North American continent, which is known as the country that lives on wheels. Driving is a necessary skill for almost everyone, and only a very small number of people cannot drive. Therefore, as long as these people receive simple training and understand the route and work regulations, they can start working directly.
Then let's do it!
Stamping the seal on the plan to establish a public transportation system means that the plan has been officially approved by the Lord. Although he only understood the situation and stamped his approval, he was still full of a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In front of the computer, playing farming and construction games is not as fulfilling as running a rail city. Watching Weatherby leave with satisfaction, David waited for the next job to come. What he didn't expect was that the person who came to him this time was not an official or ordinary person from Winter City, coming to make suggestions related to urban development. After Weatherby left, the next person to come to him was Leon Kennedy, the man he had previously wanted to recruit to the special teams team.
Huh? It's really strange that you would suddenly come to me.
Leon and David have a good relationship. After David helped Leon heal the injury of his comrade Jack Clausa and took Clausa into Winter City, Leon was very grateful to David. At the same time, Leon also likes Winter City very much. He likes to come to Winter City to relax when he is on vacation. In his words, he takes a vacation here and does not have to worry about being disturbed. Otherwise, every time he takes a vacation, there will always be unrest, being called back on a mission. In addition, he would come to ask for help when he was in trouble, but he would not come to David. Maybe he felt that as the Lord of Winter City and an Earl, David should not have the time and energy to go. Never mind his little troubles. Right? Therefore, when Leon ran to the office in Fort Glamorgan to find David, David even wondered if there had been some huge change in the world of Resident Evil.
The world is destroyed?
Leon was speechless. And at David's greeting, he sat down on the sofa in the corner of the room. There are sofas and coffee tables here, which are convenient for David to use when receiving guests in the office. There are usually some fresh fruits and pastries placed on the coffee tables. The maids in Glamorgan Castle will change them every day to ensure that the fruits are always fresh.
What's the matter? I want to ask a few things. And there are a few things I might need your permission for.
Oh! Leon's expression was very serious. David realized that Leon had something very important to ask of him this time. So he also put on a serious expression and quietly waited for the next step. Leon is not a politician or a businessman, and he has a good relationship with David. So he did not beat around the bush and told the matter directly in straightforward language. After hearing this, David realized why Leon was looking for him. Leon hoped to help Shirley escape from official house arrest. If possible, he hoped to send Shirley to live in Winter City. If it was just such a trivial matter, it would seem a bit fussy for Leon to come to David specifically. But the point of the matter is not whether Shirley comes to Winter City, but how Shirley's current situation changes. After Lion rescued the president's daughter Ashley Graham very easily, it was no longer a secret that he had special abilities. Fortunately, the president himself and Lion's direct superiors both trusted and valued him. So Lion did not receive special treatment because of his special abilities. Even if some people wanted to lock him up with Shirley for research, the president himself refused. But the president can protect Lion for a while. But it is impossible to protect him all the time. Mr. President came up with a way, establish a special department, and put Lion in charge of this newly established special department. In addition to protecting the president and important figures, this special department also has the responsibility of dealing with various special incidents.
Currently, it is mainly targeting various biochemical incidents. Let Leon be in charge of this department. In fact, there is also the idea of letting him try to teach his special abilities to others. This can be regarded as a kind of research. Leon's abilities have been used reasonably. And Leon, the hero, has not been turned into an experiment, which can be regarded as a proposal acceptable to all parties. Leon did not agree immediately because the special abilities he possessed were obtained from Winter City, and he was not prepared to teach them to anyone without David's permission. Actually, this is not a big deal. The world of Resident Evil is full of villains who cause trouble. If Leon can teach more powerful warriors to deal with biochemical incidents, it can be considered a good thing. Of course, there is no shortage of people in any world who can read good scriptures incorrectly. For example, the security consultant named Simmons is not a good person. From Lion's words, we can know that it is Simmons and his group who want to make Lion an experimental subject. I think you can agree and then take the opportunity to cultivate your own power. David couldn't help but touch his chin. He was thinking that if Leon could establish a force that was completely obedient to him in the world of Biohazard, and use the power provided by Winter City, would it be considered that Winter City had taken a step towards dimensional invasion into the world of Biohazard? First step? I don't think I have the talent for it. Leon is not averse to cultivating his own power. He has no good feelings towards officials and politicians. He was forced to become an agent at first, purely to protect Shirley. Later, I will continue to do it. It is more about human relationships and the justice in my heart, in addition to being mainly responsible for the security of the president at the beginning. Lion's main work later was to deal with various biochemical incidents. For a man who had seen too many tragedies caused by biochemical weapons, he wished he could destroy all biochemical incidents with his own hands, weapons, and related people. This is why he always fights on the front line. People can make progress through learning, and sometimes things are not that complicated. As long as you always stick to your heart and are strong enough, you will naturally attract like-minded people. These people who believe in Leon and are willing to obey his orders are the capital for Leon to live well in that world. In addition, he also learned one thing: arcane energy does not exist in the world of Resident Evil. Every time Leon consumes all his magic power, he needs to restore his magic power through the water containing arcane energy brought back from Winter City. If you drink up all the water with arcane energy, you must return to Winter City to replenish it. Even if he has a kettle in his hand that can automatically absorb arcane energy, he still has to come to Winter City to absorb the arcane energy. In other words, even if Leon passes on the knowledge related to Arcana, he himself is an irreplaceable special existence, and there is no possibility of being killed. After clarifying various situations, David believes that Lion can definitely obtain more and better conditions, and by then Lion will be more helpful to Winter City and David. Chapter 262 Contributing to Winter City. Leon, who received David's reply, went back to fight for better conditions for himself. David thought it would take Lion and the politicians a while to get an accurate answer. However, facts have proven that even politicians who are good at doing foreign work can still show amazing efficiency once they encounter matters that are closely related to their own interests. Lion soon received an accurate answer. He will become the leader of the new department. This department, which has not yet been officially named, will be directly under the president himself. It is usually responsible for protecting the president and handling various special events in North America. Biochemical incidents are the focus of these people's work. Members of the new department will be drawn from various departments, and Lion will get a group of elite subordinates. In addition, Lion himself also has the right to recruit people he thinks are excellent and suitable into the new department. For this reason, Lion spent some time looking for many old friends. But unfortunately, the people he recruited were not accepted. Not much. Fortunately, his other request was met. Right here? Yes. Leon looked at the red-haired ponytail girl next to him. He had already greeted David before bringing his old comrade here. The environment here is very good. You think so too? It's really good. Claire, who was wearing a ponytail, looked around. Although she was in this city called Winter City, she could still see the beautiful natural scenery around her, the wide river and the forest not far away, and the mountain peaks further away, as well as the vast snowfield. It's just a bit cold. Before coming over, Leon greeted her specifically, but Claire still didn't expect the temperature here to be so low. She even suspected that she had arrived in Alaska or even the Arctic Circle. I think it's very nice here. The other blonde girl next to Leon kept looking around with bright eyes. She didn't care at all about the cold wind like a knife.
She even felt that the cold wind was blowing on her body. Give her a feeling of freedom.
As long as you like it here.
Leon and Claire looked at Shirley, who was full of excitement, with happy smiles on their faces. They just watched Shirley turning her head and looking around, deliberately slowing down her pace. Claire also lowered her voice a lot.
You actually let Shirley leave the laboratory. And those guys were actually willing to let her leave. How did you do it?
Leon waved his hand, indicating that he would elaborate on this matter with you later.
It can't be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Now let's go and see Shirley's new home first.
Claire knew that things couldn't be explained simply, especially in this place called Winter City. She didn't even understand what was going on. She just put her hand on Leon's shoulder and followed him forward. She arrived at this place in a blink of an eye. If she hadn't experienced it personally, it would be hard for her to believe that such a magical thing could happen, even though she had seen many strange and weird things herself. While walking and chatting casually, Claire learned through Leon's narration that they were now in another world. This Winter City was established in the past 2 years by an Earl of Tilland Kingdom named David Glamorgan. A new city arises. In addition, this is a world with many magical powers and many legendary races. She just saw an elf whose hands were glowing golden and seemed to be treating people. The worldview has been greatly impacted. Claire wonders if she has entered a magical world similar to the Lord of the Rings? Before he could ask, a police car roared past with its siren blaring. Claire suddenly realized that Leon was right. This matter cannot be explained clearly in a few words. It would take a long time to talk about this peculiar place. Leaving the main road and turning onto a much narrower, but still wide road, Claire looked around curiously. This should be a residential area, and you can still see the signs of various shops and restaurants. And the people she meets from time to time are chatting in a language that she doesn't understand at all. After walking for a while, Claire and Shirley, led by Leon, stopped in front of a house. This was a single-family 2-story building. After Leon opened it with a key and made a gesture of invitation, Shirley and Claire immediately walked in. They were not polite to Leon, and immediately began to look at the situation in the house after entering the house. The first floor is the kitchen, dining room, living room, and bathroom. The second floor is the bedroom, guest room, bathroom, and study room. There is also an independent back garden, although it is not particularly large. It is very warm. The water and electricity facilities are complete, and even the bedding is brand new.
Is this your house? No. This is Shirley's house.
When answering Claire's question, Leon also handed the key to Shirley.
Live here for now. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can change it later. Ah. No. This is already good.
Shirley found that this place perfectly met her requirements, especially because it was very close to the house next to it, and there were many neighbors around it. For Shirley, who has been locked up in a laboratory as a test subject for many years, she likes this popular place very much. After looking at the key in her hand, Shirley looked around again. At this moment, she suddenly felt unreal.
Am I really going to live here from now on? Yes. And no one will ever take you for various tests again.
Testing is a nice word, but it actually means conducting various experiments. Leon became an agent in order to protect Shirley, but he was unable to prevent Shirley from becoming a test subject for scientists. If he had not obtained extraordinary power from Winter City and used it as a bargaining chip to negotiate, Shirley might have been locked up forever in the laboratory, be a guinea pig.
Thank you, Leon.
Shirley hugged Leon hard, and then ran to the second floor excitedly to visit her new home. Of course, she might also find a place to cry and vent her tears, seeing Shirley's figure disappear at the corner of the stairs. Claire was happy for Shirley, and at the same time looked at Leon.
Can you explain it carefully now? Sure.
He recounted his entire experience, and finally told Claire how he negotiated terms with the authorities to save Shirley out. After finishing speaking, Leon extended the invitation again, hoping that Claire would join the new department to help him. If it had been in the past, Claire would have refused without even thinking. She had an extreme distrust of the government. After graduating from college, she joined various civil groups to fight against the government. For this reason, she even had a conflict with Leon. Now that her thoughts have changed slightly, maybe she can seriously consider joining the new department formed by Leon. Because in this new department, she can better deal with various crises caused by biological and chemical weapons. And at the same time, she can better protect Shirley. As for learning magic or something like that, it's completely incidental. Well, you can also help your brother explore the road? Or ask Leon to introduce his brother to the Earl of Glamorgan? From here, he directly learns a certain special ability, so that his brother Chris can better deal with various biochemical events. Especially when Claire learned through Leon that Rebecca was already considering setting up a medical laboratory in Winter City, and wanted to see if she could find the answer to completely eliminate the biochemical virus through mysterious knowledge. She became more and more inclined. You accepted Lion's invitation. At this time, David did not know that Leon was working hard to contribute to Winter City. After dealing with some affairs in succession, he once again got relatively free time. So he told Gwen that he was going to her in the next few days. Home guest. The happy Gwen didn't go home that night. She overestimated her ability and wanted to fight David until dawn. As a result, she accidentally awakened a new attribute.
You know the huge gap between the two of us?
Right.
Remember to exercise hard. Little Fountain.
Gwen's skin color was considered very white among white people, but she was not white at all at this time. Her whole body was as red as a pepper, and it took a long time before she returned to her normal state. Fortunately, Gwen returned to normal in time. Otherwise, when David was sitting at the dining table of Stacy's house, Director Stacy's questions might not have been so cordial and friendly. He didn't take out his gun and empty the magazine on the spot. He is highly qualified and well educated.
How old are you?
20. David was indeed only 20 years old in this life, and he would turn 21 after some time. In terms of age, he was not much different from Gwen. Of course, Director Stacy is still not very happy because his daughter is not yet an adult.
Are you in college? No. I am currently starting a business.
Start a business?
Yes. And it has already attracted several rounds of investment in Europe and North America.
Oh. Director Stacy, who originally thought that David was unreliable, felt a little more reliable after hearing that David had received several rounds of investment. But in this case, wouldn't this kid be a playboy who just cheated?
What is your company's main business? Clean energy, wastewater and garbage disposal.
David originally wanted to say land development, but he probably would arouse suspicion. So he simply changed it to clean energy and garbage disposal. These projects are still very new in this era. Young people, there are many people entering this type of industry. So it is not surprising that he is doing business in this area. The most important thing is that these technologies exist in Winter City, although the technical details are not convenient to discuss. Some concepts, advantages and selling points can be discussed wildly, which is enough to deal with Director Stacy in front of him. David also specifically emphasized that his company's main business scope is not in North America, and he speaks with a British accent. Director Stacy wants to investigate his background, so that if nothing is found, he will not immediately become suspicious. In fact, he was overthinking it. Director Stacy's suspicion of him had nothing to do with the investigation not investigating his background. Chapter 263. David is at leisure. We had an uncomfortable dinner at Gwen's house. After chatting briefly for a while, David said goodbye and left. Gwen wanted to accompany David back to Winter City, but unfortunately, she was stopped by her father. So she had to wave goodbye to David and go to find David after dealing with her father. She estimated that she would be forced to confess by her father harshly, and it would not be easy to get through. After leaving Gwen's house, David was thinking about whether to go to Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius.
I'm afraid this Dr. Octopus won't be so easy to recruit.
Standing on the street and looking at the high-rise buildings in New York, David felt that this feeling was very special. A bit like when he was playing games and recruiting generals from all over the place. It's just that it has changed from a simple click of the mouse to a more complex real-person communication. Wanting Dr. Octopus to join Winter City and work for Winter City is not as easy as a few simple options. In this world, Dr. Octopus is supported by the Osborn Group, and he is unlikely to accept David's invitation until his experiment is declared a failure. This is also true, although David spent some time finding Octavius, who was not yet Dr. Octopus. He failed to successfully attract him to Winter City. At most, he left some impression on him. After a brief chat with Octavius, David did not go to Harry Osborn, let alone Peter Parker, the Spider-Man of this world, but returned directly to Winter City. It is impossible for Spider-Man to be deceived into Winter City by himself. If you simply want to find a spokesperson for this world, Gwen is more suitable than Peter Parker. As for the Harry Osborn of this world, the Harry here does not have the threat of inheritance disease, like the Harry of another world. It is difficult to win over. Instead of wasting time and energy on this person, it is better to invite the extraordinary world. Harry went to Winter City to visit and treat illnesses, and then helped him completely control the Osborn Group. and then made the Osborne Group's technology become Winter City's technology. David doesn't think these calculations are bad things, because if everything goes well, he will indeed be able to help those in need and not hurt anyone. Even his calculations will avoid some tragic events from happening. For example, Gwen in the extraordinary world should not die. Thinking of this, David felt that there was nothing wrong with his approach, and thought about who else needed his help. Of course, he could only think about this issue in his spare time. As Winter City gradually developed, he had to deal with more and more affairs. When Weatherby began to build public transportation facilities within Winter City, and Lion was working hard to help Winter City, David found Megatron and wanted to inquire about the technology for mass-producing Decepticons.
Any special requests?
Megatron didn't ask David what this technology was for, asking David directly about his request. He knew that David must have a need, so he came to ask him specifically.
It can transform into a Quinjet fighter and complete simple combat missions.
When David stated his request, Megatron understood why he came to him. After the Winter Knights changed to Blizzard-powered armor, the most suitable vehicle for them at the moment was the Quinjet. The Winter Knights riding Quinjet fighters can parachute into the battlefield at any time to kill, but there are not enough pilots in Winter City. This problem was noticed by Megatron after watching the Winter military camp for a few days. Since there was no way to train or poach enough pilots in a short period of time, David came up with two solutions. Let Tony install a sufficiently advanced autopilot system on the Quinjet. The other was to get a batch of create a Decepticon that can transform into a Quinjet and serve as a transportation vehicle for the Knights of Winter. Comparing the two, the latter is undoubtedly better. Even the mass-produced Decepticons have good intelligence and combat effectiveness, which is definitely much better than dull automatic driving.
This is not difficult, but even mass-producing Decepticons will consume a lot of energy. You can ask the ambulance to help you, or you can go to Will and ask for some crystal ore.
Ratchet has learned the Holy Light. Since then, Ratchet's status among the Cybertronians has skyrocketed. The improvement of Ratchet's status is not limited to the Autobots. Even among the Decepticons, Ratchet also has a good reputation. Prestige, because the ambulance can now not only repair their bodies, but also repair the fire, which is of great significance to the Cybertronians. For this reason, Megatron has also been studying the Holy Light recently, hoping that he can also master this magical power. After David learned about this, he gave Megatron some pointers on how to practice and comprehend the Holy Light. As for whether he could truly learn it, David didn't know. After talking about the business and giving some guidance on Holy Light knowledge, David went to visit the lower Cybertron living area. In addition to the increasingly perfect accommodation, the most conspicuous thing in the Cybertron living area is the Cybertron Technology Center. Now, whether it is the Decepticons or the Autobots, scientists from both sides have gathered in the Technology Center to sort out their hands. Mastery of Cybertronian technology. This is not a strange thing. It is normal for Cybertronians to sort out the technical information in their hands and conduct in-depth research. But Tony Stark, a human scientist, is actually among a group of Cybertronians, which is more eye-catching.
What are you doing here? Of course I'm researching and learning new knowledge.
Tony has been a little more leisurely recently after completing a series of research work. The Blizzard Power Armor was finalized and produced. The Piccolo Assault Rifle was also produced, and the ammunition was handed over to the arsenal that had just started to be built. Tony really had nothing important to do, so while he was free, he ran to the Cybertron living area to see what other powerful technologies the Cybertronians had. If David's guess is correct, after observing and learning new knowledge and techniques, Tony will undergo a new round of retreat, and then he will digest the newly learned knowledge in Winter City. And by the way, he will make a set that incorporates various new technologies. Technology's new steel suit. I wonder what kind of suit this guy will come up with by then. David was suddenly looking forward to it.
But won't Pepper be angry if you stay here?
Since being able to come to Winter City, Tony has stayed here most of the time. He only goes back to his own world occasionally. And after making sure nothing happens, he will come back. Pepper wanted to find Tony, and even needed to send a message through Steve. There was no problem for a short time, but after a long time, Pepper would probably explode. Right?
You're right. I really should go back and stay for a while.
Tony had previously disliked the hassle of going back and forth. After all, at that time, he had to go back and forth between the two worlds through Steve. Now that he has gained the ability to travel back and forth freely, there is no need to stay in Winter City all the time.
Before you go back, go to Glamorgan Castle and pick a golden apple. Good idea. Thanks.
After Tony thanked him, he closed his helmet and flew directly away from the Cybertron Technology Center. He thought that if he brought a golden apple back to Pepper, his girlfriend would definitely not be angry. After all, the effect of golden apples is on a woman. Can't refuse. David stayed at the Cybertron Technology Center for a while, then released his Mustang sports car and left. There was no other way. The Cybertron Technology Center was built based on the figures of these Cybertronians. David wanted to get out, taking more time than the Cybertronians. Anyway, this place is spacious enough, so it's more convenient to drive away directly. Besides, these Cybertronians usually like to enter and exit in the form of vehicles. David did not go back directly to Fort Glamorgan. He planned to take a look around. Anyway, there is nothing important to do after returning. Winter School is still under construction. Although it has entered the advanced stage, it will take some time before the school actually starts. The construction of Winter Arsenal has just begun. Even if there are diggers, the internal layout, decoration, production lines, etc. cannot be completed in a few days. Therefore, there is no rush in recruiting workers. Lion greeted him. Rebecca Chambers intends to come to Winter City to establish a medical laboratory. But before that, the former STARS medical officer still has a lot of preparation work to do. Even if everything goes well, it is estimated that it will take a few more months before we can actually come to Winter City. As for Claire and Chris's intention to come to Winter City for further study, it is not something that needs to be dealt with immediately. Therefore, David has really been free recently. This state of having nothing urgent for him to deal with makes him a little confused about what to do for a while. Driving into the winter military camp, he remembered the expansion of the Winter Knights mentioned by Gareth before when he saw the military camp. Some time ago, it was announced that the Winter Knights would expand, and that all people in Winter City would be eligible to compete for a spot in the Winter Knights. I wonder what the situation is like in the military camp now. After driving into the military camp, David went directly to the training ground and found that the place had become extremely lively. Even though it was an extremely cold winter, it could not cool down the warm atmosphere on the training ground. Everyone in the training ground seemed to be in a state of fanaticism, and everyone was trying every means to stimulate their potential. David saw some familiar faces among them, such as Bullock Rumlow, Pollux, and Castor, as well as some very unfamiliar faces, and some more unexpected faces.
Why is Sophia here too?
David looked around and was surprised to find Sophia in the crowd. What surprised David was that the princess was wearing blizzard power armor, holding a helmet in one hand and raising her other hand to her mouth, loudly cheering for everyone in the crowd. A soldier wearing blizzard-powered armor and performing various operations was cheering.
Come on! Magnolia!
Chapter 264, whose equipment is more powerful. Magnolia is Princess Sophia's personal knight. She can become the princess's personal knight not only because she is a woman, but more importantly because she is a very good knight in her own right. Even among the Tiran Knights, Magnolia's strength has been widely recognized. If she had not become a personal guard knight of Her Royal Highness, Magnolia would have had a chance to become the senior commander of the Tiran Knights. 1. From the perspective of personal development and future, becoming a knight of Her Royal Highness the Princess is not a good choice. It almost means that she will never have any future in her life. She can only be known as Her Royal Highness the Princess. He exists as a bodyguard knight. Promotion? Military exploits? Promotion? These will all be gone from her. His Majesty the King did not force her to accept this appointment, so Magnolia could refuse. But she still accepted the task. She felt that as a knight, she should accept all tasks that she could complete, instead of deciding what she should and should not do because of reasons such as prospect and development. So Magnolia swore allegiance to Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia and followed Her Royal Highness to Winter City, a new town located in the most remote part of the Kingdom of Tilan, and which had just been included in the territory of the Kingdom of Tilan less than 2 years ago. Before coming to Winter City, she was already prepared to live a hard life. After all, a new city located on the remote northern border would hardly have a good living environment. Even if the Lord's residence is slightly better, it must be provided first to Lord Winter and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Unexpectedly, Winter City was completely different from what she had originally expected. Winter City is clean and has no odor at all. There are flat and wide stone pavements everywhere, soft beds that are so comfortable that people don't want to get up, faucets that can dispense clean water with a simple twist, an electric light that makes the house as bright at night as it is during the day. The magical facilities and the strict and harsh security regulations all highlight the uniqueness of Winter City.
As a knight, Magnolia pays more attention to the Winter Knights, the ace force of Winter City. At first, like other colleagues, she did not take the so-called Knights of Winter seriously, thinking that it was just like the knights formed by most lords, and was nothing more than a facade team, considering that the Earl of Glamorgan had only been a noble for about a year. His knights were also a new army that had just been formed. No matter how you look at it, the Knights of Winter are a group worth mentioning. Until she saw the Winter Knight wearing heavy armor with her own eyes. Later, she learned that this exaggerated heavy armor was called blizzard-powered armor, and also learned that the weapon used by the Winter Knights was a weapon called a Garen rifle, and saw with her own eyes how powerful these equipment were. At that time, she had become curious about the equipment of the Winter Knights, but she didn't expect to be able to experience it in person so quickly. Glancing at Her Royal Highness the Princess, who was standing not far away, also wearing power armor, she felt that she had to perform well and must not embarrass the Tylan Knights, let alone Her Royal Highness the Princess. Thinking carefully about what Floyd had told himself not long ago, he gently made various simple movements with his hands, feeling the various conditions of this set of power armor called Blizzard. "Are you ready?" After a while of simple activities, a Cybertronian named Transformer started urging him impatiently. Magnolia turned her head and glanced at the Cybertronian, although she still felt that this metal giant was amazing. She did not satisfy her curiosity at this time. Instead, she said simply, "It's ready. Walk." The other party reached out and grabbed Magnolia in his hand, and then flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Magnolia had been grabbed by the huge Cybertronian and flew into the air together. "You have 10 seconds. Magnolia stood on the Cybertronian's hand and looked at the training ground that had become very small, without hesitation at all. Just 2 seconds later, Magnolia jumped from the Cybertronian's hand and fell straight down at high speed. "Oh ha, you are so courageous!" The Cybertronians transformed into huge metal birds that were hovering not far away. Magnolia remembered that this thing was called a plane, but after a few glances, she regained her attention, adjusted her falling posture according to the way Freud taught her, and started the propeller on her back. As the thruster started, Magnolia felt herself pause suddenly in midair, and her falling speed slowed down a lot. If she continued to maintain this state, she could land steadily, but this was not what she wanted. When she jumped off the Cybertronian's hand, she started the timer. At this time, in the upper left corner of the power armor's display interface, you could clearly see the constantly beating numbers. Weaken. Strengthen. Weaken. Strengthen. Continuously operating the thrusters. Magnolia always briefly used the thrusters to slow down when the alarm sounded, and accelerated her landing speed while ensuring that she would not fall to her death. In the end, she successfully landed safely in a short time, immediately raised the Garen rifle that she had been holding in her hand, and while moving forward quickly, she pulled the trigger at the targets that kept appearing around her. David looked at the soldiers who were advancing rapidly on the field and kept shooting, occasionally stopping to launch missiles, and strolled to Floyd's side. "Grown-ups!" Floyd was watching the performance with a smile when he suddenly found someone approaching him without him realizing it, and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. When he turned around and found that it was the Lord, he calmed down. Freud already knew how powerful David was. It was not surprising that the Lord was able to walk to him silently. At the same time, this also meant that David did not want to be too public, and Floyd lowered his voice when greeting him. Only a few nearby Winter Knights noticed the Lord's arrival, and the others were still watching the performance. "Is that Magnolia? Princess Sophia's personal knight?" "Yes." Floyd briefly introduced the situation. Princess Sophia came to visit the military camp with her bodyguard knights. During the period, she showed great interest in power armor and expressed her desire to experience it for herself. Freud did not refuse the request of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Moreover, David had already told her that there was no need to keep secrets about various things in Winter City from Her Highness the Princess. So when Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia expressed that she wanted to experience powered armor, Floyd immediately found a suit for Her Royal Highness and served as the instructor himself. "Is this a training project or a test project?" "All of them." Floyd briefly introduced the process. According to the standards of the Winter Knights, the timing starts from the airborne landing. Landing safely, passing through specific obstacle areas while using various weapons to hit all targets, reaching the target location and completing the rescue, kill and other random final tasks. And if it takes no more than 10 minutes, you are qualified. Sounds like a fun project. While listening to Freud's introduction
and watching Magnolia's performance in the field. David had the idea of going up to experience it. Just as he was thinking this, Magnolia had already reached the final location and successfully hit the final target.
How long? 13 minutes and 28 seconds.
Floyd kept counting the time, and immediately gave a clear answer when David asked. And also gave more comments by the way.
This Tyrann Knight is very interested in firearms, etc.
Thermal weapons are not familiar enough. If she is familiar with the use of thermal weapons, she should be able to easily complete these projects in 10 minutes.
David also noticed that when shooting, Magnolia either took a little longer to aim,
or she had to fire a few extra shots. And she was also relatively unfamiliar with the coordination of firearms, missiles, grenades, and other weapons. She needed some time to think. Even so, it was only 3.5 minutes slower. This shows that his strength is indeed strong. No wonder he can become the princess's personal knight. Just when David was thinking this, he suddenly saw Princess Sophia walking into the field wearing power armor, and greeted Jian Lei, who had fallen back to the ground. Before David could do anything, the Magnolia Knight had already rushed to Sophia's side, probably trying to dissuade Princess Sophia from trying such a dangerous thing. Princess Sophia walked back with a regretful look on her face, only to find David standing next to Floyd. She immediately put on a surprised smile and ran to David happily.
How's it going? Doesn't it look awesome?
Sophia held the helmet in one hand and pinched her waist with the other hand. Then she stood in front of David with her head slightly raised, waiting for David's praise. After David smiled and praised a few words, he glanced at Magnolia, who was following her. The female knight also took off her helmet, revealing short brown hair, and immediately greeted David. The Winter Lord. David smiled and nodded in response, seemingly asking casually,
how does it feel to use the Blizzard Power Armor? This set of heavy armor called Blizzard Powered Armor is very powerful equipment. How does it compare with the equipment of the Tyrann Knights?
David didn't hear any answer from Magnolia, but through the female knight's reaction, David already got the answer he wanted. Obviously, the Tyrann Knights also have equipment similar to power armor, but I just don't know what it looks like. David guessed that the Tyrann Knights most likely possess enchanted equipment, which improves combat effectiveness by adding powerful magical effects to armor, weapons, and other equipment. He didn't know if his guess was right, but the Tyrann Kingdom did have stronger equipment. He was sure of this. Chapter 265: The Benefits of Being the First Investor. This is already the 4th winter that David has experienced since coming to the Northern Plains, and now he can enjoy winter well, staying in the warm Glamorgan Castle, drinking steaming tea, eating various snacks made from crops produced in your own territory, and talking nonsense with Laura.
I heard that you are going to send people to the royal capital to collect intelligence.
Laura peeled an orange, took a bite of it, and stuffed it into David's mouth one by one.
This orange is so sour. I know you like eating sour food.
Laura didn't mean to stop, and continued to stuff oranges into David's mouth.
Are you ready to make Winter City an independent country? It's just normal intelligence collection.
Although it was very sour, when Laura stuffed the orange into his mouth, he still opened his mouth and ate it obediently.
It's not just the intelligence of Tyrann Kingdom. If possible, I would like to send some intelligence personnel to several surrounding countries.
If it were not a matter of racial appearance, David would even want to place intelligence agents with the orcs and elves. Unfortunately, the huge difference in appearance makes this kind of thing difficult to do.
And collecting this information is also to ensure the safety of Winter City and the Northern Plains.
David knew that the Tyrann Kingdom had powerful equipment, and he could confirm this from the reactions of Earl Sutton Stewart and Princess Sophia. The answer from the female knight Magnolia just made him more certain. So here comes the question. The Kingdom of Tyrann has a powerful secret weapon that is unknown to everyone. So, do the other major human kingdoms that are juxtaposed with it have something similar? The reason why Sotorama Empire owns the most vast land in the human kingdom should not be as simple as its long existence. Right? There are so many little tricks behind the scenes in the Holy Kingdom of God. What do you rely on? The many gods believed in the temple? And the New Aelan Federation, which was established to fight against the 3 powerful countries. With what strength did it rely on to withstand the attacks of the 3 countries? If possible, David would like to travel around the 3 countries himself to figure out this information. But I just thought about it. This kind of thing is very unrealistic, even if his identity is not taken into account. It will be difficult for David, who is not a professional intelligence officer, to find out enough useful information. It is just a waste of time. Listening to David's words, Laura always felt amazing. Just over a year ago, David was just a small village chief, with only a few cabins in the entire territory. Although she had noticed at that time that David had considerable ambitions, Laura felt that it would take several years for David to achieve some results. Right? How long has it been since? In less than 2 years, Winter City has risen from the ground, and the vast northern plains have become David's territory. He also has a very powerful army in his hands. Knights of Winter, Spartan Heavy Infantry, Cybertronian Legion. According to Laura's understanding, the Winter Knights are slowly increasing their numbers and equipping them with new weapons. The Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment will also become the main force using power armor in the future after its numbers increase dramatically. In addition to the already powerful Decepticon and Autobot warriors, the Cybertron Legion has recently begun producing mass-produced warriors that can transform into Quinjet fighters, giving the Winter Knights a suitable vehicle. In Laura's view, as long as these goals are completed, David's military power is enough to make him a king. Pity. What's wrong? David swallowed the last piece of orange into his stomach, but suddenly heard this sentence and looked at Laura with a strange face.
What have you thought of? When you become His Majesty the King, you will have more things to deal with in the future. Right.
David now has more and more things to deal with. Compared to the time when David was studying and practicing every day and only needed to take some time to deal with affairs occasionally, now David has to spend some time dealing with official duties every day, even if there is nothing that really requires him to make decisions. Just listening to progress reports on various things will take a lot of time. Although Laura doesn't like to stick to David's side like Gwen, she sometimes hopes to live a two-person world with David. It would be even better if two people could go on adventures to some special places together like before.
It's not that difficult.
David reached out and rubbed Laura's little head, but Laura knocked it away with a speechless expression.
If you want to go out on adventures with me, you can go at any time. You don't care about your territory. There is nothing I have to keep an eye on in Winter City right now. Even if the orcs use all their strength to attack Snowfield Castle or Frostwatch, Gareth and Floyd will know how to deal with it.
As for the construction of schools and factories, he, the Lord, does not need to personally oversee it. Otherwise, what is the point of appointing various officials? Theoretically speaking, David can leave all kinds of work to his subordinates, unless it is a major matter related to the survival of the territory. Other things can be ignored.
Besides, this is also a major matter related to the survival of the territory.
Oh,
I can't make my investors unhappy.
Laura smiled and nodded, feeling that what David said made sense. As the first person to invest in Winter City, she was indeed entitled to enjoy some privileges. Then the next question changed from whether to find a place to live together for two people, to where to go. The northern plains are definitely not suitable. Winter has officially entered, and it has already snowed heavily. The entire area has turned into a vast expanse of white, and there is nothing to do at all. Leave the northern plains and visit other areas?
Did you run too far? Isn't that bad? Did you forget that I have a Cybertronian body? I have a fighter plane form. That's true.
Using a Tomcat fighter jet, two people can leave and fly back to Winter City in a very short time. And it doesn't matter how far they travel.
Is it a choice? Think about other places.
One of the advantages of living in Winter City and having a good relationship with David is that in addition to the continent of Brunia and the world where he originally lives, he can also venture to other worlds. This is what suits Laura best. As time goes by, more and more visitors from other worlds come to Winter City, and Laura has more and more choices. Just like she could go on an adventure in the Caribbean world when she was bored. This time, she can also choose a target in a targeted manner.
Azeroth World, Marvel Universe, Resident Evil World, Spider-Man World,
Pokemon World. There were already several worlds to choose from. After thinking carefully, Laura quickly eliminated most of the modern background worlds. Most places like the Marvel Universe, the Amazing Spider-Man World, and the Resident Evil World are no different from the world she lives in. What's the point of going there? In fact, the only ones that meet her adventure requirements are the Pokemon World and the Azeroth World. However, she is not interested in becoming a Pokemon trainer. It is more fun to go to the Azeroth World. There is a lot to explore in that world. Places and things.
You want to go to Azeroth? If possible. I would actually like to experience the real-life version of World of Warcraft.
When she first looked up the information, Laura also played the game a little bit. After estimating the time, she found that at this time in the world of Azeroth, it's very close to that time.
Oh, that's an interesting suggestion indeed.
David didn't care even if Laura didn't say it.
But now that he mentioned it, he also realized it. In addition, he felt that a trip to the world of Azeroth could help him deal with some trivial matters. Anduin has been in Winter City for a while, so he can't let this prince live in Winter City forever. In addition, because Fording returned to the kingdom of Lordaeron, the connection between Varian and Winter City was not smooth. David felt that Varian had not sent Anduin to Winter City after he was sent to it. The reason for taking them back is that it is currently difficult for both parties to get in touch. After this time, formal diplomatic relations can also be established, so that Winter City can easily connect with the Kingdom of Stormwind and the Kingdom of Lordaeron in the future. The human kingdoms at the southern and northern ends of the Eastern Kingdom continent will become Winter City's allies. That's it! Go to Azeroth and experience the real world of Warcraft. The business will be dealt with as it goes. No need to waste any time. It's settled. Laura kissed David hard on the face, and then got ready happily. David didn't call any more Helen or Gwen. He had already agreed with Laura that he was going to live in a world of two. So of course, he couldn't call any more people. At most, he could call Eva in, give some instructions to his secretary, and tell her his movements. Due to the upgrade of Goldfinger, people like Sylvanas and Jaina have gained the ability to travel to and from the world of Azeroth at will. David does not have to worry about Eva finding him when there is a special emergency. If necessary, Jaina or Sylvanas can be asked to go to Azeroth, and then call David back to Winter City through the communication device. When Laura and I come back this time, maybe you can also take a vacation? Ever since Eva came to Winter City, she has been working for David almost every day of the year. Now that everything in Winter City is on track, Eva may be able to take a good rest. Let's talk about it after you come back. Eva doesn't think it's hard. She likes such a fulfilling life. In addition, she thought that after David had just gone out with Laura for a while, it would be impossible for him to go on vacation with her immediately. In that case, he might as well wait until next time. Then wait until I come back before making a decision. After finishing all the instructions, David also went to pack his luggage. This time he was going to stay in Azeroth for a while, and he had to bring some very important equipment, such as toilet paper, shampoo, etc. Chapter 266 The Missing King. Compared with weapons and ammunition, David feels that these daily necessities are the things that must be brought with him when going to other worlds, especially worlds like Azeroth. After packing their bags, David and Laura found Jaina, who took them to Azeroth. After a brief greeting with Fording, Jaina continued to use teleportation spells to send the two away to Ironforge. Have a good time! Jaina did not choose to go with David and Laura. She directly used the teleportation spell to go to Dalaran, took some things and returned to Winter City. David and Laura took a brief stroll around Ironforge before taking the subway to Stormwind City. This is Stormwind City! Walking out of the dwarf area, standing on the bank of the canal and looking around, Laura found that Stormwind City didn't look as special as Ironforge. There didn't seem to be anything special about the city. The only good thing is that the cities in this world are not that dirty and smelly. Although there are places with poor sanitation in Stormwind City, overall it is still very clean. Are you going to see Varian next? Well, after we finish talking to Varian about establishing diplomatic relations, we will go to North County Abbey. Although David and Laura are not as famous as Tyrion Fordring, they have great fame and popularity throughout Azeroth. But after saving Quel'Thalas and helping Lordaeron deal with the Scourge, David is no longer an unknown little player in Azeroth. Although his reputation in the Kingdom of Stormwind is not as well known as that of Quel'Thalas and the Kingdom of Lordaeron, the senior leaders of the Kingdom of Stormwind must know him, so he could go directly to Stormwind Fortress, state his name, and ask to see King Varian. Under normal circumstances, even if Varian and David don't know each other, with his current reputation, Varian will meet him in person. Not to mention that the two people have known each other for a long time. But things tend to be unexpected. After David came to Stormwind Fortress and asked to see Varian, he failed to meet the King of Stormwind Kingdom. The person who met him was Grand Duke Bolvar Fordragon. It is a pleasure to see you again, Duke Bolvar Fordragon. It is also a pleasure to meet you again, Lord Glamorgan. Ahem. He is now an Earl. Oh, please forgive my rudeness, Lord Glamorgan. The last meeting between the two people was not a pleasant memory. Bolvar was expelled directly back to Stormwind City by David. So Bolvar did not have the slightest favorable impression of David, the Prophet. However, as the Duke of the Kingdom of Stormwind, he still represented the king in meeting this powerful being who had helped the Kingdom of Lordaeron and the High Elf Kingdom Quel'Thalas. He showed due etiquette.
As for the prophet he met earlier, he was David Glamorgan, who saved Quel'Thalas and helped the kingdom of Lordaeron. He learned about it from His Majesty the King when the news reached the kingdom of Stormwind.
I don't know His Majesty Varian Wrynn. Your Majesty is not feeling well. So that's how it is.
David felt that something was not quite right. Varian was considered one of the most powerful warriors in Azeroth, and he did not remember what kind of illness the Varian had suffered from in the plot. After chatting awkwardly with the Grand Duke of Stormwind for a while, David found that Bolvar seemed to be unclear about many things. At least the Grand Duke had never asked him about Prince Anduin. Without seeing Varian himself, David quickly said goodbye to the Grand Duke.
Let's go!
After coming out of the Winter Fortress, David looked back at this rather spectacular castle. David discovered that this trip to Azeroth was probably not just a vacation.
What should we do now? Leave Stormwind City first.
David thought for a few seconds, glanced at a dark corner, and then made a decision. He was no longer planning to stay in Stormwind City, and his original plan to spend 2 or 3 days in Stormwind City was abandoned. Laura didn't ask any questions and followed David out of the city. As soon as they walked out of Stormwind City, the two of them immediately left the road and walked eastward into the forest.
You can come out now!
Entering the forest, towering and dense giant trees covered the sky and blocked the line of sight. It was difficult to see what was going on in the distance in the forest. Similarly, people in the distance cannot see what is going on in the forest, so they can get a relatively safe environment here. A sturdy man wearing leather armor walked out of the shadows. His figure gradually became clearer, and he immediately spread his hands to show that he had no ill intentions.
I'm sorry to meet you in this way. David Guerra, Lord Earl Morgan. You are?
David guessed the other party's identity from the way he dressed, acted, and revealed his identity, but he still had to confirm it.
I'm Matthias Shore from MI7.
Seeing David nodding, Matthias made sure that the other party knew his identity, and knew that he could talk about business directly. Before he could speak, he heard David asking himself,
What's going on with His Majesty Varian Wrynn? His Majesty the King is missing. Huh?
David looked at Matthias in front of him in surprise. The expression on the face of the leader of MI7 was not very good. The look full of self-blame made David aware of the crisis in the Kingdom of Storm. Not much was resolved.
What exactly happened?
Matthias did not hide anything from David. Compared to Bolvar Fortigon, Matthias, the intelligence chief, knew more. In addition to His Majesty the King specifically sending Prince Anduin to the Earl's territory, it also includes many details about the various things David did in the north of the continent. Matthias knew that David in front of him was an extremely powerful user of the Holy Light, and was even called the incarnation of the Holy Light by the High Elves of Quel'Thalas and the Knights of the Silver Hand. Now that His Majesty Varian Wrynn is missing and the Stormwind Kingdom is full of undercurrents, Matthias doesn't know what to do. David comes to the Stormwind Kingdom at this time, giving him someone to turn to. Matthias found David immediately, and when David asked about the situation, he immediately told the story in detail. When Varian discovered that there was an undercurrent in the Kingdom of Stormwind, he sent Anduin to Winterfell. Basically, only Matthias knew about this. Varian then began to disguise his identity and move around the territory of the Kingdom of Stormwind. When we were in Elwyn Forest, everything was going well, although many problems have been discovered. Varian has always maintained contact with MI7, and His Majesty the King has gradually sorted out the context, and seems to know what he should do. But after following the clues all the way to the Western Wilderness, things began to go wrong. Not long ago, His Majesty the Kingdom himself even suddenly disappeared.
His Majesty the King was investigating the whereabouts of Edwin Van Cleef before he disappeared. Who are you talking about? Edwin Van Cleef.
David wanted to say that's impossible, because Edwin Van Cleef is currently in his Winter City, serving as the intelligence chief of Winter City. How can he have time to cause trouble in the West Wilds? But he suddenly thought that many of the troubles within the Kingdom of Stormwind at this time were caused by the Black Dragon Onyxia. Although the Black Dragon's identity was exposed by Fording, he could no longer use Katrana Presto's power. Her identity is hidden within the Kingdom of Stormwind. But that doesn't mean she can't continue to cause trouble. After all, Fording only expelled Onyxia from Stormwind City, and did not kill the Black Dragon Princess. So, maybe this Van Cleef who appears again is the fake Black Dragon Princess? Or is it a fake specially launched by the Black Dragon Princess? And Varian was probably caught by the Black Dragon Princess while pursuing this clue.
What do you know about this Van Cleef? I know this Van Cleef is fake.
Matthias directly stated that he knew that the real Van Cleef had gone to Winterfell, and that the Van Cleef who was currently commanding the Defias Brotherhood to harm Westfall and Elwyn Forest, and even infiltrated into Dusk Forest, was not him.
Anything else? His whereabouts are very secretive. Even the internal members of the Defias Brotherhood don't know where he usually stays.
Matthias told a lot, but in the end, there was not much useful information at all.
Only one thing is for sure. He is indeed in the Westfall.
David shook his head speechlessly. He didn't know how to evaluate the intelligence officers of MI7. They can indeed find important intelligence information and find out the truth. But they are always slow. When things are confusing, and I don't know which direction to investigate, they are basically unable to help.
I'll go to the West Wilds and see for myself.
He didn't expect to ask for more information. Anyway, he and Laura didn't have a clear purpose, so they might as well help find Varian's whereabouts.
Your Majesty, Earl of Glamorgan.
Matthias quickly called David, indicating that he still had something to say.
Your Royal Highness. He is living a good life in Winter City. There is new knowledge to learn every day.
That's not what Matthias wants to say. He hopes that David will bring His Royal Highness Prince Anduin back to Stormwind City before he goes to find the whereabouts of His Majesty the King. However, there are some things that he is not comfortable saying clearly, and he does not have the right to make such a request. He originally hoped that David would take the initiative to propose this, but from the looks of it, David didn't want Anduin to return to Stormwind City at this time. David really didn't want Anduin to come back at this time, unless it was certain that Varian was dead and the Kingdom of Stormwind needed a new king. Otherwise, what can Anduin do when he comes back? He can do nothing, and he is of no help in finding Varian. He can only be used as a decoration in Stormwind City.
I will bring your king back as soon as possible.
Chapter 267. Priests also want to clean up the death mines. David and Laura left the forest and returned to the road. Walking south along this road, it won't take long to reach Goldhire, which is a very important transportation hub in Elwyn Forest. This location also makes Goldhire a very lively town. If according to David's original plan, he and Laura were going to start in Elwyn Forest and experience the real version of World of Warcraft, then they would live in Goldhire and take on quests like ordinary adventurers, earn some money and experience the life of a true adventurer.
What's next? Go to Goldhire, buy 2 horses and rush to Westfall? Unnecessary.
If David really needed a mount, he had mentioned it to Matthias just now. As the leader of MI7, it would not be difficult to help David and Laura arrange some horse supplies. David didn't mention it because he didn't need an extra mount.
Let's finish the business first. Maybe we still have enough time to explore the world.
He directly transformed into the body of Cybertron, and the Tomcat fighter jet was also released by David. After sitting in the cockpit with Laura, the black Tomcat, which did not need any assistance such as a runway, soared into the sky. After a simple adjustment, it flew directly towards the western wilderness. David, who is high up in the sky, is not worried about not being able to find the right direction, because these territories in the Kingdom of Stormwind are very distinctive, especially the area known as the Western Wilderness. The entire area is earthy yellow, and the surrounding green Elwyn Forest and Dusk Forest form a sharp contrast. David, who controlled the Tomcat fighter jet to fly at high speed in the air, soon arrived over the Western Wilderness. Laura, who was sitting in the back, looked down curiously. Looking down from a high altitude, there were no dense forests in the Western Wilderness. The occasional trees that could be seen were also very sparse, and there were not many lush branches and leaves on them. At first impression, this seems to be a very desolate and barren land. However, in fact, the Western Wilderness has very fertile land, and there are not many tall trees. This is only due to the special geographical environment. In terms of vegetation, the Western Wilderness, which is full of weeds, is not desolate at all.
Where are you going to start? The dead mines? Of course.
The two people who knew the plot could not slowly collect clues from the outermost places like ordinary adventurers, nor did they need to go to Sentinel Ridge to learn about the Defias Brotherhood through the local Westfall People's Army. David flew for a while, found the location of Ueshi Town, and directly controlled the plane to land on the ground. He did not need to stop the plane on the ground. He only needed to reduce the speed to a certain level and jump out of the cockpit when it was close to the ground. The Tomcat fighter plane circled in a semicircle in the air, gradually became smaller, and returned to David's body. And by this time, the two men were surrounded by several members of the Defias Brotherhood.
Who? What was that big bird just now? Is it a druid? Human druid?
A group of men wearing red masks stared at David and Laura with vigilance. They held various weapons in their hands, and some had their hands free in fighting postures. Seeing that the young man and woman had no intention of speaking, the Defias bandits glanced at each other and rushed forward together. The golden holy light suddenly flashed, and a member of the Defias Brotherhood was directly knocked to the ground by the sudden flash of holy light. Several other people nearby saw this and exclaimed loudly, "Holy light!" As a bad guy, they are most worried about encountering holy light users. If the two people in front of them are paladins, they will never be able to beat each other. Just when they were in a panic and didn't know whether to continue rushing forward, a knowledgeable person already shouted, "It's the smite used by the holy light priest, not the paladin." When everyone heard these words, their slightly slowed pace speeded up again, and they rushed in front of David and Laura in the blink of an eye. After David used punishment to knock down a bandit, he didn't expect that the other party thought he was a weak priest and actually charged harder than before. "That's fine. Let's solve it all at once." Seeing this group of people all rushing to his side, David used his rarely used Holy Nova. This is still the Holy Light spell that the Holy Light priests are good at. It is one of the only attack spells. The most important thing is the one-trick group attack spell. With David as the center, the sacred light points continuously released to the surroundings bombarded the Defias bandits, instantly causing the group of bandits to fly back to their original positions. It's just that compared to the previous state when they stood there with their heads held high and questioned David's identity, now this group of people were all lying on the ground obediently and completely lifeless. David will never be soft when facing this group of scum, and he will never hold back when taking action. When Edwin Van Cleef went to Winter City, he had already separated the craftsmen in the Defias Brotherhood from this group. Even those craftsmen who were unwilling to go to Winter City also left the Defias Brotherhood. Brotherhood of Fire. In other words, the remaining members of the Defias Brotherhood are all robbers, villains, and other scum. Currently, there is not a single good person in the entire Brotherhood. Looking around, although David was acting very strong, there were still more members of the Defias Brotherhood coming out of various houses. Most of them were just ordinary humans. Although they were strong and looked fierce, David didn't take these people seriously at all. What concerned him was that there were actually several mages in this group of people. "That's very strange. This is not a game. A small bandit gang has all kinds of wizards, warlocks, and priests. The real Defias Brotherhood simply does not have the ability to attract high-ranking mages to join. Therefore, there is obviously something wrong with the few mages who appeared here." Although he had absolute self-confidence and could cheat when necessary, David carefully applied himself with a layer of holy light protection before rushing towards one of the mages. He felt that he wanted to find out what happened. What's wrong? The easiest way is to start with these mages. Laura's movements were not slow either. She also put a layer of shield on herself. She took out the hunting bow that had been upgraded countless times with her left hand. She held the arrow in her right hand and quickly pulled the bowstring and used holy light shot to block the enemy. The Defias Brotherhood bandits in front of David were killed. Seeing David rushing straight towards him, the person who was originally blocking him was also killed by the opponent's hunter. The mage was shocked and immediately released a defensive spell to protect himself with a thick layer of ice. What he didn't expect was that after seeing this situation, David not only did not slow down, but also accelerated his speed. In an instant, he had rushed in front of the mage, who was protected by thick ice blocks, and took advantage of the situation to lift his foot and give him a heavy kick. Out. The huge ice block surrounding the mage was kicked out by David, flying in the air for more than 10 meters. During this period, he also killed an unknown number of Defias bandits, and heavily hit the people in Yueshi town. It bounced several times on the road, and finally fell down and rolled out for several meters before stopping. This scene was a bit scary. People around had never seen it before, or even heard of it. Not only was the mage still in the ice confused, but the other two mages who were standing next to him were also confused. While the two mages were stunned, one of them had been hit by a thick pillar of fire falling out of the air. David, who had released the sacred fire, took out his holy light hunter and pointed it at the man on the other side. A mage pulled the trigger. Boom! Since the holy light hunter was created and became David's weapon. Today is the first time he has eaten meat. The scene was quite shocking. The mage's chest was evenly smeared on Yueshi town. It's a pity that the land was not sprinkled on the farmland around Yueshi town. Now it seems a bit too wasteful. Just when David thought he could properly interrogate the mage who was kicked out of the battlefield early, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The mage who was hit by the sacred fire did not die. I see.
No wonder there is a mage here.
A violent breath came from beside him, and David turned around and saw a huge figure rushing out of the gradually extinguishing flames. This guy with black scales all over his body has the lower body of a giant lizard and the upper body of a human. The four thick legs gave him an astonishing running speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of David. At the same time, he waved his thick fist, which was bigger than many people's heads, and hit David directly. However, this dark dragon man had no chance to swing out his fist. The next second, he was pierced through the head by the golden spear held in David's hand. Seeing the black dragon man fall in front of him, David pulled out the golden spear and played with it twice casually. The water flow from the front of the spear washed away the remaining blood on it.
If the mages are all dragons in disguise, I'm afraid they won't be able to get any intelligence information.
These dragon men should be Onyxia's men. They are absolutely loyal to Onyxia and cannot be solved by torture. Looking at the fake mage coming out of the ice in the distance and preparing to restore his true form, David raised the Holy Light Hunter and killed him directly when he was about to reveal his true form. David, who was sure that these dragon men were dead, turned around. Laura had already wiped out the rest of the Defias bandits. These ordinary bandits could not pose any threat to Laura now. Even in a head-on battle in a small area, Laura can still easily destroy them all.
The Death Mine has probably become the Black Dragon's lair. Isn't that just right? Haven't you always wanted to have a dragon?
Chapter 268. The Black Dragon Princess reports that someone is cheating. When chatting before, David mentioned that he wanted to brush Onyxia's reins back then, but he just couldn't. Later, when Winter Village was established, he also mentioned that it would be more appropriate if there were a few dragons in his place. But those were all things they usually said when joking and chatting. And David didn't expect Laura to mention these things at this time.
You mean to capture a few black dragons and take them back to Winter City? Maybe there's a chance to make up for your past regrets. I don't think it's possible.
How to make up for regrets? Just capture Onyxia and use her as a mount? This female black dragon would not be willing to be a human mount. Even if Onyxia agreed, David would be worried that this black dragon would go to Winter City to cause trouble. Since Deathwing's brain became abnormal, few in the entire Black Dragon clan had normal brains. Even if there was some special method to control Onyxia, David was worried that the female dragon would suddenly go crazy.
Compared to that female dragon, why not catch a few baby dragons and raise them? Speaking of which, catching a pet would also be a good idea?
David entered the mine with Laura and wandered around for a while before he found the correct dungeon entrance. This is a real world. Naturally, there is no huge whirlpool-like dungeon gate, and the inside of the mine is larger and more complicated than in the game. So the death mine is well hidden, and it took David some time to find the right path. As for how to judge that I was not looking for the wrong path, because as David and Laura continued to go deeper, they gradually lost sight of ordinary Defias bandits. More and more dragon men disguised as mages and warriors appeared in front of them. When the situation was not good, these dragon people will show their true colors simply and neatly. David watched more and more dragons appear. After continuing to move forward for a while, he even saw the dragons without any disguise, and the black young dragons that flapped their wings and breathed fireballs to attack him. He knew that he had no wrong way.
It's difficult. I tried it just now. These young dragons can't communicate at all.
The bow and arrow in Lara's hand almost never stop. Each arrow can destroy an enemy, and after clearing a group of enemies, she can properly recycle the arrows, so she does not have to worry about running out of arrows. In fact, even if all the arrows hit Lara, there is no need to worry. There are other weapons in her storage space. David has a Holy Light Hunter in one hand and a Judgment Hammer in one hand. He has put away the spear. In environments such as mines and caves, it is not conducive to the use of weapons like spears. Of course, with David's current strength, he can easily take down the group of dragons in front of him even with his bare hands. These Onyxia's men cannot pose a threat to him at all. He can even use these dragons to test himself. Various tricks that come to mind at the last minute.
Split feet.
Kicking a larger and stronger dragon man until it was stuck against the wall. David almost kicked the dragon man into the mud before retracting his right foot, which was still glowing with golden light. And just when he was about to say something to Laura, he suddenly discovered a sneaking enemy.
Squat down.
Laura moved very quickly. She had absolute trust in David and immediately followed the instructions after hearing the reminder. Almost at the same time that Laura squatted down, David released a large ball of holy light from his open left palm, directly blasting away the almost invisible figure behind Laura.
What's this move called?
Laura turned around and glanced at the figure who was knocked away. She didn't pay too much attention to that person's situation. Instead, she was curious about who David had just imitated.
This move is nothing. It's just condensing the holy light into a ball and releasing it.
If you have to name it, it can be called Holy Light Impact. Of course, it can also be named Holy Light Wave Fist. David frowned and immediately tapped the ground with his foot before Laura asked. Dedication. This is a group attack skill that paladins prefer to use. And David is also very skilled in using it. This skill has a particularly good effect against enemies in a stealth state. Sure enough, after David used his dedication to pour holy light into the ground under his feet, making the area centered on him filled with holy light, the sneaking enemies could no longer maintain their stealth state. They had to reveal themselves. And to David's surprise, these people all looked like Edwin Van Cleef. David now knows why Varian and MI7 cannot find any useful information. There are countless Edwin Van Cleefs in Westfall. Such a large number of Van Cleefs can easily mislead investigators, hide more important information beneath the surface. Boom, 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 boom. While several Van Cleefs were forced to reveal themselves, Laura had already put away her bow and arrows, took out 2 piano pistols, and poured ammunition crazily at the fake Van Cleefs beside her. The magazines made by Pierre Newton ensured that the 2 silver piano pistols had sufficient and sustained firepower output, coupled with the powerful power of powerful bullets. These fake Van Cleefs were quickly beaten to pieces, spread unevenly on the floor of the mine. The lucky guy who was not taken care of by Laura still had no chance to get close to Laura. He was accurately hit in the head by the Avenger's hammer thrown by David, and fell to the ground neatly, although one leg was still twitching. But this guy is indeed dead.
Keep going. I feel like we're not far from our goal.
He didn't know if Varian was really here, but he felt that with so many black dragons gathered inside the death mine, he could still find some useful clues even if he couldn't see Varian. The facts were similar to what David had judged. After entering the deepest part of the death mine, he indeed saw Varian here. What was a little surprising was that there were actually 2 Varians in front of him. 2 Varians who looked exactly the same stood in a huge magic circle. The magic circle emitted strong arcane light, and the light was not only dazzling, but also trapped the 2 Varians in the magic circle. They cannot leave the range of the magic circle. David observed carefully for a moment. Although he did not know much about arcane magic, he could accurately find the energy nodes. He only needed to destroy the energy nodes that ensured the maintenance of the magic array, and the magic array would naturally stop working. After spotting a few locations, David directly threw the Judgment Hammer. The Judgment Hammer, which contained huge power of holy light, accurately bounced on several energy nodes, and flew away after completing all this. Back in David's hands, as important energy nodes were destroyed, the arcane brilliance gradually faded until it disappeared, and the 2 Varians trapped in the magic circle magically merged into one Varian. Looking at Varian, who was unconscious in front of him, David released a huge amount of holy light, restoring him to his best condition and successfully waking him up.
David?
Varian opened his eyes and looked at the confused David in front of him, as if he was a little confused about what was going on.
Where am I? It's me. You are now deep in the death mine. What is the last thing you remember? I remember I was investigating the Defias Brotherhood in the Western Wilds.
Varian felt a throbbing pain in his head, accompanied by a lot of fragmented images.
I was caught? It's Onyxia's damn black dragon. She seems to have cast some kind of spell on me.
With David's continuous use of holy light treatment, and Varian enduring the pain and constantly thinking and recalling, the matter was finally clarified. Varian was indeed captured here by the black dragon Onyxia, and the group of fake Van Cleefs and the increasingly rampant Defias Brotherhood were also the work of Onyxia. Onyxia even told Varian about her plan without hesitation. She plans to use magic to split Varian into 2 people. One of them will be a combination of cowardice, timidity, hesitation, etc. This Varian will also be addicted to pleasure, and not like to deal with affairs. The courageous, shrewd and powerful personality will be concentrated in another body. All Onyxia has to do is send the timid and cowardly Varian back to Stormwind City, and the other shrewd and powerful Varian will be killed directly. But Onyxia underestimated Varian's mental will, and the split magic failed to completely separate Varian into 2 people immediately. So she locked Varian in a magic circle, hoping to kill Varian through time. Andwell will continue to implement his plan until his mental will completely collapses and can no longer resist the splitting magic. Varian's mind was not clear just now, and he couldn't remember some things. It was because of the influence of magic. just as Varian was gradually unable to withstand the influence of magic. He was about to completely split into two people. David appeared here and destroyed the magic circle, causing Onyxia's plan to completely fail. After sorting things out and gradually returning to normal, Varian told the cause and effect and expressed his gratitude to David.
Let's talk more about it later.
David raised his head and looked forward. A black-haired woman wearing a purple robe was staring at him with an angry face.
There are more pressing issues to resolve first. Despicable black dragon.
Varian also saw the human form of Onyxia. He immediately stood up and reached for his waist. Unfortunately, he touched nothing. Then he looked around, trying to find two weapons that he could use. Before Varian could find a suitable weapon, Onyxia, who was originally full of anger and made no secret of her murderous intentions, suddenly changed her face after confronting David for 2 seconds, and directly cast a teleportation spell and disappeared from everyone. Looking at the place where Onyxia disappeared, David was filled with questions. He had no idea why Onyxia suddenly ran away.
Did she find out that I was cheating?
Chapter 269 Titan. Why did Onyxia suddenly run away? What news did you receive suddenly? Or did you notice something was wrong? Could it be that he discovered that David had used special authority and knew that he couldn't defeat him, so he hurriedly got out of the way? What is the reason? Unless Onyxia is caught, neither David nor Varian can get an accurate answer.
Ignore that female dragon for now. Let's get out of here first.
After successfully finding Varian, David can follow the original plan to enjoy the two-person world with Laura and experience the real version of World of Warcraft. But he didn't expect that Varian actually had no intention of returning to Stormwind City, but instead invited David to fight monsters with him in the Western Wilds.
We're here to experience these things anyway, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Since Laura didn't mind, David directly agreed and formed an adventure team with Varian to accept various missions in the Western Wilderness. No matter how big or small the mission was, whether it was troublesome or not, they were willing to accept it. Especially the missions issued by the People's Army of the Western Wilderness specifically for the Defias Brotherhood. They did not let go of any of them. After the efforts of the three of them during this period, less than 10 days had passed since they came out of the Death Mine, and there was almost no trace of the Defias Brotherhood members in the Western Wilderness. It is true that the three of them cannot completely eliminate such a huge organization in such a short period of time, but it is not difficult to kill the bandits who are too frightened to come out to do evil. Although it cannot completely change the bad situation in the Western Wilderness, it can alleviate it to some extent.
It's been hard to see those Defias bandits outside recently.
Sitting by the campfire, David looked around while eating mixed-flavored stew. A few of them were sitting in a sheltered place at the foot of a mountain. The mine not far away was deathly silent. It was originally occupied by the Defias Brotherhood, but recently the Defias Brotherhood suffering heavy losses. Particularly conspicuous strongholds like this were abandoned.
It can somewhat alleviate the bad situation in the Western Wilderness.
Varian stabbed the bonfire in front of him with a wooden stick in his hand. As the king of the Kingdom of Stormwind, he could only use this method to protect the civilians of his country, which made him very unhappy. According to the actual situation, the problem here in the Western Wilderness is not particularly serious. It is just a group of bandits and bandits. Militiamen who have received certain training can suppress these bandits very well. However, the Kingdom of Stormwind has never completely solved the problem here. In addition to the upper-class nobles not caring about the Western Wilderness, there is another reason: no money. It's not that the nobles have no money. It's that King Varian has no money. As long as Varian has enough funds, even if he does nothing, just sends some ordnance supplies to the People's Army of the Western Wilderness, and sends a few instructors and commanders over, he can quickly restore peace to the Western Wilderness. But now that there is no money, Varian has been thinking about what to do to solve the problem, but he can't come up with a good solution.
Do you have any good advice? Yes. You have become the Lord of Winter City and rule a large territory.
During the days of adventure together, Varian already knew that David's territory was no longer a small village, and even controlled more land. As a ruler, Varian wanted to ask David how he managed the territory. Maybe it can serve as some reference?
Our situation is different.
David has absolute control over his territory, and all the armed forces in the territory obey his orders. David will never encounter the headaches that Varian finds difficult. If David were to sit in Varian's position and face the various dilemmas he was facing at this time, he would not be able to think of any suitable solutions. Maybe he will eventually use his powerful supernatural power to crush the entire audience and kill those who are dissatisfied and those who are holding back. But even so, There is still a problem that needs to be solved. Places such as Westfall, Reedridge Mountains, and Dusk Forest all have their own lords, and Varian cannot directly overstep his authority to govern these places. This enfeoffment system greatly restricted Varian, so he really couldn't think of any solution. David looked at Varian, who looked constipated, and thought of Anduin. His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Stormwind Kingdom, spends all day in Winter City learning all kinds of knowledge and reading all kinds of books. He also hears various comments from himself from time to time. I don't know what he will do when he returns to the Stormwind Kingdom. How much impact will it have on this country? If His Highness the Prince expressed his intention to abolish the laws of his ancestors, what kind of spectacular scene would there be in Stormwind City at that time?
Suddenly, I want to watch the excitement at the scene.
Varian didn't know that David was only thinking about watching the fun. Although he couldn't get any ideas from David to solve the problem, he changed the topic to David's territory. Compared to the casual glance last time, Varian could ask more questions this time. For example, how did David plan Winterfell? How does he plan to continue building Winter City and the surrounding territories? What policies did David push in his own territory that worked? Can you apply these policies to Stormwind City? As a result, the more questions Varian asked, the more curious he became about Winter City. And he started talking about the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two families. Because Varian couldn't think of any suitable candidates who could serve as diplomats of the Kingdom of Stormwind and be stationed in Winterfell, David directly gave Varian a pass token to facilitate Varian's free travel between the two worlds. At the same time, it also allowed him to visit his son as he pleased. After introducing the functions and uses of the token, and watching Varian put things away carefully, David was ready to say goodbye to Varian.
Are you going to live in Stormwind City for a while?
Varian was already preparing to return to Stormwind City. Originally, he was planning to invite David and Laura to Stormwind City as guests. Looking at David like this at this time, he probably wanted to continue walking around with Laura.
No, Laura and I are going to Dusk Forest.
From Westfall, you can go directly to Dusk Forest, and then whether to go south to Stranglethorn Valley or east to Reedridge Mountain depends on what the two of them thought at the time.
Well, I wish you two a pleasant journey.
As the sun gradually rose, this temporary team of 3 people disbanded. Varian, who has obtained the access token, can go to Winter City to find David at any time in the future, so there is no feeling of parting. After separating from Varian, David and Laura finally officially began their adventure. There was no use of a Tomcat fighter jet or even a Mustang sports car. The two of them walked to the Twilight Forest just like ordinary adventurers in this world. And during the process, they killed some undead creatures. In addition, Laura also went to experience the combat power of werewolves and ogres, but found that these guys were extremely weak and were no match for her. If this trip hadn't been for a trip, she would have even wanted to see the Emerald Green Dragon.
Speaking of dragons, what's going on with that black dragon? I don't know either.
Laura was aware of it, and it was impossible for David not to notice it. Ever since he parted ways with Varian, David had noticed someone peeping at him secretly, and he soon discovered that the person peeping at him was actually the black dragon Onyxia. But as soon as he paid attention to it, the black dragon would run away immediately. Then it would appear again after a while and continue to peek in the dark. After attracting David's attention, it would immediately disappear again. After going back and forth several times, David became a little tired. He vaguely felt that the black dragon might have noticed something and had some misunderstanding of him. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain the black dragon's behavior. But even if he wanted to ask the other party carefully, the black dragon did not give him a chance to ask. And gradually he became too lazy to pay attention to this guy. After wandering in the Dusk Forest for a few days, David and Laura did not go to Stranglethorn Valley, but followed the road to Reedridge Mountains, and finally stopped in Lakeside Town. The two did not continue to accept various commissions like ordinary adventurers, but after resting in Lakeside Town for a few days, they left the world of Azeroth directly. The two of them have been staying in the world of Azeroth for more than a month. Laura feels that it has been a long time. David can take out such a long time to do nothing and just play with him, which makes her physically and mentally happy, very satisfied with everything from top to bottom. In addition, Laura is not the kind of character who always sticks to a man. After returning to Winter City, Laura happily threw David aside. Looking at Laura, who just lost her flirtatious look and ran away without a trace, David had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that he would be more suitable for this scene if he still held a few banknotes in his hand. At the same time, in the world of Azeroth, Onyxia, who did not know David's situation at this time, frowned and stared at the place where David and Laura disappeared, thinking constantly in her heart,
"Why does this man exude the aura of a titan?"
Onyxia seriously doubted whether her judgment was correct. After all, she had never really seen a titan or felt its power. But strangely enough, there was a voice that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, constantly reminding her, no need to doubt. It was indeed a titan. David, who was judged to be a titan by Onyxia, had already adjusted his mentality and got into work mode immediately. "I've been out for more than a month, and I don't know if anything important happened in my winter city?" Returning to the office in Fort Glamorgan, Eva reported everything directly. To David's surprise, nothing major happened in Winter City. But something happened in the Kingdom of Thailand. Rebellions occurred in the southwest and eastern regions of the Kingdom of Thailand, and several lords announced their separation from the rule of the Kingdom of Thailand. Chapter 270 War is rising everywhere.
Is there a Lord Rebellion?
In the various information he has heard, the Kingdom of Thailand has always been described as an emerging force on the rise. Things like rebellion usually only appear after they have reached a bottleneck and accumulated a lot of internal contradictions. With Eva's introduction, David unexpectedly discovered that the rebellion was actually related to himself and Winter City.
What does it have to do with me?
Eva continued to explain for a while, and then David understood why these rebellions in the southwest and eastern regions of the Thailand kingdom were related to him. Although the cause of why these lords rebelled is still unclear, the key reason that triggered the flashpoint was the order to forcefully relocate the population. Compared to the relatively vast and sparsely populated northern part of the kingdom, the southern and eastern parts of the Kingdom of Thailand have a larger population and more idle young people. The Kingdom of Thailand wants to relocate its population mainly to
grab young men
from these areas. Under normal circumstances, this is not a big deal. The removal of these idle and redundant people can also alleviate the security problems in these areas. Most lords have no objection to this. But it happens that there are a few lords who are secretly making some preparations. These young and healthy people are a resource that they value very much. What's more, a portion of the delineated young and strong population was originally specially raised by these lords. If they were moved away, wouldn't their hard work be in vain? This also raises another question. His Majesty the King suddenly forcibly relocated the young and strong population. Could it be that he sensed something? Then,
I understand. These lords were planning to cause trouble, and the order to relocate the population just happened to ignite the powder keg.
As for why these lords rebelled, are there any forces behind this? This is a no-brainer.
It seems that it is not just the Kingdom of Holy God that is causing trouble in the Kingdom of Thailand.
The southwest region of Thailand Kingdom is adjacent to the Holy Kingdom of Guntur, and those rebellious lords should have already colluded with the Holy Kingdom of Guntur, or with the temple. But the ones to the east are a bit far away. They raised the flag of rebellion so neatly, so they must have some support behind them. So the Sotarama Empire, which is not far away from them, naturally has huge suspicions. These things are a bit far away from Winter City. Unless the Kingdom of Thailand falls into a huge crisis and His Majesty the King issues a recruitment order to all parts of the country, ordering the Earl of Glamorgan to fulfill his responsibilities and support His Majesty the King with troops. Otherwise the rebellion in the kingdom will be put down. It has nothing to do with him. As the Lord of the Northern Plains of the Kingdom of Tehran and the Guardian of the Northern Border, David's responsibility is to protect the northern territory of the Kingdom of Tehran. Now that the Northern Plains are threatened by orcs, he only needs to ensure that the orcs cannot enter the Kingdom of Thailand, and his mission will be considered completed. Speaking of orcs, Eva also reported on the orcs' developments. Although their plan to build a forward fortress was previously destroyed by the 2-3 Transformers, Lightning and Smash, the orcs are still eyeing Snowfield Castle and Frost Watch. Not long ago, they attempted a sneak attack on Frostbite Post, but were repelled by the defenders.
Do we have any casualties?
No. After the orcs discovered that the defensive firepower of Frostbite Outpost was very fierce, and there was no possibility of a successful sneak attack, they retreated directly, and even retreated directly back to the easternmost part of the Northern Plains. It seemed that the orcs would not continue to invade Winter City's territory in the short term. David then asked about other things. The school has been built, and the scheduled start date is not far away. The notice that young people of school age in the Winter City territory must enroll has been issued long ago. Regarding this, the people of Winter City didn't have any special reaction. Maybe they didn't understand what these things meant at all. Right? The public transportation system within Winter City has been established, and several buses are now Operating in Winter City. Rebecca Chambers visited Winter City not long ago and seemed to want to choose a suitable place to establish a medical laboratory. Chris and Claire originally wanted to visit David, but missed it because David was out of town. But Chris would visit the Winter Army camp from time to time. The first batch of Piccolo assault rifles has been produced, and the Winter Army can start to replace them with new rifles. The arsenal is still under construction, and it will take some time for the mass production of bullets to actually start. Currently, the ammunition still needs Tony Stark's automatic production line to manufacture it. The production of mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons has begun. 2 have been built so far, and the goal of 10 will be completed soon. Ethan has started a purchasing business in Winter City. Depending on the situation, he should be able to earn money to buy a house soon. It was not easy to report all kinds of big and small things. Eva was busy until the next morning before she finished all the details.
Where are my shoes?
After Eva finished her work, she looked around in circles, and David found it for her through the gap at the head of the bed.
Don't you want to rest more? I feel like my body is getting better and better. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep for one night. Your body is not strong enough to need rest yet. It is better to continue to maintain your original work and rest habits. I take a break every afternoon.
After watching Eva happily go off to work, David also began to think about what he would do during this time. Apart from attending the opening ceremony of Winter College, he seemed to have no other affairs that he had to deal with personally. He could just listen to Eva's reports regularly and understand the development of various aspects of Winter City. This is also true. In the following period, David, besides attending the opening ceremony of Winter College and giving a speech, was mostly doing his own things. Crush the dungeon, accompany Laura and Helen, chat with Eva about business and occasional private matters, teach Gwen various combat techniques, and take Sophia around Winter City. Occasionally, I have my own free time, either practicing various skills or practicing alchemy. The vibranium samples obtained through Steve and Tony were his main analysis goals during this period. In addition, David also fused the Tomcat fighter jet with the Mustang sports car. This progressed very smoothly. David quickly merged the 2 bodies into one. The fused body had the Mustang sports car, Tomcat fighter jet, plus the human form. There are 3 forms in total. In this state, David can be regarded as a 3-transformer leader warrior. After analyzing vibranium, David began to try to add elements of vibranium to his Cybertronian body. If successful, his Cybertronian body would become more powerful and solid. David didn't know how much time it would take him to succeed, but he was still idle, so just do it slowly. In his mind, after he finished strengthening his Cybertronian body, he planned to use vibranium to strengthen all the weapons and equipment in his hand. If he gets tired of practicing alchemy, he will go to the dungeon to brush monsters and try to see if he can explode some strange materials. But even though he had reached the nightmare difficulty level, he still didn't produce any particularly good materials. There were not even many relatively ordinary leathers and ores with the smell of H.L. They were basically thrown to Pierre. Let the old alchemist take it and study it. In comparison, Gwen and Helen were able to produce something rare every now and then, which left David speechless. In this calm but comfortable day, winter is slowly passing. After David came to the northern plains, this was the most comfortable and least wintry winter he had ever experienced. Unlike previous blizzards that occurred every 3 to 5 days, there was very little snow this year. There were only 2 heavy snowfalls at the beginning of winter. Not only did no bigger blizzards fall, but even the snow began to melt early. As the temperature gradually warmed up, the deals originally negotiated with Iron Tree Castle began to be completed one after another, and a large number of young people began to come to Winter City. Even the first batch of forcibly relocated people arrived in the northern plains, and a messenger was specially sent from the royal capital to remind David to be prepared to accept a large number of new people. Of course, David was already prepared. The new arrivals are still arranged according to the current rules, and the diggers and craftsmen are busy again. The originally empty areas in Winter City are slowly being filled with new houses. David is very much looking forward to seeing these houses. The day will come soon when the house will be full of people. More young people, more students, more soldiers. David vaguely seemed to see that Winter City had developed into a huge and advanced city with an extremely vast area, advanced facilities, and a countless population. Just when he was happily looking forward to all this, Vanessa Van Cleef brought him very bad news.
Are you saying that Iron Tree Fort has entered a state of war?
Because of the geographical location of the northern plains, Iron Tree Castle has become an important channel for Winter City to connect to the interior of the Kingdom of Thailand. Iron Tree Castle suddenly entered a state of war, which meant that the young and healthy people in the Kingdom of Thailand who were preparing to move to Winter City had no choice.
Who did Iron Tree Fort fight with? There were also lords around Iron Tree Fort who launched a rebellion.
David was very confused. The biggest threat in the entire north was the orcs. Now that the orcs were blocked by him, who else would attack Iron Tree Fort?
The ones at war with Iron Tree Fort are the elves in Iron Tree Forest. It seems that the elves suddenly launched an attack on Iron Tree Fort.
Vanessa's answer shocked David. He grew up in Iron Tree Fort all his life. Of course, the elves suddenly launched an attack on Iron Tree Fort. Know the grudges between the elves in the Iron Tree Forest and the Iron Tree Fort. Needless to say about the relationship between the two parties. The key point is that these elves have been beaten until they are unable to fight back. And they can only secretly do something to disgust the humans in Iron Tree Fort. The strength gap between the two sides is obvious. It would be nice if humans didn't cause trouble for this group of elves. But this group of elves would actually launch an attack to provoke a war? Chapter 271 Orcs' New Abilities. Chris Redfield opened his eyes on time in the morning. Then got up. Washed up. And after solving personal problems in the shortest time, came to the cafeteria.
Good morning. Chris. Good morning. Brock.
The two of them just met not long ago. Because they both come from other worlds and have military backgrounds. Compared to other people here, they have slightly more in common with each other.
How are you feeling? Do you feel you have adapted? Well, it's not that easy to adapt.
Chris knew what Brock Rumlow was asking. He had been in the winter military camp for more than a month, receiving various trainings with the soldiers of Winter City. It's not like he's never seen devil training before. But this is the first time he's seen such a devil's training method. In his opinion, under normal circumstances, this kind of training method cannot produce elites at all, but can only produce a bunch of cripples. But what he is going through right now is not normal. Holy light. Because of the existence of this magical power, the soldiers of Winter City do not have to worry about injuries and diseases, and can fully exploit the full potential of their bodies during training. Even if you really get a hidden injury, ask the Holy Light Priest to treat it, and you will be alive and kicking in no time. Originally, Chris, who had made himself very strong but had many hidden wounds, after receiving treatment from the Holy Light Priest, felt that he was back to the state he was in his early 20s, with an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. Since then, Chris has lived in the winter military camp and received military training from Winter City, and his learning focused mainly on holy light knowledge and cold weapon combat. He didn't need to learn how to use various thermal weapons. He had already mastered various modern combat knowledge. He came to Winter City for training mainly to make himself stronger so that he could deal with Albert Wesker. After more than a month of training, Chris felt that he had gradually adapted to this training method that constantly squeezed his potential. He could feel that he had become much stronger than before. But Chris was not satisfied with this, because he wanted to learn the Holy Light. He knew that Leon had mastered arcane magic. In battle, the magical power of arcane magic was more versatile and easier to use. However, as a commander, Chris, who had seen too many sacrifices of his comrades, wanted to master the Holy Light, a magical power.
What training are you going to do today? Same as the past few days. Then why don't you go out on the field with me?
After Brock Rumlow confirmed that Chris had no special arrangements, he directly invited him to go out on the field with him.
Just treat it like going out for a walk. After you get here, you haven't been to places other than Winter City yet, have you?
Chris smiled awkwardly. Not just outside Winter City. After he came to Winter City, he only took a look at Fort Glamorgan outside, went to Shirley's house, and then plunged into the military camp. Inside, he has never taken a good tour of Winter City, let alone places outside Winter City.
What kind of mission is it? I can't participate in the combat mission yet. Right.
After staying in the Winter Army camp for more than a month, Chris had a very clear understanding of the Winter Knight's combat effectiveness. Not to mention anything else. Just saying that he is currently unable to fully exert the full power of the Blizzard Power armor has already revealed a lot.
Regular rotation of Frost Watch.
After Brock Rumlow came to Winter City, he also stayed in the military camp. After all, he is a person with pursuits. When he knows that his strength is not enough and there is a way to become stronger in front of him, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. After a period of hard training, Rumlow's combat effectiveness has now reached the standards of a Winter Knight. In addition, he is already proficient in special operations and command. So his status in the Winter Army is also constantly improving. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Brock Rumlow swears allegiance to David, he could become a real knight.
You also want to participate in this kind of rotating garrison?
Chris knew that Rumlow was very strong, made rapid progress, and was proficient in tactical command. Generally speaking, such elites should stay in the city and be on call at any time.
Right. Our beloved Earl has not yet adjusted the rotation orders of the Winter Knights and Spartan Heavy Infantry. In theory, everyone must participate in garrisoning and patrolling.
In addition, Rumlow also wanted to go out for a walk. More importantly, the Frost Post was closer to the orcs. He wanted to go to the front line to see the actual situation, and maybe find some opportunities to make meritorious deeds. He has always been very clear about his future plans. And Rumlow, who wants to achieve an extraordinary career, certainly does not want to stay in the increasingly comfortable Winter City.
In addition, you can also experience new equipment.
The replacement of the Winter Legion's internal equipment has already begun. The Winter Knights stationed at the Frost Post this time are using the latest Piccolo assault rifles.
These new guns are much stronger than the original Garand.
When talking about the new guns, Chris's face showed some longing. If Bisay can have such a powerful weapon, what biochemical incident can't be dealt with? Even if he is still just an ordinary person, Wesker is no longer an unbeatable threat. Thinking of this, Chris also felt a little itchy. So he nodded and accepted Rumlow's invitation and prepared to go out with him. By the way, look at the rest of the world. Chris didn't think there would be any surprises during this trip. Even though there were still orcs, elves, and other forces in this place called the Northern Plains. But during the more than a month in the winter military camp, the basic situation of the two groups' forces had already been popularized by science. In Chris's view, the Winter Knights, who have begun to equip power armor and new rifles. If they don't fight orcs and elves, the two families should find a place to have fun. And it is completely impossible for them to come to provoke Winter City. He really didn't expect that the orcs were such a brave race. At dusk on the first day after the handover of the guard post was completed, a group of orcs appeared southeast of Frostbite Post. But this was not enough to shock Chris. What surprised him was the power of the green flaming cannonballs fired by the orcs using extremely backward weapons, like trebuchets. He watched as a green cannonball exploded not far away, directly blasting a huge crater into the land outside Frost Post, and even damaging a city wall.
Werfuck!
At this moment, Chris noticed that among the orcs who charged towards the Frost Post, several of the orcs suddenly became extremely tall and strong. And these orcs also had that weird green color on their bodies. Facing the Frost Post, the missiles here fired volleys, and they still charged forward bravely.
Is this the orc you were playing around with earlier?
Rumlow also knew that something was wrong. While reporting the situation to Winter City, he directed the soldiers around him to fight. Chris, who was just out for a walk, can now feel the new equipment in Winter City.
Frostwatch was attacked by orcs.
David received the news from Rumlow immediately. The camera on the Blizzard Power armor also transmitted the battlefield images back very well, making it easier for Winter City to obtain more accurate information.
Gareth has led 20 Winter Knights on 2 Quinjets to support. Well,
David looked at the scene captured by Rumlow, carefully observing the green cannonballs and the orcs, who were covered in green flames and became larger.
RC and Nitrogen Zeus are also dispatched. Yes,
David nodded, and his fingers on the table kept tapping on the table. He felt that things might not be that simple. I just learned that there was a fight between the elves at Iron Tree Castle, and it was the elves who took the initiative to attack. When I turned around, I was attacked by the orcs. More importantly, the orcs finally used some special abilities. David didn't believe that there was no connection between them.
How is it over there at Snowfield Castle?
The front line of the confrontation between Winter City and the orcs is always Snowfield Castle. There was no reason for the orcs to leave Snowfield Castle alone and just fight Frostbite Watch. David suspected that the battle at Frostbite Watch was just an appetizer, or to attract his attention.
Lightning, Drift, and Smash have already set out to detect the movements of the orcs. If the orcs gather their troops to attack Snowfield Castle, they will soon be discovered.
Indeed, the large army of orcs was quickly discovered. After all, there was no cover in most areas of the Northern Plains, and the orcs could not hide even if they wanted to. And the orcs didn't seem to have any hidden ideas. After Lightning and Smash flew back and forth several times, they transmitted the captured images back to Winter City. This time, David watched the images with the senior officials of Winter City. Thousands of orcs gathered together, including many huge orcs that they had never seen before. At the same time, many things with green light could be seen in the orc team, but no one knew what they were.
Evil energy?
Laura looked at it for a while, and thought of a certain power that also came from the world of Azeroth. That power was green, and looked very similar to what she saw on the screen.
It shouldn't be evil energy. Right.
Evil energy basically only exists in the cosmic plane where Azeroth is located. But considering its nature, evil energy represents chaos. Maybe some similar power? So, how do orcs get this power? Ability bestowed by a certain god? Without worrying too much about this matter, David directly began to mobilize the troops. First, 100 Spartan heavy infantry were mobilized to garrison the Frostbite post. These 100 heavy infantry will ensure the safety of the Frostbite post with the help of several Cybertronian warriors, all members of the Winter Knights. 500 Spartan heavy infantry, and most of the Cybertron Legion soldiers will go to Snowfield Castle to prepare to face the Orc army. Chapter 272 Evil Energy. David left 200 Spartan heavy infantry to guard Winter City. Although the biggest enemy on the northern plain was the orcs in the east, the current situation was special, and David was not sure whether the elves in the south would suddenly have a seizure. While fighting Iron Tree Castle, they launched an attack on Winter City. To be on the safe side, David planned to let RC stay in Winter City and go south from time to time. He also left 200 Spartan heavy infantry, plus some Autobots under Sheriff Elizabeth Swan. In winter, the security of the city is fully guaranteed.
I didn't expect it. I thought that the new year would be a very peaceful one, and I would just quietly watch the population increase. But it turns out that winter has not completely passed yet. So the orcs welcome the new year in this way.
David experienced firsthand what it means to be quiet, but the wind is not stopping. He just wanted to farm quietly. But there were always bad people who wanted to destroy his beautiful and comfortable pastoral life. Considering that the order of forced relocation of the population has been issued by the Kingdom of Thailand, perhaps this time the evil neighbors of the orcs should be completely eliminated and peace and tranquility be restored to the northern plains. The order was passed on, and Floyd and Jack Clausa left to make preparations for the expedition. Megatron is also choosing the right warrior to follow him to Snowfield Castle. David looked at the people who had not left yet, wanting to hear their thoughts. Do they have any special suggestions? As a result, everyone including Tony, Jaina, and Sylvanas had no special ideas. Only Medivh wanted to go to the front line and have a look. It would be best to personally observe whether the power used by the orcs was evil energy.
If you collect samples, remember to bring some back.
Tony doesn't care about evil or not. He is simply interested in unknown energies that he has never been exposed to.
If that kind of power is really evil, then I personally recommend that you never study this thing.
Medivh and Tony are not very familiar with each other, and the two people usually communicate less. Even if Tony was interested in mysterious knowledge, he would discuss it with someone he could talk to more easily, or a beautiful female mage like Jaina, instead of going to Medivh.
Let's make sure first whether it is evil energy before talking about anything else,
David said, and directly terminated the conversation between the two. Tony's character would probably lead to a few words, and Medivh would most likely not give Tony a good look. It was foreseeable that the two of them would quarrel directly. David didn't want his conference room to turn into a quarrel between the two, so he ended the topic directly, and after seeing that no one had any questions to ask, he simply let everyone go about their own business. Although the Winter City Army has entered a state of general mobilization, it has not affected other matters in Winter City. Schools are in session and shops are open as normal. As the temperature rises, farmers have also begun to make preparations for farming in the new year. Among them are those free farmers who originally wanted to acquire land in Winter City. Many people have begun to look for suitable wasteland and prepare to reclaim it into their own farmland. For this reason, the public security in Winter City, which had already improved, has recently worsened, which directly caused Sheriff Elizabeth to be so busy that she did not even attend this meeting. However, this meeting did not discuss much at first. It just let everyone understand the situation currently facing Winter City. The orcs are invading, and we are going to war. That's all. No one thinks that the orcs can threaten Winter City. Even if the orcs show off new weapons, they still firmly believe that these orcs are just clowns. As long as the Winter City army arrives at the front line, the orcs will be wiped out with a click of a finger. After all, the current standing weapons in Winter City are incredibly powerful. The more than 500 soldiers sent to Snowfield Castle this time alone can kill those orcs into an endangered species. This does not include the group of Transformers from the Cybertron Legion.
even if these orcs can compete with the conventional combat power of Snowfield Castle by virtue of their special abilities. They can also use unconventional combat power when necessary. Led by Lord David, Earl of Glamorgan. It also includes Archmage Mediv, Archmage Jaina Proudmoore, the new Supreme Mage, Holy Light Shaman Steve Rogers, etc. Any one of these people is equivalent to an elite army. So no matter how you look at it, the orcs have no chance of winning. So my lord, just stay in Winter City. There is no need to go to Snowfield Castle in person. After understanding the real strength of Winter City, Elias Parker did not believe that the orcs could threaten Winter City. He felt that leaving the war to Gareth Stanton would be enough to deal with the orcs. I'm worried Gareth won't be able to hold Megatron down. When Megatron was reborn, David implanted him with instructions to be absolutely loyal to him. But other than that, the new Megatron was no different in character from the original Megatron. Therefore, it is impossible for him to obey the command of a human named Gareth. The only person in Winter City who can command Megatron is David himself. Of course, he is not unable to deal with this situation. Just send Optimus Prime there together. With Optimus Prime watching, Megatron can't cause any trouble. Besides, I want to see up close what the power used by those orcs is about. This was the real reason why he wanted to go to Snowfield Castle in person. It would be better if he could indirectly observe the existence behind it through the power used by the orcs. Although David felt that the probability of this happening was infinitely close to zero. How's the situation over there at Frostbite Post? While they were having a meeting here, there was a battle with the orcs at Frostbite Post. David estimated the time. It had been quite a while since Gareth came with support. The battle should be over. Right? I looked out the window. The street lights of Winter City kept the city bright. But it should be dark at the Frostbite Post. Right? In fact, Frostbite Outpost is not dark at all. It is even very bright. But the green flames around it make the atmosphere here a bit weird. Gareth Stanton looked at the huge orc corpse. And finally looked at the Nitrogen Zeus standing next to him. How are you? I'm not very good. You should be able to tell. Nitrogen Zeus was not in good condition. There were many injuries all over his body. And sparks were crackling in many places. What on earth is going on with this guy? Nitrogen Zeus had seen orcs before and bullied these guys in the air. So he didn't take these weak guys seriously at all. When he got up, he directly transformed into human form and rushed into the orcs. As a result, as he was beating, an orc with a similar build to himself suddenly appeared next to him, with a green light all over his body. What frightened him even more was that this orc with green light could break his own protective shield. Fortunately, he had rich combat experience and the support of his comrades, so he was not beaten to death by this orc inexplicably. Find an ambulance to help you heal when you get back. Your fire is also very depleted. RC was now in Cybertronian appearance, and her body shape was not the size of a compressed human, but her normal body shape. Although the battle was over, RC still remained alert. She never put away her goggles and kept detecting the situation in the distance. Although the orcs temporarily retreated, I can still detect several energy reactions. Don't worry. Your Excellency has mobilized 100 Spartan heavy infantry to take over the defense of Frost Point. Gareth Stanton has been maintaining communication with Winter City. He can know Winter City's decision as soon as possible, and at the same time ensure that Winter City is always aware of the battle situation here. Gareth Stanton received the news immediately about the various orders issued by David, and also knew that the Lord had mobilized most of his troops to prepare for the Snowfield Castle. It seemed that he was preparing to completely eliminate the threat of the orcs. The first batch of Spartan heavy infantry will come to replace us later. Because of Gareth's special status, it is impossible to stay here at Frostbite Post waiting for the heavy infantry regiment to be completely assembled before the handover can be carried out. Therefore, some Spartan heavy infantrymen will come over in Quinjet fighters to take over the defense of the outpost first, so that Gareth and his group can return to Winter City. As for the subsequent heavy infantry, it will be a little slower to arrive by car. Soon, the first batch of heavy infantry to take over the defense work arrived. All of these Spartan heavy infantry were wearing Blizzard power armor and using new Piccolo rifles. In fact, the current inventory of Blizzard-powered armor and new Piccolo rifles is enough for the entire army to use. David simply decided to take advantage of this war to complete the upgrade of the entire army's equipment. Accordingly, the arsenal has added 2 additional new ammunition production lines to ensure that its troops have sufficient ammunition to use. After issuing a series of instructions and confirming that Gareth had boarded the return plane, David felt that there would be nothing to do today and would wait until dawn tomorrow to lead the troops to Snowfield Castle. Unexpectedly,
When Gareth returned to Winter City, Chris, who came back on the Quinjet with him, brought something back from the battlefield, causing David to give up his rest.
Did you find this thing from an orc?
David looked at the thing in his hand that looked like an amulet or some kind of pendant, and he could feel a power full of chaos from it.
That orc has anything special?
After all, Chris has been a policeman, and he has been dealing with biological and chemical weapons for many years. He is particularly good at finding overlooked details in chaotic situations.
These orcs are stronger and more brave and fierce when fighting. In addition, their skin it transmits a bit of green. It's becoming more and more like evil energy.
Chapter 273 The Orcs Must Die. Although it was already midnight, David still sent someone to find Medivh. Among all the people in Winter City, if there was anyone who knew something about evil energy, it was Medivh. The former guardian of Azeroth can definitely accurately identify whether the energy contained in the unknown thing in David's hand is evil energy. Medivh came very quickly. For a mage of his level, it doesn't matter whether he sleeps or not. When he has nothing to do, he can also rely on meditation to replace sleep. Not only can he restore his energy and physical strength, but he can even go further. Hone your spirit and magic. If you are caught up in studying some kind of magic or the like, going for days, or even months without rest is a completely basic operation for powerful mages. Therefore, David would not disturb him by looking for him at this time. And Medivh really wanted to know, is the power used by the orcs in this world evil energy? If it is evil energy, could it be that the Burning Legion is behind the orcs in this world?
How about it?
Watching Medivh observe carefully, he even released arcane energy to wrap the sigil in it, and kept using arcane energy to test.
It's very similar.
Medivh observed carefully and finally came to a conclusion.
This chaotic aura is almost the same as evil energy.
But this energy is still a little different from evil energy in some details.
But whether it was due to the small difference in energy caused by the caster or some other reason, Medivh was not sure. In his opinion, there seems to be no problem with this kind of green energy, which also originates from the rules of chaos, being called evil energy.
So, this thing is indeed evil energy? There is generally no problem with this judgment.
After getting this answer, David couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It's not that he thinks evil energy can't be resisted, but that the power of evil energy is a bit destructive to the world. This kind of chaotic power will naturally destroy everything. Places that have been ravaged by evil energy will become a mess. Field, and it is almost impossible to return to its original state. The most typical example is the home of the orcs, the planet Draenor, known as the Outland. It was originally a very beautiful planet. After the evil energy appeared in Draenor, Draenor exploded.
In this case, we can't keep these orcs?
When David said this, Gareth Stanton, the current military commander of Winter City, immediately stated that he would formulate a combat plan as soon as possible to eliminate the orc threat as soon as possible. Gareth will not rest tonight. Next, he will recruit his men. The mobilization of the army does not need to be directed by these commanders. After the order is passed on, the middle and low-level officers will naturally do the job well. He wanted to discuss it with several commanders and formulate a detailed combat plan. People like Chris Redfield and Brock Runlow, who are very familiar with modern warfare with thermal weapons, are also on the list for the meeting. By this time, David could already rest. Even after the army set off at dawn, he could stay at Fort Glamorgan and wait for the news as Elias suggested.
Are you still going to Snowfield Castle? I still want to take a look. Otherwise I always feel uneasy.
Helen placed the newly brewed hot tea on the table and stood in front of the window with David, looking at the Winter City at night.
I'll go with you.
Helen knew that Laura would definitely stay with David in this situation. And Laura was strong enough to ensure her own safety. She could even commit suicide on the battlefield without any risk. Her strength was much lower, but she felt that she should be by David's side. Helen vaguely felt in her heart that this war seemed to have some special meaning to David. And it was not just as simple as eliminating an annoying neighbor.
Of course. Also, Pollux and Castor are still in the Spartan heavy infantry.
Yes.
How about letting them stay in Winter City? Need not.
Helen didn't think her brothers needed special treatment. Treating them as ordinary Spartans was the greatest respect for them. As a Spartan, you are not afraid of war at all. Even if you face a strong enemy, you will not be afraid or retreat. This is what a Spartan is. Moreover, Winter City is like the kingdom of God to the Spartans, and David is a lofty god in the eyes of the Spartans. Fighting for Winter City, for the Spartans, is like fighting for the gods they believe in. Even Helen's two brothers think this way. They are not afraid of war or death. They are only worried that their performance is not good enough to remain in the Spartan heavy infantry regiment. What David didn't know was that every time Spartan soldiers were sent to Winter City, those who were eliminated and sent back to Sparta did not gain more strength than ordinary people and were reused in Sparta. Feel happy. They will work hard to find the next opportunity to come to Winter City, strive to become real Spartan heavy infantry, and stay in Winter City for a long time. Even if they are just small soldiers in Winter City, they will not be able to return to Sparta. Can serve as a general. If you have time, you should go to Sparta. Father will be very happy if you are willing to go. So far, David has only been to Gwen's house as a guest and met Gwen's father. Although Helen didn't say anything on the surface, she was still somewhat envious in her heart. Even if David went to visit the kingdom of Sparta to see what the ordinary country that gradually believed in him as its main god was like, and saw his father just by the way, that would be enough to make her happy. After chatting for a while about the customs of the kingdom of Sparta, David asked Helen about the progress of her training. Among the people around her, Helen is the most leisurely one on weekdays. She usually stays in Glamorgan Castle, and occasionally helps David make tea and send snacks. She has a lot of time to do what she wants to do. After David took her through dungeons several times and gained basic combat power, she became one of the people who went to dungeons most frequently. The first 3 maps have been cleared. While Helen was improving her own strength in the dungeon, she was learning holy light and arcane knowledge, constantly testing which areas she was more talented in, and striving to master some extraordinary power before clearing the normal difficulty level. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'm already proficient in using the Blizzard Power armor. Having more free time means that you can learn more things. Helen not only cleans dungeons diligently, but also learns various skills on a daily basis. She has learned the use of cold and hot weapons, and the operation of Blizzard Power armor very well. In addition, the dungeon is a good training place. Even if she is allowed to join the Winter Knights, she will not be a hindrance. Are you planning to wear power armor and go to the front line? If you want to go to the front line in person, I can accompany you. This so-called front line does not mean standing on the wall of Snowfield Castle to watch the excitement, but actually rushing into the frontline battlefield. Helen's willingness to accompany David on the battlefield represents more than just her trust in David's strength. That shouldn't happen. David waved his hand. He went to the front line to firstly confirm the situation. Secondly, he went to the town to ensure that there would be no accidents. He has recruited a lot of talents on and off, and there should be no chance for him to take action personally. The two of them just chatted without saying a word. Soon a flash of white appeared on the horizon, and morning came. After Ethan Hunter gained the ability to freely come to Winter City in a daze, it took him some time to adapt to this new city. It looked like an ancient town, but it had complete electricity, water supply and sewage facilities. The roads were wide and clean, even compared to several well-known modern cities he knew. Transformers, elves, Squirtle and other races that only exist in various stories are not uncommon here. He has seen them countless times in the past few days. Just like now. Good morning. Liadrin. Good morning. Ethan. Are you going to discuss business? Yes. You can go to more shops if you go early. After greeting Liadrin, the high elf, Ethan suddenly asked as if he remembered something. By the way, is there anything else the cathedral needs? In Winter City, the cathedral refers to the Cathedral of the Holy Light, and the chapel refers to the chapel of the temple. The name chapel is actually a term used by locals in Winter City to complain about Rain's Chapel, and it is a contemptuous term. There is nothing needed at the moment. I will contact you if there is. It's a pity. After Ethan learned the common language of Brenia, he started a purchasing business in Winter City, and would also sell some useful props to the shops here, such as calculators. He didn't set the price too outrageously. He also knew that Winter City didn't have this technology, but it just didn't have the time to produce these small things, which gave him the opportunity to make money. If he really used these things to make money in Winter City, he was not sure how the Earl would react. Ethan likes the environment of Winter City very much, and the purchasing business seems like a more relaxed and risk-free life experience. It is a good change and relaxation for him as an agent. He didn't want to destroy all of this because of temporary greed. He planned to buy a house of his own in Winter City so that he could come and live here when he wanted to retire and stop working as an agent. After bidding farewell to Liadrin, Ethan walked straight to the Winter Hotel. Jonah, the owner of the Winter Hotel, is currently his biggest customer, and he often asks him to help buy various things. But today, when he walked to the door of Winter Hotel,
He found Jonah standing at the door talking to a man with a parted hair. Just as he was about to go over and say hello to Jonah, he was suddenly blocked by military vehicles. These trucks loaded with soldiers came from the north and turned east in front of the hotel. At the same time, several fighter planes roared overhead and flew toward the southeast. Chapter 274. Life is precious and safety comes first. Standing by the street, Ethan looked back at the high wall outside Fort Glamorgan, which can also be called the wall of the Winter Fortress. The tall city wall and the trucks passing in front of him revealed a chilling atmosphere. After watching quietly for a while, after all the trucks had driven away, Ethan crossed the road and came to the entrance of the Winter Hotel.
Morning, Ethan. Good morning, Jonah.
Ethan glanced at the young man standing next to him, nodded with a smile, and said hello. At the same time, his professional habits allowed him to quickly analyze this person's situation. This person should be the same person as myself. Withdrawing his gaze, he noticed that the other party also looked at him. The two looked at each other, smiled and nodded as greetings.
Leon Kennedy. Ethan Hunter.
After a simple hello, Ethan guessed that Leon Kennedy came from another world. Just as he was thinking this, Leon and Jonah in front of him began to discuss what happened in Winter City, which aroused his interest, and he stood quietly aside as an audience. Although it hasn't been too long since he came to Winter City, Ethan still learned some news. For example, Jonah Maava, the owner of the Winter Hotel, has a very good relationship with Lara Croft, and they were once adventure companions, and that Laura Crawford is one of the confidants of Lord David Earl Glamorgan. So it's not surprising that Jonah knows a lot of information that others don't know. After listening for a while, Ethan realized that while he was happily shopping and experiencing the life of ordinary people, the surrounding areas of Winter City were not very peaceful. The temperature had just risen, and winter had not completely passed, when the race called the Orcs launched an attack on the territory of Winter City. Not only did they attack the Frostbite outpost, they also mobilized a large number of troops to prepare for the attack on Snowfield Castle, which is currently the fortress on the farthest edge of Winter City. War. Ethan sighed. He didn't expect that he would encounter a war not long after arriving in this beautiful city. Does this mean that his plan to live a peaceful life in this place was completely in vain?
Don't worry. Those orcs can't be Winter City's opponents.
Jonah is familiar with Ethan. After all, he often entrusted Ethan to buy some seasonings, spatulas, or some tableware during these days.
The strength of the Winter Knights is very powerful.
Jonah is a veteran, and he also has sufficient military knowledge. After seeing the combat effectiveness of the Winter Knights, he really doesn't think anyone can threaten Winter City. As if realizing that Ethan did not completely believe his words, Jonah said directly,
As long as you have seen the weapons and equipment used by the Winter Knights or the Spartan Heavy Infantry, you won't worry.
Ethan nodded, and he was indeed interested in the Winter Knights and the Spartan Heavy Infantry. Although he knew the names of these troops, he did not know the specific information of these troops. Are the Knights a cavalry unit? But we didn't see cavalry just now. Only a lot of transport trucks. What about the Spartan Heavy Infantry? Just as he was thinking this, Ethan felt his stomach making a loud protest. Maybe he should fill his stomach first, and then study the composition of Winter City's army? Oh, maybe we can exchange some experiences with this suspected traveler named Leon while having breakfast? Or when they need to help each other in the future. David arrived at Snowfield Castle first on a Quinjet, and with him came commanders led by Gareth Stanton. When the senior officials arrived, the command of Snowfield Castle was automatically transferred to David's hands, and then everyone entered the combat conference room for a meeting.
Do you have any battle plan?
David looked at Gareth, Brock Rumlow, and Jack Clausa, and asked them how they decided to fight. Snowfield Castle's specially converted combat conference room allows the Transformers to come in. Megatron and Smash, who were previously responsible for some affairs of Snowfield Castle, are also present.
The Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is heading out of the city to meet the enemy.
Gareth did not hesitate and directly submitted to the Lord the battle plan that he and others had discussed.
The Cybertron Legion is responsible for air support. Oh, no need for the Knights of Winter.
Usually Gareth Stanton prefers to use the Knights of Winter to take the lead, relying on the powerful combat power and equipment advantages of the Knights of Winter to launch airborne attacks from inside or behind the enemy, forcing the opponent's formation into chaos. And then the heavy infantry cleared the battlefield from the front.
The Knights of Winter serve as a backup force.
Gareth Stanton believes that the current Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment still has strong enough combat effectiveness.
and it still has an advantage when facing the orcs head-on, even if the number of opponents is Spartan heavy infantry, dozens of times more than the core. When the opponent uses its killing move, the Winter Knights will enter the scene and take charge of these threatening targets with the Cybertron warriors. After listening to Gareth Stanton's combat arrangements, David also understood his plan. This is to force the orcs to play their cards first, and then the Winter Knights will attack in a targeted manner, so as to ensure that the orcs' killing moves will not cause too much damage to the Winter City side. Do you have any opinions? David mainly looked at Megatron. Basically, the human soldiers of the Winter Legion would obey Gareth Stanton's orders. Only the situation of the Cybertron Legion was slightly special. I think the Cybertron Legion can join the battle earlier, such as entering the battlefield with the Spartan heavy infantry. Megatron wanted to prove his ability in front of David and prove the ability of the Decepticons. Lightning, Drift, Smash, Surfboard, Thunder, and Skywarp can be on standby at the back. Megatron has already inquired about the enemy's situation in detail. He learned from Nitrogen Zeus that the orcs have the ability to make themselves larger, and that the green energy they use called Fel energy can break through energy shields. So he used these flying troops as a backup, targeting these giant orcs that might appear at any time. He hoped that this battle would make the Cybertron Legion the real ace force of Winter City. But he did not want to see attrition occur in a haphazard manner. Even the Autobots, who had once been against him. Besides, the giant scorpion monster should be able to give those orcs some surprises. There is a giant mechanical worm on the Decepticon side. This thing has amazing destructive power, but it is too big, and it would be troublesome to get over. So I didn't bring it this time. But the giant scorpion monster is enough. This mass-produced Decepticon is moderate in size, and has a fighting style of launching surprise attacks from underground. It is very suitable for causing chaos in the battlefield. Just fight like this! David fully accepted Megatron's suggestions. He felt that with this style of play, everyone could get what they wanted. The Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment gained combat experience and truly grew into the main legion of Winter City. The Winter Knights still maintained their ace status. The Cybertron Legion also proved its capabilities. This style of play can also very well reduce the probability of casualties of one side. If the rescue is timely, it is not impossible to destroy all the enemies without casualties. After all, Sally Whitemane, Renault Mograine and Tyron Fording here comes this time too. With these few people, plus David's personal care, plus the defensive power of the Blizzard Power Armor, and its own first aid function, vital sign monitoring and automatic injection device of therapeutic agents are integrated inside the armor. It should be possible to ensure that every soldier can survive. As for the lives of the Transformers, the ambulance also arrived at Snowfield Castle. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as the fire is not completely extinguished, David can save him. Even if it is, at worst, a trip to Azeroth can make you a Cybertronian again in a matter of minutes. The military commanders went to prepare for the war, and David took Helen and others up the city wall. Standing on the city wall and looking towards the plain to the east, you could already see the orc army in the distance. The place where the sky and the earth meet in the distance are densely occupied by orcs. With so many orcs, what did they live on before? David looked at the large piles of orcs in the distance and wondered if there was something like a barracks to the east. As long as he threw some more money, wood and other things, there would be a steady stream of orcs running away. Come out? This number is a bit abnormal. How about sending someone to investigate? Laura also wanted to know the answer, and the adventure factor in her bones began to stir again. How about I go with Peggy and Sylvanas to take a look at the rear of the orcs? David originally wanted to reject Laura's suggestion directly. According to his character, it is a very bad plan to investigate the enemy's hometown alone when he has no understanding of the other party's situation. But his words of rejection were stuck in his throat and never came out. For some reason, he always felt like there was a voice telling him that he could get answers to many questions just by taking a look. After hesitating for a few seconds, David simply decided, go and see for yourself. Without Laura, and even less likely to take Helen with him. This time he was going to really go deep alone, because he felt that if he went alone, he would be able to choose whether to fight or run away when encountering enemies or other troubles. Abilities such as the Holy Light and Cybertron's body may not be invincible, but if they are used to save his life, David has full confidence in him. Moreover, he is also a Cybertronian hermit warrior. When necessary, he can even turn himself into an orc. But even though he already had so many abilities to save his life, David still made several preparations after making his decision. Please ask Medivh to specifically bind a passive teleportation magic It will be automatically triggered when David's life is in crisis and teleport him back to Winter City. In addition, he also brought the Hearthstone he had received from Varian not long ago. Chapter 275 Disguise and Sneak In. Like storage props, Hearthstones in Azeroth are not that common in reality. They are very rare magic props. Even the King of Stormwind Kingdom cannot easily obtain too many Hearthstones. If David hadn't saved Varian and now became his son's teacher, Varian wouldn't have given David such a top-notch magic item as a gift, which he brought when he visited Anduin in Winter City not long ago. David thought he wouldn't need such a thing. After all, he didn't leave Winter City very often. When he left, he would go to other planes. Hearthstone was something he didn't usually need. At that time, he thought that the Hearthstone might be used more by his subordinates. But he did not expect that he would be the one who actually took out the thing and prepared to use it. So no matter what you say, you can't be too absolute. You may be slapped in the face at any time. After Medivh made adjustments and confirmed that the Hearthstone could be used normally in this world, David carefully organized his equipment and made sure there were no omissions before setting off. Are you going to go alone? Steve learned that a war broke out in Winter City and came over to see the situation. Don't you need my help? I won't be polite to you if necessary. David first took out all the equipment from the storage bracelet, then checked them one by one, and then put everything back. The Hammer of Judgment, the Sea King's Spear, the Holy Light Hunter, and powerful bullets are all his commonly used weapons and equipment. It's a pity that he hasn't had time to upgrade these weapons. Otherwise his safety will be more guaranteed. He didn't wear the Lightbringer suit this time. Although the equipment had good defense and had a certain bonus to the Holy Light, the glittering golden shoulder armor was too conspicuous. This time, he had to keep a low profile as much as possible. In addition, David did not deliberately conceal his action plan. Anyway, his actions were not directly related to the battle with the orcs outside Snowfield Castle. This time, he was going to the rear of the orcs. In order not to attract the attention of the orcs, he would set out at night and make himself invisible. Although he transforms into a Tomcat fighter jet, he usually uses his Cybertronian form to scan various new technologies. He has already learned optical invisibility. After arranging everything, David summoned a Tomcat fighter plane that had initially added vibranium properties, got on the fighter plane, activated optical invisibility, and took off directly. The strong power made David fly to high altitude in the blink of an eye, and then turn south, preparing to fly east along the Thailand mountains. If this forward route were traveled slowly on the ground, a lot of time would be wasted. But for David, who was flying in a fighter plane, it was nothing at all. Without even having a chance to enjoy the pleasure of flying a fighter plane freely in the sky, he had already passed the orc army and arrived in the eastern area of the northern plains. This is an area that the forces of Winter City have not yet touched. The nobles of Iron Tree Castle only briefly set foot in this area before being driven away by the orcs. David didn't know much about this area. Out of curiosity, he flew in the air for a while and took a good look at the situation in the eastern part of the northern plain. He found that there was nothing special about the terrain. To the south was the Thailand Mountains, which directly cut off the possibility of the orcs going south by land. To the north, there were many hills and hills. The complex terrain was also not suitable for group living. No wonder the orcs were bent on heading west. Advance face to face. David also noticed that this area was full of orcs. He saw several orc camps, and these orcs were still moving towards Snowfield Castle. This amount. At the same time, many orcs gathered near several forests and were busy. David saw many trebuchets. These orcs were working overtime to make various weapons. The only good thing is that I only saw the trebuchet. After observing for a while, he adjusted his course slightly and continued flying eastward, soon arriving at the easternmost part of the northern plain. Is it the sea? A branch of the Thailand Mountains meanders to the seaside, and part of it goes directly into the sea, forming a natural barrier and making this a natural haven. David realized that this was where the original pioneering team established the village. After being occupied by the orcs built this place into their main city on the northern plains. After hovering in the air and observing for a moment, David noticed that there were many lively areas in the city, and these places were emitting evil green light that reached into the sky. After choosing a remote location far enough away from the orc city, he jumped out of the cockpit. The Tomcat fighter jet quickly shrunk back into his body. David in the form of Cybertron body, and wearing blizzard-powered armor. Like the Winter Knight, it can be airborne. David, who is more powerful, can even wait until he has fallen to a very low position, and ensure that he chooses this hill to cover himself before he starts to use the thrusters on his back
and calves to slow down. When he landed firmly on the ground, he did not arouse the alertness of even half of the orcs. Carefully turning out from behind the hill, David had already determined the location of the nearby orcs through various detection devices. He found that these orcs all moved in groups of 3 or 5, and they cooperated very skillfully with each other. They could observe the surrounding situation very well without any blind spots. After observing for a moment, David felt that it might be difficult for him to kill a certain sentry and then replace him and sneak into the city. Suddenly I found an orc soldier saying H, low to his partner and walking towards the forest. His super language talent came into play, and he could understand the conversations of these orcs.
Milad, are you going hunting again? Yes. For Marcella again? Milad, give up. Marcella's body will not become stronger just by eating a few bites of meat. Tambo! TSK! Am I wrong? That guy's sister is so thin that she doesn't look like an orc. She may die soon. Okay. Stop talking. It doesn't matter. The guy can't hear it anyway.
The light brown-skinned orc named Milad has already walked into the forest, and the dark brown guy named Tambo complained a few more about the orc named Milad. Basically, this guy always goes there when patrolling or standing guard. Hunting causes them to do extra work and so on. After muttering for a while, Temple said H, low to the last orc named Sap, and then walked straight towards David. David, who was still hesitating whether to take the plunge, felt that he was really lucky. This was simply the prey that came to his door, crouching in the shadows, quietly waiting for his prey to approach. David did not rush to take action. He quietly hid in the shadows and remained invisible. When Temple walked to a hidden corner and unbuttoned his pants, David slowly got behind this guy. The golden spear pierced directly through Temple's body. The vital part was pierced. Temple could only make a ho-ho sound and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Withdrawing the spear, David did his usual trick. As the spear was swung, the water condensed from the front end cleaned the spear cleanly, while David scanned Milad's detailed body data.
No wonder he walked so far and secretly released water. He has such a big body for nothing.
David's Hermit Warrior mode has 2 modes, mechanical form, also called Cybertron form, and humanoid form. In fact, the humanoid form is more accurately called the camouflage form. The Hermit Warrior can scan and determine a camouflage template to complete tasks such as camouflage, infiltration, assassination, and theft. David had always set his disguise to his original appearance. After all, at that time, he didn't need to disguise or infiltrate at all. This time, he was going to set his disguise to look like the orc he had just scanned. Scan, determine template, deform. After transforming into the same shape as the orc lying on the ground, David briefly felt the taller and stronger physique, then thought for 2 seconds, adjusted his body slightly, and then faced the beast thrown into the pit. The body was recharged with sulfuric acid bombs, and then carefully buried. After finishing this, David pretended to have just solved a big problem and walked back to his guard position. After complaining about Milad a few more times in Temple's tone, he quietly observed the surrounding situation with Sap at his post. After a while, Milad came back from the forest.
Come back so soon today. Good luck.
Milad put a faint smile on his face and raised the prey in his hand.
And I caught 2 prey. Leave 1 for us, just to satisfy our hunger.
Sap was not polite to Milad at all, and directly took one of the 2 processed prey.
Leave the other for Marciera.
Milad nodded, put the prey in his hand into a bag and hung it on his waist. Because of the orc's physique and the small size of the prey, hanging it on his waist was inconspicuous at all. Maybe David was looking too clearly, but Milad seemed to have some misunderstandings.
I can complete your patrol missions for the next period of time on your behalf. Don't worry. The rations that belong to you still belong to you.
Millard was obviously trying to comfort his teammate Temple, but David felt that Temple's mood was very stable, and there was no need to comfort him.
That's not necessary.
David's original intention was to refuse and end the topic, but his answer was misunderstood again.
I said, Temple is not that stingy. As a glorious orc warrior, how could he care about such trivial matters?
Sap gently patted Temple on the back.
It's almost time for the handover. Come together to my place to eat meat and satisfy your craving.
David was not given a chance to refuse at all, and at the same time he blocked Milad's words.
Anyway, we live very close to each other. You can just make breakfast for Marcella when you get home after eating the meat.
Chapter 276 Evil Energy Crystal Mine. I was dragged along to eat meat in a daze, But at least I successfully entered the orc city without arousing anyone's suspicion. He felt that his infiltration operation went smoothly, and he was full of confidence in the next operation.
It seems that it is not difficult to achieve the planned goal.
Milad and Sap seemed to have no intentions, and revealed a lot of information while chatting. For example, the orcs first came to the northern plains through the Death Ice Field. The so-called Death Ice Field is a place similar to the polar regions. The orcs took advantage of the severe cold weather in winter, and the expansion of the Death Ice Field to connect the island where they originally lived with the Brunnian continent. The reason why the orcs came to the northern plains is simple. The place where they originally lived could no longer accommodate so many orcs, due to the lack of various resources such as food, minerals, and wood, coupled with various natural disasters. The orcs found it increasingly difficult to survive in their hometown, so they had to migrate to the northern plains. After discovering this vast enough land, the orcs worked hard to build it into a new home and built ships to bring more compatriots over. When he heard this, David thought of the Dark Elves. The experiences of the two sides overlapped so much that they almost used the same template. David didn't know what the situation was like when the Dark Elves first came to the continent of Brunnia. But the situation of the orcs is not good. They have a very large population, but they rely on hunting to obtain food. In addition, the land on the northern plains is very barren, and the weak farming technology is completely useless here. In this case, the orcs relied on green soup to survive. It is a green thick substance stored in a jar with strange words engraved on it. Pour some of it into the utensil. Add leaves, branches, bark, weeds, etc., or even soil, and then add some water. Stir well, and then you can eat. When David watched Sap finish a bowl of green soup, he was stunned. What shocked him even more was that even this stuff was rationed in limited quantities. So Sap only made a bowl for himself, and did not entertain Milad and David. After eating a small amount of meat to satisfy his craving, Sap finished a bowl of green soup and looked forward to a better tomorrow.
When the army defeats the metal men in the west, we will be able to obtain more and more fertile land. There will be endless delicious food. At that time, Milad will not have to hunt secretly while standing guard at night, and Marcella will be able to eat a lot of meat, grow up healthily, and become a tall and strong female orc. Tambo doesn't have to complain about not having enough to eat. He can only drink water to satisfy his hunger.
After talking for a long time, Sap asked the two of them to go back and have a good rest, reminding them that they would continue to stand guard tonight, and then went straight to the bed to sleep. Milad didn't feel inappropriate about this and stood up to leave. Of course, David had no reason to stay. After walking out of Sap's residence, David roughly judged the direction and found that it was not far from the area with green light that he had seen before. Standing here, he could clearly feel the huge chaotic aura, which was many times greater than the power contained in the talisman he had obtained previously. He speculated that that area should be a factory for making sigils and evil energy SHLS. Turning to look at Milad, the teammate walked straight into a residence diagonally opposite. It turned out that he and Sap lived so close. As for Tambo's residence, of course David didn't know where he was, and he never thought about it. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, and then walked straight to the target area. He was now a strong orc warrior, and could move freely here. And as he continued to advance, David saw many orc laborers, who were much smaller in stature. The status of the orc laborers is much lower than that of Temple. The orc warrior, when they see him, they don't even dare to look at him, and they will immediately move away from the direction of David's progress to avoid any contact with David. Touch. After walking for a short while, David saw green soup, evil cannonballs, talismans and other things, and confirmed that he was not looking in the wrong place. But he couldn't enter the core area of the factory, which was guarded by many soldiers. He didn't try to rush in recklessly, but walked straight past the door, as if he was just passing by. After walking around for a while, he left the factory area without spinning around again and again. He has gone around all the areas that can be entered and exited at will, and has not yet explored the inaccessible areas. He is thinking whether to wait until night or find a chance to sneak in now. Just as David was thinking about what to do next, he noticed someone walking directly towards him.
Tambo? Why are you here?
A strong female orc quickly walked up to David and stopped him. The strong muscles on her body seemed to remind people that she was a very powerful and dangerous orc warrior.
You weren't last night. Is there any duty to stand guard? Did you ask someone to take over the duty?
Before David could speak, the female orc talked a lot, and finally came to the conclusion, Temple. You bullied Milad again. Looking at the angry female orc in front of him, David didn't know if he should explain that he didn't bully Milad. However, this female orc was obviously short-tempered. She didn't even wait for David to explain. She turned around and left after finishing her words. Judging from the direction she was going, maybe she was going to find Milad? David stood there and watched for a moment. And suddenly he had a special feeling, apart from the difference in appearance. Are there any differences between these orcs and the humans in Winter City? Even if they are glorious orc warriors, what they are thinking about now is just to eat a few more bites of meat. And the entire orc clan just wants to survive. From the standpoint of the orcs, David could completely understand their crazy attack on Winter City. But unfortunately, David is not an orc. And he is even an enemy of the orcs. Although he could understand it, he still had to defeat these orcs. He paused and suddenly thought of another thing. The orcs were attacking the Brainian continent like crazy. In the final analysis, there was someone behind the scenes who was guiding everything. What about the orcs themselves? If given a choice, would the orcs still attack every race on the Brainian continent like crazy? Thinking along this line of thinking, David quickly realized a problem. As long as the orcs continue to use the power of fell energy, it will be impossible for David and the orcs to coexist peacefully. This is determined by the nature of the power of evil energy. At present, the main food of the orcs, green soup, is simply evil energy soup. What will happen to these orcs if they keep drinking this kind of thing? If they eat this kind of thing for a long time, will all the orcs turn into lunatics?
Forget it. I am not a savior after all. Nor am I a hero or leader of the orcs.
If some orcs are aware of the problem and want to coexist peacefully with the various races on the Brainian continent, David would not mind lending a helping hand to do a small favor. But if he were to personally lead the orcs out of control, he was not that great. Continue to explore the next target area, which is also filled with a lot of chaos. After actually arriving here, David discovered that the chaotic atmosphere and evil energy concentration here were higher than those in the factory area he went to previously. With such strong evil energy, the holy light in David's body almost automatically released a shield for defense. Fortunately, he controlled his power well enough so that his true identity was not exposed. At the same time, David noticed that the skin of the orc workers here had begun to turn green. Each orc seemed to be extremely excited as if they had taken stimulants. Their movement speed was twice as fast as that of orcs elsewhere. Just like what he just thought. Orcs who are exposed to evil energy for a long time will become more and more crazy. Even the guards here were not so awake anymore. When David walked over in a swagger, they didn't feel anything wrong at all. Following the chaotic atmosphere, David found himself in a slowly downward passage. After walking for a while, he was sure that he had reached the underground. After continuing to move forward for about 10 minutes, the front suddenly became extremely open, and the entire space was filled with green light.
Waterfalk?
What surprised David was not the busy orc workers around him, waving pickaxes and pushing carts in and out of countless passages, but the large cluster of crystals emitting green light in front of him.
Is this a crystal mine?
He is very familiar with this thing. Winter City's most important resource. Crystal mine. Looks like this. The biggest difference is that the crystal mine in his home is blue and purple, and contains very pure energy, while the large crystal mine in front of him is green, and contains evil energy that exudes chaos. He thought about countless possibilities, such as seeing a large pool of viscous green liquid, or a strange altar exuding a chaotic atmosphere. He even thought about the possibility of meeting an orc warlock who was good at strange spells. I just never thought it would be a scene like this.
Are you shocked? This is a gift from our Lord.
Following the sudden sound, a violent and chaotic aura appeared not far from David. Turning around, he saw a green-skinned orc in a black robe standing there and staring at David. He had a smile on his face that said he had everything under control. And he obviously didn't take David seriously.
Although I don't know what strange means you used to disguise yourself as a great orc. But since you came to the door on your own initiative, don't even think about leaving.
Opening his hands, green evil flames appeared on the black-robed orc's hands. As the black-robed orc pushed his hands forward, they shot straight towards David. Boom! The flames exploded, and green evil flames scattered all over the ground. But David, who was hit, still stood in the same place, and his posture did not change. Only a faint golden color appeared on the dark brown orc body.
With this kind of strength alone, you can't let me stay.
Chapter 277, Sowing a Seed Among the Orcs. The black-robed orc looked at David in surprise, completely unable to understand why his evil flames could not hurt him. Then he noticed the slight golden light on David's body.
What power is this?
It's a pity that David doesn't have a hobby of explanation. He is a clumsy person. Even when facing Laura, Eva, Gwen, and Helen, he rarely says sweet words, but uses actions to express his rare feelings towards them. He also behaves this way when facing enemies. The starting hand is still Holy Fire, which is the most proficient attack spell he uses. And as David's own strength continues to grow, the Holy Fire he releases now is much more powerful than when he first learned it. Know how many times? The Sacred Flame, which was thicker and more solid than usual, fell from the void. The black-robed orc had almost no time to react before being engulfed by the Sacred Flame.
TSK! How powerful do you think you are with such a loud tone?
After casually complaining about the green-skinned orcs, David took out the Holy Light Hunter and prepared to clear out the orc workers who were gradually gathering around him. Before he could fire the first shot, he was surprised to find that where the Sacred Flame dissipated, there were a few wisps of green smoke remaining. Then the smoke quickly penetrated into the body of a nearby orc worker. And then, the orc worker's body was after a burst of distortion. He became taller and stronger. And at the same time his skin completely turned green. Boom! Just when the orc laborer kept twisting his body, and was about to turn into another person, David pulled the trigger. And a bullet carrying strong holy light energy accurately hit the orc's head, turning the extremely ferocious and twisted my head turned into a rotten watermelon. The moment the orc worker died, his entire body exploded completely. But no blood or body parts were spilled. Instead, it turned into green smoke. The smoke seemed to condense into a ferocious orc face, roaring crazily at David. Boom! Another shot of Sacred Fire. This time no thicker than the Sacred Fire used before, but more solid. The concentration of holy light contained in it was extremely high. When the green smoke was shrouded in green smoke, David heard a shrill scream, yelled, and then nothing happened.
Do you died?
Observing the surroundings carefully, David held the Holy Light Hunter in his right hand, and his left hand was always on his side. The Hearthstone was always placed in this position by him. Whenever the situation was not right, David would immediately use the Holy Shield, and then start the Hearthstone. After looking around, he made sure that the green smoke had disappeared, and that the orc workers around him did not suddenly look ferocious, as if they were about to transform. Although they looked like they were going to pounce on David and tear him apart, he relaxed instead. These are just workers. Even if they are contaminated by evil energy and become stronger and crazier than ordinary workers, they will not threaten David. Just when David was about to kill and activate the unparalleled mode, he found a few familiar faces standing on the other side of the passage.
Tambo! What are you doing?
It was the female orc I saw just now, and she was accompanied by Milad and an orc girl who was so short and thin that she hardly looked like an orc. David didn't want to reply. His identity had been exposed now. He was also preparing to destroy all the evil energy crystal mines next to him. At this time, it seemed that there was nothing left to say. His original plan was to sneak in for reconnaissance, but he discovered an important target. In order to destroy this target, exposing his identity was not an unacceptable result. He raised his hand to kill the crazy workers who rushed up with a shot, then took out the Judgment Hammer and flicked his left hand to use the Avenger's Hammer. The Judgment Hammer wrapped in the huge holy light brought out a golden bolt and hit it accurately. The orc's head, after turning the first head into a brain flower, flew towards the next worker without stopping. With 4 muffled bangs, bang, 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 the Judgment Hammer accurately flew back to David's hand. In addition, David fired 5 shots in a row to empty the magazine. The workers who rushed in front of David fell to the ground one after another. In just the blink of an eye, David had already killed many workers. At this time, the female orc had just finished questioning Tambo. And then she saw such an astonishing scene. The female orc reacted quickly. She had already realized what was going on.
You are not Temple. You are a metal man.
David still couldn't hold it back and turned to look at the female orc and Milad, who was blocking the orc girl behind him.
Please don't call us metal people. I am a human being,
he added in his mind.
Occasionally guest appearance by Seb.
Tanrin.
Despicable metal man. Actually pretending to be a glorious orc warrior.
Unfortunately, the orc female warrior didn't take David's words to heart at all. After taking out the warhammer and tomahawk from her waist, she roared and was about to charge forward.
Dagmar!
Milad stretched out his hand to grab the female orc. But unfortunately, he was too slow to catch the female orc. He immediately knocked his bow and arrow to prepare for support. However,
Just as he was aiming at the fake temple, he unexpectedly discovered that several workers were holding pickaxes and rushing towards Dagmar with red eyes. Dagmar, get out of the way! While shouting a warning, he shot an arrow. But it was not aimed at David, but at Dagmar's workers. Hearing the reminder from behind, Dagmar jumped directly to the side and forward, avoiding the sneak attack from the rear very timely. At the same time, he used the force to roll up and adjusted his posture to ensure that he could kill Temple and the one who wanted a sneak attack. His own guys are all in sight. When he saw the workers who were shot down, Dagmar was slightly confused. He didn't understand why these workers attacked him. She didn't have time to think slowly, because more and more workers rushed towards a few people with red eyes and like madness. Milad protected the orc girl beside him while moving towards Dagmar, wanting to fight with him. She joins. After a few people gathered together again, Dagmar carefully looked at the group of red-eyed workers around him, who seemed to be tearing them apart, and turned to glare at the fake temple not far away. What did you do to them? Me? David calmly loaded the bullets for the Holy Light Hunter, and then put the pistol back into the storage item. Next, facing this group of soldiers, it would be more appropriate to use the Cybertronian appearance. Before he could transform, he heard the question from the female orc named Dagmar. It's obviously your own problem. David glanced at Dagmar and Milad, and suddenly wanted to know whether it was possible for these orcs to completely abandon evil, especially after seeing the harm of evil energy with my own eyes. If these orcs could become a seed and take root among the orcs, it would be helpful to David and Winter City. Right? Anyway, it's just a few words. If you don't succeed, you won't lose anything. If you can really divide the orcs and cause civil strife, it will definitely be a bloody gain. This is the consequence of using fell power. Evil energy? Dagmar wanted to yell angrily. What does this have to do with him? But in the end, he heard what the other parties said about the consequences of using evil energy. What is evil energy? Seeing Tambo pointing at the huge crystals emitting green light next to them, Dagmar also looked over. What is this? As an orc, Dagmar saw this thing for the first time, but she soon realized what the so-called fell power was. After all, they eat green soup every day. At the same time, as an orc warrior, she can use the talisman to make the orcs burst out with more powerful combat power. Dagmar is also familiar with it, and she now wears the talisman. Looking down at the talisman hanging around his neck, Dagmar saw the light green light that was constantly emitting from it. He felt that his body was full of strength, and at the same time he began to be affected by something. He felt like his blood was constantly rising. If you want to swing the weapon in your hand fiercely, it doesn't matter whether you are attacking the enemy or not. Dagmar just felt something was wrong. But the quiet Milad noticed the abnormality for the first time, because he felt that he wanted to swing the giant axe to kill all living things around him, even Marcella next to him. This made Milad immediately realize the problem, and immediately took off the talisman and threw it aside. It seems you already understand. Milad's face looked very ugly, and it became even more ugly when he thought that he and Marcella had been eating the green soup for so long. Dagmar was just a little suspicious. After seeing Milad's actions, he immediately pulled the talisman off his neck and threw it away into the distance. But neither Dagmar nor Milad looked happy at all. They both realized a problem. Can the orcs really get rid of this power called evil? This is the power given to them by the goddess Egos whom the orcs believe in, coupled with the current situation of the orcs. Only with this power can the orcs survive and rely on this power to deal with the metal men to the west. Without evil energy, the orcs will lose food and strength, and only destruction awaits them. Continue to use fell energy? Milad would never touch evil energy again, and Dagmar was unwilling to use this terrifying power again after looking at the crazy workers around him. The two orcs were struggling on the side, and David left them enough time and space to think, before he transformed into his Cybertronian form and started the mass killing mode. The outer sides of the forearms of both arms deformed into gun barrels, which were upgraded weapons after scanning the Piccolo assault rifle. At the same time, a Vulcan cannon is deformed on the right shoulder, and a missile launch box is on the left. Showtime! With chunk, chugging, chugging, boom, 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 in the voice of Cybertron, David frantically harvested the lives of orc workers. In just a few seconds, only David and the three orcs were left standing in this huge building. This is what's next. The Vulcan cannon and missile launch box were retracted into the body, and were replaced by a gun barrel with a particularly sci-fi shape. It deformed from behind and rested on David's right shoulder, extending straight forward. Huge amounts of holy light were continuously injected into the cannon body, until the entire cannon body turned into a lump of holy light. And then a golden beam of light was emitted, shooting straight towards the green evil energy crystal mine. Chapter 278 Six Wings. Compressing huge energy, and then launching it is the simplest and crudest way to use it. But as long as the energy is strong enough, this is also the most efficient attack method. The terrifying holy light bombarded the green crystal mine, reacting violently with the green evil energy. The strange thing is that there was no earth-shattering explosion. David was prepared for a powerful impact. However, after the strange noise, only a weak shock wave passed over him. Not only did David himself have no effect, but also the orcs not far away. Nothing happened. Something's wrong. This situation was a bit strange. David immediately retreated to distance himself from the green evil crystal mine. Sure enough, the next second where he was standing, a green pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. This trick. It was like the sacred fire was released in reverse. And this attack had a very obvious provocation. Humph. Do you think I can be killed by you so easily? The green evil energy crystal mine began to release strange fluctuations, and the crystal that originally occupied a vast area began to shrink and transform into a crystal giant. You know nothing of the greatness of my lord. The crystal giant slowly stood up straight, loudly proclaiming the greatness of his master while pushing through the ceiling, with the giant's fists swinging left and right. The underground building was soon turned into an open-air pit, while creating an open interactive space for himself. The crystal giant was still chattering endlessly, first saying, "My lord's supreme glory." The last sentence, "my lord's gift." It all sounds like nonsense. But David still got some useful information from it. The connection between the goddess Egos and the orcs believed in by the orc seems to be even closer than the original dark elves and the goddess of night. This guy who turned into a crystal giant is just an ordinary priest of Egos. His duty is to guard this place. He lives in evil energy crystals, so when necessary, he can directly merge with the crystals and become an evil energy giant. In addition, there are currently only 3 priests of Egos in the Brunia continent, including the Cordereu in front of him. The high priest of Egos and more ordinary priests are still staying on the island of Egos, the home of the orcs, listening to God's guidance, and at the same time buying time for more orcs to migrate, so as to avoid the orcs not finishing moving. The tragedy happened that my hometown was completely sunk. Offer the blood of your enemies to the great Egos. Rory babbled a lot, and Cordereu, who didn't realize that he had leaked a lot of information, waved his huge fist and hit David after he had room to move. Boom! The heavy fist containing huge evil energy hit the ground, while a strong shock wave erupted. It also poured green evil energy into the surrounding area, releasing bursts of green halo. However, this astonishing punch directly hit Loneliness. Not only did David jump into the air, but even the orcs who were standing below fled the place while Cordereu was screaming. Huge pit. They didn't know what they should do. They suddenly learned a lot of incredible information, which put their brains into overload. Fortunately, none of them are fools. No matter what they do next, staying here is an extremely stupid choice. While the black metal man was talking to the huge spar giant, they quickly fled the scene and were soon away from the danger area. Even if they encountered orc warriors who were attracted by the huge movement, they would just move forward without stopping at all. The orc warriors only had eyes for the huge movement in the distance and ignored these ordinary-looking orcs. Especially when David released his Tomcat fighter jets and combined into a Cybertronian warrior of about 7 meters. After confronting the crystal giant, the only thing in the eyes of the orc warriors was the black metal giant in the distance, which was only slightly shorter than the crystal giant. Enemy attack! Shouts and alarms came one after another. This time, even the orc warriors standing guard outside the city knew something was going on, and rushed towards the city with weapons in hand. However, David didn't pay attention to these orc soldiers at all. He just stared at Cordereu in front of him. So, the only evil energy crystal mine you fused is currently the only one? The other party kept talking for a long time, and David finally grasped the key point from a bunch of information. There are only these evil energy crystal mines on the Brunia continent. As long as this guy is killed and destroyed, the evil energy will have no impact on this continent. Most of the threat can be eliminated temporarily, because the orcs have already begun to use evil energy, and it will take some time to completely eliminate it. Cordereu did not answer, but punched the black metal giant in front of him, who was shorter than himself. Boom! The heavy fist was held, and the green evil energy collided fiercely with the golden holy light. The shock wave of yellow and green instantly swept across the entire city, And the orcs, who rushed the hardest and were closest, were directly lifted by the terrifying energy. Fly. This is not the worst part. When the green evil energy falls out of control, it will cause all kinds of damage to the orcs. And a small number of orcs have also been contaminated by the evil energy. But for these orcs, it is not a good thing to be contaminated by evil energy to gain strong combat power, because the holy light is still fighting fiercely with evil energy. The bodies of these orcs contaminated by evil energy immediately become the target of a fierce confrontation between the two energies. On the battlefield, it feels much more satisfying than being directly shocked to death. This was just the beginning. The crystal giant only threw one punch, which was easily parried by David. Next came David's counterattack. Punch. Hook. Elbow. He jumped up slightly and hit the spar giant with a heavy elbow on the head, knocking the giant directly into the pit. War tramples. Dedication. The huge pit was instantly filled with holy light, and golden light spread throughout the city. Because David was subjectively targeting evil energy, the evil energy in the entire city began to be purified. Some orcs who were far away and were not harmed by the shock wave caused by the battle between the two giants had most of the evil energy accumulated in their bodies completely removed in the aftermath of David's attack. Milad and Dagmar had already reached the city gate. The loud noises in the distance and the terrible vibrations from the ground constantly reminded them of the terrible battle taking place not far away. Countless houses of poor quality have collapsed around them, and with the latest violent shaking, even the city walls have begun to crack. Thinking that she had actually charged towards such a monster before, Dagmar was suddenly very grateful to the orc worker who attacked her. Otherwise she might not even be able to find the body at this time. Just as she was thinking this, a warm wind suddenly blew over her body, and she felt like something had changed in her body. Did you feel it? Milad nodded and looked back into the distance. Under the golden light, the black metal giant was trampling the large green crystal stone crazily. It seemed that he felt that performing war trample with one foot was not enough. So he suddenly jumped up and performed the ultimate trample with both feet. After watching in silence for a while, Milad dragged Marcella and firmly left the city. As for where he would go in the future, he himself did not know. War tramples. War tramples. The ultimate trample. I don't know how many parts have been knocked out, and it seems that even the size has shrunk. The most important thing is that the opponent's consciousness was plunged into a state of chaos by David's series of exquisite combos. And the evil energy in the body also became disorganized and messy. Chance. He grabbed the crystal giant's neck with both hands and lifted it up directly. Although the opponent was taller than David, David slowly floated into the air after grabbing the crystal giant. With David's movements, more terrifying and huge holy light was mobilized by him. David was not only mobilizing all the holy light in his body, he even resonated with the light of this world. In words you can understand. Welcome the baptism of the holy light. The increasingly intense holy light shrouded David and the spar giant he was holding, and both giants were wrapped in huge pillars of sacred light. At the beginning, the figures of the two giants could be clearly seen, and then they were slowly and completely engulfed by the holy light. The pillar of light, so huge that it almost enveloped the entire city, really connected the sky and the earth. And the pure holy light also connected all the holy light. All other forces are excluded from this area. The beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth lasted for a full minute. When the light weakened slightly, the bright afterglow was still dazzling, and countless golden light spots continued to float in this area like snowflakes. The entire city no longer existed. A little evil. As for the giant transformed from the evil crystal mine, it has completely disappeared under the purification of the holy light. David is still suspended in midair, with 3 pairs of golden wings condensed by holy light spread out behind his black metal body. In addition to being handsome and pretentious, he is also working hard to absorb the remaining holy light in the surrounding space. Energy. Try your best to help restore the energy of his holy light fire that has been almost drained. This move is powerful and powerful enough, but it consumes too much mana. However, there was an unexpected gain. David glanced around. Many orcs on the outskirts of the city all looked blankly at David in midair. There was no madness and hostility in their eyes. They were illuminated by the holy light one after another, and were so large and pure at close range. After the baptism of the holy light, these orcs had some changes in their thoughts. They no longer hate David as a metal man, but respect this extremely powerful man, who may also be a god, from the bottom of his heart. However, the original thoughts were still in their hearts, which also prevented the orcs from kneeling down and declaring their surrender immediately. These orcs fell into a state of chaos, not knowing what they should do. When David was considering whether to make a little effort and simply subdue the group of orcs, a faint voice came from the void.
Is this your choice? Pointless struggle.
Brynja! Chapter 279. The voice in my heart. Looking up at the sky, there was nothing there. There were originally a few clouds, but their shadows had long been blown away by the impact of the huge holy light energy, and only a clear blue sky could be seen. But David's sight seemed to pass through space, and he seemed to see something vaguely. This feeling was very strange. He was sure that he didn't see anything, but he actually saw a powerful existence, paying attention to the world there. After being in a daze for 2 seconds, this weird feeling disappeared completely. David suddenly knew why the existence just said a word and did not appear directly in front of him.
These so-called gods cannot enter this world at will.
Looking back from the sky, he could no longer see the existence, and the feeling of being noticed just now had completely disappeared.
There is no way to watch the world as you wish.
David recalled what he had just heard and suspected that Brynja might not just be the name of this continent. Looking at the current situation, could it be that the situation in Brynja is similar to that of Azeroth? Just when David was thinking about what role he played in this drama, Laura's voice came from his communicator.
Did something happen? We felt a huge amount of holy light energy, and we were unable to contact you just now. It's nothing. I encountered an enemy, and I have already dealt with it.
David turned his head and looked down. The orcs who had just been shocked by his holy light had already dispersed one after another. Although he did not go to recover these orcs, David felt that if Milad and Dagmar could tell these compatriots about the dangers of evil energy, maybe these orcs would form a new force? Without thinking more deeply, David felt that his current condition was not very good. So he simply transformed into a Tomcat fighter jet and flew towards the west at high speed. He did not use teleportation magic or Hearthstone to save his life. Although the holy light was almost exhausted, he did not use these props to escape. In addition, he also wanted to take some pictures along the way to help the Winter Knights delineate more attack targets, mainly the orcs' logging and weapons factories. So when David returned to Snowfield Castle, he immediately found Gareth Stanton and told the commander a series of target locations he had mapped out. After Gareth left, Laura, Steve, Medivh, and others gathered around David to ask about the situation.
So what happened?
David said he was going to the orcs' hometown to search for information, but he made such a big noise. Not to mention a powerful mage like Medivh. Anyone with some extraordinary power could feel the huge holy light. Shouldn't infiltration investigation be cautious and sneaky? What are you doing? Encountered an enemy? Someone discovered your identity and had to take action? How powerful is the enemy to actually let David release such terrifying holy light? Worried that something had happened, he immediately tried to contact David. However, at first, he could not successfully contact David. Moreover, according to Medivh, the energy fluctuations in the area where David was located were too violent, and there was no way to contact him. It is suitable to cast a teleportation spell at this time to summon him back. After waiting quietly for a while, the contact was restored and it was confirmed that David was okay, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When David himself came back, the group moved a chair and sat around David, then eagerly waited for David to tell stories. After looking around, David briefly told the experience. In fact, it was nothing special. But when David said that he had discovered a fell crystal mine similar to a crystal mine in the main city of the orcs, everyone was surprised. At this time, everyone guessed what David had done.
Did you destroy the evil energy crystal mine? Yeah. Almost. Almost?
Laura was keenly aware of the point.
Did you also destroy something else, by the way?
David spread his hands and said that he really didn't think much of it at first. But after the battle with the giant transformed from the evil crystal ore ended, the orcs' main city was destroyed by him. Anyway, there are no orcs living there now. Those who are close by. And the more fanatical orcs were killed in the aftermath when he fought with the fell giant. Those who are far away seem to have a tendency to break away from the orc group because of the holy light. Now it has become an uninhabited ruin. I wonder how the commander of the orc army will react when he knows that his hometown is gone. Speaking of which, who is the leader of the orcs? On the front line now? Or on the island of Asigos? David found that he had forgotten to investigate the matter. In fact, David did not really take the orcs seriously from the bottom of his heart. The fundamental reason why he went to investigate was because he wanted to spy on the gods behind the orcs. Not that the orcs themselves had anything worth investigating. After finishing his story, David finally briefly described the special experience of just a few seconds. Everyone was just listening and having fun.
and there was no nervousness at all. It was only then that everyone's faces became serious when they heard that David almost confronted a god. It's not a lot of information, but it's extremely important. In comparison, the battle outside Snowfield Castle has even become less worthy of attention.
Are you sure those gods can't come in? I'm sure.
David originally wanted to say that he wasn't sure either. He just had this feeling at the time. The answer came out of nowhere. After a moment of calm, David felt that he shouldn't be so optimistic about things. But after feeling it for a while, the previous feeling that just go to the orc's hometown to explore, you can know important information emerged again. But this time it was telling him that those gods cannot enter this world directly. So when he answered, it became a very affirmative answer. Laura looked at David. The two had spent the longest time together, and Laura was good at observation and analysis. In addition, she knew David very well, so she immediately guessed the truth.
That feeling again? Yes. Bronia?
David was silent for a few seconds. He had thought the same thing before, but he felt that the actual situation might not be that simple. When he was in the world of Azeroth, David had exchanges and conversations with Azeroth, and there was a clear difference between the current situation. Maybe, just as David was telling all the information he had gathered, the war between Winter City and the orcs had officially broken out. After completing all preparations, the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment on the Winter City side came to the east plain of Snowfield Castle wearing blizzard-powered armor. Autobot warriors such as Ironhide and Crosshair will join the Spartan Heavy Infantry to fight the orcs on the frontal battlefield. Air forces such as Lightning and Smash will be on standby in the rear, ready to provide support at any time. Although they were equipped with blizzard-powered armor, the Spartan Heavy Infantry still formed a formation and advanced slowly forward this time. Even if the orcs on the opposite side had launched a charge, the Spartan Heavy Infantry had no idea of confronting them.
Jericho missile! Launch!
After estimating that the distance was about the same, the infantrymen, who were equipped with high-power missile launchers on their armor, began to launch missiles into the densely packed orcs ahead. The power armor of these soldiers has a long box-shaped launching device on the back, which will rise to the shoulder position when used. Each launcher can only be loaded with 2 missiles. During combat, it is necessary to coordinate their respective targets to avoid waste caused by 2 missiles landing too close. Because they possess powerful missiles, the Winter City Army is not in a hurry to develop heavy artillery, tanks and other weapons. As long as suitable weapon accessories are installed on the Blizzard power armor, soldiers wearing power armor can complete the work that heavy artillery and tanks can do. Moreover, powered armor also has mobility advantages that tank-heavy artillery does not have. For now, David feels that it is more appropriate to continue to develop and upgrade the Blizzard-powered armor than to build tanks and tanks. Fireworks exploded in the crowd of orcs, and the surging wave of orcs became much thinner in an instant. Renaud Maugrain, who was standing at the front of the team, raised the two-handed heavy sword in his hand.
Free fire! The soldiers who had been waiting for a long time picked up the Piccolo assault rifles in their hands and kept spitting deadly tongues of fire at the orcs opposite. The power armor worn by the soldiers on both wings was equipped with Vulcan cannons. They provided extremely ferocious crossfire to the front on both wings of the team. Almost as soon as they fired, they cut countless orcs into pieces.
Forward.
Renaud still held up the heavy sword. The Spartan heavy infantry could hear Renaud's orders through the communicator, but they still used to glance at the commander's position from time to time to determine what they should do next based on the heavy sword waving in Renaud's hand. What? Seeing the order to move forward,
the Spartan heavy infantry took heavy steps and advanced step by step. The assault rifles in their hands gradually turned from crazy bursts of fire at the beginning to burst fire, with only occasional collisions. Only when there are some orcs with green light shining all over their bodies will there be relatively rapid shooting sounds, and the sound of small missiles exploding crazily.
Be careful! It's a giant orc!
As they continued to advance, the formation of the Spartan heavy infantry gradually became fragmented, and similar reminders sounded from time to time. This was often accompanied by a certain orc suddenly becoming extremely huge, and then he would be attacked by crosshairs, iron sheets, etc. Autobot siege. Renaud held the heavy sword in both hands and kept scanning the entire battlefield. There was also an overhead view on his display screen. Although the icon representing the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment became much scattered, it was still steadily eating away at it. An icon representing the orcs. According to this trend, there is no need for the Winter Knights to appear at all. He can win with the Spartan Heavy Infantry.
This battle was too easy.
Chapter 280 Cleaning up the Northern Plains. What seemed like a huge battle ended after only half a day. The Orc army had no way of holding on under the indiscriminate bombardment of the Winter City army. Even with the evil talisman and the ability to transform into a giant, there was still no way to close the huge gap in weapons and equipment between the two sides. Numbers, the biggest advantage of the Orcs, are also offset by various powerful weapons. Once the Orc army gathered in large numbers, there was immediately a Jericho missile in Winter City. After an earth-shattering explosion, only a small number of the originally staggering number of Orcs remained, among which there were many with injuries. This situation was particularly damaging to morale. If it were not for the survival crisis, and the fact that the Orcs on the front line were affected by evil energy and already had some crazy tendencies, they could barely maintain morale without directly collapsing. Under normal circumstances, David's side only needs to bomb with missiles a few times, and the Spartan heavy infantry can go up and clean the battlefield. What makes the Orcs even more depressed is that even if they manage to catch a relatively isolated metal man, they use evil energy to break the opponent's energy shield and finally injure it. When it seems that they are about to kill an enemy, the opponent again will suddenly return to normal, jump up and continue fighting with them. Not only that, but what the Orcs couldn't understand was that these metal men who were being beaten obviously didn't cry out for help. But once they fell into a crisis, other metal men would always arrive in time. After fighting for a long time, the compatriots on his side continued to die, and each died more miserably than the last. But he could not even kill a metal man, even under the influence of evil energy. The Orcs, who had a tendency to go crazy, finally collapsed. The great defeat came earlier than David expected. At this time, the Winter Knights were still next to the mass-produced Decepticons transformed into Quinjet fighters, waiting for the order to attack. Destroy the Orcs completely! After listening to Gareth's report, David issued new instructions. If it were in the past, he might not be in a hurry to eliminate the Orcs, and it would be okay to just let them live in the eastern part of the northern plains. He can develop his Winter City slowly and steadily, continuously increase the population, and then gradually turn Winter City into the most advanced and largest urban agglomeration on the Brunia continent. But now, he doesn't think so. These Orcs carry Fel energy or Fel energy equipment. David just destroyed the Fel energy crystal mines, and the Orcs have created a large number of Fel energy sigils and cannonballs. These things remain. It is a huge hidden danger on the northern plains. Look for all items with evil energy, and destroy and purify them immediately once found. The factories that David showed Gareth before are the next targets that the Winter Knights will focus on. Once these factories are destroyed, the Orcs will be completely gone. I know what to do. Gareth Stanton understood the meaning of the Lord very well. Next, he will order the Winter Knights to fly around in Quinjet fighters. Their targets are the various cities and factories of the Orcs, striving to conquer all the people on the northern plains. All Orc creations were destroyed. The mission of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is to sweep the ground. They will next clean up the northern plains on the ground, targeting the Orcs, who have been scattered and wandering on the northern plains. This is not an interesting job. It is boring and time-consuming, and it can be regarded as a kind of training for the Spartan Heavy Infantry. If everything goes well, there will be no threat from Orcs in the entire northern plains in half a year. The task of leading the Spartan Heavy Infantry to sweep the ground will be left to Jack Krause. Krause has been in Winter City for quite some time. After hard training, he has become a very capable hunter. Tracking and other tasks happen to be his areas of expertise. So Krause is more suitable for this job than Gareth. And David has other tasks for Gareth to do. Although the Orcs have been defeated, it does not mean that their threat has been completely eliminated. There are still many Orcs on their home island of Asigos, and they may not come up with anything the next time they come back. In addition, the elves in the south of Winter City are not quiet either. David wants Gareth to go to Irontree Castle to see the situation. The most important thing is that you have to ensure smooth traffic between Irontree Castle and Winter City. Gareth nodded. He knew what the Lord was doing when he asked him to leave the Orcs and go to Irontree Castle. The Kingdom of Tiran was forcibly relocating its population to Winter City. But the war between Irontree Castle and the elves prevented these people from arriving smoothly. Winter City. This was unacceptable to David. So he asked Gareth to restore traffic and ensure that these people came to Winter City as usual and became Winter City citizens. Later, David asked Megatron to serve as the commander of Snowfield Castle, responsible for the follow-up work against the Orcs. And then he returned to Winter City with many of his partners. Megatron is absolutely loyal to him, and there is no need to worry about sudden betrayal. At the same time, David also wanted to take this opportunity to see if the Decepticons would cause any trouble when he was not watching nearby.
My lord, how should I write the report to His Majesty the King?
Elias Parker knew that the Lord was not in a very good condition right now. After staying with David for so long, the Lord always looked energetic and had to close his eyes and rest for a while like today. This is the first time Elias has seen this state. Normally, he should advise the Lord to take a good rest, or ask a pharmacist to check the Lord's body. However, he knew that David's current state was related to the battle a while ago, and was not a problem that the pharmacist could handle. Seeing the fingers of David's right hand on the table constantly beating, Elias knew that the Lord didn't hear his words, but was thinking,
there is no need to submit any report. Winter City just repelled a very ordinary harassment by the orcs outside the Snowfield Castle. Understood, my lord.
Elias nodded. It seemed that the Lord was not prepared to tell the royal capital about the actual situation in the northern plains. As for whether the royal capital can find out the true situation through other channels, that is a matter for the royal capital. Elias feels that even if he wants to find out all the details, it will take a lot of time. During this period of time, the kingdom of Tyrion will continue to migrate people to Winter City. This is the fundamental reason why David is not prepared to report that the orcs were defeated by him. If the king knows about it later, Winter City may have more people.
Sir, why don't you just take a rest? There is nothing wrong with my body. I just consumed too much holy light.
David explained casually that he was not injured or sick. He wanted to restore the holy light to its peak condition as soon as possible. Nor did he rely on rest. After thinking about it, it seems that there is no important work to be done at hand. Krausa led the heavy infantry regiment to clean up the remnants of the orcs. The Winter Knights, under the command of Megatron, focused on attacking the orc towns and factories. Gareth led a small team of Winter Knights to Irontree Castle to restore smooth roads. After that, Winter City will enter a period of rapid population growth. The city's construction planning has been completed, with Weatherby in charge of internal affairs and Elizabeth in charge of public security. There are not many things that must be handled by David personally. After strolling out of Glamorgan Castle, David decided to pick up his old habit, walking around in his own territory when he had nothing to do. Maybe he could see some interesting things? He was not planning to drive. If necessary, he considered taking the public bus in Lower Winter City to experience the public transportation situation in his home. After walking out of the main entrance of Winter Fortress, David first walked towards the Cathedral of Light diagonally opposite. He wanted to see how far Lydron had developed the Holy Light sect, although he knew that it was impossible to train a large number of priests at once. If possible, he very much hoped to see a group of newly born priests appear in Winter City within this year. As the population increases, the demand for medical treatment will also increase significantly. And the most important medical method in Winter City is the Holy Light. This is an important reason why the Holy Light has quickly gained recognition in Winter City. And it is also a small hidden danger. It's not that David thinks the faith of the Holy Light is bad, but that there are currently too few people in the Cathedral of the Holy Light who can actually use the Holy Light. Only Lydron and Sally Whitemane. Among them, Sally Whitemane also works in the army. Lydron alone is obviously not enough. He was considering whether to let Lydron return to Azeroth and recruit a group of Holy Light priests. Even if they were rookies and new priests, they would be enough to deal with minor injuries and illnesses. Also, should a real hospital be built? If a hospital is to be built, how should the problem of doctors be solved? Recruiting a group from each world? Just when David was thinking about how to establish a medical system, he saw Ethan Hunter also walking towards the Holy Light Cathedral, carrying several bags in his hand, not knowing what they contained.
Are you delivering goods? Ah. H. Lowe, Earl of Glamorgan.
Ethan actually didn't want to meet David very much, because he didn't know how to properly address this lord. And he didn't know whether he should give a big gift.
Help Lee add the pens, inks and some small ornaments bought by Bishop Lynn.
Oh! David also noticed Ethan's slightly embarrassed reaction. And soon, he understood why Ethan almost never took the initiative to find him. Unlike Steve and the others who came earlier and had more contact with David, Ethan didn't know much about David's character. Coupled with his status as a noble lord, Ethan is similar to David back then. In his heart, he is unwilling to have contact with the nobles, especially in such a medieval world where there is a gap between the nobility and the common people.
Don't be so restrained. Just call me David.
Chapter 281 Impossible Mission. Although David has not had many personal contacts with Ethan, he has always paid attention to the situation of this ace agent. It was nothing that Ethan chose to work as a purchasing agent in Winter City. What surprised David was that this agent seemed to enjoy this ordinary lifestyle.
What do you think of Winter City? It's a very good place.
Ethan's words were not polite, but he felt from the bottom of his heart that this place was very good. Mainly because in this place, he could temporarily put aside his identity as an agent and relax in a true sense.
I've almost saved enough money to buy a house. You can also buy a piece of land for residential use, and then ask craftsmen to help you build a house based on your preferences and needs.
The infrastructure of Winter City has been laid out widely from the beginning, and a lot of land has been reserved for building houses. Even though many new houses have been built to accommodate a large number of new people, some land remains empty and unused. If Ethan is not satisfied with the structure of the existing houses in Winter City, he can design one himself. I believe that the craftsman will be happy to meet Ethan's request. In addition to earning a living by doing this kind of work, these craftsmen are also very curious about various designs that they have never been exposed to. If Ethan brings an advance, there may be craftsmen who are willing to give him a good design plan and allow him to enjoy high discounts.
Actually, I have already chosen a house. The current houses in Winter City are all great.
Ethan feels that the original medieval-style buildings here in Winter City are the best choice. He thought it would be strange to build a modern luxury villa in such a city. Moreover, the infrastructure here in Winter City is very complete. These houses just look old-fashioned and live in the same way as modern houses. You can buy a ready-made house and move in immediately. After the two chatted for a while, David naturally turned the topic to Ethan's work. It's not the purchasing job he does here in Winter City, but his job in his own world. Ethan didn't want to keep hiding his situation. After staying in Winter City for a while, he already knew that many people from other worlds, like himself, had various magical identities. Captain America, Iron Man, Transformers, the former colonial governor of the empire on which the sun never sets, the Ranger General of the High Elf Kingdom, etc. Compared to his status as an agent, his status as an agent is nothing. Moreover, he doesn't think he can really hide his true occupation. He believes that the Lord has already investigated his situation. When he is active in Winter City, he can occasionally feel that someone is observing him. Own.
Is there something your Earl would like me to help with? Not yet.
David's non-hypocritical expression does not require any contribution from Ethan. There is no use in playing tricks with people like Ethan. It is better to say something. Being more frank may make the other party let down their guard faster. He was a little curious. What reward would he get if he increased the favorability of Ethan Hunter? An elite agent? Because he suddenly realized this problem after meeting Ethan. He didn't think about how to better guide the topic in advance. So the two of them were basically chatting awkwardly. We chatted about whatever came to mind. Fortunately, Ethan was curious about many things. After confirming that David was indeed very kind and friendly, he asked a lot about Winter City. In addition, there were things that Eva had told him before, but he was not sure about. For example, when he was in trouble and needed help from Winter City, he could directly borrow many of Winter City's weapons, including weapons. Resource. David affirmed this. Although as he grew stronger, the relationship between subsequent visitors from other worlds and David would undergo some changes. But for Winter City, these people from other worlds will still receive some preferential treatment. After all, a visitor from another world means the resources of a new world. With the development of Winter City, maybe David will slowly expand the power of Winter City to more worlds,
including the latest equipment.
It is completely impossible to say that Ethan is not curious about the weapons and equipment of Winter City. But from the beginning, he positioned himself as an ordinary person and thought that he was not qualified to have access to Winter City's new equipment. As a result, I now learned from David that the situation was not what he thought. If he opens his mouth, he can still borrow those things?
As long as you can use it,
David explained. It would be difficult for Ethan to use equipment like the blizzard-powered armor directly. He would have to undergo various trainings first. Other than that, there aren't many restrictions.
What kind of equipment is it?
Seeing the curious look on Ethan's face, David said that if you have nothing to do later, you can go visit with him. The two had already entered the Cathedral of the Holy Light and found Liedron, who was teaching the priest apprentices the knowledge of the Holy Light. Ethan handed the purchased goods to Liedron, and after collecting his reward, he watched David chatting with the High Elf Holy Light Bishop about the Holy Light Priest. He did not interrupt, but listened quietly for a while, and realized that Winter City would soon welcome a large number of new residents. The Earl of David Glamorgan was worried about the medical problems in the territory.
It's definitely too late to rely on my teaching and training in Winter City. I'll go back to Azeroth in a few days.
Liedrun didn't think about it for too long. She is an Orthodox Holy Light priest. Knowing how time-consuming it is to train a qualified novice priest. Even if the current batch of apprentices are talented, there is no way for them all to successfully become real priests in a few months. So far, the best performers among this batch of apprentices are the two foreign students, Modu and Cassius. The rest are still far away from truly learning the Holy Light. Therefore, the most reliable way is to return to Azeroth and recruit a group of Holy Light priests to live in Winter City.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to recruit priests in the Kingdom of Lordaeron.
David reminded a little. The Kingdom of Lordaeron is in dire straits, and many lands are contaminated by natural disasters and plagues. They themselves feel that there are not enough priests, and they will definitely not recruited by Liedrun.
You might consider visiting the Kingdom of Stormwind. It may not be necessary. Quel'Thalas has many followers of the Holy Light who respect you.
If it weren't for taking care of her motherland, Liedrun felt that she could have captured all the believers of the Holy Light in Quel'Thalas and brought them all to Winter City.
That's an exaggeration.
David felt that if Liedrun really did that, Quel'Thalas might immediately break off diplomatic relations with Winterfell. After finishing the business conversation, David also greeted Mordo and Cassius. David found that the two Karma Taj mages were more respectful to him than before, which made him a little baffled. Except that they had just arrived in the cold winter. At that time in the city, I had never seen these two people. Right? Could it be that Liedrun taught her some strange knowledge? After coming out of the Cathedral of Holy Light, David took Ethan back to Fort Glamorgan, where he showed him the main weapons and equipment of Winter City. The Ironforge version of the Garen rifle has not been completely retired. Floyd said that this weapon can be used to train new recruits. It is very suitable as a training firearm to familiarize themselves with thermal weapons, because it is difficult for new recruits to use the Piccolo assault rifle right away. Therefore, the Garen rifle that should have been eliminated is still in active service, but it is no longer an official weapon of the main force. Ethan tried a few shots and found that the recoil and power of this Garen rifle were very strong. Even if powerful ammunition was not used, the power was still amazing, and he liked the pistol called the Piano even more. The large capacity of 100 rounds of bullets in each magazine was really attractive. Later, David took Ethan to the Winter Alchemy Workshop and looked at more equipment and props.
The storage bracelet has a cubic meter of space inside. The multifunctional glasses have functions such as night vision, telescope, photography, locking, and anti-glare. The holographic mask covers the face with this film and can project any face, a small computer. Convenient for hacking into electronic devices at any time, and can also be used as a gauntlet.
In addition to storage bracelets, multifunctional glasses and holographic masks have only recently begun to be mass-produced, and only in small batches. These equipment will mainly be provided to the intelligence department in charge of Edwin Van Cleef, so that his intelligence personnel can better hide themselves in order to detect various messages. In addition, there are also small bombs and flash bombs made into buttons, accessories, etc. These props are all good things for intelligence personnel to use. Ethan's eyes widened when he saw it, and he wanted to pack all the equipment in front of him. He believed that with his own strength and courage, and with these equipment, there was no task that he could not complete. Even if he invaded the CIA headquarters, it would not be that difficult. He was a little doubtful that the colleague he met earlier had already enjoyed various benefits in Winter City. Just when he was thinking this, David's communicator suddenly rang, and it was James Norrington who was looking for him. Generally speaking, although David will carry a communicator with him, if it is not an emergency, everyone will come to Fort Glamorgan to find David. If they cannot find it, they will find out David's whereabouts through Eva. If it wasn't a particularly urgent matter, only Tony would use the communicator to find him, and James Norrington was absolutely impossible to do so. So when he found out that James Norrington was contacting him, David's first reaction was that something happened on the other side of the Winter River.
What happened? Sir, you may need to come to the dock in person,
James Norrington said without any nonsense and went straight to the point.
A person has been fished out here at the military dock, and his identity may be quite special.
Chapter 282 Hood. David, who received Norrington's notification, quickly arrived at the military dock, and he even called Eva specifically. The reason for calling Eva along was not because of any special reason, but because the woman he fished out of the Winter River when Norrington was training with the sailors was a woman. When David saw this woman, his face looked a little strange. He now understood why Norrington called him here, because Norrington could tell from the clothes on the other side that this man was not a native of this world. At the same time, the attire on this woman obviously has elements that symbolize Britain. But if that were the case, it wouldn't be enough to call David here. At worst, he would be her guide and take her to Fort Glamorgan. If she couldn't find David, she could also ask Eva to educate him on basic common sense. However, this woman was now in a state of not knowing whether she was alive or dead. This made Norrington completely unsure of what to do. He had no choice but to notify the Lord and ask David to handle it personally.
How about it?
Eva looked at this woman with long blonde hair. A tall figure, wearing a blue dress and black stockings. The shawl pattern on her body was obviously the British Union Jack flag. So this young woman should be her fellow countryman? This fellow's condition didn't look good. His clothes were torn in many places, and he looked quite embarrassed. Although he didn't see any wounds or blood stains, he could hardly feel the presence of life.
Still alive.
David only glanced twice before making an accurate judgment and waving his hand to release a ray of holy light. Although the previous battle drained the holy light from his body, so much time had passed, and he had somewhat recovered. He just couldn't use the big move like before. So there was still no problem with using ordinary healing spells. As the holy light released by David enveloped the blonde woman's body, the woman's pale face indeed had a healthy blush. And she was breathing obviously.
Bring her back to Fort Glamorgan first.
Although Eva didn't know what kind of world this woman came from, her suspected identity as a fellow villager made her unconsciously want to take care of her.
Just do it.
After getting David's permission, Eva directly picked up the blonde woman sideways. For Eva today, it is not difficult to hold an ordinary woman. David was chatting with James Norrington about the specific situation and wanted to know how he discovered this woman.
I was leading the sailors for training at that time.
Although the sailors under his command could already control the sailboats to sail in the Winter River very well, he would still take the sailors to sail the boats from time to time. Set sail. It is not only to let sailors get used to life on board, but also to cultivate their tacit understanding, especially on sailing boats. Sailors must have enough tacit understanding to make the ship sail smoothly.
I suddenly bumped into something, and then I found the lady.
When he said this, Norrington's expression was very embarrassed. He thought that the lady might have been almost hit by his boat, although he didn't know what world this lady came here from and why she appeared in the water. It was true that he took the sailors and knocked someone down. He was thinking about whether he should wait for the lady to wake up and bring some gifts in person. Go and apologize. After David listened to James Norrington's story speechlessly, he already had some guesses in his mind. At the same time, he also knew why Norrington was like this. So he comforted him with a few words.
You don't have to blame yourself. If I guess correctly, the injuries on her body were not caused by you.
James Norrington nodded. After listening to David's words, he immediately understood that the Lord had recognized the identity of the blonde woman, and even knew why she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. After he was sure that he didn't nearly hit someone to death by driving his boat, Norrington felt relieved. Of course, as a gentleman, it is still necessary to apologize. After all, I bumped into someone, right? Even if the serious injury was not caused by himself. He almost made the last stab. Just when James Norrington was thinking about what gift he should buy, he heard David telling him again.
Pay more attention to the Winter River in the future. Sir, what do you mean? I'm not sure whether a similar situation will happen in the future.
He was a little doubtful whether Squirtle appeared in the river, so he didn't notice it.
And even if we don't consider these situations, the water surface, is it time for the patrol work to officially start?
Tony was originally asked to help build a few speedboats. But after the Cybertronians joined Winter City and helped David build several mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons, he handed over the work to Cybertronian scientists. This time the requirements were even lower. They just built a few surface speedboats for the Decepticons. 3 were quickly built. These 3 patrol speedboats were named Thunder by David. Of all military ships,
I understand what to do.
Perhaps the attention of the Dark Elves was really attracted to the Lost Land by Cecil. During this period, no new Dark Elf ships appeared. But we cannot continue to ignore the defenses on the Winter River. As the sailors gradually learned to operate the ships, they should indeed begin to assume the original obligations and responsibilities of the Navy. After chatting with Norrington for a few more words and confirming that the naval construction was progressing steadily as planned, David left the military dock. By this time, Eva had already brought the blonde woman back to Fort Glamorgan, while David walked back with Ethan, who had been watching the fun.
You know the identity of that woman, right?
After all, he is a king's agent. Ethan noticed this the first time David saw the woman. The subsequent conversation between David and Norrington only made him more certain.
Yes. Who is she?
Ethan was curious. What was the identity of that woman? Even though she would be so seriously injured? Or did it appear in the water?
Hood.
Ethan nodded, still waiting for the follow-up content. But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear the following.
No more. Oh. Sorry. This name is not accurate enough.
David waved his hand to apologize.
The correct name should be the British Royal Navy Admiral-class battlecruiser HMS Hood. Battlecruiser Hood? You mean she served on that battleship? No. I mean, she's the Hood.
Ethan paused, holding his temples with both hands, a little unable to understand David's words.
I may not understand it correctly. You mean that woman is actually the USS Hood battlecruiser, which was hit during World War II? A sunken battleship? Yes. You understood it correctly.
Seeing that Ethan still had an expression of disbelief, David made him understand the current situation with one sentence.
Think about Transformers. There are countless universes and countless worlds. And there are enough magical things. In comparison, it's nothing. Okay, what you said makes sense.
Ethan must admit that what David said is not wrong. Since he came to this place, he has learned that the so-called parallel universes and multiverses are no longer just theories that exist in fantasy, but are real. When you are in such a place, no matter what you see, there is no need to feel unbelievable. Continuing to move forward, the two of them soon returned to the main entrance of Winter Fortress. Ethan did not continue to follow David. He knew that David was going to greet Miss Hood next, so he had better go and see if there was anyone there. There is no more purchasing agent business. Well, let's fill our stomachs first. Watching Ethan leave, David suddenly felt his spirit shaken, and the holy light in his body instantly recovered a lot.
A mental gain?
After spending half a day with Ethan, the ace agent should have really let down his guard and regarded David as a friend worth making friends with. So the reward has arrived. Compared with physical or skill-based rewards, spiritual rewards are the easiest for David to detect. Even a small improvement is a very obvious change for a being like him who has mastered mysterious power.
Ethan Hunter's mental will is indeed very strong, so it's not surprising to be rewarded for this.
David doesn't think there's anything wrong with this kind of reward. Mental improvement is no different from directly improving strength. Even if the magnitude is smaller, it doesn't matter. Relationships can continue to improve.
Speaking of which, my relationship with Gwen has become so close. Gwen has reciprocated my love. It stands to reason that she has given me more than one reward. Right. What exactly was she given?
After standing at the door and thinking for a moment, David considered finding a time to test it properly. He couldn't just test himself, but maybe he also had to test whether Gwen had any special talents. Back in Glamorgan Castle, David asked someone casually and found out Eva's location. Eva's own room on the second floor. Unexpectedly, Eva actually took Hood to her room to take care of him. David went directly to Eva's bedroom door on the second floor. The door was open, but not closed. David also saw Gwen and Helen here. The three women were standing beside the bed, looking at Hood lying on the bed.
Cough!
He coughed heavily to remind everyone that he was here. Helen, Gwen and Eva all smiled and said H. Low to David. Unexpectedly, David's sound also woke up Hood, who was lying on the bed. He sat up from the bed suddenly and opened his eyes wide to check the surrounding situation. As a result, he woke up too violently, and his body was still a little weak, which made his head dizzy. His beautiful big eyes turned into a pair of mosquito quills, and then he fell heavily back into the bed. After a few seconds, she felt that the dizziness had disappeared a lot, and then she looked at the strangers beside the bed with questions on her face.
Where is this place? Who are you?
Chapter 283 Hood, Who Can't Go Home. Eva introduced the general situation to Hood. She was already very skilled at this job. What content must be said, and what can be mentioned briefly to ensure that the newcomers can figure out the situation in the shortest time. And it won't feel cluttered. Sure enough, after hearing Eva's introduction, Hood looked in disbelief. But at least, he understood everything.
Such a magical thing. By the way, did you encounter any trouble before you fell into coma?
Eva didn't know Hood's identity yet, and was curious about what happened to the fellow in front of her. Why were you so seriously injured?
Before coma, I was in a firefight with the iron-blooded Bismarck at sea. I seem to have been hit. Iron-blooded? Bismarck?
Eva looked at each other, Gwen and Helen, and finally looked at David. She immediately realized that David should know the true identity of the woman in front of her. Just as he was about to ask how to address the other party, Hood suddenly rubbed his head.
Could it be that I have been sunk?
Although Eva had just introduced her to Winter City and explained some of the situation, she still felt that she had died on the battlefield before coming to this world.
I can be sure that you are a living person now.
David winked at Eva, indicating that he would explain Hood's situation to her later.
I have also healed your injuries. You are still alive now.
Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere?
Injury?
By the way, I'm injured.
Hood simply groped around his body and found that there were indeed no wounds on his body.
After a while, she remembered that she was accurately hit by Bismarck's main gun and was seriously injured. Before losing consciousness, she remembered that she was sinking to the bottom of the sea. No matter what, I was indeed saved by these people. As a lady, Hood immediately expressed her gratitude to David, Eva and others, and introduced herself formally.
Royal Navy Admiral Class Battlecruiser Hood. Thank you very much for your help. Hood?
This time, not only Eva looked at David, but Gwen also turned to look at David strangely. David had no choice but to let Hood have a good rest first, and then left the bedroom with two curious women and one woman who didn't understand the situation at all. And then he walked into a lounge and gave a brief description of Hood's general situation.
So this Miss Hood is actually the battleship from World War II?
After listening to David's description, Gwen thought this kind of thing was strange. Why did the battleship turn into a human shape?
In that world, all the battleships have turned into young girls? Let these girls fight on the sea and fight unknown monsters. What kind of strange world is this?
Eva felt quite speechless. This kind of setting. It sounds very unfair. David spread his hands, and he noticed that Eva glanced at him twice more after figuring out the specific situation, probably guessing how he recognized Miss Hood's true identity. However, Eva would never show her shrewdness in this area in front of David, and simply ignored the matter and pretended that she didn't know. But there was another question that Eva didn't know how to judge. Is this Miss Hood a fellow countryman? Also, is this Miss Hood a human being? Or a ship? After asking the question, the other two women also stared at David curiously. As a result, David spread his hands and said that he didn't know. You can't blame him. The setting in that game has always been very vague, and the official has never given an accurate explanation. It seems that it can only be regarded as a special life form that is infinitely close to humans.
I'm more curious about the so-called ship's suit.
After listening for a long time, Helen finally figured out the specific situation through Gwen and Eva's popular science. She didn't care whether this Miss Hood was human or not. After all, she saw many inhuman beings in Winter City, and even in the eyes of the Spartans headed by her, David was not human. She was more curious about what the so-called ship uniform looked like. A girl who looks so cute can be more powerful than a battleship. Although she has never seen a battleship during World War II, she has seen the Skyfire parked on the Winter River. The prototype of the battleship transformed from Skyfire. It was the light cruiser Belfast during World War II. And the Hood was a battlecruiser much more powerful than that light cruiser.
If Hood lives in Winter City for a long time, you should be able to see him soon.
David was also curious. There was no ship equipment around Hood at this time. He wanted to know if those ship equipment appeared out of thin air when Hood switched to combat mode. Or does it need to be specially manufactured for her and stored in a special place? Or can it be turned into a battleship and parked on the water like in the animation? Either way, Hood's arrival means that another bunch of black technology has arrived in Winter City. And Tony will probably be very happy. After chatting for a while and figuring out Hood's condition, they returned to Eva's room. Hood was no longer lying on the bed at this time, but was standing by the window looking outside. When he heard the door opening, he immediately turned around and greeted several people very politely.
Don't you want to rest more? Thanks to the Earl of Glamorgan for curing my injury. I feel much better now.
When he was explaining just now, he had introduced the names of several people by the way, and Hood also knew that the young man who cured him was from this city. The Lord, Earl David Glamorgan.
If possible, I would like to go back and report to my friends that I am safe. Oh, of course that's no problem.
Only Eva asked one more question.
Why don't you change your clothes first? We have already received a lot of help, so we don't have to worry about such a small thing anymore. Right. It doesn't matter. It's not troublesome.
Eva looked at Miss Hood. Although she was about the same height as herself, she looked very thin. She should be able to wear her own clothes.
I will accompany you to Glamorgan later. Fort. Then I'm sorry to trouble you.
David looked at Hood's slightly reserved look and did not intervene in the women's conversation. He left and returned to his office. He has become accustomed to this situation. Every new arrival has to try to go back and forth several times. After getting used to this ability, he will gradually begin to adapt to life in Winter City. If you want to get closer to Huhu and get rewards, you are not in a hurry. What David didn't expect was that Hood's situation was somewhat special.
Can't go back? What do you mean?
David sat behind the desk, still holding the game controller in his hand, looking at Eva and Hood with a disappointed look on his face in surprise.
It literally means that Hood has no way to return to her world.
Oh! A similar situation had only happened to Sharon before. But it was later confirmed that Sharon couldn't go back because she didn't want to go back. And this problem had been solved long ago. Today, Sharon, like everyone else, can freely travel between her own world and Winter City. Sharon rarely stays in Winter City recently because she began to put more energy into her own world. Hood shouldn't have any mental problems. Right? Then why can't you go back? David scratched his hair. He really couldn't give an answer.
Maybe it's because of his physical condition? Take a good rest for a while and try again. Maybe you can go back?
At this time, it seems that I can only deal with it with these words. Eva took advantage of the opportunity and invited Hood to live in Winter City. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Anyway, there are many weird technologies and abilities in Winter City. It doesn't seem to be difficult to help Hood return.
Sorry for bothering you.
Hood smiled and thanked David and Eva again.
Thank you very much for your generous help. Not so polite.
Just when David was smiling and saying you're welcome to Hood, he noticed a blue thing suddenly falling next to Hood. Dang rang. Several people in the office were attracted by the crisp sound. And then everyone including Hood saw a blue cube, which appeared suddenly and out of thin air, and fell to the ground. This is... Eva immediately turned to look at David, and David looked at the cube. Instead, Hood shouted in surprise.
This is the Mind Cube? Why is there this thing here?
David knew why there was this thing, but he really didn't expect that Hood would give it as a reward. What is the use of this blue cube that looks like a Rubik's Cube of the mind? Can it be used to summon other ship girls like in the game? Or does it have some other effect? David had previously received items such as potatoes, crystal mines, and golden apples as rewards. David knew that these items did not necessarily copy the functions of the original, so he was not sure of the specific functions of the Rubik's Cube in front of him before actually using it. However, it seemed that now was not the time to think about this. He had to explain to Hood first why this thing suddenly appeared.
I have some special abilities that may cause all kinds of things to suddenly appear around me.
David glanced at Hood and added a few more words.
And it also has some relationship with the person I was in contact with at the time. Did I come here just because of your strange ability? Lord!
Hood looked at the blue cube in front of him, and suddenly understood why he came to this strange world. It turns out that the root of everything is the man in front of me. But thinking about the state I was in at that time, maybe I was lucky to be able to come to this place called Winter City. Otherwise, he would have been sleeping at the bottom of the sea at this moment. Hood began to think. Could it be because of this reason that he couldn't go back? Is he actually dead in his own world? She didn't simply travel to another world, but gained a new life? Various questions kept popping up in his mind, making Hood completely forget about the blue Rubik's Cube in front of him. Chapter 284 Ownership of Intellectual Property Rights. By the time Hood came to his senses, David had already taken the blue Rubik's Cube and observed it carefully. Seeing that both David and Eva were looking at it curiously, Hood briefly introduced it to them. Download this item.
This is the Mind Cube, a key item used to build ships like mine.
According to Hood's description, it is because of this technology that her world is able to build humanoid battleships like hers. The mental cube will be constructed into two parts, human and ship equipment. Only those created by the mental cube only humans can use ship equipment. Ordinary humans cannot use it.
So, this thing can make a ship like yours? How should I use it?
David tried, okay, after getting it. But there was no prompt or inquiry from this thing. No response at all. It was still a blue cube.
I don't know about this either.
Hood shook her head. She just knew that this thing was the core item for making a ship like hers. But it was not very clear how to use it. David was not disappointed by this, and just studied it slowly. Anyway, he has been relatively free recently. Eva took Hood to the guest room and visited the entire castle of Glamorgan. In addition to the bedrooms of David and several women, there were several guest rooms in Glamorgan Castle to entertain guests when needed. It's just that it's impossible for ordinary people to bring it into Glamorgan Castle to entertain them. They can just send it directly to the Winter Hotel. Even Princess Sophia and Earl Sutton Stewart stayed in the hotel when they came to Winterfell. But Eva wanted to take care of this fellow countryman. So she left her in Glamorgan Castle. She no longer bothered about whether Hood was a person or a ship, and directly took care of her as a fellow countryman from another world. And as a soldier, Eva has some special feelings for the glory of the former Royal Navy. The important thing is that Eva feels that Hood is very important to Winter City, which is about to vigorously develop its navy. So she wants to win over him. After the two left, David continued to tinker with the blue Rubik's Cube in his hand. He began to wonder if he still had to prepare a pile of gold coins to trigger the card drawing mechanism. Just take some gold coins and try it. Unfortunately, even if it is placed together with gold coins, there is still no reaction. After still having no clue, David was too lazy to continue tinkering. He threw the Rubik's Cube into the drawer and let this thing keep the Mind Stone as a companion. After closing the drawer and picking up the game controller again, David was about to continue playing the game for a while when Laura came to find him again.
Is that pretty girl named Hood new here? What kind of world did you come from?
David gave Laura some more knowledge. After listening, Laura and Eva had similar reactions, except that Eva would pretend not to know anything, while Laura would complain about David very simply.
Sounds like it's some kind of weird game. It's just a simple card game with anthropomorphic weapons. This type of game is not unusual.
In addition to battleships, firearms, aircraft, etc. cannot escape this fate. Even people who have never played this type of game will be exposed to relevant information to a greater or lesser extent.
Hood's arrival may allow Winter City's navy to form combat effectiveness faster. Not that optimistic.
Laura felt that if David and Hood had a good relationship, they could use Hood to recruit a group of battleships from her world to Winter City. In this way, Winter City's naval strength would be greatly improved, and there would be no need to worry about enemies coming from her world. Invasion of Winter City by water. Even because of the special circumstances of these humanoid warships, the combat effectiveness of the Winter Army's land forces will be increased. Because these humanoid warships can move on land, even if they are not as flexible on land as on water. As long as they can fire, they have very terrifying combat power. That is the main gun of the warship, allowing several such warships to fire a salvo. The destructive power is quite astonishing. However, David said that Hood had no way to return to her own world for some unknown reason. She seemed to be trapped in Winter City.
Is that so?
Laura shook her head regretfully, feeling a little pity.
What a pity. I thought I had a chance to establish a Royal Navy in Winter City.
I almost forgot. This guy is from the same hometown as Hood.
Even if he can't recruit more ships, Hood is still a rare talent. Right.
Oh.
Although James worked very hard to learn the knowledge of modern naval warfare, he lacked practical experience after all.
James Norrington lived in the era of sailing ships. Even if he gained enough knowledge, he still lacked practical operations for modern warships and naval warfare experience. In comparison, Hood has more modern combat experience, such as radar, anti-submarine, air defense, beyond visual range combat, etc. She not only understands, but also has actual combat experience.
Hood staying in Winter City will definitely speed up your naval construction.
Up to this point, Laura was still analyzing seriously. But the next sentence suddenly went off the rails.
Besides, she is still such a beautiful girl.
David looked at Laura speechlessly, knowing that there must be something more to come. Sure enough, next he heard Laura ask,
in that collection game, have you collected Hood? Hood is very easy to get in that game. It's almost like giving it away for free.
Oh, Laura rolled her eyes and asked another question.
Which battleship do you particularly like? Maybe there will be a chance to actually collect it.
Although Hood can't go back now, maybe he can solve this problem in the future?
I like all the battleships that I can draw or catch.
David raised his eyebrows and casually brushed off Laura's question. He would not tell Laura that Hood was one of the battleships he swore to. After chatting for a while, Laura finally started to chat with David about serious matters.
The population of Winter City is getting more and more. Yes. In the next period of time, more people will come to Winter City. Right. Yes. Have you ever thought about food?
Of course David has considered it. Currently, Winter City's food reserves are still sufficient. But if the population increases quickly, it's hard to say whether there will be a gap.
Do you want to reserve a batch of food in advance? Winter City has food reserves. There is no need to buy more food before this food reserve is used up.
Moreover, the weather is getting warmer, and the New Year's farming is about to begin. With the current fertility of the land in Winter City, By the time the population of Winter City increases significantly, the first round of food this year will have been harvested. In comparison, meat is the real concern. Previously, the population of Winter City was not large enough, so only small-scale raising of cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks ensured the supply of meat and eggs for the entire city. But as the population increases, this output will definitely not be enough.
Chicken farms and livestock farms have to be opened.
David looked at Laura and still remembered joking with her.
Do you want to invest in opening a chicken farm? Okay.
Laura was not interested at all at first, but now she looks very interested, which makes David a little strange.
Weren't you not interested at first? It was different than it is now. How to say?
Laura sat on the desk facing David, raised her foot, and lightly kicked David's leg.
At that time, I just felt that it was very happy to be with you. There are many novel things in this world, so I am willing to stay. I'm here, but I'm not sure I'll be here forever.
David blinked. This sentence was not difficult to understand, and Laura's thoughts at the time were also very normal. It is not difficult to understand that young men and women stay together when they see each other right, and separate when they don't like it. But after thinking about it a little more, this sentence reveals another meaning. That is, Laura's mind has changed now. Does this mean she wants to stay here for a long time? Or even forever?
Are you sure now?
Laura silently kicked David hard.
If it wasn't because of you, after being tortured by your weird tricks, how could I still find someone else? Hey, can it be said the other way around? Didn't you come up with all those weird tricks first?
David looked like he had been wrong for a long time. He even waved his hand and sprinkled the holy light to pretend to be Lu Fei. Snow.
I've learned a lot of strange knowledge after being with you. Obviously, you have made a lot of weird suggestions.
The two had a series of debates about the ownership of some intellectual property rights. As the two kept showing off various extreme drifting skills, even Helen, who came in to deliver tea to David, was dumbfounded and even felt a little bearable. No. He ran away in a hurry. Gwen, who wanted to come to see David Niway, only listened for a short while before her whole body had the tendency to transform into Coyote Angio, and she simply withdrew. Until today, these two people didn't know that David usually played so exaggeratedly with Laura. They realized that David was usually very gentle to them. If he treated them the same way he treated Laura, they might have died. Right? By the way, the two of them also stopped Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia, who was running to find David. They did not dare to let the little princess in at this time, as they would frighten the princess of Tilland Kingdom.
What's wrong? Is David talking to someone about something important?
Helen and Gwen looked at each other, and Gwen, who had just recovered, nodded vigorously.
It's a very fatal thing.
Oh! Sophia looked at Gwen and then at Helen. Her big round eyes rolled, and she did not continue to dwell on this topic, but asked about the Hood she had just met.
Who is that Miss Hood?
Where are you from? Have you just arrived in Winter City? He's Eva's fellow countryman.
In fact, Princess Sophia wants to know where the Hood comes from. She doesn't seem to understand the common language of Brinia. This made her wonder, are there still humans on the continent who don't understand Brian Common language? You know, the full name of Brian Common is Brian Human Common.
Is it from another world? Or is that Miss Hood not human?
Chapter 285. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. The sun is shining and spring is blooming. The temperature this year has indeed risen much earlier than in previous years. David stood on the roof of Glamorgan Castle and looked around. Not only the winter forest in the north has turned green, but the grassland in the east also has a lot of tender green. Farmers have begun to work in the fields, and public buses are also constantly shuttling in the city, taking workers to their places of work. After walking along the roof and taking a general look at his territory, David discovered that there was an extra person on the roof.
Good morning, Miss Hood. Good morning, Your Majesty. Just call me David. This is a necessary etiquette. Your Majesty the Earl.
Under the shining of the morning sun, Hood's brilliant blonde hair was tied into a bunch and placed on his right shoulder. Looking at Hood's hairstyle, David wanted to complain, but in the end he held back.
How is living in Winter City? Is there anything you don't like about it? No. It's very beautiful here, and everyone takes good care of me.
Hood has lived in Winter City for a while and has begun to adapt to life here. Brinia Common has also been learned, and Laura and Eva often chat with her, which allows her to master this new language faster. Now, she can not only use Brinia Common and conversations with no accent.
It's just that I feel very embarrassed to be taken care of by you all this time.
Hood felt that his injuries had long since healed. After recuperating for so many days, his body had gradually returned to its best condition. She was really embarrassed to be eating and drinking like this all the time. She ran to the roof today because she actually wanted to ask David if there was any job suitable for her in Winter City.
You want something to do? Yes. What you up to?
A very common question. But it stopped Hood. What do you want to do? Hood has never considered this issue since the day he was born. Because she is a battleship, she has had an innate mission from the day she was born, to sail the sea and fight the enemy. Apart from that, she has never thought about what she can do. And she doesn't know what she can do? If David hadn't asked her, she wouldn't have even considered it. To a certain extent, sacrificing themselves in the war is the best destination for existences like them. Otherwise, where should existences like them go after the war is over?
This is all I know how to fight.
David glanced at Hood, who was looking confused, and simply led him to the west side of the roof, looking at the broad river not far away. He introduced Hood.
That's the Winter River.
Hood knew this. It was in that river that she was fished out. The vast surface of the river reminded her of the ocean where she could swim freely.
This river can lead directly to the sea.
David introduced the situation of the Winter River to Hood. There is no need to say much about the upstream, but the downstream leads directly to the sea, which made Hood seem to realize something.
Winter City can enter the ocean through this river and reach another country. Similarly, the other party can also come to me through the Winter River. I understand.
Hood nodded, squinting at the magnificent river in the distance.
This is a job that is very suitable for me.
She was willing to help David protect Winter City. She didn't know anything else anyway, so she might as well do what she was good at.
Actually, I am building Winter City's own navy.
David specifically chatted with Hood. He didn't just want a thug. He also hoped that Hood could help James Norrington better train sailors and cultivate a group of modern Navy seedlings for Winter City as soon as possible. He knew that this idea was unrealistic. It was very difficult, and the success rate was very low. After all, the current illiteracy rate in the Winter City Army was still very high. Even if James Norrington worked hard to select a group of less illiterate soldiers, he still had a very low success rate. Active training is carried out, but it is still difficult for all sailors to grow into excellent modern naval officers. But no matter how difficult or unrealistic it is, we still have to start doing it. We can't really wait until Winter City's cultural knowledge has become more popular before we engage in the Navy. Right. How many years have to wait?
Compared to you personally helping to defend the enemy from the sea, I hope you can help me cultivate more talents who can defend the sea area for Wintertown.
Ah. This. Hood realized that David originally wanted her to help him train an excellent navy. But she didn't know if she could do it well, and she was too embarrassed to refuse directly.
I'll give it a try. Don't worry. Don't worry about not doing well, because there is no one in the entire Winter City who can do it better than you.
Hood didn't know that David was telling the truth, and thought that he was simply comforting and cheering him up.
Your Majesty, you are such a gentle man.
The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but David did not explain. Instead, he gave Hood a bright smile facing the rising sun, and then watched Hood leave the roof of Fort Glamorgan, and went to Eva to ask about the details of the Winterfell Navy. The situation is over. Dang rang. David watched in surprise as a blue square appeared out of thin air where Hood had been standing just now, and landed on the ground in front of him. He bent down and picked up the cube, looking at the blue Rubik's Cube, wondering if this meant that Hood's favor for him had improved again. Does it mean that every time Hood's favor with him increases, he will give him a Rubik's Cube? But what is the use of this thing?
Can't you just give me an instruction manual?
Speechlessly throwing the Rubik's Cube up and down, David simply started studying it again on the roof. It wasn't until it was almost noon that David left the roof and went downstairs, and came to the office to listen to Megatron's report through the communication device. Since formulating the plan to clean up the northern plains, Megatron has been in charge of commanding the Snowfield Castle. According to Megatron's report, the Spartan heavy infantry is currently steadily clearing the orcs in the area east of the Snowfield Castle. And in the cold winter the knights have destroyed several orc villages, towns and factories in succession. According to this efficiency, it won't be long before the orcs in the northern plains will be completely turned into a piece of loose sand.
Sir, do you want to take back your power appropriately and give the orcs a chance to regroup?
What Megatron meant was to bring back Winter City's troops, so that the orcs would think that Winter City would not continue to hunt them, and then gather them together again. In this way, Winter City only needed to seize the opportunity to solve the problem at once. The orcs are in trouble.
No. Just take this opportunity to train.
It's not a good thing for the Spartan heavy infantry to be kept in the barracks. Letting them out to fight a few battles can also make these rookie recruits see blood. Moreover, this kind of long-term and tedious task can hone the mental will of soldiers and allow commanders and soldiers to develop more tacit understanding. The scattered orcs outside can also give the Decepticons more opportunities to attack, effectively reducing the probability of the Decepticons causing trouble if they stay at home for a long time.
That's it. Once all the orc villages and towns are completely destroyed, and there are no more orcs gathering in the east in large numbers, you can return to Winter City.
Okay. Megatron unconditionally obeyed David's orders. And judging from the situation during this period, Megatron also controlled the Decepticons very well. The Decepticons did begin to integrate into Winter City, and did not cause any trouble. Question comes. Originally, David was not sure whether it was good or bad to absorb Decepticons as residents of Winter City. Now that everything is developing for the better, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Then he got in touch with Gareth Stanton, the commander of the Winter Knights, who was now sent to Iron Tree Castle by him.
Grown-ups, how's the situation over there?
It's okay.
But the war situation here at Iron Tree Fort is much more intense than expected.
Gareth reported while transmitting some pictures. David played the picture directly, and a very realistic holographic image appeared on his desk. With just a glance, David recognized that the fortress was the defensive fortress on the northwest side of Iron Tree Fort. At this time, countless human soldiers from Iron Tree Fort were fighting with the elves, and the most conspicuous ones on the battlefield were the few from the elf side. I don't know if it's a giant tree or a plant. These giant trees ran rampant on the battlefield, and could knock away several heavily armored soldiers with a wave of their arms. This was also a key factor that allowed the elves to gain an advantage on the battlefield even though they were clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and equipment. However, there are only a small number of these giant trees, and the human soldiers and knights of Iron Tree Castle are not completely unable to deal with these things. Therefore, the human side is only slightly at a disadvantage. It is not so easy for the elves to win. But even so, the dark clouds of war are still hanging over Iron Tree Fort. The nobles in the inner city are not doing well, but the civilians in the outer city have begun to panic. They were not worried blindly, because the elves did break through the outer defense line and attack the outer city area. But their follow-up forces could not keep up, and eventually retreated back to the Iron Tree Forest.
Now it's not just the people who have been forcibly relocated who want to leave Iron Tree Fort as soon as possible. There are also many local civilians in Iron Tree Fort who want to leave.
The only problem is that these people are worried about being attacked by elves on the way to Winter City, so they dare not go north. After all, if they go north, they have to walk a long way along the Iron Tree Forest.
I asked Optimus Prime to lead a team of Autobots and Spartan heavy infantry to escort them.
David didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The elves attacked Iron Tree Fort like crazy. Can they increase its population? But think about it. This is normal. Whenever war breaks out, civilians are always forced to move to avoid disaster. This type of thing has happened many times in history, and it has even led to the development of originally desolate areas.
If the entire kingdom of Thailand falls into the quagmire of war, the development speed of Winter City will be faster.
Thinking further, David could also lead his army southward under the banner of putting down the rebellion. By then, he would have an army of 830,000 and scare these guys to death. Chapter 286 Winter Knight Thaddeus. My name is Thaddeus and I am a Spartan, born and raised in Sparta. He became a glorious Spartan warrior after receiving rigorous training. Originally, I thought that after officially becoming a glorious Spartan, my life would be one battle after another until I died in a certain battle and could no longer fight. Maybe before that day comes, I will marry a wife, have several children, and teach them everything I know about fighting. If I'm lucky, I might be able to see my child become a glorious Spartan, but I never imagined that my future would be like this.
Thaddeus.
Commander Gareth Stanton's voice was not loud, nor was he angry or dissatisfied. But I knew I had made a mistake, and I shouldn't be thinking randomly at this time. But I just couldn't control myself.
Don't be nervous, Thaddeus. This is no different from normal training.
The commander patted me on the shoulder. To be honest, wearing the blizzard-powered armor, I couldn't feel the commander's hand on my shoulder at all. It was entirely because of the sound of the metal hitting that I realized what was happening. Let me ask one last time. Does anyone else have any questions about this combat mission? No, sir.
Like the comrades around me, I answered Commander Gareth Stanton's question loudly.
Now! Put on your helmet and check your gear. Following Commander Gareth Stanton's order, I put my helmet on my head like the comrades around me. As the short power sound sounded, the dormant display screen came back on, and my eyes became bright again. If it weren't for the fact that I could still see a bunch of data information representing various conditions in front of me, as well as the signals coming from everywhere above my head, I felt so oppressive that I doubted that I was even wearing a helmet. Even after using it countless times, I still feel amazing. This kind of heavy armor called blizzard-powered armor is really armor created by gods. Right? When checking the condition of the equipment, I couldn't help but recall the scene when I first arrived in Winter City. I didn't know anything at that time. I was just happy to be selected by His Majesty the King as the best warrior. Although I was not selected in the first selection, I was still very proud to be one of the best Spartan warriors in the second batch. Unexpectedly, what happened next was so incredible. Another world? Another language? What is all this? I didn't quite understand it. But as time went by and I saw more and more magical items, as well as magical powers such as holy light and arcane magic, I suddenly understood what His Majesty the King had said before. Choose for God. What exactly does warrior mean? Warrior of God. What an honorable title is this. Although this place was called Winter City, which was still called Winter Town at that time, my friends and I who came here together were just called Spartan too. Even just students are not real warriors, because only half of the friends who came here with me will remain in the end. Only those who stay here can become God's warriors. You must not be eliminated. I don't know when. It seemed like a shame to be eliminated and return to Sparta. None of my friends wanted to leave, especially after seeing those magical powers. Everyone thought that this was the world where the gods lived. I also don't want to return to Sparta, but I won't tell others. The real reason why I want to stay in Winter Town is that I feel that life here is very comfortable. Thankfully, I managed to stay. As a Spartan 2 recruit, he joined the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, and not long ago, he joined the Winter Knights, the real ace unit of Winter City. Today is also my first mission as a Winter Knight. Open the hatch! The rear hatch of the Quinjet had been opened, and the strong wind from the storm instantly poured into the cabin. But I was not affected in any way while wearing blizzard-powered armor. Follow me! Commander Gareth Stanton looked at me and several comrades around me, and after making sure everyone was ready, he jumped out of the Quinjet first. Follow up! One after another, my comrades jumped out of the hatch, and I was the second to last one. I walked to the hatch, took a deep breath and jumped out. Feeling the feeling of falling rapidly, I stared at the parameters on the display screen. Before joining the Knights of Winter, I didn't receive much airborne training. After all, the Spartan Heavy Infantry was not equipped with power armor before, and after the equipment was replaced, it mostly fought on the ground. But if you want to join the Knights of Winter, airborne combat is a skill you must master. I started the thrusters to ensure that my descent speed remained within a safe value, and I took a look around, for comrades were scattered around, and Commander Gareth Stanton was diagonally below me. Thaddeus, watch your position. Understood. Sir! Is this the first time the commander has called my name? I felt a little panicked. My performance didn't seem to be very good. Could it be that today is also my last mission in the Knights of Winter? He controlled the thrusters and adjusted the position and angle to ensure that he landed smoothly next to Commander Gareth Stanton. Boom! The huge explosion and fire not far away finally made me realize that now was not the time to think about these things. Thaddeus, watch left. Picking up the Piccolo assault rifle. I like this new rifle very much. It is much more powerful than the previously used Garand rifle. In addition to being more powerful, this new gun can not only burst fire, but also fire continuously, relying on the detection function of the blizzard power armor. I quickly killed 2 elf archers who were shooting arrows at the convoy. Thaddeus, take out the giant tree on your left front. Don't let it continue to attack the convoy. Clear. After killing 2 more elf warriors who rushed towards me, I turned my attention to the giant tree mentioned by Commander Stanton. This thing is a huge tree, but it has hands and feet. It is really a weird creature, or maybe is it a plant? I'm too lazy to worry about what this thing is. After all, this is the world where gods live, and it's not uncommon to find weird things. He controlled the missile launcher of the blizzard-powered armor, selected the incendiary bomb, and then locked on the giant tree in front. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 incendiary missiles hit the target accurately, turning the giant tree into a huge moving torch, and soon stopped moving. Target eliminated. My attack attracted the attention of many elves, and many elven archers shot arrows at me crazily. As long as I lowered my head slightly, I could see the energy ripples rippling on the power armor. He raised his gun and fired, calling the elves in front of him one by one. At this moment, the commander shouted from the communicator, "Thaddeus, be careful!" Boom! A huge explosion happened right next to me. The powerful impact caused a lot of damage to the shield, and my display interface kept flashing red. Then, there was another clanging sound, and without the protection of the shield, the elves' arrows hit the blizzard-powered armor like raindrops. Boom! There was another explosion. This time it was different from the previous one. It didn't explode beside me, but directly on me. Arrows? Arcane shots? I have seen similar abilities in Winter City. Instructor Jack Krause, who taught us Spartan warriors how to use firearms, can use this trick after mastering the magical power of Arcana. A flash bomb immediately popped up on the armor of my left forearm, and I bought myself a little buffer time. After getting a few seconds to relax, the energy shield returned to normal. I also found the guy who sneaked up on me on a tree very far away from me. This guy was hiding among the leaves. If it weren't for the energy reaction on this elf's arrows, I wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. And when I picked up the rifle and aimed at him, through the telescope function, I could even clearly see that this elf seemed to be so interested in me. Surprised how easy it was to find. Pull the trigger. The blue fire spit out a deadly metal slug, and almost as soon as the gunshot rang out, the elf was shot and fell to the ground. He took a breath and continued to turn the gun to look for the next enemy. But there were no other elves around. "The elves have retreated. Don't pursue." Commander Gareth Stanton's voice came from the communicator, and I realized that my first mission after joining the Knights of Winter was over. "Everyone leaves the forest and evacuates to the road." Commander Gareth Stanton continued to issue instructions. "Thaddeus, how is your situation?" "All good." I looked far away, and then touched the location that was hit by the explosion. I was very lucky that I was wearing blizzard-powered armor. If it was the armor used by the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment before, it might have been damaged during the first violent explosion. He was injured at that time, and was shot to death by random arrows. On second thought, if I were still in the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, it would be impossible for me to perform such a mission of directly parachuting behind the enemy. However, with my performance like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Knights of Winter. Right? After sighing, he walked out of the forest. At worst, he would return to the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment, no matter what, as long as he could continue to live in Winter City. After walking out of the forest onto a flat road, several comrades also walked out of the forest one after another. I saw some marks on everyone's power armor, including Commander Gareth Stanton. Forehead. Does this mean that other people are in the same situation as me? In this case, I should be able to continue to stay in the Knights of Winter. Right? Chapter 287 Super Optimus Prime. I made a wrong judgment in this command and let you down, sir. After Gareth Stanton reported the combat process in detail, he expressed his willingness to accept punishment. David didn't say anything, but glanced at Optimus Prime next to him, and the former Autobot leader explained to Gareth. At that time, the convoy transporting civilians was attacked by elves. Gareth Stanton commanded the Winter Knight to launch a surprise attack from the rear, and indeed eliminated the most threatening giant tree in the shortest time, ensuring that the convoy did not suffer any losses in this battle. From the outbreak to the end, only a few unlucky guys running around were slightly injured, and no one died. It can be said that although Gareth Stanton made some minor mistakes in combat command, overall there was no problem. The most important thing is that Gareth Stanton's wrong judgment was based on the strong combat effectiveness displayed by the blizzard-powered armor in the previous battle. He was convinced that his knights had the ability to fight alone. Give instructions like, okay. When facing the Orc army previously, the Spartan heavy infantry formed a relatively dense formation at first. But as the battle progressed, the soldiers became more and more dispersed. Because Tyrant Fordring discovered that only by spreading out can they truly fight. Unleash the full firepower of your soldiers in blizzard power armor. Not to mention the team gathering and cooperation. Even if 2 or 3 soldiers get together, it is a waste. It was precisely based on this battlefield performance that Gareth had all the knights dispersed during this operation, and almost every knight would attack a target unit alone. Therefore, strictly speaking, it cannot be said that it is Gareth Stanton's command error. It is just that the current commander does not have a sufficient understanding of his own and the enemy's combat capabilities, and he needs to constantly trial and error when commanding operations.
Since this is the case for the next period of time, you should not participate in any battle command work, and be responsible for training in the military camp for a period of time.
On the surface, David seemed to have punished Gareth Stanton, but in fact it was nothing at all. Even if there is no such thing, Gareth Stanton will have to rest for a period of time under normal circumstances. Even if Winter City wants to go to war with the elves, the commander will not be Gareth Stanton, but will be someone else. People are in charge. Gareth Stanton wanted to say something else, but David waved his hand to stop him. Now that the Lord has made a decision, as the first personal knight to follow Lord Glamorgan, Gareth Stanton can only obey unconditionally. However, he had made up his mind in his heart, and he must take advantage of this period of time to study how to better command the Winter Knights. It can perfectly utilize the full combat power of the Knights using advanced weapons such as Blizzard Power Armor and Piccolo Assault Rifle, without being too scattered and causing the men to fall into crisis. After watching Gareth Stanton leave, David looked at Optimus Prime again, the former Autobot leader. After prompting the Cybertronians to move collectively to Wintertown, concentrated on studying the Holy Light. This time, he took the initiative to find him. And then Optimus Prime led some Autobots and Spartans, heavy infantry transports the people stranded in Iron Tree Castle back to Winter City. After completing the mission and coming with Gareth Stanton to report the specific situation to David, Optimus Prime seemed to have no intention of leaving. This obviously meant that he had something to discuss with himself.
What's matter?
Yes. Optimus Prime said his worries directly without beating around the bush.
I originally thought that coming to Winter City would be a good choice for the Cybertronians, but the successive wars made me feeling worried.
Winter City has not been very peaceful recently. And it is not just the war that worries him. First it is the orcs, and then the elves. Optimus Prime is worried that one day the humans in Winter City will be like the humans in his world, unable to accept the war. Baritons.
This is a completely different situation.
David comforted Optimus Prime and told him not to worry about it.
The fundamental reason for these wars is the competition for living space and resources. And the Cybertronians are the people of Winter City. One member. David felt in his heart that it was precisely because of these wars that these Cybertronians integrated into Winter City faster. Because there are external enemies. People inside will not care about racial differences or differences in living customs. What's more, the human residents of Winter City are much more receptive than the humans on Earth in the Transformers world. In addition to the fact that the continent of Brunia itself has more weird races, it is also because of the existence of mysterious powers. In a world with mysterious powers, the transformation ability of Transformers is not a special ability, because druids know how to transform. In terms of body structure, the transformation of druids is much more outrageous than that of Transformers.
Winter City has enough survival resources.
Winter City does not need to use force to expand to seize other people's resources. At present, Winter City's resources have not been insufficient. Even if more people arrive, more wasteland will be reclaimed. At the same time, more people will invest in various industries. Even the fishing industry that does not exist yet may be spawned due to market demand. In addition, as the territory actually controlled by David continues to increase, all the barren land in the northern plains will become fertile soil. Even David does not know how many people such a large fertile land can support.
What if the orcs and elves want to get the various resources of Winter City, as long as it is obtained through legitimate channels?
When Optimus Prime heard what David said, he nodded slightly. Although he would care about the survival rights of all kinds of life, he did not support it without thinking. It was obvious that the other party launched the attack first, and he asked David not to fight back. As for the legitimate way David mentioned, Optimus Prime could guess. It is nothing more than obtaining the resources of Winter City through trade, or simply becoming a resident of Winter City. Just like the Cybertronians. He didn't think there was any problem with this, and even felt that if David could become the ruler of this land, it might be the luck of all the intelligent races on this continent. David will not enslave them, but will establish a stable order to ensure that people living in his territory can obtain the rewards they deserve through labor, and use these rewards to exchange for the various living resources they need. Although there are classes in Winter City, Optimus Prime does not see oppression here. Even if the security forces are a little rough in enforcing the law, it is still acceptable. Later, Optimus Prime chatted with David about the Holy Light. David discovered that Optimus Prime had a thorough understanding of the Holy Light, and was not far away from truly mastering the Holy Light. Just as he was thinking this, David noticed a beam of light descending from the head of the meditating Optimus Prime, and the golden light shrouded the metal giant. After a while, the Holy Light disappeared.
And Optimus Prime was still thinking about the wonderful feeling just now. How do you feel? Better than ever. As Optimus Prime spoke, his body suddenly began to deform. And soon, he changed his appearance under David's gaze. The red body and blue legs were very different from the previous look that was mixed with red and blue. But David recognized this as the classic look of Optimus Prime. What are you? This is what I looked like when I was on the planet Cybertron. Optimus Prime also looked at himself. The fire in my body has returned to its peak state, and has even become stronger. Perhaps in order to adapt to the peak state of fire, Optimus Prime's body also restored to its peak appearance. I think you look more handsome this way. I think so. Optimus Prime searched for a more suitable model from his own records, and then transformed into a red cab truck under David's watch. This was not over yet. After Optimus Prime deformed, space teleportation fluctuations suddenly appeared not far behind. And then a carriage with a clear Autobot logo appeared behind the red truck and connected with the front of the truck. Later, the truck head that Optimus Prime transformed into separated from the carriage again. But this time the carriage did not disappear. It still stayed there. And Optimus Prime transformed back into human form. Looking back at the carriage, Optimus Prime sighed. I thought I would never have the chance to summon this old guy. David, who was staring at the excitement the whole time, spread his hands. And then Optimus Prime explained to David. Optimus Prime has always had a carriage. Strictly speaking, this carriage is his arsenal. However, Optimus Prime's fire was very weak before, and there was no way to summon the carriage from the different space. In the original movie story, after Optimus Prime received the fire gifted by Skyfire and the leadership matrix, which made the fire strong again, he resummoned himself out of the carriage and stored the plug-in accessories provided by Skyfire. Nowadays, there is no fire provided by Skyfire, so it is not until he realizes that the energy of Holy Light Fire has returned to its peak that he can summon back to his carriage again. So that's it. After listening to Optimus Prime's explanation, David looked at the carriage again and felt that it was only used to store weapons. Is such a large carriage too wasteful? Have you ever considered upgrading the carriage? How to upgrade? Let the carriage also have the ability to transform and merge with yourself. David thought of Relay, who looked almost the same as Optimus Prime. The Nirai who can merge with the carriage is called Super Nirai. So the Optimus Prime, who can merge with the carriage, can also be called Super Optimus Prime. After listening to David's suggestion, Optimus Prime thought seriously for a few seconds. It's not technically impossible. After obtaining the Holy Light, Optimus Prime not only became more powerful, but even continued to become stronger. He did not have to worry about not being able to recover after consuming a lot of energy. He had enough energy to drive a larger body. You can try to study it. Chapter 288, Another development direction of the Winter Navy. Watching Optimus Prime turn into a truck and dragging his suitcase away from Fort Glamorgan, David stood in the garden and took a walk for a while, thinking for a while before preparing to go out for a stroll. First, he welcomed the new residents as a lord, letting these newcomers get to know him as the Lord, and then listened to reports from Garrus Stanton and Optimus Prime. Then he comforted Optimus Prime, gave the former Autobot leader some advice, making him the second Cybertronian recognized by the Holy Light, and gave him some advice on upgrading the carriage. Before that, he also listened to Megatron's progress report on the eastern part of the Northern Plains, and discussed the placement of new residents and various problems that might arise with Administrative Officer Weatherby Swan. After being busy all at once, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After David checked the time, he decided to go out for a walk and relax. It happened to be dinner time when he came back, because when discussing with Weatherby today, we mentioned that we should properly guide new residents to develop the aquatic products in the Lindong River. If a complete aquatic product industry chain can be established, it will not only solve the living problems of a large group of people, but also enrich the aquatic products in the Lindong River. Winterfell Menu. It stands to reason that the winter city built next to the Koldong River should be rich in related industries. The fact is that due to the lack of real fishermen among the residents of Winter City, and the fertile land, the crops are constantly harvested. Only a small amount of livestock and poultry are needed to ensure the daily needs of the residents of Winter City. The aquatic products in the Winter River have become this gives the residents of Winter City a choice to adjust and try out new things. Because he wanted to develop related industries, David unconsciously walked towards the river. He was not going to the military dock, but walking along the road in the direction of the civilian dock. Compared to the southern part of Winter City, which is becoming increasingly lively and almost all residential land is being used, the northern part of Winter City is much deserted.
There are also many empty houses that are not occupied, and even more vacant land. Although houses have been built facing the street, as long as you walk a few steps in, you can see a lot of vacant land. Because there are fewer residents in this area, Pokemon are often seen in these vacant areas. David said hello to an EV and was ignored. However, he unexpectedly saw Bulbasaur. It seemed that Squirtle did not choose to lie down after recruiting some partners, but continued to recruit other Pokemon to Winter City. It's just not very efficient. Maybe it's because Pokemon doesn't like to leave its hometown and settle in a strange city? After wandering around the relatively deserted area, David discovered that besides himself there was another person also wandering around the area.
Leon? David?
Yes. The other person wandering around this area, seemingly searching for boxes, was none other than Leon Kennedy, a separate man known as San Guang.
Are you looking for a house?
David remembered that Leon had a place to live in Winter City, but he had a lot of connections, so he might be helping a friend find a house. He couldn't tell.
Doing a favor for a friend? Yes.
If he wanted to bring his friend over, he must not avoid David, the Lord of Winter City. Leon originally wanted to take some time to talk to David about this matter later, but unexpectedly he suddenly encountered him.
What are you? I just finished dealing with some things. Let's go out for a walk and relax.
Oh! In Leon's eyes, David is a very dedicated ruler. He spends most of his time in Glamorgan Castle dealing with various matters, and manages the entire Winter City in an orderly and better manner. Therefore, even if Leon encounters some trouble, he will not harass David. At most, he can borrow some equipment from Eva, and then solve it with his own strength. If you really can't solve the problem, ask a friend who is familiar with you for help.
Who are you looking for a house for?
David happened to have nothing to do, so he just chatted with Leon for a while. At the same time, he was also curious about who was planning to settle in Winter City. There are many people he is familiar with in the world of Resident Evil. For example, Chris is currently undergoing various trainings in the Winter Army. David has already met one of the male protagonists of the Resident Evil series. He also knew that through a series of transactions, Leon arranged for Shirley to live in Winter City. Shirley was currently enjoying the free life of an ordinary person that she had not experienced in many years in Winter City. Rebecca established a medical laboratory in Winter City, hoping to see if she could find a way to completely eliminate biochemical viruses from Winter City. These guys are currently stationed in Winter City, but Chris should return to the world of Resident Evil after completing his training. Claire seemed to have been tricked by Leon into his newly formed department and became his colleague, so she did not settle in Winter City. There is also Jill, who stayed in the BSA and did not come to Winter City. But Jill may receive training in Winter City after Chris returns to the BSA. Just like Chris, none of these people seem to need to find additional housing, especially since Lion chose an empty land and could not rent it for a short period of time.
An old friend.
Oh! David showed an expression of understanding. He had already guessed who it was. Cough, Leon coughed awkwardly, but he did not deny it. Instead, he told David about the old friend.
Her name is Ada Wong, and she is a freelancer.
Leon actually doesn't know who Ada is, but this does not affect the other person's status in his heart. Due to Ada's elusive whereabouts, Leon could only passively wait for the other party to come to him. Leon, who wanted to take back the initiative, thought of a way to introduce Ada to work with David, so that he can find her in the future. It will be a lot more convenient when Ada is here. After finally waiting for Ada to come to him again, Leon told the other party his thoughts. Ada also showed a strong interest in such a magical place as Winter City, but she still had some things at hand. It needs to be dealt with first, and then come to Leon after those things are resolved. Although it is not an accurate answer, Leon has already started to make preparations, such as helping Ada find a suitable place to live. After explaining the situation, David would certainly not object. Ada is a very powerful agent. There is almost no information that she cannot steal. If she can be recruited into Winter City, his intelligence department will become even more powerful. After chatting and walking, the two people gradually left the vacant residential area and came to the river. David was surprised to see Sophia and Hood gliding freely on the river. That is,
Hood.
David simply answered Lion's question.
It's the battleship in history.
But it looks like a human. Well, although it's incredible, I think it's completely acceptable.
There are so many weird things here in Winter City, not least of which is this. However, it is quite magical to see a beautiful woman gliding freely on the water, and there are several turrets floating around. I wonder how the power compares with the original naval gun.
Your Highness. Ah, David.
Sophia turned around and saw that it was David, and said low with a smile.
Come out to relax?
Yes. Sophia would hang out outside almost every day. In the eyes of the princess, there were so many new and interesting things in Winter City. David was not surprised to meet Sophia here. Looking at this posture, it was obvious that he was specifically watching Hood show how he could move freely on the water.
My lord, the Earl of Glamorgan.
Hood also noticed David's arrival, turned around lightly on the water, then controlled the speed and sailed slowly to the shore, then jumped directly to the shore, showing his extraordinary jumping ability. While saluting David, the turrets and other accessories around her disappeared with a blue light.
Is that the ship's uniform? It was sent to a different space?
Yes.
What a handy ability.
David also noticed that Hood was wearing the same long blue dress that he had worn when he rescued her. There was no trace of damage on it. He didn't know that as Hood's injuries recovered, the original long dress had recovered. Is it the same as before? Or did Hood automatically change into this suit after summoning the ship's suit? As if seeing David's confusion, Hood explained directly.
This is my battle attire. Understood.
David nodded. It seems that Hood will automatically put on this blue dress when using the ship uniform. In this case, this blue dress should have good defense. Right. I wonder if I can get a set from Hood and give it to Pierre, Leonard, and Tony for research? Just as she was thinking this, Sophia suddenly said,
This kind of equipment called ship equipment is really interesting. Can I try it?
It's a pity,
Your Highness. Ordinary people cannot use the ship's suit.
Hood shook his head. The ship's suit can only be used by the humanoid battleships that were born with it. Even other humanoid battleships cannot use it, let alone ordinary humans. Sophia refused to give up and turned to look at David.
How? The Winter Alchemy Workshop is so powerful. Can it create ship equipment that can be used by ordinary people?
David really wanted to ask Sophia, how did you know that Winter Alchemy Workshop is so powerful? Sophia gave the answer directly before she even opened her mouth.
I went to the Alchemy Workshop before, and saw a lot of magical things.
Sophia also added,
I also saw Gwen's suit.
In Sophia's view, the Winter Alchemy Workshop, which can produce the Black Poison Queen's battle suit, can also produce ship uniforms that she can use. After all, in her eyes, ship armor and blizzard-powered armor should be almost the same thing.
It's hard to say about the ship's equipment, but it doesn't seem impossible to specially help you transform a set of power armor so that it has the ability to move on the water?
At this time, David thought, can his Winter Navy take this route? Chapter 289. Everyone wants better equipment. David feels that manufacturing a batch of power armor for naval warfare does not conflict with the current naval construction. It is impossible for him to give up the development of warships, even if every naval soldier has a power armor that is more advanced than Tony's steel armor. He cannot give up warships, a mobile maritime combat platform with multiple functions. This kind of naval soldiers using power armor mainly replaces small combat units, such as patrol boats and marines. If it develops well enough, maybe it can replace carrier-based aircraft? David wasn't so sure about this. After wandering around Winter City with Hood and Sophia for a while, David returned to Glamorgan Castle with the two girls. At this time, the sun had set in the west, and the entire Winter City became dim. Sophia turned around and looked at the river to the west after walking a few steps. Fortunately, the roads in Winter City were flat and clean enough, so she did not fall due to stumbling. Fall.
You like sunsets? I have never seen the sun set over the water before. This scene is very beautiful.
Sophia also put her hands on her eyes,
as if she could see more clearly.
Don't you think the scene is beautiful?
David stopped and looked back to the west.
It's beautiful, but after looking at it for a long time, it doesn't feel strange anymore.
When he first came here, he also liked to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him, especially at that time. There were only a few houses in the camp, and he could clearly see everything around him wherever he found it. Looking at it day and night, you will get bored with the scenery you see every day, no matter how beautiful it is.
You can look at it instead.
Sophia turned back and continued walking.
Aren't there many beautiful places nearby?
He mentioned several places in one breath, such as the forests and mountains in the north, the plains in the east, and the farmland in the south. Sophia mentioned them all.
By the way, what does it look like on the other side of the river? Like the north, there are large tracts of forest.
Now that Winter City has the conditions, both his soldiers and Tony, a man who is always full of curiosity, have conducted a simple exploration of the other side of the Winter River. The conclusion after preliminary investigation is that there is a relatively flat area on the other side of the river. As you continue to go deeper, the terrain will become more and more complex, with countless hills and hills rising one after another, which is not suitable for large-scale construction of residential areas. However, if Winter City develops fast enough in the future, the industrial zone can be moved to the other side of the river. To be precise, various new factories can be built directly across the river. Currently, there are not that many factories in Winter City. After returning to Fort Glamorgan, it was already dinner time, and David took Sophia and Hood directly to the restaurant for dinner. Seeing that the long table that originally seemed a little empty became more and more lively, David suddenly felt that this little day was quite good. Maybe he should work hard to fill all the empty seats? Unlike Earl David Glamorgan, who happily enjoys his daily life, the Lord of Irontree Castle, Marquis Dudley Morgan, has no interest in enjoying delicious food at all. Sitting on an unusually tall war horse, Marquis Dudley Morgan and his cronies were inspecting the situation of the northwest fortress of Irontree Fort, the damaged city wall not far away, plus the wounded soldiers who were carried away from time to time, including the commander Ismail Souza, who accompanied him to patrol the fortress. The armor that was usually shiny was stained with countless dust, blood and mud, looking very embarrassed.
How many soldiers are left to continue fighting? 200 knights of the Irontree Knights, 400 fully armored infantry, 110 strong archers, and the auxiliaries have replenished 1,000 people. So many casualties among the strong archers?
The losses of the Irontree Knights and elite infantry were not too great. Much better than what Marquis Dudley Morgan had expected. But when he heard that there were only about 100 strong archers left, he immediately realized something was wrong.
The elves have a large number of excellent archers. Even if the elves don't attack the fortress, they will often shoot at each other with our archers.
Not only were the strong archers suffering heavy losses, but the inventory of arrows was also rapidly decreasing.
I have mobilized the craftsmen of Irontree Castle to speed up the production of more arrows.
In addition, Marquis Dudley Morgan also wrote letters to the lords with better connections around him, hoping to buy some weapons from them. Equipment, not only bows and arrows, but ordinary swords and guns also suffer huge losses. The blacksmiths here in the defensive fortress are constantly repairing various weapons and equipment every day except sleeping. Their work is no easier than the soldiers on the front line.
Although those elves learned some weird abilities from nowhere, and there are help from those giant tree men, I believe you can drive those elves back to the depths of the forest. I will not disappoint you.
After a few words of encouragement, Marquis Dudley Morgan was about to return to his castle to rest. As soon as he changed direction, he heard a strange whistling sound coming from the air above. Looking up, a big gray bird was flying through the air. After flying a certain distance outside the fortress, it hovered in the air for a while, and then turned back and flew towards the Irontree Fort.
That's the Quinjet from Winterfell.
Marquis Dudley Morgan basically stayed in his castle, and had never seen this thing. But Ismail Souza has seen it many times recently, and already knows that the thing comes from Winter City, and can carry many people flying quickly in the air. When Winter City sent a strange convoy to pick up the migrating people, Ismail Souza also met Gareth Stanton, the leader of the Winter Knights. Only then did he know about this kind of thing. The giant gray metal bird is called a Quinjet, and it is the main means of transportation in Winter City, especially the Winter Knights. After telling the Lord the information he had, Marquis Dudley Morgan opened his eyes hard and looked at the Quinjet in the sky.
This thing comes from Winter City? Yes, my lord. Why did they come to Irontree Fort? Recently, they often come over to see if there is anyone who is stranded in Irontree Castle and unable to continue northward because of our war with the elves. The Earl of Glamorgan in Winter City requires that his Knights of Winter must ensure that they return from Tiron. The people who were forcibly relocated from various parts of the kingdom to the northern plains arrived at Winter City safe and sound.
Only then did Marquis Dudley Morgan remember that someone had indeed reported to him some time ago. A large number of relocated people were forced to stay in the outer city of Irontree Castle because of the war, which might cause chaos. At that time, he was more focused on the war with the elves and raising various supplies from other lords, and did not take this matter to heart at all. After Ismail talked to himself, he realized that when he passed through the outer city, he didn't see any chaos at all, nor did he see a large number of people gathering. It seems that those who gathered have been picked up by people from Winter City?
From Irontree Fort to the northern plains, you have to walk a long way along the Irontree Forest. Right. Yes. Those elves didn't attack the migration team?
Could it be that these elves specifically targeted the humans in Irontree Fort, regardless of other humans?
In the eyes of these elves, are there any differences between the humans in Iron Tree Fort and those in other places? The elves attacked Winter City's team halfway. Oh, this is right. Marquis Dudley Morgan curled his lips and felt that the young man named David still took it for granted. He thought that sending a few knights to protect him would be able to scare away these elves? These elves are obviously crazy. But according to the reports of the soldiers sent to investigate, the elves were repulsed without causing any damage to the Winter City team. The corners of Marquis Dudley Morgan's mouth that had just been curled up suddenly stopped midway, causing the muscles on his face to feel sore, as he couldn't move up or down. Although he already knew that the Winter City army had considerable combat power through what happened at Snowfield Castle, he always felt in his heart that there was not that big a gap between his Iron Tree Fort army and Winter City. Reality reminded him again and again that Iron Tree Castle and Winter City were not at the same level in terms of military strength. He sighed helplessly. At this moment, the giant gray bird called the Quinjet flew past his head again and flew straight towards the northern plains. Soon he could no longer even see his shadow. Looking at this scene, Marquis Dudley Morgan understood that, without talking about other things, this speed alone was enough to make him feel desperate. Next time Winter City sends people to pick up people who have been forcibly relocated from other places, let me know. Marquis Dudley Morgan wanted to see the Winter City team with his own eyes. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this army looked like. When the time comes, he will also bring the top alchemist and magician of Iron Tree Fort with him. If possible, he hopes that these two chief advisors can see something useful to make his army stronger. At the same time, there were also discussions on weapons and equipment in the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand. The Earl of Sutton Stuart, after seeing the actual display of the new equipment, was immediately summoned to the castle by His Majesty King Abelson. What do you think of our new equipment? Are you talking about the latest armors and weapons? Seeing His Majesty the King nodding to himself, Sutton Stuart gave a negative review with a disdainful expression. The effects of this batch of displayed equipment are not as good as those sets from back then. Not only the Tiran Knights need to change their equipment, but the Guards Knights also need to change their uniforms. Sutton Stuart immediately understood why the latest batch of equipment was worse. After the demand increased, in order to ensure production, the effect of each piece of equipment had to be reduced. If it were before, I might agree with your decision. But now? Abelson observed Sutton Stuart carefully, seeming to want to draw a more accurate conclusion from his expression. Do you think the new equipment cannot suppress the Winter Knights? With all due respect, if the Tyrant Knights using this kind of equipment face the Winter Knights, they would not be able to fight back at all. Chapter 290 The Problem of Descendants and the King's Messenger. Driving a Tomcat fighter jet and looking down from the air, the traces of winter have completely disappeared, and my eyes are filled with greenery that is full of vitality, and everything is blooming. After David took Gwen around in the air for a while, he landed back on the roof of Glamorgan Castle. Opening the canopy, he pulled Gwen up, held him in his arms, and landed him firmly on the roof of Fort Glamorgan. The whole process looked thrilling and exciting. But Gwen was not afraid at all, and looked in front of him with a smile. Of David. David didn't remind Gwen that they had landed, since Gwen was willing to stay in his arms. Just let her stay in his arms. It's not like I can't hold it. However, Gwen still took the initiative. In fact, with her current strength, David only needed to control the speed and height of the fighter plane, and she could jump out of the cabin herself. But she preferred to be like this now, enjoying all the considerate care David gave her. My father has been asking about you recently. Oh, what did you say? He stretched out his hand to tidy up Gwen's hair that was blown by the wind, and then heard the scary news. You don't want to call me to dinner again, do you? No. Gwen found this very funny when he mentioned it, and couldn't control himself from laughing out loud. My father thinks you are a liar, so he told me to forget you earlier. You also told me that if you come to me again, I must drive you away quickly. Gwen laughed for a while before continuing. My father also said that if you dare to appear in front of him, I will make you look good. David felt baffled. His performance at the beginning was not bad. Right? Why does this happen? Sheriff Stacy specifically investigated herself? You shouldn't be able to find anything. Right? As if seeing through David's thoughts, Gwen patted David on the back. My father has been a policeman in New York for so long, so he still has some connections. Oh. It seems that Director Stacy investigated David through her personal connections. But of course nothing was found. So what he said at the beginning, such as starting his own business and getting investment, were all regarded as lies. A young man who tells lies approaches his daughter,
And it's already clear what his purpose is. Every time he thought about his precious daughter being taken advantage of by a liar. Director Stacy became furious and wanted to find David immediately and empty the magazine. Replace it with a spare magazine and continue emptying it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace of David, or even any useful information. He only found out that David had gone to see Dr. Otto Octavius. And he seemed to be right. The scientist had extended an invitation. According to Director Stacy's rich experience, David's situation basically confirms his identity as a liar.
It seems that I have to be more careful next time I go to your world.
Gwen wasn't worried about David at all. She just thought the situation was so interesting.
By the way, are you going to Helen's place these days?
David had planned to go there before, and he happened to have some free time recently, so he planned to take this opportunity to go and have a look. For him, it was just a simple matter of going over to take a look, talk to the Spartan King Tyndareus, and ask the Spartan King if he needed help. Although he couldn't make Sparta's land as fertile as Winter City could provide Sparta with a variety of high-yielding crops, ensuring that Sparta didn't have to worry about food problems. He could also provide Sparta with weapons, allowing Tyndareus to unify the Balkans as quickly as possible. If Tyndareus had greater ambitions, David would be happy to help him build a new Roman Empire.
You want to go too?
Yeah. Gwen nodded vigorously. She really wanted to follow and have a look. Although she knew that the kingdom of Sparta was a very ancient and backward country, she was still curious.
Let's go together then.
Anyway, there is no danger in going to Sparta. If you are curious, you can go and see it together. Maybe because she had a lot of fun today. Gwen, who was in an excited state, suddenly leaned into David's ear and said,
Actually, I can do it too.
What?
My body is already strong.
David looked at Gwen in surprise, who was blushing and looking forward to it. Without saying anything, he directly hugged Gwen sideways again.
Really? Let me check it carefully.
Hearing David's words, Gwen's face turned even redder. She remembered that David had used this excuse to eat her up. This time, Gwen was going to turn the tables and eat David clean. Unfortunately, reality is often very different from ideals. Gwen's strength is simply not enough, and she soon becomes exhausted. With a proud smile on his face, David covered Gwen with the sheet with both hands, then sat there and rubbed Gwen's calves.
Does it still hurt? It's much better.
Gwen, who was as red as cooked shrimps, lay down and let David massage her, while gently rubbing her slightly swollen belly with her hands. Gwen, who was rubbing her belly, suddenly thought of a question. Are there so many pregnant women? If she was really pregnant, how could she continue to go to school? Do I need to take a leave of absence? And if I go home with a big belly, my father will definitely be angry.
What's on your mind? I was thinking, if I have a child, should I take a leave of absence from school?
In a few seconds, Gwen had already made a decision. If she really gets pregnant, she will take a break from school to give birth to the baby, and then go back to college. David's hand stopped for 2 seconds, and then he continued to massage.
You don't have to worry about this. Laura and I haven't gotten pregnant after being together for so long.
Gwen was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized what David's words meant.
You didn't take protective measures? I've never done it before.
At first, I didn't prepare anything in this area. Later, Laura and I let ourselves go and didn't even think about it. It can also be said that Laura felt that pregnancy was a good result at that time. At least David had good genes, and the offspring he gave birth to would be excellent. As a result, the two of them were playing all kinds of crazy things. And there was no movement at all. David didn't pay too much attention to it at first. After all, he was so young now, and didn't plan to have a child early. As his strength gradually grew stronger, especially after the recent battle, David vaguely noticed something. His body seemed to be special, and he could not easily give birth to offspring. He doesn't care about this. After all, his strength is constantly improving and his lifespan is increasing, and he doesn't need to rely on future generations to continue. I am even very happy about this deep down, because I can ride my horse more freely. Gwen was originally worried, but also had a lot of expectations. After listening to David's words, she was just full of dissatisfaction. David's reaction was typical of a small-minded man. In a way, her father didn't misjudge the man. She was a little confused as to why she liked this guy so much. David, who was stared at with dissatisfied eyes for a while, continued to massage Gwen's calves vigorously, which finally made Gwen's dissatisfaction dissipate.
It's ready. No need to press it anymore.
Wrapping herself in sheets, Gwen was about to get up and take a shower. But her hands and feet were too weak to get up at all.
Let me help you.
Looking at David's face that was getting closer again. The previous doubts in Gwen's heart completely dissipated. Wasn't that why she was so proactive? As for children or anything like that, just don't have any. Anyway, she is very young and has many things she wants to do. She hopes to spend more time alone with David. Having children early is indeed not a good choice. After taking a nice shower, when the two of them came out, the messy room had been tidied up, and the sheets and pillows had all been replaced with new ones. After gently laying Gwen on the dry bed, David kissed her gently on the forehead.
Have a good rest. I'll go see if there is anything to deal with. Go and do your work.
As soon as David walked out of the door after changing his clothes, he saw Eva and Helen guarding the door, obviously waiting for him.
What happened?
Helen was guarding here, probably to prevent Sophia from accidentally breaking in. Eva was unusual here. She must have something serious to ask of her.
The royal capital sent an envoy to Winter City. The royal capital? An envoy sent by His Majesty the King? How long have you been here? I just arrived. I'm waiting outside the living room. Do you know what it is?
David thought about it, but he couldn't figure out why His Majesty the King suddenly sent an envoy to Winter City. Are you here to recall Princess Sophia?
It seems that I hope you will lead troops to participate in counterinsurgency.
While the two were talking, they had already walked into the living room from another door. The etiquette officer Elias was waiting here. After seeing David, he looked up and down first and made sure that there was nothing wrong with the lord's attire. Turn around and go to the outer room to inform the messenger and bring them to see the lord.
Soon,
Elias walked in with the two of them and introduced them.
The person in front of you is the Lord of Winter City, the guardian of the Northern Plains, the Earl of Glamorgan.
The two men stood in front of David and saluted him immediately.
It's an honor to meet you, Earl of Glamorgan. This is Baron Willie Saucon, the envoy of His Majesty the King.
Elias introduced the man in formal dress to David, but did not introduce the knight in armor next to him. It seemed that he was either the guard of Baron Saucon or his personal knight. After introducing the identities of the important figures, Elias retreated behind David without saying a word. The next step was not his work, but the conversation between the Lord and the messenger.
Welcome to Winterfell, Baron Saucon.
Chapter 291. I seem to have seen this plot somewhere before. After a brief exchange of greetings, Baron Willie Saucon went straight to the point and explained his main mission as an envoy to Winter City on behalf of His Majesty the King. David listened quietly to Baron Saucon's story and discovered that the mission of the envoy was really to ask Lord David of Winter City, Earl of Glamorgan, to fulfill his responsibilities and obligations and lead his soldiers to help His Majesty the King pacify the kingdom of Tilan. Of rebellion, however, there is no hard requirement for how many soldiers the Earl of Glamorgan should bring. It seems that as long as David himself appears, it doesn't matter if he doesn't bring any soldiers. He didn't know if he understood it correctly. If so, was the summons order a test by His Majesty the King?
Is the rebellion serious in the southern part of the kingdom?
It is not surprising that Baron Saucon asked David, because on the surface, Earl David Glamorgan is just a new nobleman. Although he has performed very well in the past 2 years and managed Winter City very well. But considering the time when the Earl of Glamorgan ran Winter City, and the Northern Plains were not very peaceful either. Normally, unless the rebellion within the kingdom is so serious that it threatens the survival of the entire kingdom of Tilan, the Earl of Glamorgan, who guards the Northern Plains, should not be summoned to lead troops to support the counter-rebellion. Speaking of this, Baron Saucon was shocked by the current appearance of Winter City. Even if he had some information before setting off, he still found it magical. You must know that this place was a wasteland that no one had set foot on 2 years ago. After retracting his wandering thoughts, Baron Saucon briefly explained why His Majesty the King asked David to lead troops to the royal capital.
In fact, the rebellion in the south is not difficult to solve, and it does not even threaten the surrounding areas.
David didn't interrupt, quietly waiting for the follow-up explanation.
But there is intelligence that both the Holy Kingdom of Gunter and the Sotoruma Empire are mobilizing their troops on a large scale. The specific movements of the Sotoruma Empire's troops are not yet clear, but the Holy Kingdom of Gunter has deployed a large number of troops to the border. After hearing this, David understood what was going on. Abelson was not mobilizing troops to counter the rebellion, but to guard against the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. The Holy Kingdom of Gaunt? Are they preparing to declare war on the Kingdom of Tiran? We still don't know what the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is going to do. But the other party has deployed a large number of troops on the border, and we can't do anything to deal with it.
Baron Sawkin thought that David's time to become a noble was still too short, and he was worried about the people on the mainland. I didn't know much about the situation in several major countries, so I told David additionally about the situation between several countries. The relationship between the Tehran Kingdom and several major surrounding countries is not good. The rapid rise of the Tehran Kingdom and its continuous crazy expansion have long aroused the vigilance of the Sotaruma Empire. The Holy Kingdom of Guntur is bent on spreading the influence of the temple to the entire continent. The friction between several countries has never stopped. They even had a fight with the Holy Kingdom of Guntur just 10 years ago.
So that's it.
There are already various grievances between the two sides, mixed with the struggle of faith. The Holy Kingdom of Guntur is a country that may launch an attack on the Kingdom of Tilan at any time. For Abelson, the king of the Kingdom of Tilan, he has great feelings for Holy Guntur. No matter how careful you are about all kinds of changes in the kingdom, you can't be too careful. Therefore, Baron Sawkin was not the only one who sent envoys around this time. The royal capital sent many envoys to various territories to recruit the lords of Tilan Kingdom to the royal capital.
Where's the time? It's best to arrive at the royal capital within a month. Are there any requirements for military strength? There are no requirements. Are all lords like this?
Baron Sawkin shook his head.
Your Majesty made this decision considering that the situation in the northern plains has not yet been completely stabilized.
According to the order issued by His Majesty the King, the lords from all over the Kingdom of Tilan must lead at least 50 soldiers to the capital of Tilan based on the location, size, and title of their territory. It can be said that Abelson has indeed issued a national mobilization order. David feels that this posture may not only involve a confrontation with the Holy Kingdom of Gun, but may also lead to a direct fight if there is a disagreement.
I understand. But before leaving Winter City and heading to the royal capital, I may have to make some arrangements.
Baron Sawkin said that this was not a problem. All lords would make some arrangements before leaving their territories. It was impossible for them to immediately go to the royal capital with their troops on the same day the order was delivered. David asked Elias to arrange accommodation for Baron Sawkin and the envoys he led, and he went directly to the conference room.
Call Weatherby, Addis, Elizabeth, Pierre, Gareth, and Optimus Prime to come to the meeting. Not informing Tony?
David thought for a while. Now that Tony has taken the title of consultant in Winter City, he can no longer be treated as a mere guest. In addition, people like Jaina, Sylvanas, Renault and others also need to be notified. What if these people come to see me when I go out? That's right. David has already decided to respond to His Majesty the King's call and lead people to the royal capital. He will not refuse this recruitment order. Anyway, all the political orders in Winter City have been confirmed, and the next step is to develop step by step. He had nothing to do during this period of time, so he could just go and see other places. Now that you have set your sights on a wider area, it is a normal choice to go out and have a look in advance. Moreover, David felt that this was actually a test by His Majesty the King. Abelson might want to use this method to determine how many lords in the Kingdom of Tilan were truly loyal to the kingdom.
Perhaps there will also be sideshows such as showing off one's power and shocking those swaying lords.
Even if you have nothing to do, you can just go over and have some fun. In addition, David may be able to see the true combat power of the Tyrant Knights this time. His Majesty King Abelson will take out the new equipment for display. Right? Sitting at the head of the conference room, David's brain kept spinning, thinking about what benefits he could get from this trip. In addition to being able to obtain various intelligence information, David would like to make some contributions. If possible, he could raise his title again. Maybe his golden finger can be upgraded again? Or, you can bring the Knights of Winter with you. Let the Knights of Winter become famous. Make Winter City known to all the forces on the Brunia continent, and lay the foundation of fame for the establishment of the Winter Kingdom in the future. If you do this, Jean, will the fingers be upgraded? Just as David was thinking about this and that, the people whose names he called came to the conference room one after another. Due to his size, Optimus Prime could only participate in this meeting through a holographic image. But this was not a big problem and everyone was used to it.
Okay, everyone is here.
Everyone sat quietly in their seats. The only ones who could awaken the Lord with such a tone were Winter City's current weapons contractors, new weapons development chief engineers, energy supply contractors, and Winter City's chief advisor Tony Stark. Regardless of Tony's character and personality, his status also allows him to enjoy various privileges.
What happened?
Everyone was here today.
Tony remembered that the last time there were so many people in the conference room. It was David who decided to go to war against the orcs. So, something big is definitely going to happen today. David first took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then told His Majesty King Abelson of the Tilan Kingdom to send envoys to lords across the country to recruit the lords to lead troops to the royal capital to quell the rebellion and confront the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Said it again. After listening, everyone expressed their opinions one after another. After David listened for a while, he found that everyone had similar ideas to his own. They all felt that Abelson recruited lords from all over the country to test whether there were any other lords among them. Have any dissent? The second is to show off his muscles and scare everyone, so that the lords, who are a little wavering and ready to cause trouble, can calm down. Strictly speaking, David is also a lord with different intentions. But the bigger purpose of his willingness to go to the royal capital is to have a closer look at the reality of the kingdom of Tilan. Right? Everyone present was his own, and they could all guess what David was thinking. Tony even directly asked David how many people he planned to take to the royal capital. If he brought too many, he would reasonably wonder if David couldn't wait any longer, and was ready to sit on the throne directly. Just bring a few people as you wish. His Majesty the King believes that the northern plains are not stable enough, so I don't need to bring too many soldiers. Oh, Tony suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you think His Majesty the King doesn't want you to lead troops to the royal capital at all? How to say? Tony spread his hands. Isn't it obvious? His Majesty the King has actually doubted you, so he called you into the capital alone, and then raised the knife and dropped it. Many novels and movies are written like this. Of course David knows, and he has seen many similar plots. But Abelson shouldn't attack him. Right? In that case, why did he send his daughter to Winter City? You can't do it on purpose just to numb yourself. Right? My lord, this possibility cannot be ruled out. As a personal guard knight, Gareth Stanton behaved very loyally, and would not speak for Abelson just because he was the king of Tilan. The person he swore allegiance to was David, and he would only think about issues from the perspective of Lord David, Earl of Glamorgan. Don't worry. This might not be big. David thought about it carefully, and there shouldn't be any danger. The next second, he felt as if he had planted a flag, and then he thought that his territory was called Winter City, and he was guarding the north. In addition, he had a strong sense of immediacy in the plot of the upcoming trip to the royal capital. Also, have you forgotten how strong I am? Even if the king really attacks me, I can still deal with it. Strong strength is the greatest guarantee of one's own safety. As long as Tony doesn't go to the royal capital with me, I am absolutely safe. Tony. Chapter 292, Returning Home Rich and Rich. After a few jokes, everyone seriously discussed various work arrangements after David left. It is not accurate to say that the discussion was a work report. The first is domestic affairs. As the population of Winter City continues to increase, and civilians from all over the country continue to be forcibly relocated, Winter City will become more and more lively, and will gradually look like a real city. Although it is still not comparable to those modern metropolises with a population of millions or tens of millions, it will gradually develop into a city scale that matches the ancient background. These newly arrived civilians must be resettled, and their land, jobs, residences, and all the problems that arise must be properly dealt with, according to the rules previously established by David. Newly arrived civilians who are willing to work can be helped by subordinate departments of the Government Affairs Department to arrange various jobs. These jobs include various industries currently in Winter City: power plants, water plants, waste products, and sewage treatment, factory, arsenal, hotel waiter, shop salesperson, city cleaner, etc. If I don't object, I will even be arranged to work as an assistant in the logistics department of the Winter Army. If I can learn how to repair cars and various equipment, I will stay in the army. If you are unwilling to work and want to farm, the government department will provide loans, seeds, and agricultural tools to let farmers reclaim wasteland. In addition, low-cost rental houses will be provided to all civilians who come to Winter City. It can be said that new civilians do not have to worry about starving, freezing, and surviving in Winter City. As long as you are willing to work, food, clothing, and shelter are easily available. The only problem is security. David will not regard these new civilians as harmless, kind, and honest people. Among these forcibly relocated people, there are many gangsters, street hustlers, and pure lazy people. These people are not good at their jobs. Being in trouble can make you a good player. For this kind of person,
The security team in charge of Elizabeth Swan needs to show their talents.
Elizabeth can appropriately expand the number of security teams if she feels it is necessary.
David suddenly remembered something.
By the way, how many Bulbasaur seeds are there in Winter City now? What's wrong?
Weatherby knows the best about this matter. In addition, Eva also has detailed data. Generally speaking, Eva is responsible for reporting on matters related to visitors from other worlds.
Only 4. Is there so few?
David felt that absorbing Bulbasaur into the security team should be of some help. This kind of Pokemon is very suitable for carrying out capture missions.
First try to recruit these few into the security team. Team up!
Most of the Squirtless in Winter City have joined the security team, and they usually patrol throughout Winter City to prevent possible fires. In addition, some Squirtless will go to the farmland to
make extra money.
Farmers can give Squirtless some snacks and ask Squirtless to do some small favors. Because of Squirtle's performance, the residents of Winter City are very fond of this cute blue fool. Even new arrivals who want to capture and bully Squirtle will be beaten up. As for Ibrahimovic, although this kind of Pokemon didn't help much, it was able to get along well in Winter City just by its appearance.
Should we build a prison just in case?
David thought for a while, and it seemed that this was not necessary for the time being. Even if there are some problems with public security, these people have not committed any serious crimes. For minor problems, they can only be locked up in the detention room for a few days and perform additional compulsory voluntary labor. But if you think about it from a distance, it seems that prisons must be built.
Although I don't need it for the time being. If you have time, choose a suitable place first.
He considered throwing some prisoners into military camps for compulsory military service and reforming them through strict military management. But he suddenly discovered that, regardless of whether this could punish the prisoner, the combat effectiveness of his army would be greatly reduced. Even if they formed a separate legion, they would still be a bunch of useless battalions that could only do a lot of work. History has proven countless times that this was not a smart approach. So David decisively gave up the idea. That's pretty much the government affairs. But there aren't many things worthy of concern about the military. The general cleaning operation in the Northern Plains is still going on. David is not in a hurry to recruit the Spartan heavy infantry back to Winter City. He also considers letting the heavy infantry take turns to ensure that everyone can go out for a round and add some actual combat experience. The Winter Knights continue their slow expansion, and David is not in a hurry to increase the number of Winter Knights rapidly. To ensure the combat power of each Winter Knight, and to form an elite ace force among the elite, is the only way to increase the number of Winter Knights. Les Stanton was the leader's first choice.
Your Excellency, you are going to the royal capital. Are you going to take some Winter Knights with you?
This kind of work must be the responsibility of the Winter Knight, and cannot be handed over to the Spartan heavy infantry. Gareth has never considered that option at all.
10 soldiers is about right. Led by Jack Krause Knight? No. Krause continues to lead the Spartan heavy infantry to sweep away the orcs on the northern plains, where his strengths can be better utilized.
David quickly thought about who should command these Winter Knights.
But Floyd leads the way.
As the deputy leader, Floyd is more responsible for training. But as the Winter Army system gradually improves, and the Winter Knights and Spartan heavy infantry have completed basic training, Floyd has been relatively idle recently. The current recruits in the Winter military camp are specially recruited transport truck drivers and fighter pilots. Even if they need to undergo various basic training, he does not need to be responsible personally. So Floyd can follow David back to the capital, which also gives him a chance to show off.
Where's the vehicle? On a Quinjet?
David was thinking. Is it a bit too ostentatious to fly to the capital in a Quinjet? But even if he doesn't ride, he will bring 2 mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons. If there is an emergency, he can directly take the Quinjet and rush back to Winter City. If it's more urgent, he can use the Hearthstone to come back directly, while the others take the Quinjet. Going by car? It seems to be equally ostentatious. And with the current road conditions in the Kingdom of Thailand, riding in a car is not a comfortable option.
Just take the Quinjet.
In this case, he doesn't have to rush to set off. With the speed of the Quinjet, he can fly to the royal capital in no time. I looked at everyone and made sure if anyone had anything else to ask. If not, Winter City will have to maintain its current state and continue to develop stably for a period of time.
Wait a minute. Aren't you going to take anyone with you except the Winter Knight?
Tony looked at David. He was still waiting for David to ask. Why did he seem to be leaving the meeting?
I won't leave for the royal capital immediately. I'm not sure who will be free then.
For a person like Tony, he is not sure whether he will go or not before setting off. There is no point in asking too early.
That's true. Just tell me before you leave. Then I will decide whether to go with you and see the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand. Although I know there is nothing interesting to see. I finally had the opportunity to come. When you go to another world, it's always a pity not to look around.
Balabla said a lot, but he didn't think much of it himself. But on the contrary, it impressed everyone around him.
I want to take a look too.
Sylvanas has been a little bored recently. Before, she could go hunting with Laura and teach Jack Krause, Addis, Alfie and others to learn the knowledge of hunters. Now that these things are over, she, the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas, can only stay in the city all day long. And she is getting moldy. Tony's words also reminded her that it would be too wasteful to stay in Winter City all the time. It would also be a good choice to see other cities in the world and understand the cultural customs of this world. The only question is, as a high elf, will she appear too conspicuous?
This is not a problem. And no one can question it.
The racial composition of Winter City will only become more and more complex. Compared with elves, it is nothing. Bringing Sylvanas this time can also show an attitude. Winter City not only welcomes humans, but also welcomes other people. Races came to settle. If the population had not been too small before. David had even considered asking Cecil to draw all the Dark Elves from the Lost Lands to Winter City, on the premise that these Dark Elves did not hate humans.
Is there anyone else going to the royal capital? I'll go too.
Jaina raised her hand.
If we really want to confront the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, we may be able to meet the believers of the God of Magic. I want to see what the magic of these magics is like.
What's going on?
David nodded. It was not surprising that Jaina wanted to see the magic in this world. He felt that Medivh would most likely go with him.
That's it. I'll let you know when the departure date is confirmed.
Weatherby went back to continue handling government affairs. Now that the Government Affairs Department has been slowly established and improved. The Government Affairs building diagonally opposite the south gate of Fort Glamorgan has become increasingly lively. Elizabeth is going to recruit more people. And she also wants to think about how to train these new people in a surprise attack. Gareth went to select the Winter Knights, who were good enough to form a team as the Lord's accompanying bodyguards. These 10 people must not only be strong in strength, but also have to be good-looking. He was even thinking about whether he should let Pierre add some floral patterns to the blizzard-powered armor of these 10 people. As for David, he planned to ask his partners one by one to see who else was going to the royal capital with him. The first thing to ask is Laura, Gwen, Helen, and Sophia. Maybe she also wants to go back and see her parents? Eva doesn't need to ask. She wants to stay in Winter City. When David, who was going to see Gwen first, returned to the room, he found that the people he was going to ask were all gathered here to chat. Chapter 293 Europa Universalis. Laura, Helen and Sophia, plus Gwen who was resting on the bed. The women didn't know what they were talking about. And they were chatting enthusiastically.
Oh, you're back? Have you settled the matter?
Laura saw David walking in and said low with a smile.
I heard that the royal capital sent an envoy.
Yes. His Majesty the King summoned the lords to go to the royal capital. The border does not seem to be peaceful.
After briefly describing the situation, Laura also realized that David might have to go out for a while.
Do you want to go together?
Gwen really wanted to go, but she had to go to school, which was too embarrassing.
I might not be able to go. Of course I want to go,
Laura said without thinking that she wanted to go to the royal capital with David. She missed it because of something else the last time she went to the royal capital. So she must go and see it this time.
I can also go back and see my father and mother.
Sophia also wanted to go back and have a look. After she came to Winter City, she wandered around all day and learned about all kinds of strange things in Winter City very quickly. She knew very well how convenient and fast the plane was here in Winter City. And returning to the capital was not a troublesome matter for her. Similarly, it would not be troublesome to return to the capital and then back to Winter City. And she would not suffer on the way. After living for a while, Sophia felt that Winter City was indeed her ideal place. She felt that everything was very convenient to live here. Even when she was thinking about her parents, she could go back to the capital to visit them in a short time. So Sophia didn't consider choosing anyone else at all. The only question is, how can we make David willing to marry him? It might be a good idea to chat more with the women around David to understand David's preferences.
By the way, can I wear a power armor and go back?
Sure. This time when going to the capital, all members of the Winter Knights will be wearing blizzard-powered armor.
This equipment will soon be known to the top leaders of the Tiran kingdom. There is a high probability that he will be seen by the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, so there is no need to hide it. As for the Royal Alchemy Workshop of the Kingdom of Thailand, will it steal the technology of power armor? If they could copy it, David would even give these alchemists a thumbs up.
Is Helen going?
Gwen couldn't go. Laura and Sophia would go with him. David looked at Helen again. After Helen thought for a while, he decided to stay in Winter City. She is not very interested in going out to see other cultures. She feels that even if she stays in Winter City, she can still learn about various civilizations. Moreover, David specifically mentioned that this trip to the royal capital would not affect his original plan. David would still make a trip to Sparta before leaving Winter City for the royal capital. David is willing to take care of his family and country. She is already very happy. She will not cause any trouble during this trip to the royal capital. Helen felt that when David took Princess Sophia back to the royal capital, it might not be a good thing if there were too many women around him. It would be bad if it triggered a conflict between David and the king of Tilan. After asking a few people if they wanted to go to the royal capital together, David asked a few more people what they were talking about just now. But no one was willing to tell him. Instead, they said good night to him one after another and dispersed. In the next few days, David took a group of people to the kingdom of Sparta to discuss the plan to unify the Balkans with King Tyndareus of Sparta. Tyndareus attaches great importance to this mission given by the gods. But he is worried that the strength of the Spartan kingdom is not enough to complete this task. Until he learned that David would give them crop seeds that could produce large amounts of food, teach them more advanced planting knowledge, and provide them with various advanced weapons. Tyndareus realized that the kingdom of Sparta was about to embark on a new journey. Peak. After seeing the map David brought, Tyndareus even said that he would not only bathe the entire Balkan Peninsula in David's holy light, but also turn all the fertile land on the northern coast of the Mediterranean into holy light, a place of light. As for how long it will take to achieve this goal, Tyndareus didn't care at all. Even if he couldn't accomplish his goal in his lifetime, he still had two very outstanding sons who would definitely be able to accomplish this goal. As for what David mentioned to himself,
to give slaves a hope of hard work.
Although Tyndareus didn't quite understand it, he tried hard to figure out what should be done. For this reason, Helen began to spread various advanced knowledge to her father during this period. Tyndareus began to realize that simple oppression and exploitation was creating greater hidden dangers. The Helot system in Sparta was very pure oppression and exploitation. As slaves, Helots did all kinds of dirty and heavy work without any guarantee of survival. Their existence ensured the comfortable life of Sparta's upper class, but also brought countless wars to the Spartan kingdom. With David's identity, he could have forced the kingdom of Sparta to abolish slavery. But he did not do so. He did not think that directly abolishing the slavery system was a good choice. The vested interests of the kingdom of Sparta would definitely be dissatisfied. What's more, the kingdom of Sparta is not a system where the king speaks for himself. Changing the basic system at will plunge the entire kingdom into turmoil. At the same time, he was also curious about how Tyndareus, who had received some tips from him, would solve the crisis caused by the Helot system. As a result, the day after David left Sparta, Helen asked herself if she could send some of the Pylias and Helots to Winter City for training.
Spartan 4? No.
Helen shook her head. The members of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment were all Spartans. In the kingdom of Sparta, these were all superiors. After all, in the eyes of Tyndareus, only the great Spartans were qualified to serve the gods. Lowly inferiors and slaves do not have this qualification.
Only receiving relatively basic training. My father is preparing to form a new army as the main combat force to unify the Balkan Peninsula.
The number of elite warriors who received training from David and were eliminated and returned to Sparta was not large enough. Even if they were reused, they would not be able to conquer such a large area with such a small number of people. Therefore, Tyndareus is preparing to build a larger legion. In addition, he also wants to use this method to open up a small opening. Soldiers who join this legion and perform meritorious deeds will receive the Spartan's identity. Instead of being a Pylasian or a Helot, gives the lower class an upward passage.
Of course there's no problem.
David didn't think this was anything. If outstanding soldiers were found among this group of people, Winter City could still intercept them. Winter City wants to keep people. Will Sparta refuse? Of course not. They would even be happier. It just so happened that Helen would stay in Winter City, so she could follow up on the whole process. By this time, David had almost arranged everything at hand, And Baron Sawkin also began to remind the Earl of Glamorgan in a relatively cordial and subtle way. Should he set off? The arrangements are almost complete. We will set off in the next 2 days. The specific time will be determined today or tomorrow. After hearing David's answer, Baron Sawkin was also very satisfied. As long as Earl David Glamorgan responded to His Majesty the King's call, his mission would be completed. He was originally a little worried that Baron Glamorgan didn't want to go to the royal capital at all. In that case, something might happen, and he, the envoy, might not end well either. Now, he can put half of his heart back, and the other half will have to wait until he really sets out. Watching Baron Sawkin leave, David looked at Edwin Van Cleef, who had been quiet and silent. The Winter City Intelligence Director was sitting in the corner, looking very insignificant. What has this Baron Sawkin done recently? Visiting everywhere in Winter City. Since Baron Sawkin came to Winter City with his envoys, everyone has been closely watched by Edwin Van Cleef and his men. The military camps and docks are where he visits the most. This Baron Willie Sawkin should not be a professional intelligence officer, but he has received some military training, so he pays more attention to military things. Well, this is not surprising. It is strange that people from this world don't look around curiously after coming to Winter City. Where are his men? Most of them are normal, except for one person. Edwin Van Cleef tapped his glasses frame with his hand, and then a ray of light was emitted from the temples, forming a clear holographic image in front of David. This person is a very ordinary guard of the envoys. After arriving in Winter City, he frequently came into contact with missionary Rains. People from the temple? Possible. Do you know the specific content of their conversation? It's here. Edwin Van Cleef took out a pen, fiddled with it twice, and played the sound directly. After the simple conversation was over, he explained that the sound information was obtained by someone lurking around Rains. There are bugging devices in various areas of the building where Rains lives. Even Rains had it on his body, and Rains had no idea about it, even though he used magic props to isolate the surrounding sounds during the conversation to prevent others from eavesdropping. The conversation was still recorded by the eavesdropping device on his body. Come down. After hearing Rain's situation, David couldn't help laughing out loud, and then discussed this part of the intelligence information with Edwin, who was also smiling. What do you think about these two people? What do you think of the conversation? On the surface, the two people seemed to be just chatting. But Van Cleef, who had received professional training, had already interpreted several possibilities. After careful analysis, Van Cleef believed that Rains should be saying that his development in Winter City was not going smoothly, and he hoped that the temple would provide more support. Chapter 294. Heading to the royal capital of Thailand again. Rains, the missionary from the temple, has been in Winter City for a long time, but his mission has made almost no progress. No matter how hard he tried, he could not develop a large number of believers in the strange place of Winter City. He tried his best and used all means. Currently, there are only 3 people who are willing to become temple believers. Yes, he finally developed a few followers, a believer, but because there was no progress for a long time, 2 of them ran away. Rains didn't know that as the intelligence on his side was almost mined, and the Winter City Intelligence Department was doing more and more work, those 2 people were actually withdrawn. According to the original plan of the temple, in addition to developing grassroots civilian believers, missionaries should also develop as many noble believers as possible. It is best to develop local lords into temple believers. However, since Rains came to Winter City, he has not been able to attract the attention of Lord David Glamorgan, and he has no good excuse to get close to the Lord. Treating the Lord? The Lord has just turned 20 years old and is in good health, not to mention serious illness. He has never even suffered any physical discomfort. He even thought about poisoning the Lord. But after learning that there was a power called Holy Light in Winter City, he knew that his plan would not succeed, especially after talking to the Holy Light Bishop, the elf named Liedrin. I learned that the Lord of Winter City, Earl David Glamorgan, was himself a Holy Light user. It seemed that Liedrin was in the eyes of a Holy Light Bishop. Earl David Glamorgan himself is the incarnation of Holy Light, although Rains believes that any incarnation of the Holy Light is nonsense, and that except for the gods of the temple faith, all others are false gods. But at least it is certain that the Earl of Glamorgan understands the mysterious power and is very powerful, coupled with the characteristics of Holy Light that can heal and detoxify. The poisoning plan was abandoned by him just after it came up. He also considered taking the backhouse route. As expected, Earl David Glamorgan was as carefree as most young nobles, and had ambiguous relationships with many women. This method seemed to be the most reliable plan. However, after Rains spent a period of careful investigation, he discovered that the Lord of Glamorgan's confidant was no less inaccessible than the Lord himself. After working hard for half a year without any results, Rains has begun to have serious doubts about his ability. At this time, he was contacted and asked to cooperate with the temple's actions. This was really difficult for him. He couldn't cooperate at all. After complaining vaguely to his contact and applying for more support, Rains believed that the temple really wanted to establish influence in the northern plains, and the best way was to win over the Lord of Winter City, the Earl of Glamorgan. As long as the Winter Lord recognizes the temple can easily occupy the entire north. During his time living in Winter City, he has already seen a bit of Winter City's strength. As long as the population continues to increase steadily, Winter City's influence will continue to rise until the entire north surrenders to Glamorgan. At the Earl's feet, even the entire Tylan kingdom may be swallowed up by Winter City. At that time, maybe the temple can take advantage of the cold wind from the north and shine the light of the gods on the entire Brenian continent. After Rains thought about it for a moment, he quickly returned to reality. However, it may be difficult to achieve this. Not far away, Wilcox, who was sweeping the church, glanced in the direction of Rains and wrote down the position, angle, and all the details of Mr. Preacher's sunbathing. When he had the opportunity, he would go see if there are any passwords left behind. David came full circle. He didn't deal with any government affairs today. To be precise, as various orders were issued, various tasks were officially implemented, and each plan had a person in charge. David, the Lord, became more and more leisurely. After confirming again that there was no problem, David went to say hello to Princess Sophia and asked her to pack her luggage and prepare to set off. Tony, Jaina, Sylvanas, Medivh, and others were then notified. David was a little surprised when Medivh said that he would not go with David. He planned to go out on his own and see various parts of the continent called Brenia. In this case, it is certain that the ones traveling with him are Jaina, Sylvanas, Laura, and Sophia, plus the ceremonial officer Elias and the bodyguard knight Floyd, the escorting RC, and Sophia's bodyguard knight Magnolia. In addition, there are 10 winter knights and a group of envoys led by Baron Willie Silken. 3 quinjets are enough. The 3 quinjets can fully accommodate all the team members heading to the royal capital, and they are even very spacious. In addition, some members of the Cybertron Legion will be on standby in Winter City. If an emergency occurs, the mage Jaina Proudmoore will have the opportunity to demonstrate her talent in teleportation, teleport back to Winter First City, and then transport the assembled troops to the designated battlefield. Are you going to take a priest with you? You want to go too? Liadrin shook her head. She had to go back to Quel'Thalas to recruit more priests. And she also had to teach the apprentices in the Cathedral of the Holy Light in Winterfell. She couldn't get away from it. I think Cassius is a very talented priest, and bringing him in can help a lot. Liadrin wanted to recommend Cassius, an international student, to accompany him. Although David himself was a powerful Holy Light priest, he couldn't bother the Lord to personally take action in everything. Right? Although the long-term goal of the Knights of Winter is for every knight to become a paladin or a hunter, it has not yet reached that level. There are still only a few people in the Knights of Winter who have learned the Holy Light or Arcana. So when traveling, what if the Winter Knight suffers some minor injuries or catches a minor illness? Just let an ordinary priest treat you. Why bother the Lord specifically for such a trivial matter? It is estimated that these Winter Knights themselves do not dare to speak. But if a minor injury or illness interferes with business, it would look stupid. So it's best to bring a priest with you. Currently, the outstanding priests in Winter City, excluding David, are Liadrin and Sally Whitemane. And then, there are the 2 foreign students Mordo and Cassius, because they are mages who are good at using mysterious power, and have good attainments in energy control. As long as they understand the Holy Light, and get the recognition of the Holy Light, the 2 of them can immediately become qualified priests. Just recently, these 2 people were recognized by Holy Light, and officially became Holy Light priests. Then take it with you. David found it interesting to see Cassius embarking on a completely different life due to various strange influences. In addition to Pastor Cassius, there is another acquaintance among the Winter Knights accompanying him this time. Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones. After coming to Winter City, Crossbones worked hard to improve himself, and finally got into the Knights of Winter.
In addition to his rich special operations experience, Floyd specially brought him with him on this trip.
Where's Tony?
After basically confirming the list of teams heading to the royal capital this time, David found that Tony hadn't replied to him yet. So he called specifically.
Do you still want to go to the royal capital? Well, I thought about it carefully and decided not to go.
Tony originally wanted to take a look, but suddenly thought that if he went with David, there was a high probability that he would meet the king of the kingdom of Tilan. So would he have to ask that person? His Majesty the King salutes you? After thinking about it, Tony felt that he would definitely not be able to accept this situation. And he didn't think that he could get over this kind of thing with a few casual jokes.
Oh well. Anyway, if I want to see it, I can fly out and walk around by myself at any time. As long as I don't fly into synchronous orbit, I'll be fine.
It was not very sure before, but after David's previous experience, he has determined that the inside of this world is safe enough, and they can relax a little bit. So Tony has nothing to do. Maybe when David comes back from this trip, Tony will come up with something new. After cutting off communication and confirming that Tony would not go, the team members heading to the royal capital this time have been finalized. David asked Elias to inform Baron Soken and set off tomorrow morning. With the speed of the Quinjet, he can reach the royal capital very quickly, and David can even take Princess Sophia to have lunch with His Majesty the King.
You shouldn't have missed anything important. Right.
After thinking about it for a while, David felt that he had thought it through very carefully. He would have a good night's rest and set off early tomorrow morning. As for what will happen after going to the royal capital, he is also looking forward to it in his heart. It should be something interesting. Right? By the way, does Earl Sutton Stewart continue to sell shoes and socks in the royal capital? Can I get a share again? While curious, David didn't forget to call Eva. He and Eva would be separated tomorrow. Before leaving, he should pay off his share in the future in advance. For a moment, he considered whether to call Helen over. At the last moment, he chose to follow his heart. He was not sure whether doing so would cause conflict, although they got along well on the surface. Who knew what they were thinking deep down? He didn't want these two to fight at home during his absence. The night is long. The next day, David got up early to bathe and change clothes. Under the command of Elias and the help of a group of servants, he changed into the dress of the kingdom of Tiran.
Sir, you may go to the battlefield this time, so you need to prepare a set of armor.
Elias reminded his lord not to forget to bring the Lightbringer suit next to him.
Where's the cloak? It has been prepared in advance for adults.
Chapter 295. 3 idiots arrive at Winter City for the first time. Sansa Stark stood on the crowded street, her whole body filled with questions. She was relaxing in her own territory without messing with anyone. She didn't know why she suddenly came to this strange place. Looking at the lively crowds, beautiful houses, and the clean streets below her feet, Sansa Stark amidst the chaos. I am also very curious. Where is this place? Looking around, she wanted to ask someone, but Sansa soon discovered that she couldn't understand what these people were saying. Looking around in silence, Sansa took a closer look at the huge and beautiful castle. She guessed that it should be the residence of the city's lord. Right? Just as she was thinking this, there were whistling sounds in the air. Sansa looked up and saw several large gray birds flying quickly through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had flown far away and turned into small birds. Black spots.
What is that?
Before Sansa could realize why the magical giant bird was flying so fast, another car passed by on the wide street beside her and was running very fast without any animals pulling it. The car kept emitting red and blue light and made a piercing chirping sound. Just when she wanted to take a closer look, she found that the car suddenly stopped on the side of the road. Then several people in uniforms escorted a man and pushed the man who was still yelling into the car. During this period, there were also some additional warm blessings from fists and feet. This scene made Sansa a little scared. She was worried that if she was found to be abnormal, would she be arrested like this? I unconsciously took 2 steps back and accidentally bumped into someone. I habitually turned around to apologize. Only after I said it did I realize that I didn't understand the language of this world. As a result, the man in front of him, wearing a hooded robe, smiled and nodded to Sansa, and replied,
"It doesn't matter."
Then he reached out and gently brushed Sansa's head, making Sansa's whole body lost for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she found that the man had disappeared, and she didn't know how long she had been standing here. Looking around, he seemed to be stunned for only a short moment and did not attract the attention of the people around him. Something magical happened.
Sansa found that she could suddenly understand what the people around her were saying. How is this going? Scratching her head, Sansa, who was still a little girl, couldn't figure out what was going on. After being able to understand what the people around her were saying, the fear of being in a strange environment had faded a lot. Walking along the street, Sansa kept looking at the shops along the street. She found that not only could she understand, but she could even read what was written on the various signs without any problems. Penny Blossom Fashion Store? It's a strange name. But Sansa noticed that many women walked into this store, and her curiosity prompted her to go in too. After entering the shop, Sansa saw many dummies placed here, and these dummies were wearing many strange clothes and skirts. There was also a wall full of shoes. Sansa, who had never seen so many beautiful clothes before, was immediately attracted. Her eyes kept jumping from one set of clothes to another, and from time to time, she would look at the strange shoes. If she hadn't seen them with her own eyes, when she saw someone walking in shoes with such a slim heel, she couldn't believe that they were actually shoes. After walking into the store for a while, Sansa saw some strange models again. They seemed to be human legs, but it's covered with something. After secretly looking around, she finally discovered the truth. This thing seemed to be a sock? But what is the use of a seemingly thin layer of socks? She stretched out her hand and touched it lightly. The silky touch made Sansa curious. What would it feel like to wear this thing on her feet? There are also those strange but beautiful clothes and skirts around. I don't know what materials they are made of. Why have I never seen them in the north? Thinking about these things, the question popped up again. Where is this place? Walking around Petunia Blossom's boutique, Sansa noticed that many people paid with a very unfamiliar currency. I don't know if the coin she has there can be used here, but it's a pity that she doesn't have any money with her at this time. Coming out of the fashion store, Sansa noticed that there seemed to be a dispute nearby. This time she was able to understand what the people around her were saying. It turned out that two gangsters were teasing the young women who came to buy things, but they ended up being taught a lesson. Quietly listening to the conversations of the people around her, Sansa learned a lot. This city is called Winter City. Those gangsters are people who have recently been forcibly relocated. These people are young and strong but are unwilling to find a job honestly and wander around the city all day long. Ever since they discovered Petunia Huahua Fashion Store, they have often squatted here, harassing her with dirty words from time to time, and in severe cases, even touching her. Because of these circumstances, security problems have often occurred in the area in front of Penny Huahua Fashion Store recently. It is said that the sheriff has sent people to permanently guard this street. But this time, before the security officers could take action, the two gay gangsters were beaten by a passing young girl. When she heard this, Sansa couldn't help but take a few steps forward, wanting to see what a girl who could knock down two men looked like. In her opinion, that should be a very strong female warrior, right? As a result, when she took a clear look at the girl in the crowd, she found that she was a young girl shorter than herself, and with short blonde hair. Judging from the appearance of the other party, he should not be a few years older than himself. In addition, he has a sweet appearance and seems to have nothing to do with the word warrior. But the short-haired girl easily twisted one man's arm behind her back, forcing him to kneel on the ground and scream. The other man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and arching into a ball. I apologize to the lady you offended. Be gentle. I'll apologize right away. I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, Sansa just thought it was so handsome. She stood aside and watched the excitement quietly. Even after the incident was over and all the passers-by watching the excitement dispersed, she did not come back to her senses and continued to follow the short-haired girl. Sansa didn't realize that her behavior was inappropriate until the other person suddenly turned around and walked in front of her. Why are you following me? This. Sansa knew that she could understand this language that she had never been exposed to before, but she had not tried to speak it yet. She stuttered for a while before finally saying a complete sentence. I don't know where to go. So, just when the atmosphere was getting awkward, Sansa's belly helped her master improve the atmosphere at the right time. Gulyalu. The short-haired girl looked at the girl, who was much taller than herself, and her face became increasingly red. She realized that the girl in front of her did not mean any harm, so she introduced herself. My name is Shirley Birkin. You can call me Shirley. Sansa Stark. Stark? Shirley looked at the girl in front of her. Couldn't this be a relative of the chief advisor of Winter City? However, Shirley did not dwell too much on this issue and invited Sansa to have dinner with her. Sansa was originally worried about disturbing the other party, but she was too hungry and didn't have a single coin on her. so she accepted the other party's invitation. After following Shirley along the main road for a while, Sansa turned into a small road. As Sansa followed Shirley forward, she kept looking around curiously. Of course, her actions could not be hidden from Shirley.
Have you just arrived in Winter City? Well, I just came here today. No wonder.
Shirley was also in the same state at the beginning. Everything she saw was novel. In the first few days when she came here, she had to walk around every day. After a day of shopping like this, the most sore thing was her neck. He took Sansa into a restaurant she frequented and sat down directly at an empty seat.
The food here is cheap and large, and there are some special dishes. I particularly like this restaurant.
While Sansa listened to Shirley's words, she marveled at the spotless, bright and transparent interior. She had never seen such a bright house inside. Moreover, these tables and chairs are too clean. Right. Could it be that this restaurant is exclusively for aristocrats?
What do you want to eat? You should help me choose.
All right. Thinking that Sansa in front of her had just arrived in Winter City today, it was indeed difficult for her to know what delicious food there was. Shirley directly ordered a few dishes, but finally asked Sansa,
"Do you like it with bread? Rice? Bread?"
While waiting for the meal, the two chatted briefly. It was only then that Shirley realized that Sansa in front of her was actually only 13 years old. She was surprised that the girl in front of her, who was much taller than herself, was only 13 years old. At the same time, she was speechless that she had unintentionally become a bad person who abducted children.
Your family must be worried. Right? I'll deliver the food after you finish it.
When you go back, do you remember where your family members are arranged to live?
If the other party had just arrived in Winter City today, he should be living in a house arranged by the Government Affairs Department. Sansa didn't answer, and she didn't know how to answer this question. She didn't even know how she came to Winterfell. Sansa, who had been attracted by all kinds of novel things, finally thought of the question, what if she can't go back? Seeing the panicked look on Sansa's face, Shirley immediately comforted her.
Don't worry. It doesn't matter even if you can't remember. We can go to the Government Affairs building and ask, and we will definitely be able to find your family.
When David left Winterfell on a Quinjet for the royal capital, David suddenly received a message from Medivh. It wasn't anything important. It just reminded David that before leaving Winter City, he met a visitor from another world who was suspected of being a newcomer, and sent the image information of Sansa Stark to David.
I used a little trick to make her learn Brynnian Common, and now she should be visiting your territory.
Chapter 296, Feeling Fat. Looking at the little girl in the image, David's increasingly powerful memory quickly found the corresponding identity. This was obviously Sansa Stark, the third idiot in the Stark family.
Good guy. Are you going to plant a new flag for me before leaving home?
No matter what. Now that everyone is here, the necessary procedures still have to go through. Since I am on the plane, I have to leave the job of explaining various basic issues to Sansa Stark to Eva. In fact, even if she stayed in Winter City, she would still let Eva do this kind of work, because Sansa is just a little girl, and letting a woman explain the situation to her can help her let go of her guard faster.
Is this a newcomer?
Although David's movements were very covert, and as a lord, no one would eavesdrop when he was talking to others. But Laura was right next to him, so she still saw it clearly.
What's the origin?
Now, not only Laura, but many people in Winter City have this consensus. If a new person comes, if you don't know the identity of the person, just ask David directly, and David will most likely be able to give a reliable answer as soon as possible.
The eldest daughter of Eddard Stark, Lord of the North of Westeros and Duke of Winterfell.
Laura was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, and then started to complain.
This identity is very interesting.
Fortunately, the words,
facing Winter City,
and Winter City, in the common language of Brynnia are not homophones. Otherwise it would be even more interesting. Laura then asked David,
what information should be searched for?
To better understand this new person's information? The result was the title of the novel.
Understood.
The Quinjet flew through the air at high speed, and the scenery on the ground moved and changed rapidly. It didn't take long for them to see King Tyrion's capital appear on the horizon, and they were approaching quickly.
About to arrive.
David signaled to Floyd to remind Baron Sawkin, who was riding another Quinjet, that they had arrived at the royal capital of Tillan and were about to land in the open space in front of the castle fortress gate, asking Baron Sawkin to do what he wanted. Be prepared. As for David, he stood up and straightened his dress, and then glanced at Princess Sophia, who had been standing next to the driver's seat.
always looking forward. Your Highness, we are preparing to land. Oh. Princess Sophia also knew that there was nothing to see next. She had to quickly check her dress and appearance to avoid being scolded by her father and mother. What arrangements will be made after landing? Laura looked at the people around her. The Quinjet was mainly David, Laura herself, Princess Sophia and her bodyguard knights Magnolia, Sylvanas, Gianna, Freud. Elias accompanied Baron Sokin on another Quinjet. And there was another fighter plane carrying soldiers from the Knights of Winter and Pastor Cassius. There is also logistics mechanic Michaela, who is here to ensure that when power armor and fighter planes malfunction, they can be repaired in time. Baron Sokin is going to report to His Majesty the King. Princess Sophia and I are going to report to His Majesty the King. You guys? David looked at the crowd. Even if he was an earl, he couldn't bring a group of fully armed people to meet the king. First wait for my return on the fighter plane. If you enter the city by car normally, you can also find accommodation first. Settle everyone in, and then report to His Majesty the King. David and the others flew directly over by plane and landed directly in front of the fortress. Let Magnolia take everyone to the old mansion of the Stewart family. After Princess Sophia tidied up her appearance, she said that she could help. That mansion has been empty, but there are servants cleaning it every day. It was a house that her mother inherited before marrying her father. After marrying her father, no one lived in the mansion. It was transferred to her name in the past 2 years as part of her dowry, if Sophia marries not far away, or even to a descendant of a noble family in the royal capital. This mansion will become her new home, or her residence when she returns to the royal capital to visit relatives. In other words, Sophia is the current owner of this house, so she can directly arrange for David's partners and subordinates to go there without asking her mother. So be it. David was not polite to Sophia either. During this period of time, he could be sure that Princess Sophia had already chosen him and Winter City, and it was impossible to choose anyone else. Seeing that David accepted her suggestion without hesitation, Princess Sophia was also very happy and gave David a sweet smile. While the two people here were discussing the next arrangements, Baron Willie Sokin was still in a state of confusion on the other Quinjet. When he learned that the Earl of Glamorgan had confirmed the departure date, he was very happy. He could finally enjoy the soft and comfortable bed and have a good sleep. But when I woke up the next day, I was reminded that I had to wear formal attire to meet His Majesty the King. At this time, Baron Sokin was still confused. Under normal circumstances, it would take a lot of time to travel from Winter City to King Tylan. Although it is not the 12th lunar month of winter recently, you must not wear formal clothes if you are sleeping in the open air. Right? However, Elias Parker, the etiquette officer of Winter City, made a very formal request and told him, if everything goes well, he will be able to enter the royal city before noon to meet with His Majesty the King. This made him full of questions, wondering whether there was some kind of teleportation magic in Winter City. Can they reach the royal capital quickly? Unexpectedly, after he was fully dressed and ready, the Earl of Glamorgan from Winter City led them to the winter military camp. What is this for? Baron Sokin felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his back, worried that the Lord of Winter City was going to sacrifice his flag with him. Fortunately, what happened next was not that bad. He just followed the ceremonial officer Elias and entered the belly of a giant gray metal bird. Looking to the side, he was relieved when he saw the Earl of Glamorgan also boarding one of the giant metal birds. It seemed that this was a special vehicle produced by Winter City. He thought of the information mentioned in the report. I've seen the flying dragon before, but I didn't expect this thing to be able to carry people. After boarding this giant bird called a Quinjet, Baron Sokin didn't feel any discomfort except for a little discomfort when taking off at the beginning. He could also walk to the unoccupied driver's seat and look through the glass at the scenery speeding past on the ground. With this speed, it's no wonder that we can meet His Majesty the King before noon today. Then, he was here, watching the fighter plane land in front of the fortress that he was very familiar with. 3 Quinjet fighter jets landed in front of the fortress gate from the sky. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of many people. When the fighter jets stopped and opened the hatch, and many soldiers wearing heavy armor walked out, the surroundings were already full of people. The Tehran soldiers who formed a circle and held crossbows almost attacked first. Fortunately, the night guard who was in charge of guarding the main entrance today recognized Princess Sophia and Baron Willie Lycan, and then stopped his soldiers. Don't shoot! Stay alert! When it was determined that these people were Baron Glamorgan from the north and his Knights of Winter, the guard knight in charge ordered the soldiers to put away their weapons. I'm so sorry! Your Highness Princess!
For the Earl of Glamorgan and Baron Saucon, the Knights of the Guard have nothing to apologize for. Who asked you to ride this thing directly to the gate of the fortress without even saying hello? But Her Royal Highness's situation is different. After all, she is going home.
It doesn't matter.
The guard's knight ordered the soldiers to return to their posts, and then glanced at the 3 gray giant birds that flew into the sky again, as well as the pink giant birds that had been hovering in the sky. By the time the Knights of the Guard came to their senses, Her Royal Highness the Princess, Earl of Glamorgan and Baron Saucon had already entered the fortress, and those heavily armored knights, who covered themselves tightly and made dull sounds with every step they took, had already walked far away. He swallowed silently. He was skeptical about whether he and his soldiers could withstand the attack of these heavily armored knights. How strong a warrior must he be to be able to move freely in such heavy armor? There is also a giant bird that can carry so many people flying in the sky. These people came from the northernmost part of the Thailand kingdom, but they arrived earlier than many lords. This shows how fast this giant bird flies.
It would be great if the Knights of the Guards also had a giant bird like this. It would be great if the royal capital also had Quinjet fighters.
Sophia and the Guards Knights had similar thoughts.
This way my mother can go to Winter City to see me at any time. If His Majesty the King wants it.
David dared to send it, but he was afraid that His Majesty the King would not sit down. Sophia also thought of her uncle, the Earl of Sutton Stuart.
My uncle probably wants one too. But don't give it to him for free. You can let him spend money to buy it.
Are you thinking about your uncle? Or help David deceive his own family? For a moment, David didn't know which was the correct answer. At this time, the ceremonial officer of the royal capital came to inform David that His Majesty the King asked the Earl of Glamorgan and Princess Sophia to wait in the back garden together, and His Majesty the King would come over later.
I'll take you there.
Of course, Sophia knew the way to the back garden and didn't need the etiquette officer to guide her. She led David to the place by herself. Sophia's mother, Rosie Stuart, the current queen of the Kingdom of Thailand, is waiting for her daughter in the back garden. The mother and daughter hugged happily at first, and then Rosie held her daughter's face and looked at it carefully, as if she wanted to see if her daughter had suffered. After all, Winter City is located on the northernmost border of the Kingdom of Thailand, which is not a good place, even though countless people told her that Winter City was well built by the Earl of Glamorgan, and many of the facilities in the city were even better than those in the royal capital. She still had to compare them with her own hands before she would believe it.
It seems like you are living well in Winter City. Yes, they have all gained weight.
Chapter 297. I don't know if it counts as lunch for the family dinner. Rosie Stuart held her daughter in her arms, but glanced at the maid beside her. This action was very subtle, but it could not escape David's perception. Even if the maid was placing drinks and fruit pastries for David, blocking his view, David could still see the maid facing him. Her Royal Highness the Queen shook her head slightly. Rosie seemed to be secretly relieved after seeing it, and then whispered something into her daughter's ear, causing Sophia's face to turn red instantly. David didn't want to eavesdrop, but his perception was too strong now. It was useless to lower his voice at such a close distance.
During the time you were in Winter City, did David do anything to you? No. Really? Really? Does this David look down on our Sophia?
Mother. David looked at the fruit in front of him carefully and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Soon, Her Royal Highness Queen Rosie Stuart finished greeting her daughter. She was sure that her daughter had not endured hardship in Winter City and was still living happily. She felt a lot relieved. At the same time, she also felt that Earl David Glamorgan was beside her. It looks much more pleasing to the eye.
You arrived at the royal capital so quickly. Wasn't it a hard journey for Lord Glamorgan?
As soon as the queen finished speaking, Sophia leaned into her mother's ear and explained. After hearing Sophia's words, Rosie seemed very surprised. She couldn't think of what the so-called metal giant bird looked like. And how did it take less than half a day to fly from the extreme edge of the northern plains to the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand? Sophia began to describe various novelties in Winter City to her mother. Queen Rosie's face was filled with wonder as she listened, while David continued to install sculptures quietly beside her. This state lasted until the arrival of His Majesty King Abelson. There were simple greetings, followed by pleasantries between father and daughter, and David continued to act as a sculptor. It wasn't until he watched the same process again that His Majesty the King remembered that David was sitting next to him.
The Earl of Glamorgan came very quickly.
No matter what the reason was, after his summoning order was sent out, David, the most remote lord of Thailand Kingdom, arrived in such a short time. As a king, he would of course be very happy. no matter how many magical things and unexplained secrets there are in Winter City. As far as David Glamorgan's current attitude is concerned, the newly appointed Earl has shown great respect for the Kingdom of Tilan and His Majesty the King. Enough respect. It was not in vain that he sent his precious daughter to Winter City. Abelson was in a good mood and directly invited David to stay for lunch. After a brief chat with Sophia, he even said,
"We are all ours."
In this case, Abelson has been a king for so many years, and has very rich experience in observing and guessing what others really think, although he didn't explicitly ask his daughter what he thought. After looking at him for a while and briefly chatting, he knew that his daughter had already identified the Earl of Glamorgan. Sophia directly brought Earl of Glamorgan to the royal city, and settled Earl of Glamorgan's men into the old home of the Stuart family. It can also be seen that the Earl did not resist marrying his daughter. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the Earl of Glamorgan became his son-in-law. In addition, like many ordinary parents, Abelson is also worried about whether his daughter has suffered a disadvantage. While chatting, he took the time to look at his wife. The tacit understanding developed between husband and wife over the years allowed him to immediately get a reassuring answer from his wife. At the same time, he was also complaining in his mind, "Is my daughter so unattractive? This David didn't do anything? Didn't the intelligence show that this young man had a very rich private life? Is it because it's too rich?" He could only understand that although this young man was carefree, he knew the importance and knew what he could and could not do. This made Abelson think more highly of David, and began to consider whether to wait until the northern plains were stable enough to allow Earl David Glamorgan to stay in the royal capital.
Is the threat from the orcs in the northern plains still serious?
Because of this thought, Abelson began to ask about the orcs, wanting to know the extent of the war between Winter City and the orcs.
"I heard that not long ago, the orcs Winter City sent out almost all its troops to fight the orcs."
David did not report this battle to the royal capital, which meant that Abelson got the information from other channels. David was not surprised by this. He even knew that there were intelligence officers from Tilan capital who wanted to sign up to join the Winter Knights. These people were basically on the list of targets of the Winter City Intelligence Department.
"The army of Winter City is conducting a thorough cleanup of the orcs on the northern plains.
They have already pulled out the Winter Knights and Quinjet fighters. There is no need for David to continue to hide and tuck in. He can show some muscles appropriately."
"Oh, once the orcs are cleared, does the Earl of Glamorgan have a detailed plan for the development of the northern plains? I haven't considered the details yet, but a port city can be built in the easternmost part of the northern plains."
David would definitely build a city there, just because of the outlet to the sea. He would have to build a city there.
"A port?"
Abelson didn't know that the Winter River next to Winter City can also lead to the sea. From this, we can know that the upper level of Winter City is still very good at blocking information. The Winter River can go to the sea. The matter is still only known to the top management.
"It seems that the Kingdom of Tilan will finally get its first seaport."
The Tilan Kingdom is an inland kingdom that has never been able to gain access to the sea. It once had the opportunity to annex part of the Sotaruma Empire and then obtain a section of coastline. Unfortunately, it was eventually pushed back inland by the Sotaruma Empire. This incident happened during the reign of Abelson's father, so he was a little obsessed with the harbor. Then Abelson asked how many people David had brought to the royal capital this time. When he learned that David had brought 10 Winter Knights, Abelson expressed great interest.
"I heard about the power of the Winter Knights from Sutton, and I am looking forward to seeing the representatives of the Winter Knights."
The scene when the Kingdom of Tilan went on an expedition. We'll see you soon, Your Majesty.
Abelson smiled. He found that he still underestimated the Earl of Glamorgan. This young Earl was much smarter than many old lords.
Actually, I'm not that anxious. It's okay to be a little later. I understand, Your Majesty.
After the two had a brief conversation, Abelson began to talk about crops, livestock, and other issues in Winter City. He also asked what special crops there were in Winter City. At this time, Sophia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly became energetic and introduced various delicacies in Winter City to her father. Not only are potatoes a high-yielding crop, Winter City also has a crop called corn with an equally astonishing yield. Sophia has recently become obsessed with rice, a staple food, originally only grown in small quantities, mainly crops that the Lord preferred to eat. They gradually appeared on most people's tables and became one of the main foods for the people of Winter City. As for fruits, because Sophia has only spent one winter in Winter City, she still doesn't know how many kinds of fruits there are in Winter City. But even in winter, there is no need to worry about running out of fruits in Castle Glamorgan. listening to his daughter talking endlessly about the novel dishes he had eaten in Winter City. Abelson smiled and said,
"No wonder she's getting fat."
After being repeatedly called fat by her parents, Sophia began to wonder if she had really gained a lot of weight. She pressed her cheeks with her hands, and then pinched her waist with her hands, as if she wanted to see if she could pick up the flesh, but was glared at by the mother beside him. So he had to put his hands away and sit there obediently. After finishing the meal, David's work of reporting to His Majesty the King was over. Normally, he could leave the palace, go directly back to his place of residence, and then wait for the arrival of other lords and the next order from His Majesty the King. Sophia should continue to stay in the palace. But Sophia actually stood up and prepared to say goodbye, which surprised David.
"You won't stay? Do you know the way to the steward's old house?"
It sounds reasonable. But can anyone from the palace send him directions? Even if His Majesty the King didn't send anyone, wouldn't he himself ask? However, Sophia was willing to lead the way, and judging from the appearance of the king and queen, it seemed that they were not prepared to leave their daughter behind. He said nothing, bowed to the king and queen, and left the palace with Sophia. After walking out of the main entrance of the palace, there was a carriage waiting here. He helped Princess Sophia get on the carriage, and after he got on it, David looked at the blushing princess.
"I thought you would stay in the palace with your parents. Chat more. I will stay in the royal capital for a while. I can come and chat with my father and mother every day."
Although they haven't officially gotten married yet, Sophia's attitude seems to have treated her like water being thrown out. The carriage drove slowly towards the old home of the Stewart family. Through the car window, David noticed that the surrounding environment was a bit familiar. It seemed to be very close to the home of Earl Sutton Stewart,
just opposite my uncle's house.
The two manors are separated by road, making it easier for the family to move back and forth. Now it is convenient for Earl Sutton Stewart to come to watch the excitement. When David arrived, Sutton Stewart was curiously looking at the Blizzard Power armor on Floyd. After seeing David come back, he didn't even say hello to Her Highness the Princess. He walked over and patted David heavily on the shoulder.
"When you were in Winter City, the heavy armor you showed was not the one you have now. Right? Is there something better hidden in Winter City?"
Chapter 298 Thailand Royal Alchemy Workshop.
What you saw before was a test model. This is the official version.
David's Winter City did not develop an updated Blizzard-powered armor. The basic framework of this set of power armor is already complete. Next, you only need to add various pendants based on battlefield performance, or further improve the existing functions. As for major version upgrades, there is no need for this at the moment.
Is that so?
Sutton Stewart looked at it carefully for a while and asked curiously,
"What are the differences between the official version and the beta version?"
The official version has more complete defense, shock absorption and life support systems, and the operating system is more convenient.
The official version of the Blizzard Power armor has a convenient operating system. Although the shock absorption system is not up to the level of black technology of the Iron Man suit, it is still very powerful, coupled with energy shield technology. The official version of Blizzard Power armor is much stronger in defense than the beta version, coupled with the internal life support system. It ensures that users do not have to worry about high temperatures, low temperatures, or even underwater environments. The life monitoring system will also automatically inject therapeutic drugs in times of crisis. It can be said that these parts are the real improvements in the official version of Blizzard Power armor. On the contrary, the weapons system has not changed much. The weapons and equipment that the armor comes with are mainly the missile launcher on the back, as well as the flash grenades and smoke grenades loaded on the forearms. The main output firepower relies on the Piccolo assault rifle and additional weapons. Firepower components. David's introduction was very general. Sutton found that after listening to a lot of things, he didn't quite understand what they meant. He just made sure of one thing: this armor has a very strong defense and will automatically be used for rescue in times of crisis. Bye. David didn't talk about things like speed and strength, and he didn't seem to care much about these abilities. This made Sutton a little confused, but he did not continue to ask about the details of the Blizzard Power armor. Instead, he mentioned to David the new equipment being produced in Thailand's Royal Alchemy Workshop.
"Are you interested?"
Of course David was interested. He looked at Earl Sutton Stewart curiously, wondering why Her Royal Highness the Queen's brother mentioned this matter. Does he want to invite himself to visit the new equipment of the Kingdom of Thailand? This should be a secret in the Thailand Kingdom.
Right. I'm indeed interested. But you can't just visit those things. Right. Of course others can't visit casually. But you are different.
Sutton glanced at Sophia, who was standing next to David. His niece seemed to be very fond of this young man. After returning to the royal city with David, he went directly to arrange David and his men into the old house. Even Miss Laura Crawford, who had an ambiguous relationship with David, was arranged to live in the old house together. Is this my niece too generous? After meeting his parents, he did not stay in the palace and returned to his old home with David. Sutton had some doubts. If his niece inherited the throne of Thailand and became the queen of the Thailand kingdom, would she change hands and give up her position to David? It seems that this is not impossible. No matter what, Earl David Glamorgan is now considered one of his own, and he came to the royal capital of Thailand early to show his support for the current king, so he can naturally obtain some privileges. Beyond that, Sutton wanted to determine a few things through David's reaction. There was no need to say this last thought, but he believed David could guess it.
I'm indeed interested. When will I go see you? You can do it now, if you don't need to rest.
Sutton knew that David and his group came to the capital in a quinjet, just when David and His Majesty the King were having lunch. Winter City. The news that the Lord came to the royal capital on a giant bird has spread throughout the inner city of the royal capital. There are also rumors in the outer city, and the guard soldiers are running around to calm the people, lest any terrible rumors spread and cause huge chaos.
By the way, where are the quinjets that you took when you came here?
David couldn't answer, so he could only turn to look at Floyd, and let his own knights answer the question. Stop in the garden of this mansion.
It's so convenient.
While chatting with David, he ordered his servants to prepare the carriage. Soon David, Sophia, Laura, Sylvanus, Jaina, and a large group of people boarded the carriage prepared by Earl Sutton Stuart. Several carriages, together with the accompanying guards and servants, formed a convoy heading toward the Royal Alchemy Workshop. In the car, Earl Sutton Stuart gave David a brief introduction to the Lower Thailand Royal Alchemy Workshop. Although it sounds like one department, Thailand Royal Alchemy Workshop has several unrelated departments, and the offices, experiments, and manufacturing of these departments are also arranged in different places. What they are going to this time is the Royal Alchemy Workshop Arms Department, which is responsible for the development and testing of weapons and equipment. The location is relatively remote, not too far from Thailand military camp, and there is enough open space for various tests. Sutton Stuart did not take David to see how the equipment was made, but went directly to the testing site. Someone had already informed the person in charge of the alchemy workshop in advance and made preparations. When David and others arrived, several sets of armor that looked much more gorgeous than the armor currently worn by the Tehran Knights were already there. There were also long swords, shields, two-handed heavy swords, heavy hammers, flails, and other weapons. As soon as David saw these equipment, he felt very clear energy fluctuations from them.
They are all magic equipment.
Laura also noticed this, and Jaina looked at the inconspicuous royal alchemist curiously. This Latham is the alchemist who specializes in introducing equipment to everyone. He looks ordinary, and there is nothing surprising about him. His white hair is meticulously arranged. His face is rosy and his skin does not have so many wrinkles. He is so full of energy that he does not look like an old man. David thought to himself, maybe he is a young alchemist whose hair has turned gray due to fatigue early on, while waiting for the official presentation. To his surprise, there was no display. Sutton Stuart directly stopped the tyrant knight called by Latham, and asked David and others to experience it for themselves.
My lord, is this inappropriate?
Earl Stuart didn't take Latham's whispered protest seriously at all, and waved his hand to tell him to stay aside and be responsible for answering when anyone had questions.
Floyd Knight, please feel free.
Floyd did not wear the Blizzard power armor, and the other Winter Knights did not go with him either. They all stayed at the old house on standby. He thought that he was just a bodyguard for the Lord to support the scene. Even if there was a chance to use these new equipment personally, it would not be his turn. Unexpectedly, Earl Stuart came up and let himself experience it. After looking at his master and getting permission, Floyd walked up, looked at the row of weapons in front of him, and picked up one of the long swords. Floyd was originally a teaching knight of the Tehran Knights, and he could use all the weapons placed on it, but he likes to use swords the most. So he picked up a long sword first. Holding the long sword in his hand, he could clearly feel the surging energy on it. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a moment, he faced the human-shaped target just placed in front of him and struck directly with a diagonal strike from a distance of 3 meters. As Floyd waved, everyone felt a blue light flash before their eyes, and the target, which was several meters away from Floyd and should not have been touched, was cut into 2 pieces. Oh! Everyone exclaimed when they saw this, and gradually became more interested in these weapons. Sylvanas even took the initiative to walk over and raise a strong bow, and then observed the arrows placed next to her. She could see that these arrows emitted different fluctuations, and should have different effects. The bow in her hand also had several magic effects attached to it.
This bow is equipped with acceleration, penetration, durability, and other effects. And these are freezing, explosion, and flame arrows.
Alchemist Latham appeared at the right time and explained.
But it is difficult for ordinary soldiers to draw it. This bow requires special equipment.
Before he could finish his words, he saw the elf in front of him with a look of disdain on his face. He casually picked up an arrow and put it on the bowstring, and then easily drew the bow, aiming at the target in the distance. Sylvanas let go of her right hand holding the arrow, and the next second the target she shot turned into a huge ice sculpture. After Sutton Stewart watched Sylvanas easily pull the bowstring that ordinary soldiers could not pull, he looked worriedly at Sophia next to him. The women around David are so strong. Will his niece be beaten? Although Sophia, as Princess Tylan, has received the most generous resources on the Brainian continent for training since the day she was born, and her physical fitness is not comparable to that of ordinary people. She is a pampered princess after all, and she learns the most. It's impossible to defeat a real warrior if you just show off your skills. At most, you can recover faster after being beaten. Thinking of this, Sutton Stewart suddenly became curious. How strong is David Glamorgan? He had seen David compete with others, but that time David won so easily that he couldn't see David's true strength at all. He only knew that David's spear skills were very powerful. In addition to his spear skills, he knew from intelligence that David was good at bows and arrows. After all, he was a hunter before becoming a noble. At the same time, Earl David Glamorgan is suspected of mastering a kind of light magic called Holy Light, similar to the light magic used by the Lumiere priests of the temple. The specific details are also unknown.
I wonder if we can see the true strength of the Earl of Glamorgan after we reach the border.
Holy Light versus light magic suspected to be light magic. The Earl of Sutton Stewart began to look forward to that day. Chapter 299. It's time to show your loyalty to the kingdom. Sutton Stewart may have to wait for a while if he wants to see Holy Light versus light magic. Although His Majesty King Abelson issued a summons to the lords across the country, even all the lords responded to His Majesty the King immediately. However, it took a lot of time from the time they received the order, made a series of arrangements for their territory, mobilized the accompanying troops, and then set off for, and finally arrived at the royal capital. Lords like David who came earlier had to stay in the royal capital for a long time to wait for the arrival of other lords. But unlike other lords, David had a residence in the royal capital. At the same time, the winter knights he led also directly entered the royal capital for one reason or another. After other lords come to the royal capital, the soldiers they lead must stay outside the city. The soldiers will camp in specially reserved open spaces near the royal capital. The lords will only bring a few cronies and followers into the royal capital. But David and others came to the royal capital on a Quinjet, and the winter knights entered the city directly, even into the inner city, and settled in the city. No one came to remind David. His Majesty the King didn't say anything when he found out. He just said plainly, "I got it." This left the knights responsible for the defense of the royal capital at a loss as to how to deal with it. Considering that Earl David Glamorgan actually only brought 10 soldiers, they were regarded as the escort accompanying the lord into the city. As for the elven archers, female mage, those should all be the confidant of Lord Glamorgan. Well, that's it. The Earl of Glamorgan is so lucky. Not only does he have the favor of Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia, but he also has so many good partners around him. It is so enviable. Sylvanas, who was regarded as a good friend of the Earl of Glamorgan, ignored the ambiguous and somewhat curious eyes of the Tiron soldiers, and did not bother to explain this misunderstanding. Anyway, these soldiers didn't dare to say anything unpleasant in front of her.
No matter what world you are in, similar things are common.
Jaina looked around for a few times. Those ambiguous and curious eyes would also focus on her, and she did not pay too much attention to these things.
It's the same whether it's humans or high elves.
As a high elf, Sylvanas didn't think that high elves were superior and could crush humans. In her opinion, humans also have many advantages, which are worthy of recognition and even learning from the high elves. For example, the high elves have long seen human beings' talents in arcane arts.
The capital of the Kingdom of Tylan is too ordinary.
After walking around the inner city for one person and one elf,
he found that there was nothing to see in the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand. Compared with Winter City, this place is too backward. And compared with Silverman City or Kultiras in Quelthalas, it lacks enough features. This is a very ordinary human city. The two women who have broadened their horizons and even learned more advanced knowledge cannot arouse much interest in such a backward city. The only thing that attracts them is the unique and rare materials that belong to this world sold in some stores. The two women discovered that there were not many magic materials in the store, and they were all very common low-end materials. The high-end materials were said to have been taken away by the Royal Alchemy Workshop, and ordinary stores now had no stock at all. Sylvanas thought of the weapons and equipment she had previously used in the Royal Alchemy Workshop. It seems that it will be difficult for the Tiran Kingdom to purchase various rare magic materials for a long time in the future, unless the Tiran Kingdom attacks its own army. Complete the upgrade of equipment. After coming out of the shop, the two wandered around other shops and met Michaela and Arcee, who were also shopping. Michaela wanted to see the royal capital, but also wanted to buy some souvenirs to take back to her father. Arcee was purely accompanying Michaela. Two humans, a high elf and a Cybertronian warrior. The four women simply went shopping together, helped Michaela pick out some small ornaments that were characteristic of King Thailand, and then returned to the old house of the Stewart family together. When the four people entered the mansion, the people hiding in the dark left one after another. Only a few people still use various means to hide in the dark and continue to stare at the old home of the Stewart family. Those who left in different directions. Some of them, after summarizing all the intelligence information, brought the news to the palace. The Shadow Guards reported today's various events to the ruler of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Majesty King Abelson. Information. The elf Sylvanas Windrunner, who came to the royal capital with Earl of Glamorgan, is a very powerful warrior. She is good at bows and arrows. She can easily draw a strong bow that ordinary soldiers cannot draw. Jaina Proudmoore is a mage. Her specific strength is unknown. Michaela Baines, the logistics officer of the Winter Army. According to intelligence information, this Michaela and her father are responsible for the maintenance and repair of various vehicles and equipment of the Winter Army. According to the investigation, following Glamorgan, Michaela is also responsible for maintaining the heavy armor worn by the Winter Knights, who came to the royal capital. Oh! Abelson, who didn't care much about female elf warriors and female mages, suddenly became interested when he heard this. This Michaela seemed to be a talent. After all, female elf strong archers are not so rare. Female mages are more common. But the value of a person who holds the powerful secret of the Winter Knight is several times higher than that of a simple strong archer or mage. If this Michaela was not David's subordinate, he would have already ordered an attempt to poach people at this time. Arcee is a Cybertronian with the ability to transform like a druid. The pink fighter that flew with the 3 Quinjets earlier was transformed into Arcee. This is not the first time that the term Cybertronians has appeared in intelligence about Winter City. Abelson and the Kingdom of Tyran still don't know much about this mysterious race. At present, it is only known that there are a large number of Cybertronians in Winter City. It is said that they are a magical race whose hometown was destroyed by the disaster, and the whole family had to look for a new home. Finally, they arrived in Winter City and settled there. There are many Cybertronians in Winter City. These Cybertronians usually look like huge metal giants. It is said that Winter City can be built so quickly because of the help of Cybertronians. The intelligence describes Cybertronians as being nearly 10 meters tall and as short as over 3 meters. What's going on with Arcee? No matter how you look at it, this Arcee is still human, right? It seems that this Cybertronian named Arcee has the ability to transform into a human form. Abelson said nothing, looking at the Shadow Guard reporting to him in front of him. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Can these Cybertronians be used by the Tyran royal family? After Cybertron loses his homeland, he can choose to live in Winter City or in the royal capital of Tiran. Abelson would love to set aside a piece of land as a new home for the Cybertronians, if they wanted to. He even doubted that Winter City could develop so well, and the Cybertronians played a huge role in it. Especially the heavy armor called Blizzard-powered armor, which looked very Cybertronian style. Maybe it was the Cybertronians made it for David. This matter is not urgent, and Abelson does not want to use excessive means to cause David's dissatisfaction. In fact, his plan is very mild. After the counterinsurgency and possible border war are over, he will urge Earl David Glamorgan and his daughter Sophia to get married as soon as possible. He then asked Earl David Glamorgan to handle the war in the Northern Plains, and then took advantage of the reward opportunity
to let David directly stay in the royal capital to assist him. David came to the royal capital to assist him, and the resources of Winter City would naturally be used by him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. David had sworn allegiance to him, and Winter City was his direct territory. This is also a big reason why Abelson clearly knows that there are many weird things in Winter City. But he leaves it alone. As long as it is managed well, he will only be happy, and will not feel inappropriate. He also didn't think David would be dissatisfied and refuse to come to the royal capital. Abelson was prepared to give David enough power. He believed that David would get a bigger platform when he came to the royal capital. He looked forward to David giving him broad surprises.
Who else is eyeing the Earl of Glamorgan's companions today?
Abelson, who had been thinking about it in his head, no longer asked David about the information about his companions, but asked about other spies. In fact, these spies from various forces in the capital were also the targets of the Thailand Shadow Guards.
The number of secret sentries has decreased by more than half compared with the previous few days. The remaining secret sentries mainly come from a few families.
The Shadow Guard reported the names of these families one by one to His Majesty the King. When he heard the names of several of the families, Abelson snorted slightly. He was already feeling a little annoyed by the secret actions of these families. On this expedition, he planned to bring all the family heads and first heirs of these families with him. It was time for these families to show their loyalty to the kingdom. However, when writing the list of loyal martyrs of the kingdom, Abelson still crossed out a few names appropriately, mainly those families with only one heir.
This is the first heir to the kingdom of Tilland, His Royal Highness Prince Granville Tilland.
After being introduced by Earl Sutton Stewart, David learned that this man who suddenly came over and looked like a younger version of Abelson, but always had a cold face and looked very dignified, was Sophia's eldest brother.
It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. It is also an honor and pleasure to meet you, Earl of Glamorgan.
Prince Granville always maintained a serious expression, and his cold face that kept strangers away was still filled with obvious dissatisfaction.
As Sophia's brother, it is necessary to remind the Earl of Glamorgan that your stay here is not in compliance with the regulations, and is also a very disrespectful behavior.
Chapter 300 The Heirs of the Thailand Kingdom. His Royal Highness Prince Granville believes that David living directly in the home of His Royal Highness Princess Sophia without consummating the marriage will seriously tarnish his sister's reputation. Even if everyone in the country knows that the Earl of Glamorgan is Princess Sophia's fiancé, this behavior is still very inappropriate. After watching Prince Granville express his dissatisfaction with him, and then seriously reprimanding his sister Sophia, David saw the character of His Highness the Prince.
His Royal Highness Prince Granville attaches great importance to this matter. So after returning to the royal capital, I heard that Princess Sophia invited you to live in the old house. So I came directly to find you.
Sutton introduced the prince to David in a low voice, and admitted that his relationship with his nephew was very poor, because the Earl of Sutton Stewart was a well-known playboy in the royal capital. He spent all day studying some messy things instead of doing his job. Even his elders, Prince Granville, had never given this uncle a good look.
Just returned to the royal capital as the first heir to the kingdom. You didn't stay in the royal city?
Following Sutton's introduction, David learned that His Royal Highness was a serious, polite, fair, and never indulged in fun. He often traveled to various parts of the kingdom to observe the situation on the spot, and had a very high reputation among all classes in the kingdom. It can be said that His Royal Highness Prince Granville's status as the heir to the throne is very stable. His younger brother Felix Tiron seems to know that he cannot compete with his eldest brother. He has indulged in pleasure over the years, and seems to be preparing to emulate his uncle, Earl Sutton Stewart. As for the other princess, Sophia's sister Lana, she had married to the south a few years ago, and became the wife of Marquis Otto, the Lord of White Rock City, the most important town in the south. It seemed that she had never entered the line of succession. When Sophia was scolded by her elder brother, and was completely exhausted, David also got a general understanding of several princes and princesses. Speaking of which, before today, he had never paid attention to the heirs of the Thailand Kingdom. After all, he had always been outside the core of the Thailand Kingdom. His territory was also located in the most remote part of the Thailand Kingdom. He himself had never paid attention to this information. If Abelson hadn't suddenly wanted to marry his youngest daughter Sophia to David, and sent Sophia to Winter City early, and then because Sophia brought her to the old home of the Stewart family, she attracted His Royal Highness. He may still know nothing about the heir to the Kingdom of Thailand. Looking at David's expression, Sutton had several guesses in his mind. Either way, David really had no interest in the throne of the Kingdom of Tilland.
so he didn't bother to pay attention to the succession issue. Even if he became Princess Sophia's fiancé, he never thought about whether he might get involved in that position. Otherwise, David has absolute confidence in his own strength. He feels that as long as he relies on his strong strength, no matter who sits in that position, he will bow to him in the end. There is no need to know this information. In addition, David may not pay much attention to Princess Sophia. As a playboy, Sutton Stewart understands this situation best, because he didn't care at all. He had no interest in understanding that he had a similar mentality towards the targets of his lust. In this case, another piece of information is derived. David is still loyal to the kingdom of Tilan, or His Majesty Abelson, because he has not refused to become the princess because of his personal preference as husband. At this time, after teaching his sister a lesson and making her realize her mistake, His Royal Highness Prince Granville walked up to David again and sincerely suggested that the Earl of Glamorgan and his people move out of the old home of the Stewart family as soon as possible. Before David could speak, the Earl of Sutton Stewart took the lead and rejected His Royal Highness the Prince's suggestion on David's behalf. And he gave a reason that His Highness the Prince could not refute. Earl David Glamorgan had been living in the old house for a long time, and almost everyone in the royal capital knew that Earl David Glamorgan lived here. By driving him away at this time, could it be that he wanted to tell everyone in the capital that the Earl of Glamorgan and Princess Sophia had a falling out? Prince Granville's expression was as ugly as possible. He found that what his displeased uncle said was very reasonable. If this really happened, the rumors would become even worse, and his sister's reputation would also be affected. Gets worse. Continuing to maintain the status quo is the most correct choice at the moment. It can prove that the relationship between the Earl of Glamorgan and Her Royal Highness the Princess is stable. The corners of Prince Granville's mouth twitched twice, especially when he saw that his sister not only didn't realize that he had made a big mistake, but was actually laughing next to her. He was so angry that he left directly. Sophia looked at her eldest brother's retreating back, stuck out her tongue and made a face, then smiled and thanked her uncle. You are no longer a child. You can decide what to do on your own. You don't need to listen to your big brother for everything. Although from some angles, Granville is also thinking about his sister. But sometimes things cannot be viewed only from his own perspective. A situation like that of David and Sophia cannot be treated as normal. Otherwise, His Majesty the King would have already responded. Why would he wait for Granville to remind him? Sophia smiled and did not respond to her uncle's words. She had been a little afraid of this serious elder brother since she was a child, and even felt that he was more difficult to get close to than her father. Even though this old house was already her own, and she had the right to entertain anyone. When her eldest brother came to scold her, Sophia still did not dare to speak back and defend herself. At this moment, Prince Granville, who left angrily, came back. However, he did not come back by himself. He was accompanied by Queen Rosie Stewart and another man, who was obviously a few years younger than Granville. He also looks a bit like Abelson, but more like the queen next to him, Rosie Stewart. With this appearance, David could guess that this person was Felix Tylan, the second prince of Tylan Kingdom without any introduction, compared to the eldest prince, who always has a serious look on his face. The second prince, Felix, always has a faint smile on his face. His temperament is somewhat similar to Sutton Stewart, but there are differences that are easily distinguishable. When David was still thinking about the specific difference, he noticed that the second prince's eyes were wandering around. When he saw Sylvanus, his eyes lit up obviously, and then turned to Arcee not far away, and Laura's body. Seeing this scene, David already knew what kinds of hedonistic activities His Highness the second prince indulged in. In terms of temperament, His Highness the Prince seems to be more romantic than his uncle, the kind who doesn't hide it at all. With this identity and temperament, if it appeared in novels, movies and TV shows, it would be the stepping stone for the protagonist to show off. If he bumped into such a person on a regular basis, would David have to seriously think about how hard he would act? Now he doesn't have to worry about this kind of thing. No matter how unreliable this prince is, he won't do anything outrageous in front of his mother, uncle, brother and sister. David's judgment was very accurate. Apart from the random glances in his eyes, His Royal Highness Prince Felix behaved very quietly. Apart from the initial greeting, he did not say a few words to David. On the other hand, he had a lively chat with his sister, and he was very concerned about Sophia, who was about to marry to the northern border, for fear that her sister would not have enough to eat or wear warm clothes. It wasn't until she was sure that Sophia had eaten a lot of new and good things in Winter City that she smiled and joked about her little sister. It seems that you are living a good life there. You have gained weight.
Sophia clenched her fists to express her dissatisfaction. Why did every family member who saw her say she was fat? Just when she started to worry about whether she was really getting fat and David wouldn't like it. The eldest brother, who only knows how to train himself, also said,
Sophia, you must pay attention to control your diet. As the princess of the Thailand kingdom, your words, deeds, and body appearance represent more than just your departure this time. When we are in the royal capital, take a few female officials back to Winter City.
Sophia doesn't want to take the female officer back to Winter City. She can get up at any time she wants in Winter City now. How wonderful are the days when she can stay awake even if she doesn't want to get up. She didn't want to go back to the days when she had to get up on time to wash up every day. Her schedule was strictly controlled, and even her meals had to be rationed. After focusing on Sophia for a while, everyone also started chatting, and the content of the subsequent chat became much more relaxed. The expression of the eldest Prince Granville was no longer so serious and distant. He chatted with David about the situation in the north, and also showed some curiosity about David's Winter City.
If His Highness the Prince is interested, you can go to Winter City to see it in person. Thank you, Earl Glamorgan, for the invitation. I will.
Even Felix, who didn't say much, expressed his desire to visit Winter City. If it was as interesting as Sophia described it, he even wanted to stay there for a while, as if he had a premonition of what his eldest brother was going to say. Felix stopped him and said,
I don't have any responsibilities that I have to fulfill. It doesn't matter if I stay outside for a while. Just think that I am going to understand the situation at the border of the kingdom.
All right.
Granville took a long breath of helplessness. He was no longer too lazy to teach his younger brother.
It's up to you.
As a mother, Rosie was already used to this situation. She didn't even bother to look at the brothers and continued chatting with David and her brother Sutton. While chatting, he suddenly asked his brother Sutton,
I wonder how Lana is doing in the south. Sutton, when you go to White Rock City this time, remember to visit her for me.